Fresh garments, matching your varnish. Baby, your body banging like a shotgun. Fresh garments, matching your varnish. Baby, your body banging like a shotgun cartridge. Walking a party, looking all starish. I'm trying to introduce you to carnage. Baby, I'm a shark, not a starfish. Your ex-man was too soft, he was garbage. I make your old knee rub off on the carpet. She a ball for the chocolate. The old time me a clotted. Look what they started. Bend up your face like somebody farted. Bad in the bed, I said I'm wicked and I'm heartless. I just wanna boom boom, shoot up the target. Mercy and nugget.
Yeah. Yo, I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm a home with the holy, I'm good with the gun slangers. Yeah. Yo, I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd.
Where the fuck is that sound coming from? Where the fuck is that sound coming from? Ah, got ya. Fucking hell. What the fuck is going on? Pussy out, man.
The crook and the gangbanger. I'm a home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. Could jump out a bush, with a hammer. Just because I got my head in the book, I'm never pushed. With a whoosh, I could jump out a bush and get you smushed, better shush. On the wrong one to push, I get you whooped. If I give the young drillers the look, you're getting cooked. With a gang, when you smell in the air, it's hella push. You know the fam, they ever prepared. We're never shook, connect with man. From everywhere, every hood, feds brang. They fill up a fair, cause we ain't hooked on their fool's narratives. Poison and their additives. They pay us as the bad guys. They're the real savages. An empire of vampires and energy scavengers. Descendant of Dracula. Infiltrated Africa. Colluded with coons. Instigated massacres. Goons for platoons. We can flip it like a spatula. Now my thoughts are accurate. My mission is immaculate. I don't need a tutoring. Sage or an amulet. I'm a rude boy with manners. Books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd. I'm cooking a gangbanger. I'm a home with the holy. I'm good with the grand slangers. To jump out a bush, get with bush with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, I'm cooking a gangbanger. I'm a home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. To jump out a bush, get with bush with a mad hammer. If I jump out the shrubbery, I'm bare skullduggery. Manners on some antics and fuckeries. Free the people, fuck the monarchy's my policy. I don't even want no reparations or apology. I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. The vaccines for poisons, taxes are robbery. Fat cats relax and leave us trapped in the poverty. Pick on the pavement, rats in the pocket. Help an old lady cross the road, cause that's how I am. He's your bro, he's my bro. I treat him like his family. If I got it and you need it, holler me. I'm the man, ever double cross me. I leave you bleeding where you stand, leave you bleeding where you sit, leave you bleeding where you lay. Those are greasy geezers that don't need a reason anyway. They be beating heaters any season. Man, I let it spray. Beating for my freedom, so the heathen, I would never change. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm a home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. Who jump out a bush, get me bush with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm a home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. Who jump out a bush, get me bush with a mad hammer.
I'm good with these books and I'm good with the crooks. I smoke weed with sure and count peas with sure. So if I lean to the side and I jump on my phone, it could be to get at my knowledge or getting hit with the woods. We don't part with them faggots cause they wuss. Never been hit with a package I couldn't push. If we couldn't make it then me and my talks come from a manner where you could dare overlook. Close my eyes and I see heaven. Trap house niggas earn they keep dog they put in more than the tenants. Tenants spend on smokes and tenants. They consume more petrol than this whip do petrol. Dog, life's no bitch, she's a queen, she'll test you. Blessed everywhere, my energy's ancestral. But my path, it might not be the best route, but I do what I do, couldn't care what the rest do.
I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. To jump out a bush, get me bush with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas. A poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the grand slangers. To jump out a bush, get me bush with a mad hammer.
Hey. Books, bro. I'm a family. Keep these lights coming, man. Keep these lights rolling through.
I'll pick up my books, bro.
Pick up my books, bro. Big up yourself. It's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, REDPILLTRILL, Trilluminati clips. Like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat, you know, like that. Happy Monday, 21st of November. Big ups to everybody. You're done though. This month, this year is nearly over. 21st of November, you know, bomber clock. All right. First and foremost, make sure you go and subscribe to the Trilluminati clips. Just go there now. I'm gonna wait for you because I don't want you to lose out or miss out on anything. So boom, bam. Everybody go and hit that link now. Yeah? Everybody go and hit that link now, please. Yeah? Please, 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 please. Yeah? I'ma wait. I will wait. Go over there. I want to see the subscribers go up. Yeah? Really, we should be on 1,000 already so that we can start monetizing. You know? Help your brother out. Happy Monday, though, man. Look, take your hand out your pocket or out your bum. Yeah? Out your girl's bum, wherever your hand is. Take it out and hit the like button. Yeah, then go over, hit this link and go over to Trilluminati Clips and hit subscribe. Yeah. Then when you go over there and you watch videos, like every video you watch. Just hit the like button. And if you're extra conscientious, leave a comment on the videos you watch. Just, you know, giving others a little idea of how much you enjoyed it or whatever. Giving me and the team words of encouragement to keep on posting. Maybe even giving us suggestions of the clips you want to see. Interact, get interactive. Winter is here. You know, it's grey, it's dreary. I'm getting half out my mind already with the lack of sun. Next year, I ain't doing it like this. I can't even survive. But that being said, I've had a load of great ideas and a load of things that are being implemented to move forward and continue to stimulate the growth of this network TRILL. Yeah? And you're going to see a few more things coming out the woodworks. So, yeah, big ups to all of you lot, man. Please, I hope some of you went over and subscribed. If there's people here listening to this stream that haven't subscribed to Trilluminati Clips, What do you think is going to happen when this channel goes down? If this channel ever goes down, you're going to need to find me on the next channel, right? You're going to want to know where the whole Trill squad is and that. So make sure you're synced in. All the links in the description are ones that should be clicked. There's a link there that says the only link you ever need. Yeah. To this day, people telling me, oh, right, I didn't know you do music. Or, oh, right, I didn't know you had another channel. Or I didn't know you do reactions. Or I didn't know you vlog. I didn't know you do this. I didn't know you do that. Because you're not paying attention. Now is the time to pay attention. Undoubtedly, some of you are chatting while I'm saying this, and you ain't going to fucking, you're still not going to click the link. It's up to you, man. You can lead the horse to water. You can't force the horse to drink. All right, man. All right, what we doing out here? What we doing? What we doing? All right, keep the likes forwarding, please, family. Like up the show. Like up the show. Like up the Bomber Clark show. What have I got for you? There's a tune that was in my mind. What was it? What was the song that was in my mind? I'm like, yo, I want to play this today. It wasn't any of these. Just popped into my mind randomly. It wasn't any of these. All right, let me play this. I ain't played this for a little while. Let me play this and then we'll probably get to the chatting. Like at the show, family. Happy Monday. I hope you lot are great. And I hope you and your family have a constructive, progressive week. And because I wish that for myself, so I wish that for you too. You know what I mean? Big up.
This is your captain, 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 this is your captain.
Keep the likes forward in, family.
Giving niggas guidance, alliance to defiance. I'm on freedom or violence. Speaking my truth, no one's keeping me silent. Swing shots like I'm David when he was beating Goliath. Catapulted into my life, I collided with giants. With a mind deeper than a trident, held in the palm of Poseidon. I'm like a tsunami to pirates, get round in my way, but I fly like a pilot. Haters can't cope, my aura's too vibrant. Girls wanna show me their private. One time, I wanna live alone on an island. I was when I close off my eyelids. Look close, you might see a ghost in my iris. Please don't approach when I'm like this. At a kiss, I mix DMT with some cannabis. I'm sure I can walk as I write this. Would I ride for my G's? Is my phone on silent? Do I despise the police? Is Kobe's last name bragging? I know some activists, I know some lifers, I know some savage shit, I live in riot shit. I know some dogs only rough in the cyber. I know some types that are actually riders, don't know my destiny. But my past says I'm a survivor. My probation officer says I should be in an asylum. Cause I said the queen of witchcraft. There's no curve when I watch the horizon. If life is a game, at the end you face the last boss like bison. Flipping a grabber, clip like a ladder, riding from top full of pipers. Dodging a slammer is hot in the manner. We are not stopping for sirens. My son's friend got stabbed in the heart. I could not stop him from cracking. Hope he knows that king with bulletproof wings. No weapon could stop him from flagging. The air is so toxic, it's frightening. AI and robots are rising. They're starting to get mad at the vaccine. And that's the cardi, we're shopping for diamonds. Shopping for items. Besotted with icons. It's true talk whenever my mic's on. Blood dark in the streets, people calling my way to my heart and my sleeve. Rise like the magi, following the star of the east. Where the rich get fat, man, is starving to eat. I think cryptocurrency, the mark of the beast. I can smell blood like a shark in the sea. Michelle is a man and the bomb is a tree. That is sparking the bark after dark. Look what the shotgun done to the bark of the tree. Sometimes I'm gonna ask my teeth. Inheriting negative karma for me. It's getting harder to sleep.
All right, man. Last one. Just trying to finish my breakfast. Hit the link, family.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
Well, why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
The person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew.
Come on, family. Where's the likes at? What's happening? Sluggish, yeah? Yeah, I know. I realize you lot need some training. Let me look at the likes. 19 likes. Okay, not bad. They're creeping up there, but you lot coming in saying hello, Hi. No one wants your hi. No one wants your big up. What we want is the likes first. Then you can big up and like. Yeah, likes first. I want to see all the likes in the chat. Big up, Sash. Long time, man. Hit the link, man. Jump on, come say hi. I know you probably got the pitney, the children.
The Earth is the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. 15 minutes ago, you knew that people were alone on this planet. Imagine what you know.
Red pill trill. My bronze heel crushing the egg of the serpent could never be a servant. This I know for certain. This is not a sermon. I am not preaching. This is just conversion. I am just speaking, tearing down the curtain. I am not peeking, looking past the veil now, third eye tweaking. Channeling demons, they think they're just doing yoga. Couldn't open your pineal with a crowbar. You need to read that fine print a little closer. That shit ain't hard to define. You're actually practicing opium. Let's think I'm wise, that intuitive core.
Oh my God. I was looking at the subtitles. What's it? Subtitles in German. No, Portuguese. Well, no, English. What's going on? Why would it be in Portuguese? Why would it be in Portuguese? Well, let's try English. English. Obviously, that arrives with the rate that. What?
It's not a lie, but I'm wild like a feeling at war. Hide at my own mind, I got no root for the Lord. I got some juice in the drawer. I make that music that's raw. I'm down to boot in your door. And also,
what the fuck are they talking about? Blocking the transmission of the new fuel already replaced from
I cut from 9 to 5, doing the man that flew with the Ford. But I ain't sure what none of them was really doing the war. So I say my eyes are biased, and that's usually all. The up and down from? And I don't really know, because I've been everywhere. I never felt at home.
What the fuck are they talking about? That's crazy. That's actually crazy to me. Things like that kind of weird me out. Cause what even? That's kind of weird. All right, man. All right. Fuck them off, man. Fuck them off, man. Where's this other page gone? Fuck them off, man. We ain't dealing with that, man. Get off the screen.
My soul glows in places you don't go. I'm road, inhale it. I'm blowing smoke, watching the world moving slow-mo. Chicks worshipping trannies and rappers dressing like homos. Meanwhile, they stockpiling underground bases, trying to fill another wing with 100 brown faces. Money rules everything. Love got downgraded. Microwave generation was popping, replaced with sacred. And I don't mean geometry. I'm talking about your sovereignty, subconscious autonomy. Try to talk the kings.
You know where it skips? Sorry. It's not even about conforming to the light crew. It's about, we got a tradition over here, and that's to help people get into the pattern of showing love for something that they actually partake in, something that they actually take something from. We have to give them the incentive to show love from early, because what will happen is you'll watch a whole show, enjoy it, and then forget to like. Some people will jump on the panel, enjoy it, have bare fun, leave, forget to like, don't tell another person in the world that they were on this stream, and it becomes a secret. And while you don't get all the entertainment, I'm putting in all the work. I'm designing the show. I'm bringing other people and letting them put on shows. We created a network here. So if you're going to be part of it, if you're going to enjoy it on a daily basis, and I'm going to see your face, why not just hit a one little like and let man know the number if you like? There's so many other things to rebel against. Why do you have to rebel against showing that you're actually down for the stream or showing that you're actually a supporter. It's not a big deal, family. It ain't something that you need to feel like, oh, I'm taking a stand against that. I know everyone wants to be different. Yeah. But at least, sorry, family. Yeah. I know everyone wants to be different. But at least let's be the same in showing love. At least let's be the same in uplifting the people that fucking work their fucking ass off. You lot know, as soon as someone's willing or ready to come up here and diss me, yeah, it could be someone that's on the panel all the time. As soon as they're ready to come up here and diss me, what's the first thing they say? Yeah, well, you just sit at your yard all day. You just do 12-hour streams all day. I'm providing a service, but still, there's room for people to mock me because they can see I'm not making a squillion pound right now or whatever. Do you know what I mean? So you lot can laugh at me and diss me while enjoying the service, while being here. Bro, I'm going through my streams. I'm going to streams that are 4 years old. Yeah? 4 years old. And some of you lot have been here the whole time. Can you imagine if you lot have been using a service for 4 years for free and never thought to put your hand in your pocket once to say, you know what, yeah, yo, brother, take a $5 because electric is not cheap, you know. You know what? There was a stream that you did 2 years ago, yeah, and I was in a really bad way and I was in a hospital and I listened to that and it took me through the day. Or I had a really long drive or a really long journey. You took me through the day. I was doing a night shift. Or I just broke up with my baby mother and I was in a bad way. And I listened to your stream and you gave me bare jokes. Yeah? Every one of you can have a story like that. So please don't make it an issue when all I'm asking you for is a like. Please don't make that an issue, family. Yeah? Because most of you, I don't ask nothing from you. And most of you don't even give me nothing. So please, the ones that can find it in their heart to just be like, okay, I'm going to be a sheep when it comes to liking the show. At least... Because in America, when you do a show for an hour, you got 200 fucking likes. Here, I do a show for 13, 14 hours. I might have 110 likes, 120 likes. And the only reason why we got these likes is because every 15 minutes, me or someone else is reminding you lot to hit the like button. And I get you lot to all kind of hit the like button all at once as soon as you jump on. So now we got 53 people watching. I should have 53 likes, right? And then the other 50 likes spread out throughout fucking 12 fucking hours of streaming in my fucking kitchen. So I beg man, show me some fucking ratings. Yeah? I beg man, show me this fucking ratings for being here consistently trying to build a fucking community where all of you lot, some of you lot don't even fucking chat to me. But I built this community, you know? And some of you that don't even fuck with me. You fuck with other people in the community, and that's great because that's how big we've built the community. You can go to the other end of the fucking community and not even chat to the fucking founder. But at least if you're over here, please hit the like button. I ain't begging no one to be over here either. Half of you that I don't even fucking want you around me because you're bad mind and you grudge to show love, right? And that's why this journey and this hustle is 5 times harder than it needs to be. Because people are reluctant to hit a like button. People are reluctant to share. People are reluctant to subscribe. Reluctant. I've got to put my thing on subscribers only to get my subscribers up. Yeah? Because people just want a free meal. That's all they care about in the UK. Free meal and hating on someone to hate on. Grudging to show the fucking love. To show the fucking love or fuck off from around me, man. Ain't that deep. Ain't that deep. Everyone's got banter, everyone's got jokes. When it comes to showing love and supporting the stream, I ain't fucking ramping, brethren. I've got youths. I'm a big man, as you lot all well know. And when you're ready to switch on me, that's the one thing that you're going to try to throw in my face. Yeah? How long I'm here providing a service for Uno. So please. Furthermore, hit up the PayPal and the Cash App, man. You get me? If you know in your heart of hearts, you're not a tramp. Yeah? How long have I been streaming for? Don't annoy me and bring me on a rant, please. I'm like, you know what I mean? I got my mum's traits when it comes to these things. I turn your morning all gloomy and that when you was in a great mood. My mum used to do that all the time. Yeah.
Put on my armor.
Yeah, bigger. You know the way she used to do that? I remember I used to wake up all hyped, like, yeah. like, because I do wake up happy. So I wake up all happy, like, yeah, new day, boom, boom, boom. Running around the house, doing my thing, doing something, blah, 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 enjoying, da-da-da. And then I might go downstairs. Mum's in the kitchen. I go to mum. I start saying, "Oh, mum, I just saw this thing on. Oh, we still gonna do this rare." And she would just look at me and just dead my hype. You know why? Because I didn't say good morning. I didn't greet her. I didn't greet the boss with chest. I didn't show her etiquette and manners. I didn't give her her correct dues. And her dues is any you in the yard, from you in the yard, you seek me out and you come to say hello if you've just come in the yard, yeah? Or you've come to say good morning or good evening or whatever it is, yeah? But you ain't gonna run around the yard like say you're just in this yard independent. You got to always recognize and remember whose yard you're in. That's the thing about African parents. They remind you. You could be 4 years old. They're talking about kicking you out if you can't abide by the rules.
Touche.
I swear to God, they don't fuck around. And I've taken on all them traits, man. I've taken on all of that. I got a certain traditional expectancy. Yeah, I don't need you to be like fucking patting me on the back and like, yeah, big up Jedi, you're the greatest. Nah, but come on, man. You come into the yard, show some fucking love sometimes. You know that when people jump on the panel and just start chatting to someone else? I've had people jump on my panel and start saying, yeah, all right, big up Lady Divine. Yeah, man. Big up Lady Divine.
Don't hate now.
Nah, I'm just using it as an example, innit, Lady D. But like, big up Lady Divine. Yeah, I big up Sniper, big up the chat. What? Sniper? Excuse me? Like, where's your fucking manners? But yeah, I digress. Big up Skits. Yeah, you took me on a nice little tangent, but it's needed.
It's an uncle thing, man. Come on,
Mate,
man.
it's just
In the room. Yeah, curtsy. You know we curtsy and bow down and do all sorts of stuff.
You know what? Lucky us Ebos don't do that. I never got taught that, but I went to my brethren's yard.
Yeah,
and he was like, he's like, yeah, my mum's in the front. I was like, yeah, let me go ahead and say what I got. And he was, yeah. So, you know, we Nigerian, like, yeah, I beg you, there's another name, yeah, but he said prostrate. There's another name for it, though, isn't it?
Dobale.
What?
That's what we call it. Dobale.
Dobale. I beg you. And I was like, huh? What? I was kind of baffled because I never really seen it, bro. It's not in my house or none of my uncles, nothing. So I never really seen it. Yeah. He's like, yeah, we go in just like I said, cuz, come we go outside. Let's go outside. I need to chat. Yeah? You know, like we're outside the front door, the front room door, yeah. And I'm about to walk in. I'm like, cuz, we gotta have to have a whole debate. Let's go outside quickly. Go back outside. What are you saying? Like, yeah, nah, because obviously, don't you do that at home? I'm like, nah, brother, it'll be no, it's nothing like rare minor. You know, my head was racing, like, I could hear my mum saying, you don't bow to no one. I could hear the elder at the Kingdom Hall, you know, reading Leviticus chapter. You hear me? I started to feel like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I'm like, oh shit! I felt pressured. So, bro, but he was just like, nah, it's normal. It's not like it's not praying. You're not bowing. You know what I mean? Like I was concerned. And I went in there, I said, oh, hi, auntie. And she gave me one look. And I kind of bowed my head a little.
Yeah.
But I didn't go down because, like, bro, some of them lay down, bro.
Yeah, actually.
Down, all the way up, yeah. I didn't even bend, bro, but I kind of put my head down and was like, get me? Afternoon, auntie. Hi. And she was like, oh, hi, how are you? Oh, she said, are you Nigerian? I said, yeah. Where's your father from? I went through all of that. And she's like, okay, yeah, okay, well, welcome, my child. Boom, 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 boom. And then we went upstairs. Yeah, man. And he was like, I don't know how you got away with not doing that, bro. Like,
No, but it happens. Like in my auntie's house, like in Tottenham, anyone who goes there, like, because of my cousins were older, girl cousins, right? They were older. Their friends, who are known families, Jamaican, West Indian in the ends or in the community. When they came, the sisters, they would like curtsy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a little
curtsy thing. Hi, mom. How are you? She said, "Oh, how are you?"
Loving
Yeah.
it.
For the rest, they had to be prostration. Then comes along my mom's brother, right? Comes from Nigeria, 6'5", whatever. I bring him to my auntie's yard. I'm like, yeah. Oh yeah, you got to prostrate. I said, huh? I said, nigga, we don't prostrate. I said, what? I said, you royal, we don't prostrate, nigga. I said, well,
oh shit.
As far as I do.
Nah, I'm not doing all of that, Snipes.
Listen,
so there's a set that do it and a set that don't, because you lot are royal. Don't piss me off.
I goes, Unks, what? I've been prostrating for years. And you telling me I'm not meant to be prostrating in front of my what? He was like, no, man. It's not obligated that you must do it.
Oh,
but
my
other people must do it. It's custom. Yeah, standard. But no. We don't do that where we come from. Oh shit. Okay, safe. No problem. Yeah. I still had to go in and do the thing, fam. You get me? He just shook my auntie's hand in that. You get me? And stood okay, different levels.
Wow.
Levels to it. I never see my grandma do it.
Man. Man ain't even trying to. I know you hit the like button, but like, if you don't, just don't write it. Just don't write it. Cause I don't want other little sheep to like be like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna declare my like either. Do you know what I mean? But if you're not gonna declare it, certain people don't declare it. I know they like chemo and that, yeah. But you man are just so extra. Just fucking. Why is this the battle you lot are picking? That's so fucking extra, man. Like, pick a next battle. You know what I mean? But yeah, big up Skits. I appreciate that, bro.
Frustration is mad though. Yeah, like
I'm not even.
Nowadays, because my cousin got married a couple of years ago, and it was Niger and Jamaican, right? So they're showing the Jamaican side certain traditions that they got. We're all dressed in regalia.
This Darwin one ain't gonna go down well, mate.
Right. So hear this now. My cousin and his brethren, who are Ghanaian, Niger, all sorts, you know what I mean? Had to bow down, even my brother and all of that. I just stood there. Yeah. And they were like, oh, why?
Is it bad man Sniper? You making an issue out of it, Snipes?
No. I goes, no, listen, I'm his family, yeah, but I'm the royal part of man's family. So I beg you, just like fall back. Look at the parents and everyone. They're not even batting an eyelid. They know what time it is.
They know what time it is.
Standard procedure. He's my cousin. He's more my age group, but I'm the big cousin. I'm not his brethren. His brethrens and all these other brothers and all of that, they got to bow down to. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, but me, no, madness. Yeah, it was all some mad tradition that I've never seen even in my family. You know, like asking him questions at the door, all of this type of stuff. And every time he got one wrong, we had to put some dollars in the little bowl and all it. This is a mad stuff. I've never seen it.
Big up, Lady D. And
blessings, bless up, peace, family.
How's your weekend been? Lady D, how's your weekend been? Let me speak to the sister, man. What you been doing?
Trying to not freeze.
Is it?
Yeah.
No hot dates on the weekend and that? Date night and that?
Really? Behave yourself.
What?
I'm procrastinating right now. I need to go food shopping. Yeah, I need to go supermarket, and I don't.
You just don't want to go out into that,
I don't want to do it. I jumped on the panel to avoid doing it. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, man. Take care of your duties, man. It's Monday. Just get out the way and then it's done, man. Just get out the way.
Miserable though, Jez. It's horrible. It's gloomy. Like, I just don't want to be out. I don't. Something's telling me don't be out there today.
I'm not gonna lie. I had the same thought, and I said, you know what? Yeah, Jim's not gonna see me this morning, but it was nah. And I woke up kind of late, 8 o'clock, and then to get up and go gym, I just don't have it in me, man. Shit. I'm gonna get one of these UV lights because apparently they really help. Because from September,
yeah, it apparently tricks your body, right? Apparently,
yeah, I need that.
Yeah,
we'll see how it works anyway. Because from September, man, the energy just starts leaving my body. The motivation, it's really a sad case because I'm actually, as I get older, seeing 2 complete different sides of me every season. Like every time the sun goes, Do you know what I mean?
Jeds, I've been saying it for years. I think I spoke about it many a times online. I think I suffer from that sad thing, that I hear people talk. I don't know what it is.
Winter
but
depression.
Yeah, literally depression in the winter. I cannot. I think it's a. I don't know. Let me just say, I think it's a black thing. I cannot cope without the sun. I can't cope without the heat. I just struggle.
Yeah, the vibes is not there. It's just a vibes. And how I put it is like, I know it's to do with the weather because I couldn't feel kind of like shit in the morning, and it's pitch black in my room, right? Shit in the morning, and I don't know why I feel like that. And I get up and I start doing my ablutions, brush my teeth, this, that, blah, 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 blah. Start planning how I'm gonna attack the day, and I haven't even seen outside yet. And then when I bust that curtain, I'm like, okay, this is why I feel like this. You get me? Because boy, it's either air pressure where there's big thick clouds, right? And you just know it's gonna rain, or it's just grey. Like today, when you wake up in the morning, have to turn the light on. It's not a good look,
Listen, I'm sleeping with my Himalayan salt lamps on right next to my bed, and I'm thinking, it's gonna help me. No,
right, what you supposed to do?
Not.
Yeah.
I think it purifies the air.
Big up.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to purify the air, but I'm using it for the light at the moment, just to trick my body that it's still daytime. It looks like night. It's horrible.
Do you know the wickedest one? Yeah, it's 10 to 12 now. So it's meant to be looking like the blessing it's going to get.
This is the best it's going to get. This is bright as it's going to be.
There was a couple of days in the week last week and at the weekend where it could be pretty decent this time of the day.
Right
now, it's looking like 7 p.m.
It is, man.
Thank you, bro. That's what I'm doing. It's mad.
I'm literally about to start.
Just imagine if this was our norm.
You're like,
but it is our norm, though.
It is.
I'll be real, though, Issa, man.
Like, no. That's not what I mean. I'm saying, imagine if this was where we evolved for thousands of years.
Oh, then we'd be good. We'd be good right now. Yeah. Right, mate. Yeah, right. I'll be out in my fucking shorts, bro. I can find the white man in shorts right now, bro.
They might love that. Yeah, they love that.
Oh, yeah, it's just a bit of rain. It's not bad. Yeah, I like it when it's fresh and that. It reminds me of when I was young and like in jail and stuff like that. And then, and I mean really young, like 15. And they're talking about cross country.
Oh my God.
Or whatever. They wanted to run in mud basically and just, that old English. Yeah, have some oranges at half time. That you'd be all right. Now fuck that, man.
There'd always be one kid in it, the specialist of cross country long distance running. The thin, skinny little English kid.
Do you know what?
Oh, we all had this experience.
I never did cross country once, and I think this is part of my weakness. Yeah, my brain. It's a weakness and a strength. I'm very good at finding ways out.
Not to do shit. Yeah.
Ingenious.
Yeah.
Trust me, when they're telling me at the beginning, they're saying, and trust me, everyone does this. No one gets out of it. And I'm thinking, challenge accepted.
You know what it is? Because ours used to be on the field, innit? The school field. So then we used to just go to a certain point.
Out, innit?
Once you got to a certain point, you're in the trees, innit?
You're in the trees, cut out, cut through.
Because you know the thing with cross country, we've turned up like it's going to be football like it has been for the past 4 weeks.
And so then
you've got football boots. You've got fucking football boots in your bag, and they're like, oh yeah, basically this has happened. So we're doing cross country. So what are you going to run?
Well, you have to run cross country in football boots,
that's what I'm saying, because we've obviously most of us have been prepared for that. It's not like they said bring your Merrills. Like now they just decide that we're doing it one day. What's pissed out, man? I used to fucking hate that.
You're a G because I was gonna have to play football in my church shoes anyway. So
bro.
How about separate?
We was having the conversation the other day about
this is the thing though, Jeds. I've done it in school shoes for that same fucking reason.
Well, was having the conversation the other day about kickers, and Wesley Snipes was saying that he had the bad boy kickers at school. I was the kid without the kickers, right? And I always wanted kickers, so I bought them for my son, right? He comes home with them covered in mud.
Yeah,
I'm like, bro, what happened? What happened? He's going to me, I didn't have my trainers, So the football teacher, he let me play football. I go to him, what? He let you play football in your brand new kickers? But I was ready. I was going to go up to the school and lynch this motherfucker. Right? How are you letting my kid play football in shoes that you can't afford for yourself, let alone for your kid?
Wait, Khan, that's probably why you did it. That's why you did it.
Motherfucker!
You come to bust fucking style on me at work. Mad. Run
But
around.
no teacher, nowadays maybe, yeah, but no teacher's going to say, sit out. Oh, you ain't got your trainers, sit out. Like, they never say that in school. Are you mad? Like, bro, to be honest, yeah, unless they're worried about the gym floor, the only time they cared what was on your foot was when they're worried about you marking up the gym floor that they buffed. That was all they cared about, yeah? So if you got boots on, that's your business. I don't give a damn.
So there was like a standard curriculum for the whole bloody England then, right?
Yeah.
All having the same experiences. What the
Yeah, of course, it's standard, man. It's a standard.
Do you know what?
If you're old enough, you remember pants and vest.
Yeah.
The black
Which was
pimp
fucking weird. Think about it, bro. Do you know how weird that is?
Yeah.
All these little youths running around in pants and vests, and then the male PET. Fuck you know, that's scary, bro.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's scary. That's like realizing that one of them rocks you stepped on was actually a crocodile's head once you got to the other side. We dodged bullets, bro. We dodged bullets, man. Because in secondary school, yeah, Mr. Kemal, yeah, the Turkish
Kemal.
sorry, yeah, Mr. Kemal, the Turkish PE teacher that had breath that smelled like shit, yeah. He would do this thing where he'd say, all right, now you lot go and get changed. Yeah. I mean, after the session, you lot go and get changed. Yeah. And meet us back out here in 10 minutes. Yeah. And we'd go into the changing room and guys would be getting changed. And 2 minutes later, he'd be in there.
Gay.
So you said 10 minutes. Then we come up with this thing. Yeah. I know it's international, but we made it up ourselves amongst ourselves. We started calling him Willy Watcher.
Wow.
Because he'd come in here and he'd be like, stop the noise, but he'd be
and then having a good scan.
Because he's looking down, bruv. He's looking down, man. What did you really come in here for? And he say,
what year was that? What year was you in?
I'll be back in 10 minutes, he said. Yeah. And
after having a good scan,
he's in there.
What?
Wow. Now, what are you doing, man?
Batty, man.
Weirdo.
Man,
we was all very conscious. So if somebody had if someone's outfit meant that they had to actually take some shit off, they would like try to squeeze you around the corner, or it'd be very awkward. Cause man ain't really trying to get naked in the changing room. This is Peckham, bro. No one's
really trying to for real. So I don't know why the teacher's lurking.
So I don't know what the teachers do. And then the teacher come and he's looking, then he's like, "Oh, where's Jones? Where's wherever Ali?"
He's not happy until he sees Ali.
Like, not engaged with us.
That's with a wank bank.
Disgusting. Yeah, but I think he did get an allegation against him eventually. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure he did. My maths teacher did too, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Clare, sorry, Mr. Clare. I say Mr. Kelly because he looked like R. Kelly because he was a black man with a bald head. And you know what he did? He had a classroom, yeah?
Mr. Kelly.
I don't know if you remember them school doors. It was like a wooden door, a normal wooden door, but on the side of it would be a glass panel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you could see in, like, and people, you put your face up to it, and
long ways panel.
Yeah, the long panel, exactly, right? So we had that long panel with the
mesh in it.
Come on,
yeah.
The mesh in it and all that, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Kelly though, yeah, he's a cool dude, isn't it? So ain't he gonna put posters all on the window and that, yeah? Posters of like, I didn't clock what he was doing, bro. And then he would do some shit like at break time, select students was allowed to go to his room and chill.
Nah.
Right? So now putting two and two together, it made sense what he was doing that whole time. And that would be the spot. The coolest kids would be going there. And there was one girl that had the body and the face of a woman. Like literally. She was in year 11 and she
What was
was
her name?
built-
Aisha.
I'm not going to say her name because she's known.
No, you missed the
She's
joke.
beautiful
But
to
anyway.
this day. She's fucking amazing. I had a threesome with her one time still.
What, after school though?
Yeah, years later. Years down the line. She was like
that
the
makes sense.
So the hot chick from school, you know what I mean? But like, yeah, she was forward. She must have been being abused, bro. Cause when you think about it, the times when we were little youths lusting after her, she was
getting boned down.
She was 16, 15. Not even 16. What am I saying? 15 and that, right? Chilling at lunchtime and break time in the math teacher's fucking room and all this weird shit, man. Men are disgusting, man. Men are fucking foul sometimes, I swear to God. Makes me want to be a lesbian. Oh, I am a lesbian.
What in the? What's going on there? What's going on?
I don't know, lady.
I'm saying that.
You
I'm
just
sure
came in the
all
nick
of
of
you
time
had
as a
a
lesbian
story.
now.
I'm sure all of you older lot, yeah, have a story of a teacher that was on fuckery, like misconduct with students.
Trust me, there's a couple.
No, some of us went to convents. Some of us went to convents. Yeah, so no.
What do you mean? No, you went to a convent.
To a convent.
Yeah, I went to a convent school. I
So
was
that
taught
don't
by
add up.
nuns.
That's why you're mad like that.
You Catholic
That's why
nutter.
you're maddy. Convent school. So that's obviously all girls and mad strict Church of Roman Catholic.
Roman Catholic, yeah.
Is that all girls school? Was that an all girls? Did you go to an all girls school?
Calm down, Kingo. Relax.
But them girls,
You
them
don't want to
girls
have a field
because-
day in there.
Are you
but
not supposed to be the wildest though?
Exactly, the trillions. That's who we are. Yeah, that's it. The whole movie's
No,
based
but I
off
heard
of
that lesbian
us.
off is rife in them areas, though.
Lesbian off.
You know when you're not a lesbian, but you just want to get involved.
Yeah,
You're just
do
lesbian off.
something.
Just
Lesbian
lesbian
off.
off for the week.
Is that true,
Lady D? Lady D?
She's gonna mute.
Yeah, I'm staying on mute. I'm gonna get ready to go supermarket. Yeah, I'll shout you lot back. back
Do a video, man. Do a shifter video.
Yeah.
We want to see
Lady D, can we go shopping with you? Nah, because she's gonna bring
Hell
her man.
to the no, me, you, Khan.
Yeah, in
Well,
the
I've got
shop.
good
Are you
nutritional
not
advice,
crazy?
man. Don't
Are you
listen.
going into like? Are you going into a
No.
supermarket at all?
Definitely not.
Are you going into a supermarket at all?
Yeah.
Hey, Lady D, go hello
then,
butcher or normal
Pick up,
butcher.
let's pick up some
It's
items.
in a
with you
big.
then.
It's like a big. You know them have them big. You know they got the supermarkets. Yeah, the big massive ones, and it's got like they're all neighboring each other. So you'll have a what's the one? They have like Morrison's next door to Aldi, next door to Wilkinson's, next door to. It's a whole list of like big, massive supermarkets. Yeah, I go there every month.
But have they got
every month I
B&M? Have they got B&M?
They've got everything, literally like big warehouses. Then they've got big Chinese factories and all of that where they do the food and it's really...
what the wing yip?
Sounds like Tottenham. Is that man Tottenham?
No, it's near. It's on the North Circular. It's near.
So
Yeah,
one of them places like
Is it
Leyland.
near the wing yip? Yo,
You're not trying to let me give up my information. Listen,
No,
I'm
man,
not
I don't want to fucking see you. I don't want to see you. But I'm saying, is it near the wing yip and that?
What's that?
Wing
That's
yip,
a
the
big
Chinese one.
Chinese-y looking building.
I don't know what. Yeah, it's got one of those there. I don't know what it's called, but yeah.
And it's got bare supermarkets back to back to back.
Beer and just back to back. It's just all along, like beer and you can just go in there. It's like everything that you can't get in your normal same supermarket, but the normal ones go into the supermarkets.
Super one.
Yeah, I hate when they ain't got
everything.
it.
So you can
Discount
just take us.
everything.
You could take us around one little shop, innit?
Maybe I'll think about it, James. I think.
What are you saying? You mashed down four shops, yeah?
Did you watch the Schiffer's one? Did you see Schiffer's one?
Schiffer, yeah, when he stopped all the Somalis. Big up, Schiff. Come on.
No. There's another one. There's another one older than that, but I've just uploaded it where he's where he goes shopping. He goes Iceland.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, but it's quite jokes still. It's quite
there's back-to-back jokes in that, man.
Yeah, it's quite jokes still.
Empress Becca, Maku, everyone was on form. Jedi was even funny. He was cracking bear jokes.
What do you mean Jedi was even funny?
Even funny.
Like, sometimes you're serious. Sometimes you're serious, isn't it?
Not normally funny. Like.
After this idiot boy.
Shut up, man.
Hey, what did you do yesterday, gents, man? Because I'm seeing messages on my at the bottom of yesterday's video.
What's the message saying? Let's talk about
Trilluminati live. Big up Trilluminati live. coming in and taking 3 heads paws at once or something.
What?
Nah,
No, that sounds wrong. That sounds wrong.
Nah, you know what it was?
Mm.
It was just Reggie, and I was on a morning grumpy one, and Reggie, and I was like, "Right, let me just shell him quickly." So I just jumped on and shelled him. I think he thought we was trying to have a conversation, but I was just talking over him. Just being. I was doing my cartoon cat impression, talking over him, shouting at him, just badding him up. Then Conscious came in to start caping.
Right.
I'm like, brother, you ain't about to annoy me today, bro. So shelled off his head back.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I don't know what's wrong with Conscious. Conscious that, brother. I'm saying to Reggie, last night you was dissing Africans or laughing at African starving, yeah? In the morning, you get up and go church. You sit and stand next to your fellow your white worshippers that are with you, yeah. Now I got one question to ask you: does your pastor, does your father, does your priest or whatever, does he preach? Does he teach that Jesus was a black man? Because if the answer to all of these are no, then you are definitely a coon. You dissing Africans in the night, and then you go to worship white Jesus in the morning, and you stand next to your fellow white parishioners or whatever you want to call them.
Wow.
Like, your heart is dirty, bro. That's what I was trying to say. Your heart is dirty. Because when I heard that, it actually did piss me off when I was hearing him talking about Somalia and Ethiopia. Not because of what he was saying, but because he professes to be a good Christian. If it was Sniper saying that, and Sniper's a bad guy. That's what guess what? Sniper's not going to be in church Sunday morning either. You see what I'm saying?
True.
Man's acting all holier than thou and talking about degenerates, but you laugh at your fellow Africans.
Christophobia.
Yeah, and then Conscious,
you know what?
Conscious, who is Captain Black, for some reason, doesn't see that there's a problem with what Reggie's doing. I'm like, this is how for 7 days in a row, you're Mr. Black, blah, blah, blah. What? Jesus is white. Jesus is Greek. Jesus is really Zeus. You lot are worshiping Zeus. Then he turns around and says, when I'm having a go at Reggie, he turns around and says, yeah, but Reggie, but the message is still the same, no, Eli.
No, he didn't.
I swear to God, bro.
He did. I heard it. He did.
I'm like,
no, that is.
And I had my mouth wide open, like, and this is why I asked him the last time on the panel. I said, bro, I have to start questioning your red, black, and greenness because I really don't understand what you're on right now. I don't get it. Like, I understand if you're going to be if you're going to say something, be consistent. It can't apply to everybody else, and then comes to Reggie. Oh, all of a sudden, it's a different kind of level. It's like, what are we doing here?
He's bipolar.
It doesn't make any sense what he does.
Well, multiple personalities. For him to do that so consistently, bro, he's got different personalities, bro. He's something else.
I don't know, I think he's just like.
Well, they said 3, gents. They said 3. So who was the other person then?
I ain't got a clue.
Well, two was Reggie, 2 types of Reggie, and 1 was Conscious.
I ain't got a clue, man. It was.
Wait, do you know what I find?
It was only Reggie.
Can I give you my knowledge? Just quickly, brother. All right. No, go on. Continue. Go on. What's wrong with Reggie?
You sure it went Easter as well? You sure it went Easter as well?
Oh, bro. Guess what, brother? Imagine this. I said about the nature producing different individuals, right? And the majority, the masses, they're going to be on this astray thing. He disagreed. And then the other day he was like, you know what? All right. Yeah, I'll give you that. So even yesterday, I'm just saying.
Hey, no, man, we bring it out for.
Is it?
Don't try to say, what? You think that's a victory? Behave, man. Behave.
Yeah, that was controversial, bro.
The next step,
defend it with the nature people, man.
The next step is our lodge. You get me? So the next step, we're going to be the 5%. And we're going to be testing you lot to see who can join and all of it. So,
well, Lady D asked you last night, what are you going to do to protect women? And you was like, well, I can marry 4 and then I can have some waters on the side. And she was like, no, protect them.
No, that was Mary Jen, but no, her question didn't make sense.
No, that was Lady D.
No, that was, brother, you didn't get it.
Mary Jen.
Was it?
Yeah.
Mary Jen. I'm saying in the context that
the females are the same
would have been safe anyway. But yeah, man, that's We all good, bro. We all good. So yeah, yeah, bro. It weren't me, Snipes. Stop it.
What was Lady D's thing last night?
Yeah. Sorry, my bad. Third person was M Stacks. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh flip.
I don't know. And that, so now M Stack, you've jumped on to get at me, and I'm like, yo, do you mind? Can I finish getting that ready for dissing Mogadishu? Or have you got a problem with me? Like, you fucking idiots, man. You're just like weird men. I would hate to be so contradictory.
Do you know the funny thing is though, bro? Here's the funny thing, yeah. Reggie will be up here slewing Somalia, slewing Islam.
I know.
And then he'll be up here backing it. Same way with Conscious. The other day, Reggie was up here dissing off Conscious and all them thing there. And then the next day, Conscious comes in caping. Like, what are we doing? What are they?
Shocking,
what kind of alliance have they got going on?
It's shocking.
They don't stand for nothing.
Common enemy.
Yeah, it's really that, you know.
It's common enemy. They bad up Jeds, so Jeds buzz them up. So therefore, they put on their differences when it comes to it. It's like, yeah, I support him.
Listen, man said no swirl zone. That's a whole profile picture and name and email address has gone into not having sex with a different race, and I just feel like that energy should go on the black woman.
What? Who's this?
What does that mean? Nah, they ain't said nothing bad.
He's never.
My mind immediately went to, why would you set up a whole profile about this?
Yeah.
What does it mean? Swole. What's that?
Swirl. Oh, like mixing, interracial mixing, swirl.
Really?
That's what they call it, isn't it? Swirling.
I didn't know that.
The vanilla and the chocolate swirl.
Oh, flip. Okay.
Yeah. If you hear swirling is about mixing, race mixing.
Never heard that. I heard of divesting and stuff like that. Never heard of swirling.
Yeah, swirling.
Okay.
Quite popular.
So who are they claiming?
I worked something out this morning.
They're not claiming though. This is their name.
I'm saying, who are they claiming is the pure unmixed, unswirled people? Because that's what.
Who's the unswirled?
Yeah. Who's the unswirled?
You know what? Yeah, if the unswirled exist, they're hidden. Like not,
they're hidden.
I don't think they are there, but I think their history and whatever is hidden. Like, there's got to be some pure black people.
Like, on the islands in India, innit?
I don't care what anyone says. Everyone's mixed. Everyone's mixed. Someone hasn't. Someone somehow, even if it's accidentally,
he's original.
It hasn't mixed. There's got to be some Europeans that ain't mixed with nothing, right? There's got to be.
Bro,
How are people doing their DNA? How are Asians doing their DNA and getting 98%?
Because they homogenized into
bro,
one
I'm gonna
people
put the
after.
video link for you. There's one that is 100% Ethiopian. Let me get that link. No one believes me.
Can't be.
I'm telling you, no one believes me.
What does that mean?
It's due to homogeny. It's like me taking a teaspoon of tea and saying, "Is this 100% pure tea?" without asking, "What's tea made out of?" It's homogeny. They've homogenized into one group.
Right. So they said what we're calling Ethiopian.
Yeah. Even that's mixed. Right.
Yeah.
We know this.
It's due to homogeny. That's like I was trying to explain to that Israelite brother that jumped on. There's different ways how races are born out of other races.
Nah, he fucked you up, man.
Well, I'll let him have it, bro. But science, he was trying to claim science. You can't be claiming science like that.
Presentation and that.
Yeah, whatever. But science don't agree with him.
What the dude that was chatting? Yeah, he sounded like a knowledgeable brother.
Remember Yashar, man? Course Israelite, the courses. Like,
yeah, that's all good, bro. That's all good.
Yeah,
was it a rough ride? Pause. Was it?
No, like for me to be on here around you people, right? I have to kind of sometimes fall back, right?
Whoa, hold on. Deep breath.
Did I say something wrong? Wait a minute. Did I say something wrong though?
Nah, the way you said
it. You can't say to your people, you can't say to our rights.
No, I'll class myself. 1 minute. I'll class myself as a visitor and an honoured guest. I'm not ever trying to take over here.
How are you a visitor?
It's not, but no, but you know what I mean. I still have respect for your lot's view, innit?
4 years ago, bro.
Yeah, but I know, but there's certain things I don't agree with, but I'm not gonna like bring it to the forefront, am I?
That don't matter.
No.
I don't agree with Sniper.
Why am I gonna argue with a new guy? The new guy's coming.
Sniper was chatting some shit yesterday. I don't agree with it. Sniper's got a key. Yeah, Sniper's got a key. You can't call yourself a guest, bro.
Hallelujah! Jesus
You can't call yourself a
arrived.
guest because man don't agree with you. That's bullshit. You get me? That's bullshit. You're not a guest, bro.
He was trying that shit yesterday. Oh, if you lot don't want me run,
Like
what? What are you doing?
Hey, listen, you know the saying, yeah, by hook or by crook.
What was all that about,
Stop me, man. He's in his filth.
I had to say.
It's all psychological games.
I was like, no, cause we appreciate your value, we appreciate your input, but you say some more to the shit.
He says mad shit, man.
And I was like,
that's why you don't believe
I had to go, brother Sniper. I had to go on mute for the longest because I couldn't believe a lot of the stuff you were saying, and I couldn't believe you getting away with it.
It's crazy. Khan says crazy shit. Crazy says mad shit. Sometimes I feel like Khan he starts speaking and then he just says, "Fuck it, autopilot engage."
Nah, never. Conscious.
Now you be saying some mad shit sometimes, bro. I know
but sometimes it's deliberately mad, and sometimes I just want to know what people think about my inner thoughts, innit?
Well, do you know what sets Khan off? Like when you say recite, you just say Surah Al-Fatiha. I've seen him fucking go crazy. That's a trigger word, bruv. You need to get over that, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, sure.
We gotta save that one for rainy
Jez, my link. No, Charlie,
I
need to test all of you lot today. My link, I beg you lot, all of you lot better be ready. Like, I want to hear big apologies afterwards. Be ready.
Oi, Lady D,
If I don't hear an apology, don't talk to me for the rest of the day. Yeah?
Lady D, what was the thing? What was the thing that you raised last night? The good point. That was it resolved in the end?
Yeah, this looks good. Okay.
No, we didn't even get to it. Sniper took us. We didn't know where Sniper took us yet, but we didn't even get to it. We might hit it up later again.
Lady,
we should revisit that subject
for this one, yeah.
Yeah, but bro, in the meantime, I want to play that DNA one, because nobody believes me. They think I'm lying, and I remember because this brother took his test the same time I took mine, yeah. So I was researching at the time, like to figure out how would my results come back, and I was all estimating, at least 40% European and all that. I was trying to estimate my thing, predict the thing before it gets here. And we took our test around the same time, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw his results. I was like, wow. And he uploaded it and everything.
I can't predict my thing because my black ancestors look quarter black. They don't even look fully black. They're like Arab mixed with Indian, mixed with Ethiopian.
Hey, listen, man, that Borat video.
But this is but you're not getting it, bro. Borat's supposed to be Turkish.
What? Kazakhstan is Turkey?
Yeah, them Kazakhs are Turks. It's like the difference between Yoruba and Igbo. It's like you're next door to each other.
Yeah.
That's how we are with the Kazakhs.
And what's the other one? Is Uzbekistan.
Bear with them. There's bear with them. The Confederation of Turkish States.
That little region.
They got their little pan-Turkism. It's a little pan-Turkism. All the way up to Pakistan, Afghanistan. Yeah, all that. All
basically,
that
man there mixed with other man. That's it.
Nah, Turkish girls look better than Pakistani girls.
Are you sure?
They don't look the same.
What, in terms of mixing?
I just say they just look better. They're more attractive. I'm more attracted to them.
What, to Pakistan?
Yeah, but we got a good amount of Eastern European admixture. And them Eastern Europeans got the athletic physiques, man. They're quite good. They got good genetics, honestly. I don't know how the Eastern Europeans are that like good with their genetics. They're basically white Africans, basically.
These terms are upsetting. I just don't like them.
Stop it.
But they're healthy people, man. They're like proper. They're healthy.
Yeah, I know, but I do know what you mean at the same time. But I just don't like the.
I think what it is,
white Africans.
Us lot in Asia, we've been through a lot of famine and starvation, and a lot of people survived that shouldn't have really survived. Like
Tina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, big up, Tina. How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Not bad, not bad.
Hi, hello to the chat, mods, everybody on the panel. I just usually sit in the audience, and I never come up. I think I've come up once before, but I just wanted to come up and say hello.
Oh, nice. You guys say hello, man. What's wrong with you?
Happy Monday. Happy Monday, man. Happy Monday.
Thank you, and happy Monday to y'all also. Jez, I've seen you, over in the other sectors. I've seen RE give you shout outs and everything, and
Oh
I've seen you on
Lord,
Miss
Ari, we're in trouble.
Shout out.
We're in
She's posted my
trouble.
man topless pictures, boy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She really
Don't
does
worry.
like.
Lady D's a little RE hater, but she's soon gonna get that smoke.
It's not even the RE
You're gonna get that smoke. Carry on,
Anytime
man.
anybody comes on this panel and says RE, it's gonna be problems. It's predictable.
Nah, it
It
ain't.
always is. Always is. I'm
No
telling
doubt.
you.
No doubt.
No, I'm just saying that's how I first discovered this channel, because she's such a big fan and she just adores y'all. So that's how I found you guys. So that's all I wanted to say about
So in the chat,
that.
what name you been using in the chat? Because I haven't seen you.
This name.
It's Tina Tattles.
Okay.
Well, welcome, Tina.
Oh, finally, nice to
Thank
meet you.
you. And your
Welcome.
mods are so sweet, like Trill Sneedy. She's so sweet.
She's the best, isn't
she's
she?
lesbian though. Be careful. She's lesbian. That's what she does. She grooms newcomers and then she takes them off the little lesbian campaign. Be careful. Tina, is this you in the picture?
See, yes.
Your hair is cute, and you got one of them cute little noses as well. I know the nose you got. I love these. I'm a nose connoisseur. Big up.
A connoisseur. Well, thank you so much.
It would take someone with a big nose to be a nose connoisseur, but I'm not hating. I'm not hating.
You got like a straight nose. Oh yeah, not you, Gonzo, with your big ass thick nose. So don't listen to that, Tina. It's just a bit of in-house racism me and Lady D do. We basically look like twins. I think we're related.
No,
I don't know why he's doing this so early in the morning, but I'm not here for it. You know, I'm not.
Lady D looks like a female Jedi, just extra darker.
I
Jedi,
did
don't
want
stop
to.
it. Keep your looks to yourself, man. Stop.
I'm sorry. I did want to ask a question or pose a semi-topic, if I may. I know y'all were already talking about something else, so I don't mean to, whatever. But like, how is it in the UK as far as relationships go, as far as older women and younger men?
It's the thing right now.
Is it?
On dating,
you answered that too fast.
We need our expert on this. Can we get Brother Eunice to the panel? Brother,
how young?
We have a question for you, sir.
How young's too young?
No, I know for a fact that behind the scenes, there's a lot of dating apps where 40-ish-year-old women are dating 20-ish-year-old men, but it's all behind closed doors. It's not like acceptable in public. It's not like they're going shopping together, pushing a trolley around Tesco's. But these young boys are hitting it up, with the older women.
But wait, you said it's not acceptable in public?
Yeah, it's not really the done thing. Like, I don't think these young boys would be seen dead with these older women.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is from my experience of dating a 40-year-old woman.
Was it some underground Turkish milk link-up thing or something?
Say that again?
Is it like underground Turkish MILF link-up thing or something?
No, I don't link Turkish. I don't link Turkish women. I'm talking about indigenous Europeans.
Indigenous Europeans. Fucking hell. The statements.
Let me know.
That's interesting. And I'll tell you why I asked. Because you know how you can be looking at one video on YouTube and then another, and then the next thing you know, you're down a rabbit hole. Anyway, I was looking at a video and then it led me to another video, and there were these ladies. I don't know if it was the UK or not, but they were older ladies, but they were losing fortunes to these people that were scamming them, these supposedly younger guys that were scamming them. And they were so embarrassed they didn't want to tell. And it was,
can I ask you a question? Are the guys that were doing the scamming, were they from a particular country like Jamaica?
Like Nigeria. Nigeria.
Nice. They're like Sniper and Jedi when they spoke.
I said Jamaica first. Do you mind?
Were they black Shias?
No, they were.
Fuck you. Did they offer you a
know what
passport?
that is.
Come on now.
Orthodox Shias and that.
You know what? They were from different places. These guys were from different places.
Right.
But the reason that I asked to kind of pivot was because it's so acceptable here in the States for older men to date younger women.
No,
but
not in England.
vice versa,
Not in Tina.
it
No,
uh-huh.
not in England.
No,
Not in
no.
England.
I get
What
what
are you
he's
talking
saying.
about,
The other
Kanye?
way round. The other way
No,
round.
no.
Older, sorry, hold on. Older men. I agree with you. Madonna, yeah, can get a toy boy and it be in a paper. Madonna spotted with toy boy, 21 years old. Women is like, oh my God, like, yeah, she got it. She did. Let a man be that Madonna's age, which
Leonardo
is
DiCaprio,
mid-50s. Let him be with a 19, 20-year-old. And we calling him a pedo. Right?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
we
I couldn't
literally call
understand
him
how
a pedo.
Jada got past it. Jada Pickett, remember she done a thing in it with the
With
son's friend.
August,
Yeah.
whatever his name. Yeah.
It's a
Crazy.
different
That's some
world,
sons
man.
brethren, isn't it?
It's always been acceptable in England. I mean, rock stars with young gal.
and the Rod Stewart type.
Not anymore though. Not anymore like how it used to be.
No, not
like
how it used to be. No.
Yeah. Like I mean, as in the acceptability, it's not really there.
Well,
No more. Back in the days, they were just with 14-year-olds standard. They're picking out gal. Remember, gal are going to the concert to faint at the front.
Yeah,
gal are
groupies
to
and
the
that.
hotel to faint outside the hotel. And man is picking out gal. Yeah, you, boom.
Yeah.
Backstage or whatever.
You know who was the daddy of that? Apparently, Julio Iglesias.
Nah, man. Since Elvis's time.
You know,
Elvis, yes.
Elvis?
Yeah.
Even before, yes.
Nah, not the king, man. Come on, man.
No,
Yeah,
wait.
exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
He married a 14-year-old, brother.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he marry her at 14 though?
Bro.
Yeah.
Priscilla Presley.
Who, Priscilla?
Priscilla, she was young. She was very young.
Yeah, did the same thing happen with one of the what's it, the Olsen, was they called the Olsen twins?
Olsen twins,
yeah, one of them.
Yeah, so it's prevalent. I just don't like the double standard. It's okay
Why is
for
it
an
double
older.
standard? Why is it double standard?
That's what I want to know.
No,
That's
I'm
what I
saying, why
wanna
do
know.
you think it's the same for a woman who's old, who can't have children, to waste the time and energy of a young boy who can be putting his energy into
rude,
procreating and creating more life on Earth? Why is that the same?
Good point.
Why is that the same?
Rude.
No, but then they moan that they got to pay. Like, yeah, obviously you got to pay the young boys. Obviously, you got to provide them with, some incentive.
Yeah.
No,
but then you
it's
complain
extra care,
after.
bro. Khan, you got to think about the extra care, the caressing, the hugs, the way you looked after by these older women, bro. It's a different story, bro. Trust me. Younger women can't give you that, bro. The younger women can't give you that, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, hey, defog your glasses, Issa. I heard that. Memory lane was good to you just then, boy.
Even before I had these glasses, bro, the older women were always the look, bro.
So you don't think that a 20, 25-year-old young woman doesn't get grossed out from rubbing on a 50, 60-year-old man?
Depends how rich he is. Depends how rich he is.
Well, they clearly don't.
Guess what? Yeah. The likelihood when that. Look, let's be honest now. When the dynamics go that way, the likelihood is the older person is more financially stable, maybe a lot more financially stable. That's not one of the factors. But I would say this old man, 50-year-old man, can impregnate her. And
but what are you talking about? I'm 50 next year.
There you go. He can impregnate her and fulfill her desires
3 times a day
and financially, and give her a family. Now, shoe on the other foot, if the boy is very young and in his prime, let's just say, for instance, most young people want to go on to have children. Now we've got an issue, right? Because she can't necessarily provide that aspect, right? So there's already something that
there's pros and cons. There's pros and cons
there's something that limits what can be done in this relationship. Now, as the old man, he could take it all the way there and literally get a baby and give her a baby.
Yeah.
The other way around is already a limited relationship.
Limited.
But I think, don't you think that the young man goes into it knowing that, okay, I'm not really into children. I'm not really, so it's cool what we have here right now. You guys are making it seem as though the older what, like it's
no, but You just have to be honest about what what you're trading off, right? If I'm 21 and I'm looking at a 55-year-old woman, I have to be honest, and she needs to be honest more than anything about what's going on here, right?
Okay.
So I'm gonna say that this is lust. Yeah. This not
financial.
Don't pretend that this is some deep emotional connection with a 21-year-old and you're 5 years from 60. No.
Yeah.
Don't lie. You can enjoy it, you can get infatuated, rare it, but don't pretend that this is a romantic thing. So it's a practical thing.
But certainly, can't you reverse the mirror then and say with a younger woman, if a woman is 20, 25 years old, she gets with a man who's 50. Of course, he can give her children. However, he's not going to be around when those children.
Shush, he can go until 80, 85.
Yeah, we ain't American, you know.
Nah, man, he can go until 80, 85. If you make it to he's 80, 85, he's actually seen you through your spring and summer of your life.
Cryogenic.
You know what I mean? He's dropped you off.
Yeah.
He's gonna drop off around your autumn of your life. That's okay.
But he's not. He doesn't have the longevity as a man her own age would have. So there's a disadvantage there too.
Look, Tina. Let me make this point.
Only 2 decades.
Tina, if we measure it in what's really important, which is not money, let's measure it in terms of orgasms, right? A 50-year-old man can guarantee a 25-year-old woman better and more consistent orgasms than a man her own age. But when you switch the position the other way around, a 50-year-old woman, even with a 25-year-old lover, over the course of a year, I would suggest would come from having sex maybe 4 times. Not counting using the vibrator, let's say another 3-4 times. Yeah, but 90% she's faking her orgasms. And that young man is being deceived. That young man is being deceived into thinking that he's making her come and she's satisfied when really she's not.
Why you say?
I should have brought a bucket of rocks.
Older women can't come that young women.
That's a personal testimony of Khan. That don't represent us. Sorry.
I don't
What do you mean? What do you mean? You're telling me old women don't fake their orgasms?
We're saying that a young man can do the work, bruv. So forget that.
Bro, that's why she got the young man. That's why she got the young man.
You're halfway through running the marathon and she's going to call time on that.
The marathon is you bust once, twice, 3 times.
Yeah, it ain't making sense. Because for me, an older woman, no. An older woman is more likely to be in touch with her, know her body, right? Know what she like, know what she don't. She ain't got time to be fucking faking. Ain't no 50-year-old woman got time to be faking.
But she's also, it's psychological as well, right? So just the fact she's holding his young, musty body, that alone is getting her almost there already before he even starts.
Yeah, almost there, but they never reach.
Well, if you're not listening, I'm saying before he even get in, and once the thing's flowing, you know, she's doing her tick, bruv. Yeah, Khan. All right. I guess everyone shouldn't speak on subjects they don't know about, Khan. So start this one. Just listen to what we got.
No, I don't agree. I think the older woman will know what she likes. Then she'll know what he most likely likes, and she can do all of that. And not only that, but with an older woman, you're getting all the hospitality that comes with it. You know, once you're done, she'll get up, she'll make you a proper breakfast. You're not going to get her you're not going to get you're not going to get her kids cereal or her kids Lunchables. You're going to get eggs, pork chops. You're going to get the works. So older women know how to do that. Let me just say
I'm out of there.
Pork chop.
I'm gone already.
People don't realize how important that is, you know. Trust. After the man do his thing, is finished, to be laying there, to have a tray of food and drink, brought you guava juice, etc. You're sitting there, you get me?
We want grapes, Easter. Fucking hell, man. We say you want grapes as well, like fucking hell.
Listen,
you know what? And you know what a younger woman is going to do? She's going to get off her rocks and she's going to look at him and say, take me out to breakfast. Take me out to get something to eat.
She's going to go on her phone. Start checking her phone and that.
Her phone. Exactly.
You know what? Yeah, you lot could learn a lot from the. No, sorry. I feel like I'm gonna be honest. Apart from the whole baby situation, I feel like an older man, a younger man is most suited for enjoyment and the treatment that from an older woman. Trust me. Older woman hold it down to the point where you're like, yo, I am never letting this gal go, ever. Because these young gal, bro, after sex, you're going to end up in an argument over something on Twitter or something like this.
Not only that.
But would you say that's generational, though?
I would, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, would you say that wasn't the case 30 years ago, for instance?
No, it wasn't. No. Our generation are cool.
Yeah.
Right? But anything... Nah, bro, no, man. No.
Because that's I just wanted to.
Oh my gosh,
clarify that aspect because I feel like that phone statement.
The other day we was talking about it. Yeah, when I was growing up, when I was a young man, and that, it's like if you be with a woman. So boom. Let's say Friday. Boom. Friday, I'm gonna come over. Boom, boom, boom. You get there on Friday. Yeah. You go into the yard. The yard smells like cooking. Yeah, there's just a vibe in the fucking yard. There's a warm fucking vibe. There's a hug there for you. Where sit down. Oh, look, you want a drink? Yeah, boom, boom, boom. Look, you know what? Yeah, I see my brethren, and I just got a draw of him. I don't know if you got any weed, but you can build up. There's some weed there or whatever. Boom, boom, boom. Like chill out, boom, boom, relax. It's not even like, oh yeah, you're gonna come and fuck me now, yeah. It's just it's like a whole friendly. Relax, nice vibe. You're gonna chill out. You want to chill. You actually want to chill with her. Not just want to bam, bam, bam and be out. You want to chill, vibe, And guess what? You lot are gonna do your thing. I'm gonna just to make you feel good. I'm gonna say you're gonna make love. You're not gonna make love, yeah. And then she's gonna get up. She's gonna go get you a nice little warm flannel, or she's gonna run your butt, or she's gonna come back gonna come back in with a towel and be like, I'll just go and use the shower whenever you want. You're gonna shower, you're gonna come out, you're gonna be kicking back, you're gonna watch a film, she's gonna make you something to eat, bro. Yeah, you're gonna interrupt her cooking to give her more dick because you're so appreciative. You don't want to leave now. Yeah, excuses. Now you're asking her about, what have you got anything to do later? Like, she's like, no, just chilling. Why? What's up? Nothing, man. Yeah, 3, 4, 5 o'clock. You went there on Friday, Sunday, you're still there. That's old school shit. Yeah?
Right.
Nowadays, you go somewhere Friday morning, Friday evening, yeah, and you don't want to be there in 20 minutes time. You don't want to be there. Why is that? Yeah, girl is trying to talk to you about some stupidness that you're not interested in. It's just the whole vibe is wrong. Because I want to feel like, and this is from memory, I want to feel like you'd be vibing in your yard even if I wasn't here.
Yeah.
Not just I'm the reason why you're in on a Friday. Right. Otherwise, you'd be out clubbing and raving and doing this and that. No, you chill. You love your own company. This is your vibe. Your yard is nice. You look after your shit. I lift up the toilet seat and you don't have old period blood under the fucking toilet seat and that. These are things to look for, brothers.
These are man's the crew.
Yeah. She wipes down her ledges.
Wow. Yeah. These are bloody hell, man. It must be Bear Man can relate to these experiences.
Come on, fam. Old school. If you women are not on that wave, then like you're not creating the ambience, the whole vibe of, man. I miss the early 2000s, bro.
The old school women, I think they saw it as it's appreciated the amount of work you put in. You get me? When you've shown that you put in some work for whatever, they're going to feed you and show their appreciation for feeding you. These lot now, it's like, you're lucky you got me.
You got me.
You're lucky you managed to get my
talking about, what should we, talking about, what, yeah, Issa, what should we order? What? And you like you gonna be on some not even hungry shit. Like I'm not even hungry, man. I'm good. Domino's fucking pizza, man. Get out of there, man.
Not me, man.
Or she'll bring you one of her kids' Lunchables and be like, we can split this.
Oh no, stop it.
Shoot fruit, yeah? Shoot fruit.
Yeah,
But listen, another thing that you don't have to worry about with an older woman is also the baby daddy drama. You can fall asleep and not have to worry about, oh, wake up, that's my baby daddy outside.
Yeah, but we're real G's. We don't care about that anyway. Let him come outside.
Oh my God.
Let him come outside. Real G's don't care about that.
And the man turn up. Oh, blood. Anyway, yeah.
Let him turn up, bro. Well, you know that my dick hanging out after I just fucked your missus.
Especially you anyway. I refuse. Anyway, but other people would have to, you know what I mean, skipper out of that place, bro.
Nah, bro. I was on the sofa,
Only happened to me
relaxing.
one time.
She's like, "Oh, he's come to pick up the kids." I was like, "Yeah, let him come in it." She goes, "Go and put some clothes on." I was like, "Fuck that." Fuck that.
Man, what are you saying? Nod, yes, big up, man. Oi, your son's smart, you know. You got a good Sunday.
Oh yes, and Walter says yes. They wash your clothes for you. Yes, you're in bed. You've just gotten off. Both of y'all have gotten off. She's fixed you food. You take off your clothes. She washes them for you. They're ironed when you wake up the next morning. You can go. You can't do that with these young chicken heads.
Look at this dude. Water says. Young guys that go with older women have mommy issues. Not necessarily.
Oh my!
I would say, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
And nowadays, the modern older woman isn't old enough. So these youngers are fucked because these modern older women aren't like the older women when I was young. Yeah, so they ain't gonna. When we talk about older women, we're not even talking about these generations that are coming up. It's not them, and it won't be them because they don't have the traditional values that the older generation got from the older generation. That's dying out now. So you can forget about everything I'm talking about now is for man 35 and up. Yeah. If you're not 35 and up, your older women, the older women that is viable for you are shit. No disrespect to you sisters out there. I know there's loads of you beautiful women, and you know, like I'm generalizing, I really am. But in general,
it's done.
When I chat to girls now that I've just turned 30, or when I hear them speak, I'm like, fucking hell.
Now, by the way, all fucked, man. I don't know if you lot can hear me.
Now,
we're all fucked, though.
No, Shiva, why are you whispering? Ain't you in the car?
Our generation.
I'm not whispering.
Shiva, if you're interested in an older woman, our generation is good. Don't worry. Trust me. But
you know why I say not today?
Why?
You know why I say not?
Why?
Yeah. Because I look around me, and the traditional woman that my grandmother was has died out. You see, from my mother's generation, from my mother's. Hold on 1 second.
You still got sister though, Shiv.
Now let me finish though. Let me finish. Yeah. From my generation, that traditional woman has been absolutely assassinated and eradicated from society. Now, what I'm going to say to you is this. What I'm going to say to you is this. No woman who's ever frequented this panel can tell me they're a traditional woman. No woman who's ever been on this panel.
Now I know what kind of crud you're on. Okay.
Listen, no woman under the age of 70. Listen, no woman under the age of 70. No woman under the age of 70 can talk to me about traditional. Listen, the moment
define traditional.
Equal rights. The moment you lot start talking about equal rights, tradition done. Tradition over. Shut up. Listen, the moment you start talking about equal rights, listen. This is what you lot did. This is what you lot did. You lot put yourself in a position where every behavior you display, you have to be able to accept. And the moment you can't, you don't respect yourself. Why on earth would men respect you?
That's right. Jeez, man. He's kind of right, because they've converted as well. Like the ones who were on the traditional path, who are, let's say, me and Jedi's age, they've kind of left that and gone for this equalitarian foolishness. So he's kind of right.
It's true. The older women are trying to be like the younger women.
Yeah, man, they converted to feminism.
I disagree. I disagree.
There's a few ones that are still there. You just gotta wait for their husbands to die and stuff.
No. There's a few traditional women.
Don't think it. They're married, man, but they're there though.
But Jedi, let me ask you a question: how is a woman in her 40s now having a whole phase? All right, you was good your whole life. You held it down. Your pussy's in good condition, low mileage, and now you're 40 and this whole feminism thing's come out. You're like, right now I'm having my whole
she's
face.
actually a unicorn right now, yeah, and she don't know how important she is right now, and she's gonna go and dash it away. It's true. You're right. Yeah.
What is a whole face?
Oh shit.
A whole face is basically where you
where a woman decides to have irresponsible sex with random men without any
just
kind
fun,
of
innit? Just girls like to have fun.
But it isn't fun when they start balling and antidepressants come a couple of years later.
Wanna have fun. That's what it is. That song kickstarted the whole generation.
It's true.
Well, anyway, you guys.
Dick.
Brother, a traditional woman would have one man her whole life. She wouldn't even think about another man.
Oh dear.
These women today are trash. They're all trash. They are trash.
What? Shiffer. That would exclude my mum and yours.
I know. I'm excluding my mum from that because remember, our mum's generation down is where all the trash came in. We have to go back to grandma's generation to get away from the trash.
A minute ago,
he's kind of right.
Illuminati.
Remember,
someone sniped him in the chat or something. Someone sniped you in the chat.
It don't sound good. One second, family. It don't sound good. You know, R.I.P. mummy. Man don't want to think of her and her generation in a bad way, but he might be right. He might. In fact, it might have started from a generation before her.
The generation of the
Eddie Murphy said it.
The generation of the 50s upwards, bro.
I'm blaming the seed, the seed of the wind. What? I'm blaming the seed of the Windrush. Whoever was born after the Windrush,
But y'all know,
you're probably right again.
Yeah.
You're probably right again, bro. Not even being funny, because the moment we get entangled with certain people, you see certain fuckery start happening in our community. You see the women start acting up. See them start thinking they can talk back to man and act brave.
MJ, where's MJ?
The women are out of control now.
Where's Cactus? Where's MJ? Where's these women? Where's Lady B?
She's in the comments.
They ain't got nothing to say. They ain't got nothing constructive to say. Which one of these women have got anything constructive to say in a serious conversation?
How you maligning the whole race of people?
Where's these women?
I mean, get her.
Now, Unique Diamond might be constructive. She might have something constructive to say.
Yeah, big up Unique,
man.
Now, you're right, actually. Nah, sorry, Unique. Nah, none of you getting past. None of you getting past. He's right.
But you know, I don't think that feminine gentility is indicative of an age group or an era. I think that you can find some women in their 20s and 30s now who will cater to a man and acquiesce to a man. It all depends on that man. So you can't just
look at Tina. Tina's out here using that sexy older woman language. Talk about acquiesce. Acquiesced. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Tina, whatever you want.
Oh shit.
All you hear was the word yes.
You know what? That's my cue to exit, y'all. I've had a good time up here. Thank y'all for indulging me. But I'll be in the chat and I'll come up more often. Thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you. Big up.
Yeah,
how old are you, sis? How old is she?
Who? Tina. We have to guess.
How old is that sister? Yeah.
I don't know, you know.
I'm assuming she's in her 50s.
33 max.
I think she's about 50.
Don't say that.
Yeah, I would say, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because she's a friend of Ari. Yeah, I would say she's about 50.
Yeah, you always put her 10 years younger, though, isn't it? To be like, you know what I mean?
But she sounds young. She got young energy as well.
To be charming.
You know?
Yeah. She could be like 40, 45, something like that.
Nah. She's older than that.
I think older, though.
Yeah, she's older than that. Just from she's 45. She ain't gonna be asking nothing, no question about no older woman.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? But it seems like the gal are shook. You got Lady.
Of course they're shook because they know it's true. Listen, the girls today are trash. And the thing is, Jedi, not being funny, yeah. You see me, I'm a brother like this. You see, if I punch someone in the face and they punch me back, I don't act like that person's the worst person who ever existed. I act like, you know what? I punched you. You punched me. If anything, we're as bad as each other. Worst case scenario. But maybe I started it, so I'm a bit worse, in my opinion. But the ladies, they fail to understand this type of logic. They think it's okay
How are you using ladies and logic in the same sentence? Even
I don't know.
Mad.
I don't even know. I don't
That's
know,
even
Khan.
mad.
Good question. Good question, Khan.
Women ain't got
And
logic.
that's why they're shook, bro, because they know they chat
alliance.
shit.
That's a dangerous alliance, you know, Schiffer and Khan. You not got you sisters better be careful.
They know they chat shit.
Yeah,
saying
I
you
weren't
typing.
the one buying chocolate in and rosé this morning.
Trill Sneaky, what go on? Where you at? Trillapino, jump on. Give us 10 minutes. What? You scared to talk to Schiffer?
They're boomed. Bam. Telling you, they don't want to hear what I got to say. Cause I'm telling you that everything I say is the truth. And yeah, us men, you know what? We are still traditional men. We still protect the woman. The woman can still get away without having to work and still get everything done for her. The woman will still be protected. We'll still put our life on the line first. So you still get a traditional man. But what on earth are we getting? What is this trash?
One of the sisters did ask a question, even though I don't want to assist her lame shots from the chat. I don't want to assist her lame shots from the chat, but I do want to know what your answer is, which is, where's your girl's ring? If since you want a traditional girl, you must be a traditional man. Yeah.
I want to do.
I'll say this to the sister in the chat. To the sister in the chat, yeah. If you want to see my girl's ring, yeah. If you want to see the type of ring my girl's got, you gotta have some. You gotta have high money for that. You gotta have big money for them type of ring to see that type of merchandise. You gotta have big money to see that. So go in the jeweler shop. They won't even show you that one. That's what I'm saying to you. You can't see that one.
So Schiffer, when you sold the house and you bought the crypto, you took out a little $8,000 for the ring as well.
This guy's a dickhead.
Now, do you know what? I'll be honest, yeah. I didn't sell my house to buy crypto. Do you know why I sold the house? I had a house that I weren't living in, bro. It was just sat there. I rented it out for a while. And then it wasn't even in ends neither. It was far out. I won't go in there. It's just sat there. It's not doing nothing. It's just losing me money. I'm having to pay bills on a place that I don't live in. I don't need it in it. So I got rid of it. And it's one of the best decisions I ever made in my life, I'll be honest.
That Andrew Tate advice. I heard that before.
Well, I wouldn't call that Andrew Tate. I'd say when you got a house, you have to understand you got to pay for all of these bills, like council tax.
Repairs
you got to pay.
Yeah.
You got to pay for repairs. When someone's got to move in and move out, you got to make sure the gas safety check's done, this check's done, that check's done.
Yeah, I know.
So
I hear you.
if no one's renting it for a long period of time, now it just becomes a bill, bro. It's like
a liability. I hear you.
Yeah, it's a liability, bro. It's dead.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, bro.
I thought it was a good idea to start with.
Landlords ain't really looked after properly. There's no regulations for landlords. That's why some of them are broke. They're just charging silly money.
Yeah.
But just quickly before you go on the landlord, I'm saying I agree with you, Schiffer, man. I don't think women have got, I don't know, like a lot of brain cells rubbed together these days. So I think
women are trash.
I ain't even know.
Akingo, listen, Akingo. Women are absolute trash. Akingo, listen to this. Listen to this. A woman, Akingo, listen. Akingo. A woman can go her whole life and never have a job and have everything. If a man went his whole life and never had a job, what situation do you think he's going to be in, brother?
He'd have nothing.
Thank you. So women are trash. Women know they're trash. They know that they're trash. And the ones that say, oh, well, I'm independent and I'm working and this, that, the other, they still expect you to be the provider. They still expect you to foot the bill. They still expect you to be, so hold them. If this woman weren't trash and she thinks equal rights is a real thing, then what she would do is she'd stand up and be you. She'd be just like you. She'd be able to pay for everything. She wouldn't be complaining that a man ain't got a job. She'd shut her bitch ass up and realize, man up, bitch. Because guess what? We equal.
Bro, I hope you know
if we
what
ain't
you're
equal,
doing
then
right
you're
now,
trash.
Bro. I'm out. You can stay on the panel.
Now listen, if we ain't equal, listen, I told my girl this all the time.
Wait, don't
if
cut
we ain't
man
equal, listen, if we ain't equal, I told my girl this all the time. If we ain't equal, know your fucking place, innit? Shut up when I'm talking. Who are you talking back to? Because I'm the man, I'm the protector. How dare you? Because really and truthfully, the moment a woman thought she had the right to do these type of things, that's when she became a wind-up. That's when certain men started going in jail for domestic violence and certain things, where really half of this was the woman's damn fault. Yeah, and what we got to understand is these women are actual trash nowadays. I mean, real trash. And if you don't remind her that she's trash, she's going to get into her trashy mind and think now what she's doing is okay. So you got to remind them all the time.
Remind these bitches they're trash. Remind them.
I'm telling you, remind them that they're trash, man. Who on earth do you think you are? to be telling me
feel
that
like
I
the
should be paying for
UK, though-
everything, but you can earn the same amount of money. Get the hell out of it. I tell you what, if a man should pay for everything, women should not be afforded the same amount of earnings. Should not be allowed. It's a
You know what?
it's a
Donna,
catastrophic
Donna,
mistake.
jump on. Donna, jump on.
Trust me.
Lady
Trust me,
Goofy,
bro.
jump on. Well,
Trust me,
like,
bro.
there's so many of you ladies out here. Can some of you jump on to talk to this brother? What's going on there, man?
When I go and plump up their lips to look sexy
just
for
stand
people
there-
in the office, you're trash.
stand
You're all
there
trash.
bumping
You're trash.
tacos and that.
Making
Trust
your
me.
lip look like anus.
Unlatch your tacos from each other.
Come on,
Yeah?
putting on sexy clothes to go interview with a next man when you got man. You're all trash. I've
Trash.
listened to you lot for the weeks. I've been listening, and I noticed all your trashy
Preach the
behaviors.
thing, man.
Not one of you is a decent woman. There ain't decent women out there no more. So if we treat these women like they're anything good, they're gonna walk all over us, bro. So we ain't got a choice. We have to treat you like trash.
Well, we should do a catfish thing, man. You know what I mean? About catching pieces of trash, bro. I'm telling you. There'd be so many that we'd be fucking getting in the head.
Oh, wait,
you know
let
what I
me
mean?
ask you something. King Gold, honestly,
Bullshit.
do you agree with Shifra that women nowadays are trash?
Not all of them, but I feel like they're in a position where the government and the state have allowed them to sort of act like yes, savages and just sort of like low vibrational.
Man says savage,
And-
not even trash. You are savages.
And,
Oh
and
my
I feel,
god.
and I feel like
He's going in.
do you know what it is? It's actually genuinely just killing their kids when they want. They are going after the man as opposed to trying to look after their second name and their actual family and their children. See, now if your whole thing is based around you wanting to hook a man in as opposed to look after your children and have them as the most important thing in your life, then you're in a problem, and that's what the women are like today, and that's trashy.
Right.
That's
Kingo,
and
have
you
you
can't
ever
agree
seen a
with that,
film
then
called Great Expectations?
you're not being honest with yourself. Even though women are very important in this planet, your children are more important than you trying to get another man because of what he has, his penis size, his money, or whatever. Yeah, that's what they're. Sorry, go on. What did you say, Con?
I said there's a film called Great Expectations. It's about how this old woman trains up this young boy who's a little apprentice around the house, like a little poor boy, to be a gentleman, right? But while he's there, he's clocking that her niece that also comes there is getting his feminist ideology drilled into her. So when he falls in love with the girl now, the girl's looking at him like, what can you do for me? How are you going to work and pay for this lavish lifestyle that I want? Do you get me? So even though it was like a generation or two difference from, I think it was Victorian till now, the socio-economic environment has gone in a big circle, has come back to that now. So men have to basically provide women with everything that they want, and the woman is just basically pick and choosing the man that she wants in terms of they're like parasites living off of the males, basically. So you've got two choices. You could either be the apprentice. So there's like two men in this whole scenario. The number one, he's an apprentice. He's a chimney sweeper. He's subservient to the women. They're throwing him the crumbs. Or he's the big man. He's the boss, and they're leeching off of him. Either way, the woman wins, isn't it? She's either got a man to look down on, or she's got a man that she can leech off. So that's how they set up the game. It's a win-win. It's a win-win situation for her, isn't it?
Were women more useful back in the day then, or more
women are like living
no, in the
crabs.
Victorian
They are
times,
like,
I'm saying, like,
they're
they
like
had
giant
slaves,
crabs.
servants. Like,
That's
women
how you have
didn't
to
do
treat
shit.
them.
Women didn't wash and clean and nothing like that. Do you get me?
Not nowadays they don't. Back in the
Yeah,
day they
nowadays,
did.
so I'm saying we're going in the full circle now. Instead of having
Brother, listen
slaves
what I'm
and
saying.
servants, we got
Women
washing
nowadays are like
machines and
crabs, bro. They are
cars.
like giant crabs, yeah, with crab claws dragging your life down. That's exactly what a woman is. A giant crab with
parasite. It's a
crab claws,
parasitical organism. Yeah.
parasitic crab
Sucking your
dragging your
juice,
life
sucking
down.
your life, sucking your blood.
Do you know what I can't believe?
Sucking
You
your
know,
cum.
you know what, brothers, you know what I can't believe? I genuinely can't believe that no sisters have come on to have this conversation. Like,
They know it's true.
I'm seeing MJ saying you're a hater, she don't want to entertain you for whatever reason. Because
I'll leave if MJ jumps up here, man. I'll leave.
No. But I'm saying, I don't want to entertain you, but I want to have the conversation. She's invited Kat, and I love Kat to bits, but
Cat's just gonna turn it into a shouting thing.
Yeah,
and it's
Cat
gonna be
would
like, I'm
agree.
gonna end up beefing with Cat. I don't want to beef.
I
with
guarantee you, Cat agrees. Cat will be the only one
No,
to
she's a
agree
West
out of all these
London
dumb
chap.
bitches. I guarantee you.
We
She
can
don't agree with you, man. Cat ain't gonna agree.
Yeah,
She
Cat
ain't
does
gonna
agree with
agree.
me. She does.
Why do
I
you,
know
why,
she does already.
why you think that Cat is traditional? Is that why you're saying it?
No, I don't think
I
Cat's
think
a traditional woman, but I
Not
think
based
she
on her
would
body
agree
count.
that there
She's
are
not.
no traditional women left. And she would agree that women's behavior nowadays is trash. And she understands her behavior and where I believe Cat knows what she's doing, innit? She's one of those women who knows the ball game, innit? Like, you see me, I grew up with a mum who knew the ball game, you know? So I was educated early. This is what this girl's doing. This is what that girl's doing. This is why she's behaving in this way, X, Y, Z. Remember, I got 9 sisters. So we saw a lot of the behavior just around the house. And certain times my mum would say it, like, you lot are trash. You lot are shit. Like, if I was a man, what man's going to take you with your foolish, effed up behavior? My own sister. Do you understand? So why would I look at the rest of these women any different? If my mum is a woman and my sisters are women and they're all saying the same thing.
Good point.
But you know, honestly, Jed, I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I swear to God.
Go on, brothers. Get your round up before MJ starts. You know when she starts, she don't stop.
Jeds, big up yourself.
Shut your mouth. Go on mute, man. Shush. Go on, man. Them. Go put these women in their place.
Right, go on.
I ain't got time.
Go on.
You know what?
I'm not putting MJ in this category of people that we're talking about. So I think Schiffer did that. So let Schiffer answer.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what Schiffer's saying, to be honest. I only jumped on to say I am not having a conversation with this little pussy bitch. I made a conscious decision since last week to not spend time on the same panel as him. Hence why I have not been on the panel when he's here. Hence why he got kicked off my panel last night. And now he's jumping on because he's a butthurt little bitch, right? He's clearly having issues in his own life. And I'm not here to entertain it because guess what? I have got shit to do. I'm a woman who's got responsibilities. And regardless of what Schiffer thinks, I don't give a shit. I actually don't care. He means nothing. He's a little pussy bitch, and that's all. And he's angry at women. He just needs to accept the fact that he's homosexual and get on with it. We ain't gonna hate you, Schiffer. Just do what you gotta do, innit? But on that note, have a good day, everyone. Sorry I can't join the conversation, but big up yourselves. I'll be in the chat if I can.
So
I don't know if anyone's noticed, but I'm learning because I didn't reply to her.
You can't join the conversation, and you refuse to talk to Schiffer because he's just upset you so much. What is it that Schiffer did that made you feel like you can't be on the panel when he's on there?
Sorry, Jeds, there's two things, right? I don't have the time to be on a panel today. I'm literally about to leave my house. I have to go to hospital and visit someone. And secondly, yes, I refuse to speak to Schiffer anyways. I'm not going to have a conversation with a man who's this disrespectful and has been disrespectful on many occasions to me. I'm just not doing it. Simple as that. I'm not entertaining Schiffer no more.
Schiffer's left now. I don't know why he's left. You lot moving weird, man.
But I want to know what happened, bro. Man went from Fulton's chocolates and rosé to where he is now. Like, what was the arc of transformation? Like, how did it go?
No, I did it. It's my fault.
From he's in Iceland 1 minute picking out rosé to now. How did that happen? Like, what? 1 minute you're buying shit for your girl, the next minute you're in the car having big chats with Trilluminati because you can't chat in your
do you know
house.
what, Khan? I think you're right. I think it's for you brothers to actually speak to him and get to the reason as to why he's so upset with him. And I think I've definitely contributed to that a little bit, but it seems very personal, the things that he's saying. I don't know if it's what's gone on in his personal life, but it does seem like he's quite angry, and maybe you guys can help him or something. But I'm not entertaining his bullshit today. If anything, I feel like I'm not going to help. I'm probably going to wind him up more, and then he's probably going to go home, and I know he could end up taking this shit out on his actual woman. I'm not trying to be that person, so I'm out.
What are you on about? Might take this out on his woman? What nonsense? What are you lot doing? This is weird. All right, cool. So now we got two panelists that won't talk to each other and won't be around each other. Cool, man. Safe.
No, I have no problem. Listen, I got no problem talking. Hold on, wait. I got no problem talking or having a conversation, innit? My issue is this. I'm not listening to this nonsense Irish dribble. I'm not gonna do. At the end of the day, you know what? I've just a new tactic. My new tactic is this: when bitches start dribbling on the microphone, I'm just not even listening no more. Like, so I never fled. I just said, you know what, I'm not listening to your nonsense. I'm gonna let you say what you gotta say and give you your space.
You know what?
And then when I'm ready to talk, I'll talk.
Shiv, can I just say something? Wait, look, I'm gonna agree with. I feel like women's priorities aren't right when it comes to how you should live your life as a woman in a family, in a society. Yeah, I feel like it's gone a bit. It's been modified somehow, and I would. But I'm not. You know, I don't. I'm just saying that I haven't agreed with saying like, oh, I've just got this thing against women. I've got no bias against women. I treat women with respect, like constantly.
Make a point though, Kingo. Don't start dribbling on the microphone.
I'm not saying no. I'm just saying just to this is a disclaimer, just in case anybody I've been painted out or I've gone at certain women in the chat or whatever. I'm not on this like this agenda where I'm going celibate and you've got these national ethno-nationalists coming on saying that they're against
1 minute, Kingo. You
like
cut
that,
Schiffer, but let me cut you now. The question is this. The question is now, where are the good women? If you can show us a few good women, maybe we'll turn a blind eye to all the trash and say, all right, that's nothing to do with me. I'm focusing on the good ones. Where are the good ones?
They're in Africa. They're in tribes. They know how to behave. They know themselves. They know their
because you're saying you don't hate women, and I'm thinking the women that you don't hate don't exist.
Yes, they do. I just told you where they are.
No, but I'm talking about people that are localized to this vicinity.
Yeah, in the Western vicinity, Westernized women are absolute trash. We should really be throwing them in the garbage, but we're giving them a chance. So women, utilize this opportunity you've been given by Western men to be trash and still be accepted. But then use that as an opportunity to clean your act up. Stop being trash, innit? Yeah.
No,
Stop acting like you're on man's level.
They're doing even worse than that, Schiffer. What they're doing is they're skipping our generation and the next generation and going to the third generation down, the 22-year-olds, infiltrating their mindset, corrupting them. So imagine when they grow up to be our age now, the women that we're rejecting are going to be standard practice for them.
Brother, they're walking around with man with handbags now. That's why. They're walking around with handbag man now because they know them man are simps. Them man ain't going to say nothing. They're going to keep their mouth shut. Like, I ain't one of those type of guys. I'm not keeping my mouth shut because you've done some stupidness. I'm not keeping my mouth shut because my woman decided to go out and run her mouth to everyone in the world. And now, do you know what? She's got herself in a million fights and expects me to fight all of these battles that she created. Nah, sir. Nothing, nugga, sir. You best learn to fight then, innit? Yeah? You best learn to hold your own.
Standard? Wait, what's the standard? What? Because there's substandard. Like
the standard is this, bro.
You're saying you don't hate women.
I'm going to tell you the substandard. Wait. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you the example of the substandard because you asked the questions. You clearly don't know. So I'm going to give you the example. Yeah. I remember watching this on a TV show. A woman was on a TV show. She said that her and her husband, had both hit each other before. They both been in fights, tear, whatever, bam, bam, bam. They're both fighters as well. They both fight for a career or whatever. Now, the woman is considerably larger than her husband. Yeah. She one day decides that she's going to whoop her husband and beat him up, puts him in a chokehold, chokes him out. Yeah. Until the guy is out. He's completely out. Yeah. Now, she's on a talk show talking this big talk show, People are clapping their hands. Women are clapping and smiling and cheering. Hold on. If a man told that story, what do you think the women would be saying?
Horrified. They'd be horrified.
Yeah.
So I'm done. I'm done.
No, women shouldn't be lifting their hands or getting into altercations. That's why they're built the way they are. So already, if you've got a woman that's acting to that sort of level of chaotic sort of behavior, that's mentally ill. That's acting outside how you're meant to really
What if it's not lower, Kingo? What if that's normal for women?
So now
what if women are naturally angry creatures that have been holding it down because they're scared of getting boxed down by men? But now that men aren't allowed to do that anymore, they're showing their true colors, getting angry with you, raising their voice to you, shouting at you as you're going around the aisles of Sainsbury's. No, you can't have fish fingers this week. You're like, but babe, I'll do the shopping. I pay for everything. I can get what I want, can't I?
That one got quite specific.
Yeah, but who's eating fish fingers still?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm thinking about the shopping that
Card's right. No, Card, you're right, but you made the point. Card, you made the point wrong. This is the point. Yeah, I'll give my woman the money for shopping. Yeah, she knows what I like, but guess what she buys? The things that she like. That's right. That's what they will do, bro. And listen, my woman ain't no different. I ain't gonna make her different because she's my woman. I ain't gonna.
Man's asking
you
for
got it wrong.
£1 fish fingers, but fish fingers is £1. They'll kick up. You're the only one. You're the only one that eats that. Why are we going to buy that for? You're the only one that eats that. No one else is eating them fish fingers apart from you. Why am I buying them?
You and Shift got it wrong, right? It's simple as this. Back then, there was a teaching that women had about their role as well. Whereas in this day and time, they've got a different teaching about their role and who they are. So even if you took away, if you kept, the role that they're supposed to have, the nature of woman, what's your role? What's your nature? And you still brought in the laws that you can't box them up and whatever else, then they would still be different. But because they've told them in a way that you've been treated this way for men for thousands of years, it's time for revenge, is basically what they're saying. So that's the first point. So they're basically saying,
what is wrong? What do you mean by wrong?
Huh? He was
what do you mean by wrong?
He was saying about women, how they are today, because of the laws being in place where you can't box up a woman, right?
No, not about that. I'm not. That's not the case. I'm saying that a woman will say it's acceptable for her to do so. Oh, that's Khan, my bad.
So I'm saying you're missing the point, Issa. He's saying you said that women have been treated badly for 1,000 years, is what they're telling them. But he's saying, what's wrong? Why is it wrong how we've been treating them? We've been providing for you, caring for you, building for you. The whole world you're seeing around you, we provided you with. So where's the wrong part?
I agree. And what I'm saying is, do you think it was right, for instance, because remember, there's two sides to it. There's another culture or other cultures in which women could complain, but then there's this specific one, let's say from England, which used their own experience and brushed that across the world, where wherever women felt bad, they would take the extremity of English culture and put it on their head and said, look how you've been treating women.
All right, pause 1 second. Pause 1 second. Yeah. What you're basically saying is that a woman is of a lower level of intelligence for this reason. I'm going to tell you this straight up, because I'm a straight up kind of guy. Yeah. Women, if you're so easily indoctrinated, are of a lower level of intelligence. Because guess what? They've been trying to indoctrinate us men for how many hundreds of years to be more feminine, and it's still a low percentage. Yeah.
Not really.
Still low percentage.
It's getting there. It's getting there.
It's getting there. It may be. Listen, it may be. You may say it's getting there, but listen, I'm telling you categorically, it's still low percentage. It's still frowned upon.
No. Check it like this, right? How it works is this: the women have been in order because men have had masculine. The whole culture has been based upon that. So the empire has been, this man who's the leader is the father of the nation. And therefore, by example, this man's the father of the house, the head of the house, the head of the nation.
Patriarchy.
Right, but
has there never been matriarchy? Has there never been matriarchy though?
Not in England.
Not really, no.
Yes, there has.
Really?
Yes, one second. I'm just quickly. Intellect. Yeah. If we look at, if we look at ancient times of say ancient Kemet, right? If we look at like the system today, how it operates, in the UK, if you see a lot of the women in the workforce, it's women. A lot of the workforce now, in especially when it comes to dealing with public, is women. So that's how the society could have been running when I look back at Kemet. But
this is the thing. Running it is fine, but it's still under the mentality of the man. So, for instance, you can have a queen, like we've had this queen, but she was the head, so to speak, of a patriarchal structure. So it don't matter. You can get a woman as prime minister, but it's still patriarchal structure. You get me? So the only way you would know is
when you got a queen.
If you get women for an island and you get them to build from scratch what it would look like coming through a feminine mindset. Now, guaranteed, they wouldn't get far and they would come back to us begging because they couldn't even feed them. They wouldn't know what they'd be like, oh, help us. She scratched me. You know how it goes, bro. It wouldn't even happen. They'd be scared.
Issa, can I make a disclaimer, please? Because I do believe there are women of either my generation, maybe some even younger and not too much older, that do make a calculated effort. I'm not going to say there aren't women who are making an effort to combat these behaviors in themselves. We see it all the time. I see it in certain sisters who maybe even been on the panel, like a Empress Becca, like a Unique Diamond, like a Axum. Certain sisters, I can say they make calculated effort to combat these behaviors, but majority of the sisters don't.
Why are you missing that Cactus?
Cactus, I don't. Do you know
Yeah,
what?
why you
Trillo
missing that
Cactus.
sneaks as well,
Do
man?
you know what? Trillo Cactus. Listen, Trillo Cactus, yeah, Trillo Cactus. I will. Do you know what? I'll add you to the list. As far as what's the name? But at the same time, Trillo Cactus. I
Shifa,
think
every
that
woman you
sometimes.
just named,
No,
right,
no,
within
no,
the
no.
space of a
Pause.
month of you
Pause.
living with her,
Pause.
will put your bags on your
Pause.
doorstep,
No.
including Becky.
No.
Including
You know why?
Becky.
What women did
Wait.
you name?
Wait.
Who did you name? Hold on. What women did you name? I heard you say Axum. You having a fucking
Becky,
laugh.
Axum.
Why is there? No, Axum. Listen,
Are you
Axum.
having
I'm
a
not
laugh?
saying.
And,
No, I'm not.
and Unique Diamond. And Unique
I'm-
Diamond. Listen, Unique
Yeah.
Diamond is not gonna. She's not gonna
tolerate.
What's the word? Submit. Remember, she hates
She
the
will.
word submission and that. Nah. I
No,
seen
she
a little
will.
fire.
True.
I seen a little fire in Unique Diamond. Still, she's gonna be an issue. She's gonna want to
All right,
argue.
question mark with Unique Diamond.
Yeah.
Then. Question mark.
I went out
Question
with
mark with
Unique
Unique
Diamond
Diamond.
one time. Yeah, I nearly had a fight with her. I went out with she's curry. I went out with Unique Diamond one time. I nearly had a fight with her. I'm wary, man.
Why are you saying you nearly had the fight with her? Does it mean she nearly boxed you?
And Chillo Cactus, if you're not Muslim, forget about it. She's even arguing with her Muslim hubby. Yeah. Over the traditional shit. Man, these women are trash. You're right. They're trash.
Yeah, they are.
Trash,
They are.
fam.
They are, man. They are.
Yeah, look at him.
They
Look at
are.
that. Look at him. Eyes in a row. Look at him. And no one even mentioned Sakina. No one even mentioned Sakina because Sakina, you're trash. If you weren't trash, you would have jumped on to tell us the truth, innit? But you're in the chats. All the women that's in the chats right now, they're trash.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Everyone
Yeah, but you know what? If women
Tell
don't
me
like
one
men,
woman in the
effort,
chat.
though.
Look in the chats now. Tell me one woman in the chats that's not trash.
Can I just say something? Listen, Jed, if women have a negative opinion about a man, I think they should just keep it to themselves and let the man do what he wants, act how he wants, and not have a negative response or opinion against it.
Oh, shut
I
up,
think
Mary
that's how we should have
Poppins.
women. No, I think that's how we should have
Hold on.
I
Say
think
that
we
again.
should
How
have
would you
them
like women to be?
on
Hold
a
on, how
strict
would-
behavior where that's what I'm saying now. I feel like women who address men like that, right? I feel like that's just a way of society, and I've got to take. Sometimes got to take L's, you know. Well, I've noticed with women. And,
No.
Sounding
and that
very
is true.
simpy.
Before. Are you all right? So
What
are
you
you?
going on?
No, that's the truth.
Wait.
You saying women should
You're
follow
going
through?
down this sniper route, yeah? 'Cause I didn't get to challenge, man. You're going down this sniper route of you can't win an argument with a gal.
Tell them,
Mr.
Jedi.
No, I tell you, no.
Sniper, you lot sat there and let Sniper talk about, what do you mean? Sniper, Mr. Arguer.
No, I think
I've
what
heard
he's
him
saying
say it as well.
what he
I
was
know,
saying.
it's true. I am
This type of
spitting lyrics.
simping, this type of simping that's causing the issue. Yeah?
Exactly.
No, but
Why is a woman arguing with a man?
What he's saying.
Woman's supposed to argue with woman. She's not even supposed to argue with man. So man shouldn't have to win an argument against a woman.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
From what I heard
shouldn't even be arguing.
From what I heard from Sniper, from what I took from it, is he was saying you can't win a shouting match with a woman, in it, is what he was saying, in it, or be a catty argument.
Yeah, but he's always doing his sly little simpy.
that was wrong, man.
You know the guy.
What, you're the realist. You're the realist, bro. You're the realist. Do you know what? No. You lot, shut up. Listen, he's the realist. No, Jedi's the realist, bro. You see the moment he made that statement, bro, you became the realist guy online. You became the realist guy on talk show.
For real.
Like, brother, you're the realist, bro. You're the realist.
Come on, family.
No, but he always
know
has
the
been,
truth.
though. That's the
We
thing
know
about
the
Jedi.
truth.
Guys, can we step aside?
Wait, sorry.
Big up.
Can you not smell that?
Oh, here we go.
Hi.
Here we
Nice
go.
taking shit again, Jedi.
Hi, Jedi.
Jedi go for
Hi,
1 hour shit.
Jedi.
About an hour.
Your
Go
days
ahead,
are numbered, you know. Jedi, after we deal with your days are numbered. After we deal with Shifa, we're gonna deal with you. Okay.
By the time
just-
you're not ready
just
to
know.
deal with me, I'm just gonna change my stance and be all pro woman anyway.
Oh yeah, that's what we thought. Okay. Shifa. Hi, Shifa.
I am here.
Round one.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, you know.
So
What
I've
about
come
yourself?
yeah, I'm good. As I said before, I've come to investigate. What's your
Investigate?
problem with women? Yeah.
Investigate.
What's your problem with women?
All right, the
Because
problem is this.
admittedly, I didn't jump on before because I was working and I didn't really pay much attention, to be honest.
All right, the
But yeah.
problem is this, Neats. This is the problem, yeah? Now, I don't know you that well, so I couldn't put you in the category of women making an effort because I don't think we've really spoken enough for me to know enough of your
No
lifestyle.
effort.
But I will say this.
She ain't making no damn effort, man.
Nah, you
I
lot
don't know.
fall back.
Look,
Fall back.
this is the thing, Sneech, yeah? This is the thing. There's a lot of double standards in the female community. And unfortunately, you know, for the rest of the world, what that creates is a dilemma for us. It creates a dilemma where a woman seeks to be treated equal and seeks to be put on the same plateau or same level, same pedestal, or not even a higher pedestal, yeah, to be fair. Because not even like we're saying we're equal and everything's equal. You're saying that you want more. So technically you want to be put on a higher pedestal. On top of being put on this higher pedestal, you for some reason as a group, not you personally, but women as a group seem to think it's okay for women to run their mouth, to use physical contact aggressively towards men,
that's what happened.
to abuse the good nature of the man, and you know his funds, his lifestyle, and everything that he brings into the household.
Can you wrap this up quickly, please?
On top of this, to make matters even worse, yeah, they think on top of all of that, they have all of the rights to your kids. They think they should have more rights to your kids than you. Now, to make matters, one second, I was just going to finish on this last statement. To make matters even more unlivable, yeah, we can sum up most women in this world in 2 words. The Asian guy did this very well. It was online, and he said these 2 words, and I just thought, you know what? He's right. That is women.
Go on.
He said, emotional damage.
Oh, Shippy, you ruined it, man. You ruined it. Bro.
Okay, all right, listen. All right, can I speak now? Can I speak now?
After all that.
This guy's an idiot.
So
he's an idiot, isn't it?
I feel like,
fucking
I know that women have suffered from brainwashing. We all know this. But as we've all said before, those women that choose not to submit, because I've, learned, I've come around to this word. And I agree with it. Yeah, I'd be happy to submit to a man of integrity. So, yeah, you can't shut your mouth. Do not derail me. Jeds, don't let him talk all over me. Right.
No one's speaking.
Did you not hear Khan?
Oh, I mean,
he said 1 word.
I don't care,
Oh,
but
shit.
this is how it starts. I ain't here for Khan. I ain't here for Khan.
Sneaks. Take care.
Ah, is this cat? Big up cat.
Big up, Sneak.
Okay, yeah.
Why she got the camera on? Big up.
Women have been brainwashed, right? If you want to go for...
Oh, come on, man.
Now you lot can we
Nah, it's all right. Carry on. You lot carry on.
And this is the problem. This is the problem, yeah?
Don't let her play
You're not going to go
man.
for... You got a good girl like Sneaky talking, and you're going to go for the dangerous alley cat, yeah?
Bad girl.
This is why
No,
women...
let them learn now. Let them have it.
Women don't respect you no more. Right? Because you lot are like... I don't know what's the word. Like,
Dogs,
I don't know.
man. Fucking dogs.
Bitch complex. That's the words.
But anyway, Sneak, I beg you finish saying what you were saying. We are listening. And yeah. Kat, you can
Women
keep
have,
doing the thing
in
with
a
the camera
nutshell,
up and down.
women have been brainwashed, right? There are still good women among us, right? You don't need to put your focus there. The women who are not, right? You need to lead by example. Pretty soon, they're going to see that, oh, that's not cool anymore to be like that. And they'll learn the reasons why. I'll admit to you, I had that same brainwashing. I'm not saying that I was argumentative with men and stuff. Shut up.
Hey, watch your mouth.
Listen,
Tell him,
I'm
girl.
talking.
Yeah.
No, man, it's a question. It's an internet.
Don't.
No. But Issa, it needs to be asked right in the middle of my sentence. Yeah.
Yeah,
don't move like Han. I don't care. Don't derail me.
Go ahead. I don't need to talk to you. Go ahead.
Just give him the full stop, Sneaks, and give him the full stop when you're
Full
done.
stop. Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. So the women that aren't ready to comply, they'll soon learn. They'll follow. The same way that I had this brainwashing, and I've been listening to you brothers, and I've learned and I understand the reasoning behind it now. Don't drop your hope for the rest of the women. There will still be other women who can learn.
Okay, Sneaky, can I ask you something? You know those women that they're perceiving that don't follow men. What do you think? Do you think it's their experience, or they've become like jaded? Like, why do you think that women who maybe like the kind of women they're describing that are saying that women don't listen to them, they don't
Hold up, sis. Pause. We never said women don't follow. No one said anything about following anyone. Hold on, listen. No one said anything about following. This is what I said. I want to be very specific. Go on.
No, I was listening to you, Shifa, and you said that women are parasites, they're this, and you said a lot of disrespectful.
100.
It's a religious culture. It's a religious culture or cult that women have started to follow, right? So both men and women, as soon as you drop marriage, where you had a proper contract, right? Then everything else was on the floor, whatever you want, because you ain't got a proper contract or relationship. So therefore, you can cheat on each other according to whatever the culture leads, whatever the rap videos, whatever the movies, the soap operas, whatever they lead you down, you can do what the hell you want. That's how we ended up here. You drop.
So we're specifically.
Let them speak. Let her go.
Okay, we're specifically talking about Western women and the way they behave to their men, right? We're not talking about any other women.
That's all I'm talking about.
That's right.
That's all I'm talking about. England and America. That's it. You drop marriage.
That's right.
That's how we got here.
That's right.
That's right. Westernized. Now, obviously, you're a westernized woman. So
hold on, Shift.
Speak from your perspective.
Oh my god.
Hold on, Shift. Let her respond to that.
No, I want to hear what you. All right.
Do you want me to say it again?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So the basics is this: if you haven't got a formula, a contract in which there's an arrangement where you've said, "I'm going to do this in a relationship," and the other person's going to do this, then you get together. And maybe a couple of weeks later, normally the woman will be, okay, so what we doing? Now the man's got in his mind, well, I've kind of got more or less what I want, right? Bedroom, etc. If he likes you enough, he likes your character, he might want to continue. But that don't mean he ain't gonna have something else on the side, and it doesn't mean he ain't gonna keep you until something else better comes along, who he will marry. And this is the problem. Because unless you straight away when you meet each other, you say, right, this is the deal. You put it on the man and say, listen, if you like me, you have to demonstrate that through a contract of marriage. If you don't do that, then obviously he's going to get his fun and keep that fun going as long as he can.
And what is marriage? Exclusivity.
Right.
Well, it's a contract. It don't have to be exclusive because it might be.
Hang on. Who said that? I can never see who's talking. I don't know why.
It was me.
No, but it's not exclusive.
It's not a contract. Who said that? Oh, that was you.
No, no, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He agreed it's a contract. So I'm saying.
So you make a contract with the women, and then if things go a little bit awry, you can just.
No, not contract. I'm saying if you meet the woman without a contract, so you chat her up.
Okay.
Maybe you do something right then. Maybe you continue to see her, so to speak. We're dating, whatever it is. I'm saying for the man, he can just walk away. His body count don't matter. For the woman, however. She's now got a stamp on her, right? Now, in her life, she maybe even really likes the guy. But I'm saying you wouldn't know that as a woman unless he puts a ring on your finger, unless there's some sort of marriage to show.
As a man, okay, let me ask you, as a man, and if you know how society is, why would you do that to a woman that you know that?
Because that's the environment. That's how everyone's doing.
Okay, so if she's being judged by her experience and the men that she's dealt with, why would you want to add to like lowering her
her value, so to speak?
Her future prospects of finding
I agree.
Why would you?
Well, this is the thing. This is the problem. We went through a culture where we don't care anymore, right? So we're not a collective, whereas it would be families together. Yeah. So if you met a woman. Generally, this is no offense why a lot of black men sometimes avoided black women because you might end up knowing their brothers and cousins, blah, blah, blah.
Black women?
No. What I mean is it's not because of the women themselves. I'm saying you probably would have to get into a serious relationship. You would have to prove things. Whereas if you had a white girlfriend, you know what I mean? It didn't really matter that much.
Okay. So why would you even do it to a white woman? A woman in general. So I'm not.
No, because I'm saying she's the one looking for you. Back then, she's the one looking for you.
No.
And
Can I pause you,
she's
please?
the one cleaning it up.
1 second, guys. 1
Women,
second.
women have never pursued men like that. It's always
Yeah,
been
but they
I
are
don't know
now.
where you've been.
But they
I
are
don't know where
now.
you've been.
well, I'm a bit older. Like I said, I'm 42 years old, so maybe you're talking about another generation that I don't know about.
No. I'm saying
Men
when
that I
you
deal with do me. I
We're
don't
going down the wrong.
hold on. Ali Cat, hold on.
Sorry, Cat. Just quickly to interrupt. Couple of the men them are asking, what are the size of those? How big are those windows?
Don't worry about that.
Huh? How big are the windows?
How big are the windows?
No, the wind.
Oh, hello, baby. That's my little staff over there. A real dog. A blue. You want to see her?
Okay.
Come here. Oh, hey. Yeah, you're gonna eat.
This is turned into distraction.
Let's see.
That's a real dog. Gangster. Oh, hang on.
Yo, Cat.
Hey,
Can
go
I
on,
ask you a question,
please.
Cat?
Yeah, hold on.
Cat.
Cat. Yeah. When you was, let's say,
when
you were 16, right? Them days there, especially them days there.
Who's in the
bushes?
White girls,
Having a heart attack, bro.
Right,
Who's in the bushes?
listen. The girl then was buying man them sovereign rings, gold necklace, even taking out car on hire purchase, letting man live with them.
Let me go.
Right?
You lot are chatting a madness. Listen, brother, hold on 1 second. Pause 1 second. Listen, I said today, that the women nowadays, the Western women are trash. So we need to be explaining to them why they're trash. And I think that the point you're making really goes like this. Brother, listen. 1 second, brother. The point you're wait a second, 1 second, Cat, listen. No, hear me out. And then after I'm finished, then
want to be trash. The women are a reflection of their men. If you weren't trash, the women wouldn't be trash. That's how
fair enough.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Okay,
You've made your point. Now, can I make my point? Let me hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Bolden, wait a second. Listen, we need to keep this streamlined. Now, what I'm going to say to you is this, yeah? A woman's vagina, yeah?
Oh, God.
A woman's vagina. Listen. Wait a second. Listen. Hear me out. If you don't hear what I'm saying, if you don't hear the full sentence, you're not going to correlate what I'm saying. So please listen very carefully. This is going to be very intricate. Listen very carefully. This is going to be very, very intricate. Now, control the dopamines. Now listen. All right.
Can you please listen to the argument before you respond?
We gotta let each other speak. I'll let you make your point. So we gotta let each other speak, otherwise we're not having a conversation. It's just you shouting at a mic. Now I'm gonna say this, yeah. A woman's vagina is like real estate. It's like owning land. And I can explain that for this reason. Yeah. I can populate a woman's vagina. No woman cannot populate no man's nothing.
Right.
Nobody can. So hear me out. Let me finish. Please pause, guys. Don't listen. Right. Control the urges. Let me finish, because we're going to get to the crux of the point. Now, what I'm saying to you is this. Once we can understand that, and we understand the value in it, we can understand why historically, if I go back in time, yeah, a woman would only take one man, because she's only getting populated by one seed. She doesn't want that flipping land to get polluted. Yeah, the same way man are talking about being synchronized and only staying within their race and red. It makes more sense with this. Makes more sense to only have one seed populating your land. So the moment the moment a woman went with another man, this is the thing. If a man cheated on his woman back in the day, that's not a reason for a woman to leave, because she knows only one man can populate this. Yeah,
right, cool.
But you see, the moment women started thinking the opposite, what you did was you destroyed what a woman actually is. What you became is something else, which is ugly. And unfortunately, you know what you're now doing.
Yeah, I agree with him.
Yeah, that's enough now. We've had enough. No, I'm going to speak.
Garden that was made for one type of seed to grow. All right, you're making some crossbreed seed. You're making some cross.
Yeah. I'm going to speak now, because I've been listening the last hour to Shifa say the women that come on here and the women that this and the women that that, and I hear Khan piping up and Okingo piping up, and I'm thinking, right, you're talking about traditional women and having traditional values and whatnot, and none of y'all are married or married to the women that you got you impregnated. So first of all, 2 of you have young girls, right? You have daughters. You're not being great examples to your daughters about how to treat women, first of all, because they can't see their dad wifing up nobody. But you want to talk about traditional values. It's about the men that, like Kat said, it's about the men and the women being reflection of those men.
Yeah, I don't think marriage is an institution defined by the government and a diamond ring. When I commit myself to you and I work and I bring home my money and I give it to you, that's marriage.
No, you fucked up. No, Khan, you fucked up. Khan. No, wait. No, that's not our argument. That's not finish first. My bad.
I haven't finished. Now, when you talk about this, you talk about every woman that comes on this panel, because I'm talking about what Schiffer said about the women that come on the panel, because he had so much mouth for the women that attend the panel. We're talking about women in general. Yeah, but I didn't hear my name being called.
I
didn't hear my name being called, and nobody populated my vagina without putting a ring on my finger first. So
has
what
more
are you
than
talking
one
about
man,
traditional?
has more than one man been inside of you?
Nobody's
has more than one
populated. Nobody's
has more than one
populated.
man has more than one man been inside you? Has more than one man been inside of you?
That doesn't matter because you've populated many women's vaginas and you haven't even had the respect of traditional value.
That's what he's supposed to do.
But has he had the respect and the traditional values to look after that woman? No.
Yeah, but is it the same when a woman's got
and the thing is, Schiffer, you're here talking about no, you killed yourself because you're here.
Watch her die after this.
My girl's one of them. My girl's one of them. So all you're doing is coming on here talking about how shit your girl is, how untraditional that is, how untraditional that is for a man to come on the internet and talk about how shit his own girl is, and that's in defense of talking about how shit other women he don't even know is.
Yeah, that's up to him, innit?
There's no traditional values on you, Schiffer. That's the point. You don't have any traditional values.
No, that is a traditional value.
He's allowed to do that.
When you're finished, 1 second. You didn't even. I'll be finished in 2 seconds. You didn't even have traditional values enough to put a ring and walk your girl down the aisle before impregnating her. Now,
you just hurt,
if she's sitting at home, why am I hurt?
That's a Muslim woman. You're coming on here saying yes.
And don't respond to the ad libs either. Please stay on the
track. What I'm saying is, your girl might at this moment might be at home looking after your baby because it's obviously at early stages. Are you going to say, Schiffer, for the rest of your woman's life while you're with her, she doesn't have to work outside of the home, meaning she don't have to get a job, meaning that every single penny that she has comes from her man, everything that she has on her back, all her clothes come from her man, and if she decides to make her own money, it's her money, because those are traditional values. Are you doing that, Schiffer?
Now this is what I was saying to you. What you did right there was absolutely ridiculous, and this is how we know the women are unsynchronized, and this is how we know you all need to get your heads checked. For this reason, yeah, you fully assume that when I meet a woman, I do not approach her with the intention of marriage and treating her right and providing and doing everything that a man is supposed to do. Now you have to understand something. You see, the household I come from is that there's a lot of women around. So every behavior I would do would get scrutinized. I couldn't cheat on girls. You see, if I cheated on a girl, my mum would tell her, you need to understand the mentality of someone like me before you start coming and talking these wild claims. And this is why I know that women are trash. Because listen, this is the thing now, yeah? You don't marry no woman that's trash, yeah? You make the woman change her ways first, straight up and down. If you ain't changing your ways, why on earth? Who told you that I'm going to marry you with your trash behavior? What I'm going to do is I'm going to be the real parent in the situation. I'm going to organize you. I'm going to organize your life. I'm going to organize your spending habits. I'm going to organize the way you decide to waste money on things that you don't need, but you act like you need it. I'm going to organize the way we make sure we get things that are necessity, because you know what? We actually do need it. Yeah. And I'm not going to be emotional about it. You're going to keep inserting your emotions and saying, well, if you didn't put a ring on it, no one cares about your damn ring if you are not traditional woman. Listen, no one cares about no damn ring. Wait a second, I didn't interrupt you. Wait, no, I'm not finished. No one cares about no damn ring if you ain't no traditional damn woman. Don't ask for nothing traditional if you ain't traditional.
Well,
And when I hold on,
traditional
one second,
women
one
then.
second,
How
one
about that?
second,
Stop
one second,
impregnating
hold
them.
on, one second. When I live in a society where the woman doesn't want to be traditional, she wants to tell me her structure. She wants me to insert what she thinks should go like. Yeah. When I'm in that situation, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say this: you got two choices. You can have it your way, yeah, and I'll shut my mouth. But guess what? Don't expect shit. Shut up then about expectation.
Don't
Yeah.
ask for nothing.
Or we can do this. Yeah. You can be a traditional woman, know your fucking place, and I will do everything that a traditional man is supposed to do. I will provide in every perceivable way. I will make sure that anything you need, any necessity is covered. If you want to start talking about wants, if you want to start telling me, oh, I want to go out and I'm going to job interview in sexy clothing. Listen, who do you think I am? I'm not your mug, innit? I'm not your mug.
Job interview anyway. Why should go?
I'm not saying my wife. No, my wife wouldn't do. Listen. My wife wouldn't do that. But I'd say in a traditional relationship, yeah, if a woman wanted to work, she was allowed to work so long as it did not affect her normal womanly duties. The same way, if a man in a traditional relationship wants to work, he can work as long as it doesn't affect his traditional manly duties. Because guess what? As much as in going to work and making money to eat food, guess what he had to do? He had to chop wood because you need fire, don't you, to stay warm? Yeah, shut up. Hold up. Guess what else he had to do? He had to make sure the place, all of the rubbish and all of the stuff that was collated, that got heavy and heavy to move, he had to move that shit. Guess what else he had to do? If someone attacked the house, someone come to murder you or murder your picnic or do some F-freeze, he had to stand up and put his life on the line every single time. Shut up.
Here, Shifa. Here. And traditional
Why is the
men
Muslim
like you are
woman
sitting in their
arguing
car.
against these Muslim
Traditional men like
values?
you are sitting in their car on YouTube.
Why?
Yeah, traditional men like you are sitting in their car on YouTube.
Why is the so-called Muslim woman arguing against
How am I a
our
so-called Muslim
traditional?
woman? I am a
because
Muslim
you're being
woman,
a feminist right now. Because you're being
I'm
a
not being a
feminist right
feminist.
now.
I'm talking about. I'm actually talking about.
That's
I'm
right.
talking about. No, sorry. No. This is the thing. This is why you
Alright, so
don't know
who's going
Islam,
first?
Khan, right? 1 second.
Chani
You just
and then
called me a
Khan's gonna
feminist.
reply.
You just called me a feminist, yeah? And everything that I've spoken about is Sharia. What are you talking about, bruv? What are you talking about?
All right,
where's the feminism? If I'm talking about Sharia, where's the feminism?
Listen. Listen. Can I just say one sentence? If men are coming on here saying Western women are trash and the alternative lifestyle is Islam and you're a proponent of that, you should be on here agreeing, going, you know what, these liberal Western values are trash and they're turning women into trash. But instead of saying that, you're getting hurt because of your previous lifestyle, pre-Islamic lifestyle. You're coming on to defend your previous self.
No, that's rubbish. That's rubbish. Khan, you're talking rubbish.
No, that's not true.
No,
Khan.
that's
I came on here because he said all the women. He said all
that frequent the channel.
He said all women that frequent the channel, all women. There are no traditional women. I am talking up for somebody who practices a traditional lifestyle. That's what I'm talking up for. He's saying all women. Now I'm seeing the man that's talking about traditional is nowhere even near being traditional.
Have you been with one man your whole life?
Treating his wife or treating his girl traditionally.
Have you been with Have you been with one man your entire life?
Shifa, according to your business, yes, I have.
You have.
To your
All right.
business.
So
What's your business?
therefore, we can conclude that you do live a traditional lifestyle. Now, let me ask you this, sister: do you think that you have a say? Do you think you get to tell your man how it goes? Do you think you get to know? Do you think you get to insert your emotions in the running of the day-to-day runnings of your house?
Yes.
I think it works like that.
Of course she does. Of course she does.
I knew you'd say something when I said that one, though, innit? I knew that's when you snap. I knew that's when you snap. So therefore, if you believe you have a right, if you have a right to hold on, wait. If you have the right to insert your emotions in the data, hold on. If you do have the right, listen. If you do,
and guess
sis,
what?
I'm agreeing with you.
Our logicalness and our emotions, we still get you as men to do what we want, and you don't even know it.
Yeah, but you're allowed to do that, sis. You're allowed to do that one. You're allowed to insert your emotions, sister. You are allowed. You are allowed.
How long? How about you shut the fuck
You're
up
allowed.
for women?
All right, but you're allowed, though. Just so you know, you're allowed to insert your emotions in the day-to-day running of your house.
You know how, we're not saying we're running it. We just want 2 minutes.
You are allowed. You're allowed. I'm saying you're allowed. What's the problem?
All right.
Yeah.
No,
You're allowed to.
now
You're
I say
allowed
it
to
was
insert your
down.
emotions in the day-to-day running of your house. Are you allowed to insert? Are you allowed to insert your emotions
No,
into
you're emotional.
Sorry.
You
Are you allowed to insert your
in
emotions
your
into a logical situation?
being an emotional little bitch. That's what you're doing. And
Yeah, but
this
you
is
don't
why
have to listen to them though.
in this day and
Are
age,
you
you
allowed to insert
no
your
rational, no,
emotions
you're
into the way
rational.
you prioritize?
Is that's
You
why I love
shouldn't be
you.
allowed
Shifa,
to.
let them have
I
a
will
turn.
never
Let them have a
respect
turn.
a hoe like you that can't fucking listen. I will never respect a man like you. You don't know how to shut your mouth. You
I
talk
don't
more
want
than
your
me,
respect
and
though.
you act like a
Shifa,
bitch.
let them have a turn.
You act like a bitch.
I
Rather than
finish what you're
a
saying.
man nagging all day, you've been nagging my head off. Go
All
on,
right, well,
Captain.
make a point though. Make an actual point though, because I was making a point.
Oh,
Go on then, go on, Cat.
All right, yeah, like I was saying anyway. If you are hold on, listen. If you are the woman and you are the one who births the children, yeah, you was given certain God-given rights. That's why we relent on certain subjects. That's why we allow you to insert your emotions in the day-to-day running of the house. That's why we don't argue when we give our word. That's why we don't argue. That's why we don't argue. That's why we don't argue. That's
Shifa,
why we
I
don't.
beg you, let me go. Shifa, I beg you, let me
But let
go.
me finish this point though, Khan. Listen, this is why we don't argue when we give a woman the money and then she goes and buys what she wants to buy with it. She forgets about what we
They
wanted. We
heard
don't
you say all
argue
that.
these things. Yeah,
They
but
don't
the
care about
reason
that. Listen.
the reasoning behind it is this, Khan. We understand that a woman has a particular role to fulfill, so we don't challenge her on it. So what gives
Listen,
these
let me
bitches the
make a
right
fresh
to think
point.
they
Let me
can
make a
challenge
fresh
us on
point.
ours?
Listen. I'm
You're
gonna up the
crazy.
ante, innit? I'm gonna make it hotter for them. Kat, can I say something?
Can you interject?
Sister Kat, can I make
yeah.
a point here?
Thank
My
you.
point is this here, my sister. All this mythology about if I found the right man, I would then become a good woman. For me, don't wash.
Why not?
Because it's just setting the bar
It means
so
your
high.
default is a bad woman, then, isn't it?
It's setting the bar so high that
what
you.
bar do you want us
One minute. Sorry, one at a time. Yeah.
No, it means the default is
If
a
a
bad
woman
woman, innit?
sets the bar for her own man's standards, she could set the bar so high that no man could ever reach that standard, and that would give her the green. Sorry, Kat. I just got one more thing to say. That would give her the green card to basically hoe it up her whole life, and then turn around and say, "Well, there weren't no good men around, so I had no choice."
Okay, well, you hold it up all
That's
your.
the same with men.
How you want to find
No,
a
but
good
it isn't the same with men because all men need is
Hold
one
on.
good woman.
What is the bar set for a woman? Hold on. What's the bar set for a woman? Khan, tell us what that bar is.
I'm talking. I'm
The
fucking
bar
talking.
set for a woman is loyalty. That's all.
No, let Kat go because she's been
Sorry,
she's
Kat.
been
Sorry.
good. She's been good. Go on, Kat, please.
No, go on.
Okay.
Sorry, Kat.
You expect loyalty, right? All the men here are expecting loyalty from their women.
Yeah.
In what? To what degree? To what degree? When you say loyalty, to what degree?
We'll talk about the degrees in a minute, but when it comes to us, we shouldn't expect loyalty.
Yeah, you
but
should.
Men and women are different. They provide different needs,
No,
right?
don't tell me how we're different.
But we are different.
You should expect loyalty.
Oh yes.
Loyalty
You should expect loyalty. You should. You should expect
All right,
loyalty.
yeah. All right. Let's all say yeah then. Yeah.
What we arguing about? Let's make it clear what your expectations are as males, men, and what ours is. Let's clarify what it is.
I've only got one expectation. Kat, I've only got one expectation. When I put my dick in your pussy, there's no next man's cum inside there. That's my only expectation. Only. One and only expectation.
What?
Disgusting.
Can't. That's so crass, man. That's proper crass, bro. I'm not gonna lie, man.
And this is the thing with the traditional man kind of thing, and the women being the reflection. If this is how you speak to women in public, first of all, right?
Yeah.
Listen, if that's how you speak to women, you don't deserve a good woman at the end of the day. And that's probably why you feed the women that are not good enough.
Why is Khan?
Because the women that you've been with, 1 second, Khan is just making noise over me. But I'm saying you are not married, you are not in a committed relationship because women are trash and so on and so forth. But then you have to look at the fact is you're a trash man. The way that you speak to women is trash. So what kind of woman are you going to get? Trash woman. End of story.
Thanks for the ad hominems, but can you answer the point that I actually raised, which was this story about if I eventually find a good man, I'll stop being a hoe, is bullshit.
Well, you stop being a hoe and talking about how you're going to come in bitches and maybe she'll behave in a different way.
I'm asking Shani.
Okay, well, hang on a minute.
If she could answer the question that I raised. If you can't, Shani, that's fine.
Sorry, say it again. One second, I was just texting.
I'm saying that when women set the bar for men, they say this is the type of man I want, and they're allowed to set the bar, and they set the bar so high that no man can ever reach there. They're basically giving themselves a green card to hoe it up their whole lives. And when they're asked, why did you hoe it up your whole life? She's going to turn around and say, well, I couldn't meet a six-figure guy, or I couldn't meet a guy that was on. Like, who told you that that's your God-given right to have that?
Yeah, so I don't come across women that are like that. First of all,
exactly.
And how can you expect?
You're sharing the panel with one.
How can you expect women to want the top echelon of man when she isn't putting herself up there as well? How can you hoe yourself out the whole time expecting to look for Mr. Right and whatever? And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
We're realistic.
But that does happen.
Yes, I agree.
That happens on a daily basis. It's called 1 minute.
You
Let's
should
have
have
an
stuck to your
intelligent
first
conversation.
point because
It's called
in fairness,
compartmentalization, Shani. When women say, okay, you can't financially look after me, you can't emotionally support me, but you can give me one thing that I need. And they take that one thing until they find the man that they think can give them all three things.
Khan, can I ask you something? In the women that you deal with, they expect you, they say, Khan, I'm going to be with you, but I expect you to pay my bills. We're going to have to move in with each other within a couple months. Like, you have to, be everything to me. What women act like that these day and age?
Right. When you say this day and age, this is what I'm trying to say to you. Women have compartmentalized their needs. They're saying, I've got my own money. I've got my girlfriends for support. I only need a man for one thing. Now, a woman in that position...
So what you're saying, so hang on.
Can I
So
just
what
finish
you
my,
just said
can I
before.
just quickly finish?
No, hang on. No, I'm not
A
going to.
woman who falls into that position can't ever get out of it. That's the problem.
What position? Backshot?
And what you want these other men is completely different.
This liberal, super independent woman talking.
What I'm trying to say is, once a woman falls into that position, Kat, she can't easily get out of it because the money that she's earning, a guy has to earn twice as much for her to stop working. The emotional support that she's getting from her friends, which she's probably got about 5 to 10 friends that are giving her 24-hour emotional support, a man can't cover that in 1 hour after work. So all the needs that the man has to fulfill have now become exaggerated.
Bro, you're giving them too much leeway, bro. You're acting like an independent woman actually exists. There's no such thing. These women fool themselves. They fooled themselves into thinking they was independent. This is the thing. Because hold on, listen. This is why, brother Khan.
Where are the good women? Where are the good women?
Be quiet.
I'm not
Be
saying
quiet.
Shani. I'm not saying Shani.
Hear me out. Hear me out, brother Khan. Yeah, listen. They fooled themselves into thinking such a thing as an independent woman exists. Yeah, because they were listening to Beyonce and they thought it sounded good. But listen, if you lot are that dumb that you think women are independent, I'll tell you what, yeah, take your dumb asses, make your woman civilization, and we'll see how long you last before you run back to man civilization begging for help. That's what I would say to you. And then once you get that through your skull, once you get that through your skull, once you get that through your skull, hold on. Once you get that through your skull, hold on. Once you get that through your skulls, you can understand why women certain times having too much of a say is chaotic because they're just not listening. They're not even having a conversation.
Ain't no woman running back.
These women that are independent, yeah? These women that are independent, are they in relationships or are they single?
No. What Shifa?
Is he talking about?
I believe there's a balance. I actually believe there's a balance between men and women. Your strength and a woman's strength, when you come together, it's perfection.
Yeah, that's when you make a baby. That's when you make a baby. You're right. When you come together, you make babies. Yeah, you make babies. That's all that happens.
And the male energy coming together creates like a perfect union. That's how I
No, sis. The feminine energy is destructive. That's why in the construction workplace where they build things, you see in the construction workplace where they build things, there's probably less than 3% women in the whole construction industry. Yeah, where they build things. Women ain't good at building stuff. You good at tearing it down. You're very destructive. And then the thing is, you're not even going to see. You're not even going to.
Hold on, Shiv.
What about
let's probe. Hold on a minute, Kat. Let's probe this idea a little bit, right? So, brother, who would you say is the main proponent in war?
In war, men.
Yeah.
Men
That's
or
right.
women?
Men.
Okay. Now, who would you say is the most who plays the biggest role in childbirth? Men or women?
Women.
In conception, in raising, in even brother, come on, man.
When you say raising,
the one
when
that
you say
brings the
raising,
life, hold on,
I
the one
disagree.
that brings the life forward from your
Mhm.
union, you're gonna say that her energy that allows her to do that is destructive?
I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. As a man,
Even
man,
even when it comes down to virginity, guess what? You do what? Break her virginity. So who's
That's
the
right.
destructive one, really?
All right. Now hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. I get what you're saying. On those couple of levels, you can say a man breaks a woman's virginity. Yeah. A man can be just very destructive because a man can create war. Yeah, and war on a people. But we have to look at the creative elements here also. In the war aspect first, I'll do
I
it.
know
Yeah.
that men can create. I wouldn't say men are
No.
destructive.
Hold
I
on
would
1
say-
second.
Go on.
I'm saying in the aspects of destroying a place with war, first you have to build an army, and that means loads of men cooperating with each other. Just like in the construction industry, before we can build something, this means loads of people cooperating with each other. And what you find is
demolition, brother.
Same with demolition. That's right. So that's what I was going to get to. I was going to say sometimes you need organization to be able to do things at a particular level. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying men can't be destructive, but the level we can be destructive to is the next level because of the way we build, the way women's minds work. Like, I don't know what goes through their minds, but I just think to myself,
women are destructive energy, though.
I think
no, they are, man. They are.
What's actually going on with you, bro?
Do you know why I say this?
You weren't sounding like this. You weren't sounding like
Do you know
this
why I say this?
bro.
No, do you know why I say this? Let me
Go
make
on.
my point, though. Let me make my
Go on,
point.
then.
The reason I say this, is because technically, unless women, are going to fulfill their role as equal bystanders, citizens, they're gonna fulfill their role as playing an equal part in the workplace through all industries. Women should have a lot less mouth.
Yeah, you got a very
That's what I'm
homosexual
saying.
viewpoint. Khan, you're looking good.
Should have a
You've
lot
lost
less,
lot of
and the
weight.
homosexuals
You
as
look
well.
good,
The thing is, the homosexuals as well. She's right. The homosexuals too. You should.
Who the fuck
All
is
of you.
this? I don't know this dude.
Yeah. The
Who's
women,
this
the
fucking
homosexuals.
Is that Tony
Banderas.
Banderas.
Yeah.
All of you all of you weak, listen. All of you weak-hearted males, you homosexualized males and women, you should be a lot less vocal about your opinions. Because guess what? You don't do enough of the hard work.
Yeah, you're talking about yourself at this moment as you sit in the car. Are you at work right now, Shifa?
Yeah, I am
Like,
actually
what
at
are you
work.
doing?
Yeah, I am actually at work.
You
Unlike
don't
some
work
people.
very hard, do you?
Unlike
You don't,
some, don't matter. I got a job.
No, listen.
I got a
Listen
job.
to this. Listen to this. I live the traditional life. I don't gotta work, man. I ain't
That's
gotta work
good.
because my
And I'm happy for
husband's
you.
at work right now.
I'm happy for
Unlike
you. And
some people.
I'm happy for you. And you know what? You've only taken one man in your whole life. Do you know what? I applaud you. Round of applause.
Thank you,
Like,
Shifa.
thank goodness for people like you. And like I said earlier, I said this very clearly. I said, do you know what? I don't know Sister Shani like that. I don't know her lifestyle to judge her like that. But I just know what I know, innit? And the women I've seen, I don't think I'm seeing a lot of traditional. But you've shown me something today that's different about you. And I appreciate that. I applaud it. Hats off to you. Continue to do the Lord's good work. But you see, the thing is now, most women don't have that mindset. Most women, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how you are with your man, but listen, I'm telling you, most women do not see the productiveness of just not arguing with your man, not talking back, just following suit, not necessarily following him into the fire, but just following suit in the sense of learning, picking up things. And if you're one of those women who do, and you atone to try to be similar to each other, like I tried to get my woman to be, then hats off to you. Because if we're not similar in the mind and we're not working towards a similar goal, then what's the point in us saying we're going to divide the roles in the first place? Because one's going to end up with more than the other, and one can be left in a very vulnerable position, X, Y, Z. I'm not trying to take advantage of no woman. I'd never do that.
Shifa, yeah.
But a
So
woman
I
does
think
need to know her place a bit, though.
Well, Shifa, you well and truly made your point. Let other people talk on the point now, innit?
Yeah, but I was quickly say
and clean it up.
Yeah, I think Shifa done well to clean up because I think Shifa was initially he's making a blanket statement. And I think
Go on, playing ourselves. Go on, Khan.
I was drawing you out, and you're here. You're here now, innit? So we can have the convo.
I fully agree with what Shifa's saying, but I'm not saying women are trash because that's their nature. I'm saying women are trash because of the socio-economic environment allows them to be trash and get away with it. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that the times that we're living in now, any woman can put your bag in the front of the doorstep and tell you later. And women are doing that. Even your girlfriend who you've been with for 1 year, she'll do that just to put you in your place to let you know, yeah, you got to sleep in your car now. And women will do that. And they're destabilizing men. And men don't want to work and bring home the money and have families with them kind of women.
Khan, don't you think the women that choose to be in relationships choose it, off their own accord? There's not.
Of course. That's the positive side of it, that the woman's choosing you,
Talk about the,
we've only got one traditional woman.
God, shut up.
How many?
Bro, you talk for a while, Shifa. Come on, man.
I made my point. That's what I was saying.
That's what I'm saying. So we fall back
a little bit. And now we're trying to address them. If you can shut up for 2 seconds, okay? We're saying when a woman engages in a relationship, I think that shows that she's willing to be submissive. She could be out there living her independent life.
That's true. That's true.
Right? So if she wants to have a relationship with you, that's showing that she actually wants to be probably a bit more traditional, although there's traditional lines. So you're lucky that you have a woman, full stop. Because if that's
not really, because let me just add one sentence.
Kat. Not really. But you have to find out.
Kat, if me and you met and you were seeing other people and I was seeing other people when we met.
Of course, Khan.
Right?
The way that you're judging women now are the same way you're acting like these kind of issues.
Do me a favor, please, Reggie. Take that off the screen.
Let me just say one little thing, Kat.
It's
not the same for men and women, right? If we meet, me and you met, let's say, Kat, you're dating other people, I'm dating other people, right, Kat? Right? Let's say me and you met, and you're seeing other people and I'm seeing other people, right? And we start seeing each other. But at some point, we decide to be monogamous and stop seeing all those other people, right? And we lock them off. At that point, right, we can then move forward. But any man who will think to himself, wait a minute, before she decided to commit to me and willingly have a relationship with me, she was having fun with about 10 guys or 5 guys, right? Yeah. Any woman who's capable of doing that, in a man's eyes, majority of men will not fully commit to that woman.
That's untrue, Khan. I think every man.
I'm just saying the relationship spoiled before it even started.
Listen, I think every man that deals with a woman this day and age knows he's probably not going to be her first. I think that's a reality that you have to come to terms with.
That's fine.
Well, then how can you expect marriage then? How can you expect marriage then?
Why
because
not?
Listen, sis,
because
listen,
marriage
like I said, if listen,
go. It happens every day. You wife up whole hoes on Pornhub.
Can I ask a question? May I ask a question?
Don't wife them up. They just suck them into
thinking you don't do it. It happens every day. Stop acting like you guys don't do that shit. You do it every fucking day.
No, we don't. I don't do that.
No, not really.
I don't do that.
No. They don't survey.
Sorry, what's she accusing us? What's she accusing us of doing?
Of wiping
up hoes on Pornhub.
We do, man. We do. She's right. She's right. We do.
Her little wanker.
Fucking right, man. How dare you, man, deny that, bro?
Shut up.
No, for real though. How dare the man them? Hold on. How dare the man them deny that? We know that men do that every day. Don't fucking lie, bro. Come on, man.
Certain man might do now. Certain man do.
Well, yeah, all right. But us as men, let's just say we're all men, right? Us as men, we definitely do be wifey and hoes every day, man.
That's
making
true.
them feel special, putting them in madnesses, bro.
Yeah. We're victims, and I don't disagree. Those men are all victims.
A lot of the time, the man doesn't know that the woman's a hoe. Because you know how we love. When we love hard and genuinely with our heart. And these wicked women, they're hoes and they're
that's right.
Get me? That's why they've got this new thing of, oh, why are you worried about my body count? Why are you worried? Because they're hoes and they want us to wifey them.
That's right.
Wait, Jeddah, did you just do a flip
Hang on,
180
you guys,
in a
let's
matter of 2 sentences?
That's right.
You
No,
guys,
he's right. He's right. Shut up, God. He's right. Let's move on.
I'm giving you my little opinion, and we, as women, Cactus, we want to talk. This is the problem with guys. You never want to hear what we think and take it on
You can
board.
talk, but can you cook?
I told Khan to shut up, sis. Are you not be quiet? Let them speak. Man, them all be quiet. Let the ladies speak. Kingo, shut up. Kingo, shut up.
Let the black woman speak, man. Well, she proved you right. She proved you all right.
Yes.
Because she just said you lot don't want her to talk.
Jedi, I told you this from the get-go.
You did.
I am not a woman. The conversation was happening earlier about matriarchal. I come from a matriarchal society. Yeah.
Cool,
So the way I behave is going to be different to another woman. Okay.
Right.
I know what I want. So when I choose a man, I have to choose a man that is with the shits more than me. Like, do you know it? He has to be a very alpha type male. I can't deal with suckers or simps or whatever. I can't deal with men like that. That's why you guys are like, how does he deal with that? I deal.
Oh no!
Just imagine the kind of man that he deals with me. Okay, with Cactus, it might be different because she's a much more softer soul than me, right? As a feminine woman, right, and as a woman.
Yeah.
You can't compare us. The same with you, Jedi. I can't compare you to Khan. You're two different, archetypes of men.
What if your man told you come offline?
Hey, Reggie, what are you doing in the library today? Hey.
Yeah, boring.
The smoking room.
That's boring. That's very boring. Can you cook? Can you cook, please?
You don't have to answer that first question. Kingo, don't ask her another question.
I've only asked one question.
What are you going to do if your man tells you come offline? What would you do if your man...
I know, Shifa, you're very
women
interested in
we
it.
don't show any respect. Us women, maybe I'm unique, but a lot of us women, they find it hard to come up on panels with a lot of men because they feel like they always get drowned out. And you guys do this all the time. That's right.
I mean, Shifa's got kids and a wife, so I don't know why he's not letting a man like me speak. You know what I mean? Not that I shouldn't have any sort of priority, but I'm just saying, can you cook? How often do you cook? And that's no shot. And that's no shot. And that's no question. Because then you're asking about what sort of caliber of man you want. And, what the best way to a man's heart is through his belly. So that's like
Cat, you're in the kitchen. You're in the kitchen, Cat, but can you cook? That's what we want to know.
I actually cook very well.
You sure?
This is not my kitchen, by the way.
Okay, but are you sure though, Cat? You sure you can cook?
When was the last takeout you got?
I'm not convinced. I don't know why I'm not feeling it.
Can I cook, baby? Yeah, look at it.
Is that a boy dog or a girl dog?
Like,
no, you can't ask your dog if you can cook. You can just give the dog anything to eat.
Oh, no.
Like, don't ask the cat, the dog.
I don't get that cookery vibe from Cat.
Baby, don't you? You all
Hey, Cat, what are you going to do if your man tells you to come offline?
Or if Cat cooks, she's the type of girl. If Cat cooks, you have to pretend you like it.
Yeah. You can tell, man.
And call her dog into the room. Like,
take the bowl in the bathroom with you, not like that. Take the bathroom.
Yeah, she's like, baby, you got an appetite. See me after that, you want a whole takeaway too, yeah.
But Jedi, I want her to answer my question. Kat, what are you gonna do if your man tells you come offline? What are you gonna do?
He tells me that all the time.
And what do you do?
She's still here, ain't she?
And I say, baby, I leave my outlet. I have a very stressful life, professional life. I have my kids, my dog. One of my children, especially. Sometimes I just want to vent, and he gets it. So
I thought he was an alpha male, though.
Girl, stop cussing out. And I don't like to be mean. I'm really not mean.
No, but I thought your man was an alpha. I thought he was one of them ones, like, you know, if he puts his foot down, because that's what I'm like. You see, when I put my foot down, argument done.
And I think Mary brought this up the other day when she brought up the video about like submission. And I think even in that video, I said I find it very hard to be submissive to a man that's not
worthy.
Yeah. That's my thing.
The problem is, Kat,
It feels like that.
the man that you've awarded yourself to as his prize and his trophy,
Right. I'm
who
very
will worship you.
yeah. In real
In the
life,
long term,
you
you'll
would be
become
surprised.
accustomed
Right.
to that, and then he'll
You
become
wouldn't
just an
oh,
average man to you.
yeah. In real life, you wouldn't even like online. I have a different persona, but in real life, I'm actually I'm a real wallflower. You wouldn't even notice me. Like I'm very
I
quiet.
think I'd notice you, babe.
No, you would never notice me.
I think I
Kat,
would.
What industry are you in?
Yeah, you wouldn't.
What industry?
That hips to waist ratio is like, a dead giveaway.
I wanted to ask if she had kids. Do you have any kids? Or no?
Yeah, I have 2 children. Yeah.
You got 2
How is
children
it
from a
possible?
previous
Where did you
relationship.
squeeze them out of?
Yeah,
How?
my previous marriage, I have an 8-year-old and a 12-year-old. I'm
No.
40.
Kat, be careful how much information you give on these platforms.
Kat, do you do yoga or
I've
Pilates?
said it before.
Kat,
So
do you do
what
yoga?
happened? So hold on, wait. What happened to the first one? Why did you left the first man and never stay with the one man and keep one man up here?
Okay, so I was married and then I had my children in that marriage and I just basically fell out of love with him.
What does that mean? Talk me through
It
it.
What it means, as me as a woman, I was desiring to be with other men, and rather than do that and be adulterous, I ended my marriage. That's what.
All right. So do you see where you was wrong in it? Hold on, wait. Do you see where you was wrong in that situation?
No.
You don't take accountability for your actions in that situation.
By divorcing him before I.
No. I'm just asking if you take accountability for your actions. Do you see where you were wrong?
Of course, I have,
regrets.
Yeah, like I wish I hadn't, but he was the first man that I was ever with, like 19, and then we went, and I kind of just.
Hang on, Kakim, is this the one that you said was white, or is he?
I've never told you anything about.
Anyway, before Reggie starts to implode on the conversation.
Yeah, I was with him. It was my first, and then I just felt like.
Kat, don't you think whatever man you're with, the relationship's always going to hit that stage, and battling through that is the whole point of marriage?
That's right.
It depends what your idea of marriage is, or what
your. What is your? Pause. She made a point. Wait. What is your idea of marriage? Hold on, Kat. What is your idea of marriage?
When I got married, my expectations were that I was going to lose my virginity to the man that I was going to have my children for, and that we were going to live a life together as long as it could,
last.
When you got married, did you get married in a mosque, church? Was it a Hindu ceremony? What was it? Talk to me.
We had both. We had like an Islamic ceremony, and then we had like just a kind of a traditional British type.
So you had a church and you had a registry office or church or
like a registrar? Yeah, I got.
Was there a priest involved?
No, registry.
In when we had
that's a registrar.
Islamic ceremony, we had the imam.
The imam.
Yeah, that's it. Their imam. So obviously you've made this contract before Allah. Bottom line, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when you make a contract with Allah, how seriously do you take that?
Well, not being a Muslim, it was pretty hard. It was more so that I did it for my parents and the family.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So you did it for your parents and your family. So your parents and your family are Islamic then?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was raised in a Muslim home. Yeah.
Okay. So do you see where I'm saying now? Obviously, from your standpoint, then, you're going against the grain to some extent.
I know.
And also, your husband, he fell prey to being a victim of that situation. Because guess what? He's put his 100% in. At the end of the day, he's giving you your kids. He's giving you everything that a man's supposed to do if he's providing and doing the extra bits, And then obviously you've decided, you know what? I want more out of life. You're not good enough.
No. So, he actually
did
some fuck shit to me that I won't go into. That made me. Yeah.
Okay, but if you've got a contract, if you've got a contract with a person,
she's not done nothing wrong. She's not done.
No, she hasn't. She hasn't. But hear me out.
You're judging it as a Hebrew.
I'm not judging it as a Hebrew. I'm saying if you've got a contract with someone, then is it not your duty to fulfill the requirements of that
I
contract?
think I did. I think
did.
I did. I think I
Well,
did.
is
And
marriage for
then
better or for
he.
worse?
No, you're allowed to
No,
divorce in
that's
Islam.
not
You're allowed
No,
to.
but
He's allowed to divorce her.
Oh,
no,
it
but is
works.
it for better or for worse? Is divorce
No,
time
no,
gone?
No, we don't go with that. Okay, Schiffer.
What do you go
Okay.
with? Tell me what you go with then.
Like
Let explain it to me.
being,
She's
okay.
allowed to divorce him. That's it.
I'm
No,
allowed.
let her explain it. I'm asking her. What are you asking her
But
for?
you
She's
keep
not a
talking
Muslim.
over Schiffer. You can actually listen to what
Yeah,
my response is.
yeah. Now, please go ahead. Go ahead.
So according to Islam, if you feel like as a woman, as a wife, that you're being mistreated, cheated on, not provided for, then you can divorce him.
No, but what do you base it on? Because you don't
I'm
believe
not
in
going to
Islam.
tell you all my business, but I'll just tell you I got a divorce. Okay, so
I got you. I got you. But then
So
obviously,
obviously
you
she
said,
felt like he wasn't doing his duties. This is the thing, regardless if she practiced Islam herself, she was married to a
Yeah.
Muslim man, and he had to uphold her rights. If she felt like he didn't do that, then she's more than within her rights to leave him.
check that. Check what you said. She felt like. Now this is what I'm aiming at. This is it. This is where I get my snap. This is where I get my Hawkeye arrows out. Listen.
It's not just we just go around saying
Go
in
on.
West like we want a divorce. When it comes to Islamic unions, you have to show it's a lot more to it.
Did you get it based on how you felt though?
Okay, the fact is I told you I got a divorce. That's all you need to know.
Based on how you felt, and you've
No,
explained
it's
that
not.
to us.
You hear what this?
She just said it as well. Listen,
You know what?
oh
You
my
can't
god,
take Shipper, 1 second. You can't take somebody's divorce so lightly, especially if they got two kids and stuff.
Explain it to him. He'll
I'm
never
not saying I'm taking it lightly. I'm
No,
saying
I'm just
to
you're
you,
saying
I'm
it's
saying to you,
based on
listen.
her feelings. Of
Yep.
course, it's going to be based on
That's
her
right.
feelings because
Thank you.
it's off the back of experience.
Yeah, but
So
he's
she's gonna,
praying.
from
He's
her
Thank you.
praying.
So therefore, no, I'm not just praying. So therefore, can you not understand? Can you not understanding? Can you not understanding the society that's not so Islamic?
witnesses.
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
No, but can you understand then, sis, why in a society that's not so Islamic, where we're getting daughters betrothed to us as virgins and XYZ, why we might have a problem with taking a woman as a wife when we know majority of these women are promiscuous?
Well, treat them right.
She wasn't promiscuous.
No, I never said she was. No, but you dumb. Listen to what I said. She was betrothed, yeah, in an Islamic way. This is not an Islamic country, first and foremost. We live in a Western world, remember, yeah? So in the Western world, these women are trash. They be going out busting it open for however many different men, and I'm supposed to marry that. No. Listen. Hold on, sis. Your situation, no, sis. You see your situation. Your situation. Listen, your situation is unique to you.
Women that talk about your
Unto Muslim women.
Are the same
It's not.
women
It's not unique to the Western experience.
Having children with, I don't want to hear that shit because you guys want to act like
Go
you're
on.
so holy and righteous, and
We
these
are.
same women that ain't shit, that have 10, 20 dicks up their fucking vagina, you still lay with them, you still create with them.
No, one second.
So
if it's the women's choice, Shipper, 1 second.
The fucking women that you sleep with and have had
If
children
it's the woman's choice,
you're like,
if it's the
shut up, dude. Don't tell me how I should act when I see the fucking evidence of how you've behaved for the last 10, 20 years. All right?
Now, when you say this,
tell me how the fuck what I've done. Look at your own life.
Huh? I am.
Your own shit.
I want to quickly just make a point.
Let's calm it down a bit. We do so well.
On you, bitch, because you, Schiffer, are the same one talking about women are parasites. They're hoes.
They
your
are
woman
though.
is a hoe, and you're creating.
No, she's not though.
Babies.
No, she's not.
How about
She's not. Listen, you see my woman, yeah? She's one in a million.
Cool.
She's one in a
I
million,
have to
man.
interject because I wanted to.
Piss me off.
Schiffer,
My
if you
one's
could
one in
try
a
not-
million.
Schiffer, if you could try not to respond so I can regain some control, please, brother. All right, Kat, finish saying what you're saying, and then I want Schiffer to respond without you talking
you
over
ain't
him.
shit.
All right, Schiffer, talk to me. What's your response?
Yeah, so basically, like, we're now seeing, the treacherous nature of the woman. The treacherous nature of the woman is the fact that she cannot own her L's. She can't take responsibility for her actions. Now, the fact of the matter still remains. This woman who's speaking now, calling me, telling me I ain't shit. She was betrothed. She comes from a whole different lifestyle. She ain't from this lifestyle. So she can feel free to look down on us all she wants. Hats off to ya. Listen, hats off to ya. You can feel free to look down on us all you want. Because guess what? Guess what? Where you're coming from, where you're coming from is actually a really good place. You come from a really good place, really comfortable. You know, like that. Now, I'm gonna say this. You see, for the rest of us that come from the Western, you see, for the rest of us, you see it for us paupers, you see for us paupers, you see for us paupers who were, you see for us paupers who were born in Western society.
Hold on, wrap up with this point, Shiv. Go on.
I've got to. For us paupers who are born in Western society, i.e., men like myself and the brothers you're seeing on the panel, you know, we were born. Listen, no, I said the brothers. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, the brothers. So the brothers who, like myself, who were born in this cesspool, yeah, unfortunately, were born in a place where the women weren't betrothed to us in that way. The women were allowed to run wild and create this cesspool that you're seeing sexually spreaded diseases all over the place, X, Y, Z, sleeping with how much different man. Now, if women were just sticking to one man, yeah, then you wouldn't have these sexually transmitted diseases. Because once some man hit it, you wouldn't let no one else in it. And even if a man was cheating, whoever he's cheating with, she ain't letting no one else hit it. So guess what? You was all protected, but you took that layer of protection away.
Can I say something now, Jedi?
I didn't think you was gonna pull off a good point there, but they actually sat in there kind of.
He landed it.
All right. Hold on. Let me give the sister a right. Do you want to respond, or should I let someone else go?
I'm wondering. You and Khan said he landed what? What do you mean?
He completed his argument.
Okay.
He completed his argument without contradicting himself or repeating himself. You asked the question.
Yours worse. I know you're as bad as me. Shut up 1 second. Okay, give me 30 seconds. He said that us women, we took the layer of protection away from us, right? How? That's what I'm asking.
Can someone else explain it to her? Because I don't want to go through that whole dribble dabble again.
Like 10 seconds. It shouldn't take.
All right, listen. When a man, if women didn't decide to be promiscuous and sleep around, no one won't be transmitting sexually transmitted diseases. For this reason, yeah, even if a man decided to cheat, the woman that he was cheating with would only be allowing one man to enter her in her lifetime. So there's no way she's going to be contracting nothing from nowhere. And there's no way he's going to contract something from a woman that's been untouched. So ultimately, even if your man cheated on you, you were still protected. But because you women decided to go against nature and practice witchcraft, now we've got sexually transmitted diseases.
And you want to bring it back to the woman.
That doesn't make any sense, Shifa.
Yeah,
Shifa, I'll tell you why it doesn't make sense.
You lot are mixing the cauldron. You are the ones mixing the cauldron. We never told you to mix the cauldron. We told you keep the cauldron sacred. We told you keep it sacred.
We have to bring that shit into our body because you don't know what the next bitch you're sleeping with. You don't know what you're doing, right? So we're sitting pretty like, oh, my baby's out here dealing with, right women, but no, you're dealing with
Lion of Judah
and doing all the weirdo shit, and then you want to bring that to me, bitch? I will never lay my hand on you ever in my fucking life.
All right, man, Kat.
Can I make a point? I'd like to make a point, please.
About all right, man. You don't even have a woman. Shut the fuck
I'm with
you. Yeah, because I threw her back on the scrap heap.
You heard. Let Cactus get in, please. Let Cactus get in.
So I was just going to say, like, Shifa, it don't make no sense because, right, you've got a woman that has not been with anyone before and then you decide to go with her, right? If you're staying in a relationship with her and nobody else, then you guys are not going to catch anything. She can just be loyal to you and not sleep with anybody. Now, if you go out and sleep with the next woman, and then sleep with the next woman, and then sleep with the next woman, and all these women are being loyal to you, are you saying that there will be no diseases amongst any of you? So then how does this...
Yeah.
One second. So then how do diseases happen in the first place then?
Well, this is the thing now. If the women didn't start sleeping around, and if society didn't allow for certain types of, sexual appetites to be satisfied, then we probably wouldn't have a lot of the sexually transmitted diseases. So I'm being honest.
That's not the question, though. The question is, how does the diseases come about?
How the disease is coming about?
Just so you understand again. So if a woman's loyal to her man, and that man has 3 other women that are loyal to him, then you're saying within those three relationships that are happening with that one man, there's going to be no sexual diseases.
Well, there can't be, can
so
there?
Then you're saying that. So then how do sexual diseases come into play then?
Because women became promiscuous and started thinking it was
how?
okay to. How? Because women were sleeping with multiple men and spreading the diseases, isn't it? All the juices mixing inside one cauldron.
Cactus, don't say right.
Witchcraft, man. Witchcraft.
On the woman.
Witchcraft.
So you're saying it's the man.
It's not all on the woman. No, it's not all on the woman. Some of it is the man, but some of it is some of it is down to men and women with very strange sexual appetites. I'm not going to go into what they are, but some of it is down to that also. But the majority of this is down to the women. Majority, yeah, unfortunately.
Bringing AIDS, HIV, syphilis, hepatitis, herpes.
Jed, let me ask my question now.
You dirty
you want to do it, Khan.
Jed, let me ask my question now. Let me ask my question.
Get out of here.
All right, here's my question.
Let it calm down a bit. Let it calm down a bit, and then you go on then, Khan.
Here's my question. The men have come out and said women are trash. The women have come out and said, no, you're trash. But really what we're supposed to find out is, where are the good women? Now, you're not pointing us in the right direction and saying, all right, these women that you're sleeping with are trash.
What is
but
this
here
called
are the
Bayard?
good women, that you're ignoring, right? That's not the case. You can't point to any women in this social economic environment, in this, as Kat put it, day and age, which are good women. With a body count, at least a body count less than 5, please, I beg you. Right?
All right, you know what? Let me. Can I do it this way? Can I do it this way? Can I do it this way? Ultimately,
Go on, remix it.
Where's the sister gone?
In a good way, though.
Kat, are you still there? I wanted
you went to answer the door.
I'm away. I wanted to ask Kat and Cactus are kind of simultaneous.
Can I go after that, Jed?
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to do. Get them to answer together.
Just wanted to make one point very quickly. So the guy that frequents this channel that is more than likely going to get a good woman is Zulu. And you know why? It's because he holds himself high and his standards high for himself. So if he holds himself high and his standards high for himself, that's what he's going to perpetrate, right?
All right. Hold on. Wait. Pause.
Are you not falling for the online?
Pause. Can't listen to the joke. Can't hold on. Can't hear the joke. Can't hear the joke. Wait. Hear the joke. Can't wait the joke. Can't wait a second. Hear the joke.
The 25-year-old. Let's just confirm. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
The 22-year-old virgin is the one that's gonna find the good woman and the right woman.
That's
and I'm saying
how
he's got the least chances of finding
that's
the
right.
woman.
That's right.
So I think you lot are delusional.
The reason why I'll tell you why, right?
They're just trying to win the argument.
He's the least likely, and I want him to win too, because he's our little brother, and he does move himself in a certain way.
That's right.
Which is what every woman's dream would be for their son. Yeah,
it's commendable.
But not every father's dream. But not every father's dream for this.
Right, but I'll tell you why. I think because
men are in reality, and you women are dealing with the fantasy. You're going to sell this young man the fantasy. He's going to get out there, and
he's 25. He's got no kids.
I hope you're not there to pick up the pieces, because do you know what the 22-year-old women are doing out in the world right now?
But the thing is, right? I'll tell you. The reason
asking
why
men
I
to
think
be
so.
celibate, Shani.
I
That's
know
your
a lot of.
solution.
1 second. I don't know a lot of Christian women. I know a lot of Muslim women, right? That are in their 20s, that are celibate, that practice their religion, that are waiting. No, I know you might have an opinion, because I know there's some that say they are and whatever, but I'm talking about genuine ones that genuinely wait for the right guy, right?
Yeah.
And often they find a guy that isn't celibate and hasn't kept himself to himself and has been around and whatever. And obviously they have to deal with being with a man. If she's 25 now and she meets a 25 or a 30-year-old man, there's more than likely that guy has been with other women, even though he hasn't been married. It's more than likely, right? Yes, but this is the thing. Now, when a man has decided to keep himself for a woman of high quality like that, then he's had an easier chance to find high quality women.
Nah, he's
because
gonna end up
he's a
getting
man.
orbited.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
100.
Let me say
right
two
now.
things. One, you're being disingenuous. One, he's gonna get orbited. He's gonna end up with Rasputia. That's the big risk. Yeah, one of you female masculine predators. Yeah,
Right.
I'm gonna see him for his skills, his talents, his education, the money he's making, and be like,
naivety.
I'm gonna sink my fucking teeth into this brother,
predators.
right? I'm gonna suck him dry, right? And this is what a lot of women do, right? When they meet a guy like Zulu, naive and that.
Parasites, man.
And believe me, that's what it is. It's naivety. It's the only reason why Zulu is Zulu, because he's naive. Once he goes out into the world, he's gonna change his mind. I'm not gonna lie to you.
But his pool of women is different. That's the point.
No,
his
it's not.
pool of women is his pool of women is different because
that's not fair.
he has
No,
one
it's
second.
smaller.
It's
It's
smaller, but
His
it's
pool of
a
women
different
is
pool.
smaller.
Yeah,
not different.
it's smaller,
I
but it's different because I'll tell you
get the
why.
chicks he can get, and the chicks he don't want.
Right, okay, cool. But I'm to tell you why you can't get the chicks
I can.
and all of them.
Yeah,
No.
you probably can.
Because the point is, right? He has a different pool of women. These women are
No, he
practicing
doesn't.
values.
No, they're not.
Practicing Wait.
Have you heard him speak for himself though? When he speaks for
we
himself,
can jump on. 1 second. I'm telling you.
but when he speaks for himself, he tells you the place where he got asked what his body count is in church.
Right.
Yeah,
The
because
girl that tried to move to him and try to invite herself to his crib.
in this day and age.
Shani,
Yo,
you're trying to
Jedi,
make
it's
out
funny
that
you say that, Jedi. I used to go church, Jedi.
Imagine Zulu's in church, yeah?
I can see it, I can see it, bro.
Church.
I can
He's
picture
holding
it.
it down. He's being a good fucking Christian boy, and gal in church are asking him what his body count is.
Yep.
He's chilling with Christian girls, yeah, and they're saying, "Oh well, you can come round to mine if you want." This is the type of experience he's sharing.
I know I can name. Well, I can't know because 3 of them being married off. But I can name 5 Zulus for you. This is the point. This is
What Zulu? Oh, what men? Zulu men.
No, I'm talking about women. So I'm saying
Why aren't you playing Cilla Black then?
That doesn't make sense.
All right. No, you know you are right. All right, cool. Check this now. I was waiting for you to get to the end of this so I could throw this curveball. You lot fucked now, right? So, yeah, you know all these women, and they're gonna get married, and traditionally, what's the divorce rate of Islamic marriages? I'll wait.
It's a high rate. But there's a reason for that. We can go into that because that's a really good conversation. I think we need more Muslims to talk on it, but it's definitely a good conversation, right?
Ooh. Who's at your door? Someone's at, turn around, cat. Someone's at the door.
Oh my God. There we go. There we go. 2022.
Look at
woman,
Reggie's
there you go.
face.
Working.
Little deviant Christian.
Avert
your gaze, my brother.
Type of attitude.
So I was going to ask you guys quickly. So in Islamic marriages.
Hold on. Sorry.
What are you doing?
So, did Trillo literally jump off? Yeah, man, get out of here with that shit, man. Nah, I'm joking. Trillo, come back, man. That was too much of a distraction, though.
I was going to ask, does anyone know? In Islamic marriage, is there a term where it's like till death do us part? Like
No.
There's not. Okay.
No,
not by the sound of it. So
But hold on, though. Was that a good point? Hold on. Was that a good point that I made? Yeah. Values, this and that, blah blah blah. And you lot's divorce rate is sky high. So what sense does that make?
But isn't a breaking point? It murders the whole conversation.
Right.
It's like, where are they going to go with that, man?
Your blueprint,
you lot are talking about being dedicated to your man, but your divorce rate is so high.
And if Zulu is more likely to be divorced, that means there's a load of Muslim women out there on their second, third, or fourth marriage.
Got anything to say?
That's right, Jedi.
Come on, what are we talking about?
It
didn't work for you then.
Nope.
So now the Muslim woman, the righteous Muslim woman, a percentage of them are out there with the same numbers, statistic numbers on paper as the whole that weren't religious.
Yeah.
Right.
So what are you saying? What's your point?
So I'm just saying that it's not a good indicator that this level of extreme chastity and moral policing actually works with real humans.
No, what that proves is that the societal influence is greater than their indigenous culture or their religion. That's what that proves.
I know,
Yes,
but why, why are you buying her the get out card, man?
I was about to say. I was about to
Sorry.
I was
Is
going
that
to
what I
say.
just did? Oh,
Yeah,
what
that's
an
what you just
idiot.
done, man.
I'm a dummy.
It's all good. It's all good because it's not any far different from what I was going to say. I was just saying, like, the problem with the reason why the divorce rate is high amongst everybody that's getting married, actually, as well as Muslims, is because they put the cultures and the things that the desires that are happening right now, and the culture of the youngers right now, in front of their deen. And that's the thing. And I know that because one of my very good friends just got divorced after waiting her freaking whole
Give the same
life.
excuse as Kat.
No, listen, right? She
wanted
waited
to
her
try other
whole
dicks.
bloody life, right?
Yeah.
No way, Khan. Please, I'm talking about my friend.
Sorry.
And she's so practicing, such a good girl, whatever. And the man that she married, after doing due diligence and all this stuff, and the talk that he gave her, they were married. She tried to work it for almost 2 years, but he wasn't giving her her rights as a Muslim woman. And
Like,
that was
what's the rights? Like what? Like
so
what?
he wasn't going out to work, even though he had a job. He just wouldn't go to work. He expected her to go to work as well as do all the housework and everything. He literally just didn't lift a finger in those instances, and he would often lie about going to work, and then she'd come home and he'd just be sitting in the same seat that he was when she left in the morning, and there'd just be piles of plates from where he's made himself food, and then expect her to go and make dinner and clean up after while
This
she's
doesn't
just
make
done
sense though.
a
This
10-hour
sounds like
shift.
mental health or something. This doesn't sound normal. That doesn't sound
Well,
like a normal thing to do. You got a job, but you're just sitting at home. So there's got to be more to the story.
Well, this is the thing, Jedi, and that's well, this is the thing. It's because the brother comes from a very traditional household, and in these traditional households, often, like, so I'm saying not traditionally Islamic, I'm saying traditional, whatever country they're from. I'm not going to bait it out, right? But basically, it's an Arab country anyway. But in these countries, they mollycoddle the men, right?
Yeah.
So the mother, the women in the household. So the guy's got lots of sisters. The sisters are doing everything. The man don't lift a finger for nothing, right?
Sounds
and
like my
he's
family.
moved from that. He's moved from that now to be the head of a household. But his mother did an injustice to him by not treating him like a man, because now he has to go live and be a man in a household, and he doesn't know how to. He's expecting everyone to lift a finger for everything. Because when he's living at his mum's house, he could decide not to work if he wanted to, because he's still going to have food on the table. He's still going to, because his dad's the provider. Do you see what I mean? So that's just one aspect of why divorces are happening, and it does happen a lot because of that same reason. These men and women are not being raised for marriages. They're not being raised to be men and women in a marriage. They're just being raised. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's very difficult to be in a relationship. I've not been raised to be a wife. I haven't.
Well,
that's not my family traditions. I wasn't raised to be a wife, and I find it difficult to be a wife. I practice it every single day. It's very hard because now I have somebody that's telling me that I've got an X, Y, and Z, right? And I've got somebody else that relies on me to do X, Y, and Z within the household. And I spent 13 years of my life living by myself, being an independent woman. Do you know what I mean? So I never had the training to be a wife. And it is training.
Do you reckon it comes
and
from
men
the
should
house,
be trained to be husbands. Sorry?
Do you reckon it comes from the house? They come from a fluid and constructive household, isn't it? That
100%.
That has a big. We can't neglect that fact. Can we? You can't like overlook it. It's definitely
you have to train your children to be.
I want her to be on that.
Oh my god.
I think Mrs. Sarah wanted to jump on.
Yeah, I'm not even entertaining this, man. What's wrong with you, man? We're having a conversation, though. We're having a conversation.
You know what? Shipper, my brother.
Let's sit down, woman.
Can I just say something?
Sit down. I have the conversation now.
My brother, I think women have the choice to get rid of children, and obviously they're going to admit that and do this whole thing like we are important because of this, and then they sort of complain that men can't like make the decision to lock down the relationship, but really they're getting rid of the children. They're actually the one with the decision at the end of the day. and the state gives them the power to take control of that child's life. So it's all down to the woman these days, literally. So if you fucking shit in your own bed, then don't.
1 second. What's all down to the woman? Say that again. I just my
It's
ears
not,
picked
like
up. I
the
was
woman,
like,
the
women,
woman
what?
can keep. Like usually, women can just take your child, keep your child, right? A decent woman will say, "All right, we're having a child. Do you really want it?" You have a discussion about it, but usually women will just take a child. So it's down to a woman whether they terminate a child generally. So when it comes to women not to making the right decision to actually lock down a man and have children with them when they actually get married to them, in Kat's case, you can't complain because you had a decision whether you was going to abort that child that he gave you in his devotion to you over the period of the relationship. So it's the woman has.
What's the mad
decision
thing,
whether to get
Kingo, is
rid
that if you was having
of the
this
child.
conversation about 2-3 years ago on these panels, that would have been a relevant point. But the point now is that things have moved on so much from that women are basically saying there is no man out there that can provide for me, look after me to the level where I can even be bothered to have your child for you. So a lot of women now, they're not having children at all. They're just fully committed to the whole life. And if they've had kids, it's from a previous marriage or previous relationship. Like when we get to our age, when we get to big ages, they might have been dumb enough to have kids when they were younger, but now they're older, they're like, nah, I'm not having any more kids. And having kids isn't part of my relationship dynamic. I'm not a baby provider for you.
That's
Do you see what I
ungodly,
mean? So
brother.
they
That's
see...
ungodly. That's very ungodly.
It should be for herself, really,
But
and
I
her
think
expiry.
No.
I think women have this mindset of not wanting to have children now and concentrate on careers just because there's no stability. They can't rely on men. They can't rely on the men in these day and ages. And we're talking, as much as Schiffer was talking generally about how women are and whatever, I think men have to admit that a lot of them are unreliable as spouses.
Yeah, but what men are saying,
providers in the
Shani, is if
household.
I ain't shit, then you ain't shit. If I don't prosper, then you don't prosper. But women are the ones saying, well, I'll just kick you to the curb and find a better man.
But
So
this is
when
the
we're
thing,
talking
if
about
men were
building
better,
families, when we're talking about staying together, it's the women that's initiating the divorces for those reasons.
but shouldn't it be that it should be a patriarchy, right? So it should be that men are the leaders, right?
Yeah.
Or that's traditional values. Men are the leaders. Now,
Yeah.
if men acted better, what else can women do
But
but
what I'm
act
saying
better?
is men, you're right. Most men can act better, right? But even if men were going flat out, the woman's always going to say, well, I want more. Like if you're earning 30 grand and her friend's husband's earning 50 grand, she's going to be feeling hard done by. She's like, well, look at this bitch. I'm just as good as her. Why has she got a better man than me? And then she'll come home and pressurize her man. Like, you need to do more. I'm not happy with you.
But you know what? This is why it's important to kind of keep your relationships private. Like it genuinely is. It's the same way. Exactly. There should be there's rules about having relationships, right? That are prosperous. One of those things, for instance,
is keeping secrets.
Well, to a certain extent, exactly. My friends are never going to meet my husband. They might meet him on the off if we're gonna walk. If we walk into a shop and they meet him, I say, "Oh, this is my husband."
This is what I was saying, Shani. When you first come out fighting for this left Western civilization's lifestyle, this is what I said to you about the compartmentalization. They're saying,
I hear you.
all right, I can work and earn money. My friends are my support network, and my man, he's just dick. So when you come back to this compartmentalization thing, it goes with what you're saying about they talk to each other about their relationships, right? And then they judge their partner based on what their friend said.
Yeah.
And that's
it depends what type of friend. It depends what type of
don't get me
friendship
wrong, a
circle
woman
the
will
woman's
get
got.
disgruntled with you over the course of 20 years anyway in a marriage. But this is basically exasperating it, speeding it up to 5 years.
So
sorry, I was going to say, big up everyone.
Do you think it's big up?
Yeah.
Big up. I was going to say, Emma, do you think it's necessary for your wife to have a friendship relationship with your male friends?
Uh-oh.
Do I think it's necessary? I think it's healthy. And I'm comfortable with that because of the nature of the men that I have as friends.
Right, okay. And you can vouch that those men will never fall in love with your wife?
Yeah, fall in love, you can never know. But in terms of their attitude and their manner and the way that they regard her, I'm fine with that.
But the point is, so you chose a good woman, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be with her and you wouldn't have wife there. She obviously had to be of high value.
Right.
Now, you having high value friendships, like you're saying, means that the men around you, again, are also high value because you like.
That's right.
I can tell from you, like the way that you're speaking and everything, that's kind of the circles that you keep, right?
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
So these men are obviously going to spot a high value women, and if they're single, they might actually start developing feelings if they're around your wife enough. Do you know what I mean? And these are things that you cannot help. We're humans. Do you know what I mean?
You just broke your own
attractions
argument, though.
Yeah, but how much is enough?
Yeah, that's not the
broke your
argument.
argument. You just broke your argument.
How much is enough?
However, I'm just meaning like I mean it knowing them.
Yeah.
So you can know. So the thing is, my friend can know what my husband looks like and know if she saw him in a shop, that's my husband. But she doesn't know him. They don't sit in the house together. We don't drink together. I mean, like break bread and stuff like that together. We don't go out together. We're not socializing together.
Yeah,
she knows that's my husband, and that's
I understand that. Like, obviously, like,
Can I ask, Shani?
Hold on, wait a second. Yeah, if you go out with your missus or you go out with your boys, that's two different things. Yeah. However, there is a crossover point, and that's the mutual respect thing. That's this whole fucking tribe that we're in. Like, there needs to be a level of like we can just respect each other's limits because we're all decent people.
I think we can't baby our friends, right?
Not knowing who the fuck we are.
We can't baby our friends, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like, and baby your other half as well, and like you got to put people in situations that where they're going to be tested. Otherwise, you're going to be constantly looking behind over your shoulder to see what's going on.
Let me ask you a question.
But it's important not to be tested unnecessarily.
To MA and sorry, Shani, to MA and Mags. Yeah. What would you? 1 minute, man, Reggie.
1 minute. 1 minute. Fine.
Listen, we've been talking for 2-3 hours, yeah, and basically what the girls are coming up with is the solution to this whole problem is if men are celibate and don't sleep with slags, that will put an end to this whole pollution that we got in our society. Now, do you lot think that that's a good answer to the problem? That men should be celibate.
Sorry, I wasn't even listening to you for a second.
Basically, they're saying that we're saying women are shit, right? Women are trash.
Yeah.
And we're saying where are all the good women? And these lot are saying, well, basically, if you don't sleep with hoes, that's the solution. Just don't.
It will help. It will help.
Yeah. How about they just don't be hoes? How about they just don't be
male
hoes?
celibacy is going to solve the problem of women who work, have their own money, don't look at men as a financial support, have friends and witches' covens, and sit down and chill with each other talking about their men, and they don't confide in their men. They look at their men as enemies. The only reason they see their men as being beneficial is as a security guard in the house and a basically flesh made dildo in the bedroom.
Yeah, so that's not going to work, is it? That's not going to work. But does it have to be celibacy? Does it have to be celibacy though?
Going to counteract women compartmentalizing men into being nothing more.
Sorry, Khan.
Security guards.
See the celibacy thing with like who made the argument, and why does it have to be celibacy as opposed to
stop sleeping with slags?
As opposed to control. Celibacy is celibacy, isn't it? Control is control. They're two different things.
No, but I'm saying where are the good women? And their answer is just don't sleep with the slags.
No,
that's not the right answer, is it? Really?
That's not really that's not the right answer.
So that's where we're at with the argument, I'm saying, and I want these two guys to come in and
your values
contribute.
Higher as a man. That's the thing. Like you're gonna find a good woman if your values are higher. If you lower your values, you're just gonna find trash, right?
What's the point of me holding on to my values?
Khan. Pause a second, bro. Pause a second. You're doing this mad thing again, bro. Listen. At the end of the day, how are you gonna start telling me about value? I'm not the one with the vagina. Vagina holds value. Vagina is real estate. Yeah. And like we said in the beginning, yeah, you want one man populating your real estate. Yeah. That's all that should be going on. And if you look was dealing with man like that and only letting one man populate your real estate, certain things like even sexually transmitted disease, they wouldn't exist. Who would have it? Because no woman won't be sleeping with no one.
Schiffer, this is such a confusing viewpoint from you. You're a man who has multiple baby mums, right?
Well, it might exist,
but one second, the reason why I'm saying that, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm just saying, like, you didn't uphold values enough that you stayed with one woman, or you maybe had. One second.
You can't say that.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
You have to establish how those relationships.
Yes, wait a second. So this is what I'm saying.
Exactly,
I'm about
Thank you,
wait
Jedi.
a second.
Thank
but
you.
I haven't finished because Jedi, you cut me unfairly, right? So I haven't finished. The point that I was going to make is you can have multiple baby mothers and within Islam, right? But they're your wives. But what I'm saying is like you're not sitting. You're having these ideas that women are trash and they had with one man. They should. But again, you're not putting into your ideas that women are actually like the ones you've been with, in the sense of this woman now was in a relationship, she had a baby, and then she's no longer in that relationship. So she's now a woman that's already had sex, already has a baby, and is single. Now she's looking for another man because you left her or because the relationship ended.
Oh, well.
You're talking about these women populating themselves and whatever, and her herself being real estate and all this stuff. But you're just renting out houses, Shifa. You ain't buying shit. That's all. You're just here renting out houses. And you're talking about real estate. Buy something.
Right.
Hurry up.
All right. Yeah, no, I love the analogy. I was confused for a minute, but I get that analogy. But all I would say is, maybe him not buying the previous real estates wasn't his fault, which is what we like. Because I think you got a point. Right? You chatting this traditional talk. You ain't married, but let's clarify that it was his fault and his decision why he's not married. Let's clarify that.
Okay, he's moving all his furniture into this property, and then the house is falling through. The sale's falling through. Before, make sure the sale is done before you put all your stuff in the house.
Do your stuff in the house.
Yeah.
You could cry me about 7 rivers with your sentences, man. But
I hear you.
Obviously,
Shifa, you're not listening.
Yeah.
You're being
do you know what? I've not even got 2 sentences out.
What I was saying.
I even got listen. I even got 2
listen
sentences
to what I said.
out.
You said you're crying me a river, which
I
means
heard
that you weren't listening to what I said.
I was listening to everything
you're saying that
you
I'm
said.
being emotional.
Guys, I'm saying you could have cried me a river, everything that you said, without dribble. Like, I'm gonna say this to you, yeah. 9 times out of 10, yeah, and in my personal situation, I can verify that it's every single time. It's the woman usually is the one that wants to mash up the relationship, that wants to do some type of F-freeze all the time. And this is the thing, you see, what I've come to realize from women, yeah, and even from my own mother to an extent. So I'm not like trying to sit like, I don't put my own mother outside of these brackets. Only one I put outside of this bracket is like grandma, yeah. But once you get past grandma, you're all in this bracket, yeah?
Oh, how they try to brainwash me. Great Britain is my mother country. But when I remember the triangle, how they bought and sold.
I'm not gonna lie.
Mr. Alio killed it.
That was sick. That was sick.
Sorry, Shifa.
Yeah,
I had to.
That was a good distraction as well because it fucked me up a little bit. It threw me off.
Sorry,
so basically, where was I? What was I saying again? So basically, yeah, even mums and like aunties, they're not like outside the reach of what I'm saying, innit? And basically, like I said, I would get grassed up on if I cheated with a girl. Girls will grass you up fast. Yeah? But you see, if a girl cheats on a man, they ain't grassing up shit. Yeah, you see, to make matters even worse, yeah, you see these girls, yeah, they expect us to put up with all of these behaviors and all of this nonsense, all of this dribble that they're giving us, telling us cry me a rivers type of nonsense. When you be a good man like Zulu will probably find a woman, yeah, and she's gonna take his good-heartedness for weakness. When she violates him, yeah, and cries wolf, all of these women are gonna run to the rescue, yeah. And you can change a good-hearted man like Zulu's life. He can go from hero to zero in moments because some woman just made up a lie. Yeah, and they made these little fraternities where they come and demonize you. Yeah, that's what they did. Yeah, and then you have to understand this.
Can we just quickly,
at the end of the day, end of the day. Hey, listen, I'm not finished. I let you dribble.
Can you put Black Intellect in the back and let Zulu jump on?
Oh. Why?
Come back.
I
don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair, man. I don't think that's fair.
Or I'll keep Mag or Reggie.
I keep getting cut and it's messing me up.
No, Reggie wanted to speak.
All right, cool.
He came to bring the pain.
Hey, Mag, I'm gonna cut you for a sec, bro. Cool.
Shani, how dare you offer to get me?
So basically,
you were gone for 2 hours.
I know.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is the sisters will happily throw the brothers under the bus. Yeah. So we have to be on guard at all times in this society. And you know, if the sisters are so happy to be in a situation.
Music, cat, music, no music.
Yeah, can you please stop the music? Could you please stop the music? If possible, yeah. So basically, if we're in a situation where, you know, the sisters are so crooked, yeah, and they don't know how to behave themselves, they're never gonna really what's the word, submit to man, then who on earth told these sisters that they were worthy of marriage? If you fully submit, then maybe there's a chance. That's how I look at it. But outside of that box, you can't talk to me about marriage. You can't tell me, oh, you was with a girl, so you should have married her. I can tell you, listen, I was with that girl, she didn't submit. If she didn't submit, why on earth would I marry her? And at the end of the day, she got pregnant. Like, if you know what, if I planned for that with her and we made a calculated effort for her to get pregnant and keep a baby, then you know what? I'd say, you know what, I'll hold this L. Because you know what, I created that whole situation and I was fully like invested and knew all the implications and, you know, knew what was happening at all times. Yeah. But I can say in my situation, it wasn't even that in certain cases. Do you know, like that? Women hold information. They wait to tell you when they're ready to tell you. They do all of these conniving little demonic behaviors and then have the audacity to sit on panels talking about women, you know, are equal. Like, equal in what? I'd like to see when they actually play up to the stand up and be counted for their equality.
Apologies, my voice is like not fully there. But yeah, Shifa.
Let me go after this lady.
Would you say it's fair for women to say all men are trash?
To an extent, yeah.
What?
Right.
Okay, that
To
didn't
an
go
extent,
well.
yeah. I would say, yeah, that's fair. Because most of these men are, listen, most men are trash. Listen, if you said most men are trash, I'm not arguing with you because most of the men are trash. And this is the thing, you have to understand the value of that.
I think the issue might be, bro,
Let me finish. Hold up. Now, let me make my point because otherwise you're not going to correlate my sentence, innit? So what I'm saying is, most men are trash, innit? Most men don't value themselves the way a woman would value themselves, you know? Most men don't value their penis the way a woman would value her vagina, you know?
Why
That's
would
the way it is. So if we know that most men, they wouldn't. Hey,
sorry, the statement was clear, isn't it?
If we know that, listen, let me finish. If we know that most men are trash, oh my god, listen, let me finish, and then you can have your start. I'm going to be done in 2 sentences. I'm going to be done in 2 sentences. Relax. Come on, relax, man. Listen. Most men are trash. Most men will sleep with most women. Even the ones that they say they
fucking Champions League level time wasting.
I'm almost finished. Most men will sleep with most women, even the ones that they might say are unattractive. But the thing is, most of them wouldn't admit it. And then if you put most men in a situation where women actually behaved themselves and actually took on real womanhood and said, you know what, we're going to be women, let men be men. Women don't sleep around, but if a man gets a woman, then she's his, innit? And that Islamic thing that you're talking about, having more than one wives, it probably works perfectly with this. Now, what I'm saying to you is,
all right, Shifa, enough now, yeah?
So, you lot are hurt.
Yeah, enough, bro. Enough. How did you move the goalpost immediately after you asked the question?
Without using my, I don't need that. I don't use.
Oh, whatever, man. Shifa, how did you manage to move the goalpost immediately after she asked the question?
Because
I don't know, man. What?
Why
she said all, you said most. Why did you change the terms of reference to the question?
Wow.
Do you know why I changed the terms of reference? Because in my original statement, yeah, I said women are trash. Yeah, I didn't say all women. I said women are trash. So I was then I was then in a situation where I had to look at this properly. And I actually did point out that not all women are trash. There are traditional women still out there.
Then don't say women are trash then. It's like saying dogs are mammals.
I took that back though. I took it back. So I already took that back. And what I'm saying is, MA, what I had to say is, MA, yeah? Yes, there are traditional women out there, but they are far and few between. They are a very minute minority. They're so minute. Like, listen, out of all of the sisters that jump on panels, we've only got one here that is verified. Only one man has populated her inner region.
What are you doing? Yo, man them. We
same
gotta try and
guys
stop.
talking about how
I
they
know.
want
It's
We
mad.
gotta stop trying to like.
now
We
with
can't power
European
through this.
business.
We
So
can't
I
power through this.
Anyway, Reggie,
Let her
can I
go.
ask Reggie something? Reggie.
All right. First and foremost, yeah, you can ask Reggie something, but Kat, I've seen one glass of wine in your hand, and you're already holding your head and acting like you're dizzy.
I'm drinking whiskey today, Jenny.
Okay, cool.
Just so
But
you
don't be a
know.
lightweight. Go on, say what you need to say
I'm
to Reggie so we
drinking
can move
whiskey
forward.
today.
What's that,
All right, Bells, yeah. Okay.
What was your question, Kat? What was your question?
Rude girl, you need to get yourself some Henny. But yeah.
I wanted to ask. I forgot now. Shit.
Reggie.
Oh, Reggie. Yeah, Reggie. Reggie, you were saying all this stuff about how black women should behave and how they should be submissive, but you, as far as I've heard, don't have a black woman, right?
Ooh.
You,
Ooh,
Reggie. Yeah,
Me?
you.
I'm not saying.
Reggie. Yeah.
That's
what
I'm not saying.
So,
I'm not saying.
do you have a black woman or
Not
no?
me. I think you got the wrong person. You know.
It's
I didn't
not.
say
It's
anything
not
about.
that confusing. Do you have a black woman or not? Okay, so you don't. So
I did,
why is
but I'm
it-
not.
okay, Schiffer, are you with a black woman or not?
Sister, what on earth has that got to do with this conversation?
Okay.
Sister,
Well,
what on earth does
black-
that have
both
to do with a conversation about westernized
All
women?
right, wait. All right, let me. Obviously, you need some.
Jedi,
So let's move on. Let's move on.
It's funny.
What is the point? Hold on.
Conversation.
Kat, what is
Jedi.
the point? What is the point
Because
you're
I
getting
want
at
the point,
with
what
Schiffer?
we're trying to tell, because I thought this was a black empowerment channel. Is it not?
Oh, for fuck's sake. What's wrong with that? What's going on there?
It's not? Oh.
No, it's not, sister.
Oh, it's not. Oh.
No, it's the empowerment channel, and I feel like no matter what race you are, you can get empowerment
Oh,
from
so
it.
how
But-
do you get empowered when you're the least and the bottom of the pile? How do you empower everyone over
Since we're talking about all denominations of people here.
Oh,
guys, pull back, man.
This is
Pull back
funny.
for a
So
second.
you're at the lowest.
How do you empower from the bottom of the pile? 1 second.
A bottom of the pile.
Sister,
So you wanna do what?
Sister. So I think, yeah, just take a chill pill, man. Take another sip. I think, yeah, from the bottom of, I think from the bottom of the, I think from the bottom of the pile, you empower yourself. When you're at the bottom, you got nowhere else to go, right? So the only way is up. And also, notoriously, historically, the bottom of the pile has been the source of culture, of thought, of revolution and revision. The bottom of the pile is actually where all the culture, all the character, everything is created. And yeah, we empower each other. So if I am at the bottom of the pile, if I am at the bottom of the pile socially as a black man, hold on, please, sis.
Oh, this is
Because I'm answering your question. If you don't care, then don't answer it.
no. I'm listening.
Right. So if we're at the bottom of the pile as black men, we still are the gatekeepers to what is trendy, what is cool, what is popular, right? And within that, when people come over here, they see how we radiate. They see, despite the odds being stacked against us, how we articulate ourselves, how we present ourselves, the frequency that we're on when we're on a high frequency, the vibration that we're on when we're on a high vibration, and that is infectious, yeah? And even those people that are perverted, that are supposed to be at the top, they come down to the bottom layer, yeah, to get that power up, to get that juice, because we generate a whole load of fucking energy, right?
Yeah.
So this is how we empower. Wherever you are in society, you come to Trilluminati Live and feel empowered because we spit the truth, we seek the truth, yeah. We assist each other, we build each other up. Yeah, we might tear each other down when we're having an argument, but the overriding vibration of this channel is one of positivity, camaraderie, community, and truth seeking. So yeah, that's how we empower from the bottom.
Okay, so beyond that, so Jedi, so you say you have a amazing group of people that come on here, engage, cultivate, that you can network. What's been happening with the people here? How are you evolving that into?
Well, we're all cultivating arguments, and that's what you've got to do.
Let you know where I'm going. So don't Don't try and cut me off before I.
No, I wasn't trying to cut you off, but I've got the answer.
And the other, because this is what a lot of you guys.
I've got the answer for you. How is this? Well, so
Mm-hmm.
basically, we meet in real life. A lot of us meet in real life, and I've always from the day one encouraged like the subscribers and the people that come on the panel to network with each other. So there's been businesses formed, there's been alliances made from parents that homeschool children together and go on homeschool activities to plumbers that work with each other and give each other jobs, to people that frequent the resident barber and get their hair cut and now go to him to get a trim. People that do events and invite members from the team to come down and be involved. Musicians that collaborate in music. There's all kinds of collaborations and networking. So yeah, we about that over here.
Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you. That's what I want to hear.
Kat,
what? So people just talking shit online, not having any resolution, not having any,
Let her finish, man.
ways to connect.
Shut up, Chipper. You've been talking all along. I haven't spoken.
Shut up. Who are you, Reggie? Is that you, Reggie?
I wanted to ask you a question, but it's cool.
Well, I
When
can
you
ask.
finish.
All right, go on, Reggie.
No, I was asking what do you think? Like, what did you initially think of this channel? Did you just think it was a pro-black channel, or Black Batman channel?
Honestly, the first time I came on this channel, I didn't even know what it was. I heard Jedi, probably Sniper, and maybe Mary or Lady D. They would just hold it down. And I thought, okay, this is the channel that it was like kind of conscious, but it's with the bullshit. So that's kind of the channels that I like, where I can be intellectual and then still be with the fuck shit. And I was like, oh, this is perfect for me.
You know how to stick to one conversation and win an argument.
You had your go, man. Relax.
Over here.
I'm done talking.
Sounds like, and it wasn't. I can't even say it was the first time, because the first time I came on Jedi's panel, I didn't know shit about it. I didn't know what his chat was like. And then when I listened back or looked at other videos, I was like, oh, his chat is brutal. His panel are brutal. And it's a learning experience for me. So I was like, I thought I could chat with everyone. Hello, no, I can't, because people have alliances and they have people that they fuck with.
No, it's all good, man.
To be honest, talking all that shit and not think that I'm gonna get, stomped to the ground.
No, you're good, man. But we enjoying you right now, Kat. There's some things that we could speak about, but yeah, we enjoying you right now, man.
Jedi,
I think she is taking her L quite humbly. She's taking it quite humbly, so big up for that. That's commendable.
Can I get a chipper now?
Big up. And I think everyone needs to understand. I don't come on here when I say certain things, it's coming from a different place. Don't ever take it personally. I just want
we understand. We understand, man. We know you're nuts. You're crazy.
You take it out today, though.
Yeah, I'm a bit.
You ready? So
I'm ready,
while I've got your attention, can we just say, if you ever whine again, slow it down. Please slow it down.
Oh, yeah?
Everyone hates the fast whine. No one likes the fast whine.
Everyone you're teasing me, I'm gonna slow it down for you.
Later. We're having a call later, though. Slow whine.
Slow whine.
Yeah, so basically, like, I would say,
I got a question for you, Shiv. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
all right. So, the ladies, you've taken your L now. We're moving on to another subject now. We're just gonna let you hold your L in the corner.
Subject, but you might be having
say nothing. Say nothing.
You're not getting
naughty step, love. You're in a naughty step now.
One Kat, wait. I'm dealing with Shiv right now.
On another level. This guy never said the shit that you said. So I want to confuse you, because whatever we are as male and females, we're all gonna have things that contradict each other. We're gonna have.
Now do you see why men are giving the energy to pump a woman 5 times a day when this is what they be doing? This is what I'm saying, bro. Either corking them out or their things, bro. This is what I'm saying. This is why men have got that energy for that. Anyway, I'm saying this. Never mind.
I'm dead. You was on the cape though. Go on, cape, man. You was about to cape for them. No, brother, you was about to start caping.
I am. Put your cape on. I'm not caping. What I'm saying, this is why man was giving the energy for dealing with a woman 5 times a day, either corking them out or corking everything else. So I'm saying this is what you'd be doing if you weren't getting dealt with. So anyway, as I was saying, Shifa, you ready? You hear me?
You want to dance? Anyone want to dance with me? Because I'm in the dance mood tonight.
Yeah. Where you in the UK?
Yeah.
Put it down. All right. Cool. All right. We'll talk about it later still. All right. So Shifa.
But you're not in the back, baby. We're gonna dance today.
Yeah.
These
So
times
as I
she
was
said
saying,
she had a man and she's go on. Yeah. Anyway.
you agree, right?
I'm joking. Why do you guys take it? You're so jealous, you guys.
What?
Right.
So
distraction.
Right. No, it's a serious thing.
Go. You agree? I'll be quiet.
You have a wife, Sniper. You have a wife. You have a wife, Sniper.
Just let him go.
Yeah,
Just
hang
let him
on,
go.
let me ask Sniper. Since it was,
I need to be honest with you. I need to be honest with you. You keep saying Sniper.
It's Issa.
It's not Sniper. It's not Sniper.
Yeah, 1 second. You keep saying Sniper. Sniper's not here. He's not been here today. Well,
This is Issa talking.
He wasn't here when you were here.
This is Issa.
His name is No Pan-Africanism.
Okay, Jedi, do you have a wife, baby?
No.
Wait, man. Let me finish this thing with the brother, man. All right.
Pause.
Shifts. Right. So I'm saying we both agree, yeah, that man or men are the founders of the civilization. We build the infrastructure. That's the physical part, right?
Yeah.
Then do you agree we are the founders of culture? Yes or no?
Culture? I think it would be.
What culture?
For a minute.
Yeah.
When you say culture. When you say culture,
hold on.
Sorry.
It's a collective. Culture is a collective.
When you When you say sorry, 1 second. Let me answer him. When you say culture is multifaceted. It's multifaceted.
Hold on.
So you're gonna have a collective of different cultures within a culture.
Wrong with just saying,
Shifa. Listen to what I'm saying. Regardless of collective, all right. Let me start from the top. It's the men ruling. Okay. The laws and morals and values that they put in place, the men enforce. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yep.
No.
Shifa.
No.
Yep.
No.
Okay.
I would agree that.
No, hang on.
Hey,
I would agree that.
I'm just
That's
talking
gonna
about
hate on you for that now. Cat gone.
Okay.
Cat don't think you're caping no more. She's like, hold up. She said, hold up.
I have a.
Whoever's living, whichever male is masculine male is living local to this woman, I will pronounce the mutter between you and this woman, and you can deal with the matter while I'm having a conversation with Shifa, please. It can only be a 15-minute mutter, however long you take.
I wanna.
Hey, Reggie, where you live? You live there?
I don't want to deal with
I'll
that.
bring your bus, Reggie. Come on, bro. I just want to get this out of the way. Right.
Okay, so you. Why?
Wait a minute. I'm talking to Shifa. One sec. Yeah. All right. So, as I was saying, yeah, men establish the laws, they establish the morals and values, and they enforce them and the punishments, etc. Yes, Shifa?
Yep, I'd agree.
Okay. Therefore, the culture evolves within the framework of those laws, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, therefore, if women have gone astray over the last how many years, is that women's fault or men's fault?
I'd say it's women's fault for this reason. The moment women were given power, what they did with it was they did girl power. They didn't do righteous power. And for this reason, what we've come up with, but I'm not finished. For this reason, what they've come up with is this treacherous mindset, which is we call a modern day woman, but it's no longer a woman. This woman seeks to become a man, but doesn't seek to uphold the principles that a man lives by.
That's right.
And, once we get into that argument there, we're now living in a parallel universe where someone perceives themselves as being equal to me, but they're really not.
Right.
Okay. So check this now. Do you agree, whatever she became with girl power, did you and the other masculine men that you claim to be part of create an alternative culture that they could have followed? Yes or no?
It's me, Trill.
No.
I've been up here.
Women to some degree, they devise their own cultures, and what women seek to do, they seek to separate themselves. Brother, you got to allow me to answer in my own way.
No, stay with you. We're talking about men now and their responsibility, right? If you're saying no, men didn't, that means you sat back or you co-signed the system and benefited off of girl power, in which we men could have free sex without any responsibilities. Yes or no?
100%. 100%.
Okay.
100%.
Then you can't.
Yeah.
Hold on. So therefore, because I'm saying at every juncture you find with other cultures, when they, for instance, Pakistanis have had the same thing, Jews have had the same thing, but guess what? They reinforced another way of keeping their women in line by culturally shaming them, economically, all kind of thing to make sure they stay in line. So they're like, if you go astray from this,
So you're saying
from our
society should be shaming women then?
I'm saying the culture, yes. So the community, of course, bro. Do you shame the man and the woman?
I thought you was gay.
Women the whole time. Hang on, who was that guy that was just talking about?
Whores should be shamed.
Shadi. Public shaming, yeah.
If a woman wants to be a whore, she should be shamed.
Yeah, and when you want to be a whore, you should be shamed twice.
You lot do me a favor, please. Let me yo,
Who was that guy that was speaking, Jedi?
That was Esau. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
It's Exile, bro. I've been up here.
Yo, Esau, Exiled One. What's good?
Shit, man. Wanting to get in on the conversation and shit, man. I mean, I don't feel like any person should have power over another individual. I feel like, you know, if a man and a woman create a family, they should have an equal power together, but it should be a balance.
Coming from an American. This is coming from an American.
When I get that number, she's going to change her mind, bro.
That you're women.
All
right. Well, we can deal with that in a minute, but for the most part, I just
Esau, that was a good way. That was a good way to try and act sincere with the women, and then turn it on there. You switched it. You 360 that shit.
Yeah, nah.
I thought you was gonna cape hard.
No, I'm for justice, bro. I'm a
The guy said one sentence, man. Fuck's sake.
Hey, Khan.
Hey, I'm good. I
thought he was testing him still. But yeah, now what I'm saying, no, Schiffer, what I'm saying is that within our structure, right, both men and women are shamed, right? Men would be shamed if you don't get up and work and do the things you need to do, right? Men are not generally shamed if you had more than one woman, but women are shamed for that. Each group have got their own shaming thing in the community. What I'm saying to you is you can't be blaming the women today who have followed girl power if you did not and were not part of a culture which provided the thing which would have kept women on the straight and narrow path that you wanted them to be on. So because we co-signed it and took advantage of girl power, right? That allowed them to loosen up the thing. We didn't have to marry them. We didn't have to work and whatever else. We even let them get insure their car, put our name on their insurance on their car, driving their cars. We let them pick us up with clothes. We let them buy the food and whatever else. You get me? Now we're living in collective results.
That's not true. It's not true.
Oh, Khan, you ain't even got no girl. Why does Khan keep talking about girls?
Now hear me out, brother. Let me respond. Brother, you see if girl power happened yesterday, brother, yeah?
Men don't shame the women. The women self-regulate themselves.
No, but Khan. If girl power happened yesterday, he might have some substance to his argument. But we need to understand this is something that's happened for generations now, brother.
Exactly.
Women have been in power. We've had queens, X, Y, Z, multiple. So what you need to understand, brother, please let me finish. What you need to understand is, brother, the fact of the matter is, many of us today, in this day and age, in this modern day and age, this modern world, we were born into the society. So I didn't have a say on how it was structured. I was just born into it. Now everyone knows the logistics. They know the playing field. They know when they're wrong and they know when they're right. Yeah. So when a woman uses her womanly assets to her advantage or takes advantage of someone with them, she knows exactly what she's doing. The same way when a man uses his physical assets to take advantage of someone, he knows exactly what he is doing. Now, brother, what you said was perfect because, like you said, within a society where women only take one man, what would happen is what will happen. If a man sleeps with a woman, she's never going to take another man because she ain't risking being shamed in the way people are going to shame you in this society. So what she's going to do, she's going to find that man and she's going to stick to you. Now, if you got a woman already, now you've got two and you can't hide it because she's going to find you. She can only stay with one man, innit? yeah, and ultimately it's going to stop spreading certain things. It's going to clean up certain aspects of the household, because now the man's going to know, do you know what? I can't just go sleep with a woman, because if I go sleep with a woman, guess what? Now I've got 2 women to provide for. I can't escape it.
Where's
She ain't
Lady
going to go with
D,
no other man. Now that would make the law livable. That would make the law livable.
But Shifa, that goes on to a point of men being irresponsible. And the fact is, when this women's liberation come about, right, it actually helped men be more lazy. That's what it did.
Oh, you see how you killed yourself? You see what you killed yourself there? You see how you killed yourself? No, listen. When you're finished. Oh my God, let her finish, man.
The point is, when this women's liberation came in, men were all up for it, because it meant, all right, cool, women can also help in this economy. We're going out to war, and women are coming to war with us. Women are looking after the household. And when they went to, I'm talking about the Western society. So when they went to war, the women were obviously trying to uphold the country and working and so on and so forth. When the men come back from war, the women were still working. So then what happened was it helped build the economy in this country, and then men actually didn't have to play the same roles anymore. So from there, they stopped playing the same roles. They became more lazy, and it's man's responsibility at the end of the day to provide. And if you're going about sleeping with X, Y, and Z women, what you're doing is you're lacking responsibility for that woman that you've laid with. You should be responsible for the women. You should be responsible for the women that you lay with.
Let me ask you a question.
If men were, and if once you can, sorry, 1 second. And if men were responsible for the women that they lay with, you would find that a lot of women would be sleeping around, and not a lot of men would be sleeping around.
Shani,
let me ask you a question. No, hold on, no, wait. Pause. Listen. So what you're in what you're saying. When, at which point do women become responsible for their own equality that you're supposed to have? At which point do you become responsible for the equality that you have?
So the thing is, you are
so therefore, you can't. Your statement's invalid. So your statement's invalid. You can't say men are irresponsible. Then it's women that are irresponsible. Because if you're responsible, listen. If you're responsible, if you as women are responsible for your own actions and own behaviors, the onus is on you to change these behaviors. And when a man's telling you what he values in a woman, when a man's telling you what he values in a woman, the onus is for you to receive the information, keep your mouth shut, listen and understand, and just live by it. Yeah, it's the same way. When a woman's telling a man what she thinks she needs from a man and her necessities, a man is supposed to do the same thing. Keep his mouth shut and listen and just try and live by it. Try and find a way of doing it. Simple. We do it.
All right, cool. You made your point. Shani, can I just say quickly, historically, women have shamed each other into the correct roles, right? Men do not shame women. It's women, the good women, that keep the bad women in line. And it's same with men, right? Good men keep the bad men in line. It's not for women to start telling men how to be men. Right, the men do that themselves, and the women have to self-regulate. So we can't put the responsibility on men.
This is why you're
so. That's why a woman offers to search a woman, bro.
Let him finish, man. My brother raised a very good point that shaming is the way how society regulates itself.
You know what you want. If a woman that you're dealing with don't want to deal with you as a man, move on. That's the reality. Why are you trying to struggle, love shit with a woman that don't want to be with you, don't want to align with you?
Because it's the law. Because it's the law.
Who's doing that? You get dashed back on the scrap heap, babe.
No, can't stick with the law. Stick with the law. Can't stick with the law. Stick with the law, man.
But you guys are then basically saying
the law. Shani, can you acknowledge? Shani, you got common sense here, Shan. You can acknowledge the fact what I'm saying is true. Historically, it's women that regulate women. So when the women are slutty and bitchy and flirting around men, it's the good women that
not the same people.
put them
How
in
about
line.
that? Historically, Khan, we don't come from the
tell them
same
again, Khan.
Yes, we do, you idiot.
No,
I'm
we
Muslim,
don't.
you're Muslim. There's no difference, idiot.
You wish you
Repeat
were
that shit
from
again,
my
Khan.
culture, but we don't
Why
come
do
from
I?
the same
Why
culture.
do I?
You are the same one that's tried to
Why
steal
do I?
my
You're talking
culture,
ridiculousness,
and
man.
I
I'm
will
not going to
tell
get
you,
distracted. I
as
want
an
to answer from a
Egyptian, as
sensible
a Nubian
human
woman,
being
I don't
called
want
Shani.
you. I
I'm not
don't
even
fuck
talking
with
to you
you.
right now.
I send you into the desert to die.
The bodies are piling up. The bodies are piling up.
Shani,
I don't
is it
fuck
for women to tell men how to be men, or is it for men to shame women into submission?
Oh, now he wants to say
the point is, Khan, Can't,
we don't want you.
Yo,
Have you seen your belly, Cat? Have you seen your
Have
belly?
you seen
Cat, have you seen your
yours in the
belly?
last 5 years? Have you seen your Guess what? Can't show your belly. I'm gonna show my belly.
I can't. Remember, you're a man, and let's play our role. Let's play our role, Jay, bro. Synchronize. Synchronize.
And let me talk about your shit.
Right, so can't.
Listen, I'm going out in the street. You're not shouting, can't show your belly. You're on speaker.
I can't let it go. Let it go. Can't let it go. Let someone else speak. Come on, bro.
Can't show your belly, right?
Can't let it go. Let someone else speak, bro. Please, bro. Please, can't. Please, can't.
Let's back to the conversation.
No, he won't.
To answer your question, you're kind of right, Khan, right? But then the problem is that it's a household that's been broken down. So the man and the woman in a household has been broken down, raising children to be respectable men and women. And because the breakdown has happened, sorry guys, I'm like recovering from the flu, by the way, just hence why I sound a bit cryy or whatever. It's a bit worse than usual.
Is that why your nose sounds all blocked?
Is it a throat issue, Shani? Is it a throat? Is it a sore throat?
Belly and my nose. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Actually, it's the middle shoulder. We call it middle shoulder.
The upper shoulder. The upper, yes.
I will.
Okay, go on. Central shoulder. Yeah, but Khan, I think it's because the traditional values of a household is what broke down, and because that broke down, it meant that the individual's values broke as well. So men decided that they didn't need to look after women because they saw that their fathers weren't doing that, for instance. There was a breakdown, or women didn't feel like they needed to get a man and be.
When are men supposed to look after? No, women are supposed to look after men.
Shift 1 second.
And women looked at their households and realized that their mum could do everything because she ended up a single mum, and then thought, well, I don't need a man because I can be single because my mum did it. So because of that, over generations, this breakdown, this kind of female empowerment and, let's all be independent women and stuff like that, that is actually broke that, and men not being responsible for households and not creating households, right? Because that's important. You might be creating life, but you're not creating households. And that's what a responsible man does. He has households. He can maybe have multiple lives and wives and whatever, but each of those are a household. And men haven't been doing that. So because they haven't been doing that, and women are thinking that they can get on independently, this is where all this stuff happens.
You're leaving out the examples of people and the influence of how, because for instance, a woman could have been empowered and independent and still be one of 4 wives, right? And she kept her values. How they showed women's empowerment was specifically taking your bra off, was specifically loosening up the thing, and they followed that example instead of thinking, well, I'm going to be a businesswoman and I'm still going to be married and keep my principles. So that's the difference. So
that's true. Sorry, it was about women's liberation being free.
How can you say that's true and you're arguing against
partners? Yeah, because this is what it was, Shifra. This is what was.
Stop responding to Shifra, because then you're gonna be upset that he's cutting you. Just stay in your train of thought.
Right. So it's Shifra, can you just try and control yourself a little bit?
Shani, you're doing good, Shani. Carry on, man.
It will help a little bit, but I'm just saying. So you're correct in saying that, because what was pushed out, the agenda was pushed out, was women's liberation, was free the nipple, was have multiple sex, was try drugs,
contraception.
Was contraception, yes, was
like
wear men's clothing, yes, was you're equal to men. So this is what was always pushed out to women. So now how can this stuff be pushed out in a patriarchy, right? And it not be men's fault? Men should have stopped that from happening. The men that run this country should have stopped that from happening and said, no, this is our country. We are men. We're providers.
Was Queen Elizabeth? Hold on. Sorry. Was the Queen a patriarch?
Hold on, one second. It's always at the bad time before you respond. Government and politics. Sorry, Issa. We got a new panelist. Eliza Havoc. You sound like trouble. I recognize your face from somewhere, Eliza.
I recognize that voice, man.
Where have we seen you before, sis?
I frequent my husband's panels. My husband was the American man that you brought on earlier.
Your husband is exiled.
Okay.
Yes.
She looks serious. She looks serious.
Welcome.
Respect.
Who was talking that I cut off? Issa.
Me.
Yeah.
Right.
No, it was
Stay on
Shani.
mute, stay on mute, Issa. Yeah, so Eliza.
He was Issa. Let Issa go.
No. I'm not going to. I'm actually going to let the sister jump on and say what she wants to say. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, man.
My opinion is this. Whenever it comes to relationship, you're actually supposed to find somebody who is your balance. And unfortunately, the way the world is now, a lot of relationships are based off of a power struggle. This is one of the reasons why we have so many issues coming and so many issues in the household. It doesn't matter whether it's in America, whether it's in the UK, Australia, it doesn't matter. The whole thing is that it's supposed to be a balance, not a power struggle. In my household, my man is he's the head. Now, when my man goes off to work, I'm then the protector. I then become the head of household because I'm the one that's still here. I'm the one that's here to protect my family, protect my children until my husband comes home. Once he comes home, I'm able to go ahead and be in what people consider feminine energy, but it's really not a feminine energy. That's what makes me comfortable. I'm able to be comfortable. I'm able to go ahead and let him take reign of doing whatever. And then I go to do what makes me comfortable, which is raising my family, taking care of my home, and things of this nature because it pleases me. So whenever we're looking at a lot of single people that are in a power struggle or who do not want to be criticized or told what to do, because as a lot of young people, we go from, our family's household, our parents' household, and we're always being told to do. That's the first thing we resist because we did it with our parents. So now we want to struggle. We want to push back against it because we want to feel like we have the freedom to make our own decisions. Just fine. But that's where a lot of the issues come from. They do not come from being in a healthy relationship.
How is it not feminine though?
I kind of alluded to that earlier as well.
How is that not feminine in relation to your man? Because if you're talking about what you feel comfortable with, and unfortunately a lot of people talk about themselves and their personal feelings, right? But I'm saying if you're going to put a culture out there where there's so many differences of opinion, wouldn't it make sense to have roles where this is the female and feminine role, this is the male and masculine role? For civilization and harmony.
Here's the thing. Roles were good at one point in time where women didn't have to work, where the cost of living.
When did women not have to work?
Sir, give me a moment to answer your question, please. When the cost of living was in such a way that a man was able to go to work, come home, build the house from scratch, be able to give the wife these things, then yes, the roles were in place to go ahead and keep everything running smoothly. Afterwards, got to a point where things got harder. A lot more men went out to wars. And whenever a man is out to war, how can you be the protector of the household if you are not there because you were at war? So women have to pick up the mantle. Now, we didn't do this to sit there and be like F men and all that stuff. We did this to go ahead and keep the family as well as the surname alive. Because if our men were in the military, the main people that are continuing the surname are the children. Okay,
Eliza, can I ask you a question?
But how is that different? How is that not the feminine role? How is that not the feminine? I'm saying she's hold on. How is any of what you said not the feminine role? So, for instance, throughout history, we've always had wars, right? Women have always had businesses and so on, growing stuff and selling it, making necklaces and selling it, right? So, what I'm saying to you is, just because there's wars, that wouldn't just because a woman's playing that role, which you would play if the man's going out every day to hunt. When someone comes to the house with children, the woman is there to stab whatever animal comes along. So she's already got that role anyway as part of her feminine role.
These guys have been talking for ages. Let the sister speak, man. Come on.
I'm saying when I tried to talk before, and I'm saying this needs to be answered before we continue. Because I'm saying that.
Can we use those words?
Okay,
let's talk in smaller sentences.
Interrupting me. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't all of that. I just came back in. But let's moving forward. Let's all try and talk in punchier, smaller sentences, so everyone feels that they get a shot at speaking. Sorry, go on.
And can we just also just very quickly? Can we remove Eunice because he's not?
I'm still here.
But you're not participating.
You're not going to.
Yeah, it's true. No, it's a unanimous decision, man. Unanimous vote.
Come on, what a line is.
what you saying to what I just said? I'm saying it's part of the feminine role. So
1
there's
minute,
nothing.
man. I'm speaking to
I
the
heard
lady.
you. I've been
Eliza,
waiting.
do you know what a lion is?
Bruv, hold on, let me answer, man.
A lion, yeah? They call him the noble beast, right? Lions, in a lion society, who does more work, the lionesses or the lion?
Bruv, we're not lions. Leave that, man. Just let us
1
answer
minute,
the
man. We are
question.
lions. We are lions.
You definitely is.
Lionesses do the
You
work,
can't run
right?
and catch
And the
nothing,
man
bro.
oversees. The man
All right.
oversees, right? So his position
Oh,
is a natural position of being the overlord. The women do the work, though, right? And if you've been to a village, where I've been to villages, the women do the work. They do the run-ins. They do everything what you just said, like Black Telex said. The women doing
They've
the
always-
work doesn't take
they've
power
always done
away
hard work.
from the man.
I was like, you look like, what the hell are these guys on about? Guys,
Hold on, man. Let her answer this one question. I'm saying it's still.
What's wrong with you, lot, man? Yo, man, them. Shut the fuck up.
Thank you. Thank you so
How
much.
about that? How about that? Shut the fuck up. Let the sister talk. My God.
Sounds like the man that was constantly sitting here and trying to interrupt and asking about roles. Did I trigger you or something? Because
No,
it seems that irate. The only reason that I asked is
I
because
was irate with the guys that we're interrupting. All right, so no, that doesn't work for me. Yeah, go ahead.
might not work for you. That's all right. At the end of the day, it's not really a gender role. The reason I'm sitting there and telling you that it's not roles is because when a woman had to take up what you consider the role of now making money and being the provider, the financial provider for their family, things began to switch up. Now, and that's why I'm sitting here and trying to tell you, understand that this was due to war. We didn't create war. You guys didn't create war, right?
Not due to that, my dear. Should I tell you what it's due to? The man and the woman don't own the land they live on. If the man owns the land and the woman does the work, that's an equal relationship.
Can I please finish? I've been waiting so
Sorry, I
patiently.
beg your pardon. Go ahead.
Okay. So these women had to start working. Now we're having to sit there and put on extra hats. Now we're trying to accommodate for things. Now, this is also going on for men that were killed. This is men that were killed in a war, men that were killed on the street. It does not matter. And whenever your protector is no longer there, as women, we still have to do what we need to do as far as taking on a dominant role to protect our family, ourselves, to provide what we need to do as far as taking on a dominant role to protect our family, ourselves, to provide what we need to do as far as taking on a dominant.
Someone needs to mute, man.
Can you mute that? Okay. So that's one of the reasons I say it's not really a gender role. It's literally trying to accommodate for the way the world is today. The world is not the same way it was whenever gender roles were so heavily in play.
We don't have a rural economy anymore. We have a city-based lifestyle.
But gender roles were quite strong whenever we had an economy that was also at play. We no longer have that. Therefore, it's crashing everything else underneath the pyramid of it. Do you guys not see that?
Is that affecting the Jewish community?
I see you, sis. Your sister. Do you think that the women have the choice in today's world of being different to the women that they are today?
Yes. Okay. I believe that everybody has control over their actions. Everybody has accountability. Everybody. It does not matter whether you are a man, woman, child. That doesn't matter. Everybody has the right to sit there and state what their boundaries are, what makes them comfortable, what they're willing to do, what they're willing to accept, and what they're willing not to do and not to
Can I pause you there? Can I pause you there 1 second for this reason? Yeah, because I said this earlier, but I just want to hear your take on it. So what I'm saying is, amongst men, like we have a general consensus that a man doesn't value himself and his private regions, his his sexuality the way a woman does. So to some extent, a man sees himself as less valuable than a woman. Yeah. Now, what we're saying as men, a lot of us, not all, because some may disagree. For the ones that disagree, that's your time late after I finished if you want to speak. But what I would say is that men don't really want to be finding a woman, that's already been with a man and already had another man inside of her. Men want a woman that is not about that, innit? Women, want something different. And whatever women want, men are happy to listen to. We're prepared to listen to and we're prepared to accommodate for. Now, in that situation, in that situation, can you understand, sis, why a man might say, well, if a woman is not going to be a particular way, and I'm in a society of women that act a particular way, why would I be just going out there trying to get married straight away? Because we're playing a game out here.
Can I just quickly say something? It's so hard to hear you say this, Schiffer.
Why?
Because you're saying men want a woman that's never been with another woman before, but you're part of the problem.
You're creating those women.
You're creating these women.
That's not true.
That's
a fact. That's a fact.
That's not true. Can I prove you wrong? Can I prove you wrong?
You're being a fornicator, bro. You're being a fornicator.
Let her finish. Let her finish.
Where are the good women?
Hold on, let her finish, and I'm gonna prove her wrong after. Watch. I'll show you how easy this is.
Sorry, just why I said that, Eliza, just to catch you up, is because Schiffer has multiple baby mums, right? And he's currently with a woman who's having his child that he's not married to. He hasn't wedded her, and
that's not fair. That's not fair.
No, Khan, you don't need to interrupt.
Wait, you got an ex on the way.
Everyone stop for a minute, please.
Question was supposed to be, can I respond, please? Can I respond?
I was just giving
understand.
You the
Let me just say this, please, Shani, and then you can continue.
Okay.
I understand that we like to do.
Hold on, please.
I understand we like to do ad libs and quickly say stuff. Let me quickly say this and let me quickly say that. But we keep doing that while each other is talking, where no one is getting a fair shot at speaking without being interrupted. Khan, I hear what you're saying, but Shani's very easily distracted right now. So if you say something, she's going to respond to it rather than carrying on her point, which is going to mean that we're going to add another 20 seconds into her trying to make a quick point.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Panel, right?
Sorry, Shani. Sorry.
All right. Please, Shani, continue.
It's all
then,
good. Sorry, I wanted to catch Eliza up as to why I made that comment to him. That's the backstory of what we kind of know of him. But keeping in mind that we all don't really know each other. It's just what we know of each other, and that's why I said that. So he's made the statement that he made, but yet he's creating women that have already been with somebody. So then the other men that desire women that don't want anybody, you've now created a bunch of women that men don't want. So then why would they not sleep around? Because a man doesn't want to wife her. They still need to.
Do you want to answer my question first, or should we deal with the whataboutism first?
Who's responding to that? Sorry. Who's responding to that?
All right, okay. All right, wait.
Really? Do you just say that?
Let me clarify. No, sorry. Let me clarify what I'm saying.
We're just doing whataboutism now.
Let me clarify. No, sorry. Let me clarify. Now,
I'm starting to forget my thought, baby. Can I please just respond? I promise I'm gonna let you.
Yeah, please respond, sis. Please.
Okay, so my thoughts on that are this. It's interesting that you say that a man doesn't want a woman that's been with anybody before, because as young men, for you all to let's see the word I want to, for you all to transgress into adulthood, for you all to cross that threshold in a man's mind. Now, mind you, please correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you have to have what you consider bodies? Don't you have to go around and know what to do with your penis so that in case you do fuck around and get married, excuse my language, that you know what to do to sit there and keep your woman satisfied?
No,
you can learn while you're married to her.
That's fascinating that you say no, because I have teenage daughters and I also have young children. I actually have 6 children, okay? And actually with my added, I have 8, but I have biological 6 children. So with that being said,
yeah, man, big up all the mothers on the panel, man. Big up. All 3 of you.
But there are boys that pursue my daughter so heavily that are trying to get her to sleep with them, this and that. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm going to agree to disagree.
Can I pause you for 1 second?
Shifa, just let her finish, man. Just let her finish, bro.
I'm going to agree to disagree because there are a lot of men that constantly are pursuing women just to have a conquest under their belt of the fact that they were able to get. So then that puts a woman in a very rocky predicament, because if she falls in love or in lust or whatever you want to call it with a man and decides to give over her body with the intent of marrying this man, but this man has the intent to literally just have a conquest under his belt, that taints her for everybody else. So, whenever you say that, that doesn't make sense to me. And then
pause. Pause
What's
1
the
second,
matter
sis.
with
I'm
you?
gonna tell you why it does make sense this year, because I see where you're going with this, and I fully respect your argument. And I'm gonna show you how it does make sense now. Now, like I said, if a man, is pursuing a woman, i.e., your daughter, in this way, and he's within a society then where if you pursue a woman, she's only gonna stay with one man, then what's gonna happen is that woman ain't just gonna allow him to sleep with her on no terms basis. There's gonna have to be terms. In fact, if she sleeps with her, he's gonna be sleeping with her for the rest of his life because she ain't going away. She's not gonna leave, innit? As far as she's concerned, she can only take one man, innit? So she's made that clear from day one, innit? Yeah. Now, at the end of the day, this man knows now if he goes and sleeps with this woman and the society, say like this, if we're in a society, then let's just like theoretically, we're in a society where if you take a woman's womanhood, then you have to be held accountable. If that was a law within society, if women were pushing for something like that, it would make the dynamics of the game so much more different, and it would protect everyone within it. It would protect everyone within it. But you fire away.
That long ass tale that you tried to sell this to that woman. You have a woman.
No, let her respond.
Hang on. Yeah.
Oh,
you have a woman that you impregnated. Are you
No,
married
sis,
to her?
sis, please let her respond. We're not doing whataboutism.
I don't give a fuck, bitch.
Jedi, can you please mute her? Because obviously we could do whataboutism all day.
It's her turn to speak now. She's speaking.
No,
Just let her
why?
talk.
Why would he mute me? Because I don't want to. What?
Focus on your statement, baby.
Right.
Yeah, carry on.
So,
Go.
I told you, darling, that he is supposedly some upstanding British example. Have you married any woman that you've procreated with?
There are no women in Western society that deserve marriage. They don't exist. Listen, they don't exist.
So hypocritical.
Have you, motherfucker? This is what you guys do.
You asked the question, though. You asked the question.
He answered you.
You asked the question.
What society you're dealing with? Have you married the women that you fucking had kids with?
3 of them.
No.
No, exactly.
No.
He said that he doesn't think women in the Western society, Kat, he said he doesn't think women in Western society deserve to be married.
But he would impregnate them, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Happily.
And that's the maddest thing. And that's the maddest thing.
Part of the game.
Because what you're saying is, you're saying that men like Zulu, and all men want to have.
Zulu's soft, man. Allow me, man.
Nah, I'm not soft, bro. I'm Israelite.
One at a time. No shouting out. We're not at that stage where we can shout out, so we're gonna have to keep it quite strict until we
you're
can.
Saying, okay.
What has this got to do with the argument? I don't get it.
No, Shifa, no.
Go. Sorry, I got me.
You're saying all men want a woman that has been untouched, right? And you're the man that goes out and touches all these women, right? So then what you're doing is you're failing the society that you want to be there. You want a society to be there, but then you're being the person that's ruining the society. Now, we can say Zulu isn't, because Zulu wants a woman that is untouched. So what is Zulu doing? Not touching women. Simple.
Now, what you said is irresponsible. I'll tell you why what you said is irresponsible for this reason. First and foremost, I provide for all of my children. So I'm providing for more than one family. The fact that the fact that the woman is no longer here is entirely her choice. She chose to leave. She could have stayed. All of them could be here right now if they wanted to. I never made their decision for them. They had a choice. They made it. I can't make people's choices for them, can I, Shani? I can't force a woman to stay somewhere, can I, Shani? And you know what? Unfortunately for men, you see if a man is going through a rough period in his life, going through a rough patch, just like you explained, your mate, she was with a man, he went through a rough patch, and all of a sudden, it's divorce. You see if a woman goes through a rough patch, she expects support. So unfortunately, what we're doing here, I'm not finished. What we're doing here, we're doing whataboutism and finding ourselves right back in the same place where we were. And unfortunately, Shani, you see for a brother like Reggie, I'd expect this kind of argument where we go around the houses rather than dealing with our actual issue. But what you're showing is that, the women, unfortunately, just seem to make excuses rather than ever deal with their issues. So if you're going to sit and make excuses, feel free. And let Brother Reggie help you. That is definitely an excuse and a deflection.
not an excuse. You're saying that men want a certain society, right? And you're a man, but you're not perpetrating this society. You're not upholding the society that you want to be a part of.
Yes, I am.
You're actually
Yes, I am.
ruining it. No, you're
Yes,
not.
I
You're
am.
ruining it.
She could have stayed. Listen, she could have stayed, and I'm still happily paying today. To this day, I'm still happily paying to this day. Now what? You're done. I provide.
That's rude.
I think you've been on record. You've been on record as saying you got 3 baby mamas. If I'm not.
No, I got more than that, man. I got more than that.
Give me
Don't be a low rank. Don't put me in low rankings.
They all chose to leave.
Okay, hold on.
The ones who left, the ones who left, they chose to leave. Yeah.
To respond to that gentleman that has many children, I will say this. One of the things I noticed that you keep saying is that men. It's really sounding like it's just your personal preference. And if that's your personal preference, then you know what, more power to you. But you cannot speak for all men because all men do not think the same. All men do not have, sir. You have an opinion. You have an opinion that is invested in whatever it is that you went through and the way that your brain has tried to break that. Exactly. Process the trauma and things that you went through to make you more comfortable. Not everybody has that same ideology because my husband does not. I actually have family in the UK. They do not. Mind you, when I'm sitting here coming from the examples that I'm using, these are examples that have been married for 15, 20, 30 years plus. Okay. So to speak on your argument real quick.
Yeah.
We were not talking about children. I mean, congratulations on having your children.
I know we wasn't. You're right.
But men tend to, whenever they want something, like we were talking about pursuing, men have also been known, and understand this is not just men, this is also women too, but I've noticed it more in men, maybe because of my personal experiences, that a lot more men are willing to manipulate a situation to obtain what it is that they want. Okay. And if what you're wanting to do is to procreate and have nothing else, I know men that will go ahead and promise things like marriage, that will promise things like a relationship. Exactly. Just to be able to procreate. Now, you, sir, yourself, you were sitting here and talking about how the way things are in a simpler type of environment for you. Okay. I'm trying to be really, really nice by not saying, the way things are in your head. But the way things are for you, honestly, you want a woman that is untouched. Well, it seems like you've had multiple women that are untouched, yet they were not suitable enough for you. So maybe it's that you are not really comfortable in your manhood to actually know what to ask said woman for. If literally the deal or the contract is being placed that you want to marry them and these are the things that you need, because in order to do that, you have to be in a vulnerable place to be able to tell your spouse, your significant other, or your partner what it is that you truly need versus letting the ego speak for you. And then we're just doing nothing but procreating more life with no fathers, which supposedly is also a problem, right? Just like
so
you
can I respond now?
Well, hold on, sir. You've been responding quite a bit. Give me a moment. I'm trying to hit all the... Okay, so as far as the secondary point, you made a comment about women, women are held accountable, and if they chose to leave, they could have left. Yes, I agree with that wholeheartedly, but we also have to take in consideration why they're choosing to stay, because I'm going to go on a limb and say that it's not because you're promising them marriage, as you have stated, right? You are not promising them anything that has any substance, right?
Stability.
You are not offering them emotional stability, safety. You're not offering them a vulnerable place to let their hair down so they can let you be what you consider the king or the lion in your relationship. And just before I go, I just want to go ahead and state this. We were talking about lions and lionesses. One of the things I have also noticed about the a pride type of community is that a lion never has to roar to the rest of the damn animals in the jungle and let them know he's a fucking lion. A lion's presence literally lets everybody knows that he's one of the top apex predators. And if you have to sit there and go and say, wait, but I'm a lion, but I'm a lion, sweetheart, you're not a lion, you're a gazelle.
Preach.
Quick correction. Lions actually, lions do roar actually.
Can I respond now?
There's a reason that a lioness works for the lion, because she already understands during the sheer presence of what it is that he's bringing or what it is that he's doing, and that he's not going to fail. And if he begins to fail, what happens? The lionesses let another lion come in, and that other lion will begin to kill him. And then the lionesses jump in and go ahead and kill that lion. And they sit there and they bow their heads to the new king of the jungle. That's what they do.
Can I respond now? Is it okay to respond now?
Go ahead,
Is it okay to respond? Now, I'm going to say this year. I'm going to forgive you, for some of your statement, because I think obviously you wasn't privy to the earlier part of the conversation to understand that we'd already discussed the nuances of this. We'd already built a general consensus around this. Also, what you wasn't privy to is the fact that I didn't just say that the women were trash. I said the men are also trash, and I gave my explanation as to why the men are going to be trash. Now, let me finish. I allowed you to finish. Now, what I want to now express to you, sister, is why we as men, I think we as men are a lot more serious sometimes in having an intellectual conversation, because we don't deflect, we don't go personal, we just deal with the actual subject at hand. Now, what's just happened here is people have tried to point fingers at my personal life to say, well, why should I listen to you? My personal life's got nothing to do with the conversation. First point I wanted to point out. Second thing I want to point out, majority of women, are not all women. So if you want to talk about, there are women in England who still live traditional lifestyles and men who still live traditional lifestyles, that was never our argument, sis. So hats off to you. Good point. I agree with you. So I don't think that I was disagreeing with that if you thought I was against it. What I am against is this, sis. I want to break this down to you really slowly so you understand it. Now, what you will find is a woman has just said to me that I've been with a woman, had kids with her, and didn't stay with that woman, so I'm creating a problem. Now, what she's not going to take accountability for is this. What was the reason why that situation broke down? Was it due to the woman or was it due to the man? And what types of behavior is a man supposed to expect from a woman? And what types of behavior is a woman supposed to expect for a man? So what she does is she has this measuring stick that she uses. She says her friend's in a relationship and her friend's man, he's from a lifestyle where, you know what, he was very babied. His mother babied the minute. So they don't really know how to do much. But her friend knew the family. She knows them. She knows what he's like. So
no, that's not true, Shifa. I never said that.
Listen. Your friend at the time of, once she got married and you've been with this person and decide to have a family with them, you now know what they're like. You can't make these type of excuses and think that people's going to accept them. Now, at the end of the day, the same way I know what my woman's like when I get with her, same way woman knows what their man's like when they get with them to a certain extent. Over time, you start to unravel these certain things. Oh, you can't cook. Oh, you can't clean. Oh, you can't wash. Oh, you can't do X, Y, Z. So your mom never taught you now. Okay, so you knew you had to baby that motherfucker. But ultimately, do you know what? He gets demonized. He don't get the help. He don't get the support. He gets demonized. Now, you see with me, with my situation, that's exactly what she does. She demonizes the man. She never looks into what the woman's inefficiencies are. She never looks at the situation and says, okay, there could be a valid situation why a man would choose to no longer be with a woman. And there may be legitimate grounds to do it on also, lawfully, in even her religion. The same way she said, there's legitimate grounds for a woman to leave a man. Yeah. Now, what I'm going to say to you is this. Like I said, those women who have my children all had the opportunity of being in my life and being married to me. They all had that opportunity. Every single woman that I've been with has been in that situation for two reasons. Yeah. One, that's the type of person I am anyway. Yeah. And for two, the type of family I come from, listen, I've got sisters. I've got like 2 brothers. I've got 2 step brothers, not even full brothers. You know, like they're not even blood. You know, like that. So we didn't even all grow up together. I've got bare sisters and bare female cousins. All right, bam. There's there's man them as well. Don't get it wrong. But the ones that I was around most growing up, a lot of the time was the females because of my sisters, because they all be coming around to check my sisters, whatever. So you see, the point I'm going to make is this, yeah? Being in this environment, I'm not talking from a place of inexperience. I know what women are like. Women are like this. You meet a woman the same way when I first met a woman and I was blown, I was head over heels. I was like, wow, this woman's amazing. I wanted to bring the world to her feet. And guess what I found out later on down the line? This woman, from the day she was chatting to me, she'd been chatting to multiple different guys. Jeez. And they will lie about it. They will lie about their body count. Yeah, lie in your face, play some bare-faced lie, and you expect me to marry that. You expect me to accept this behavior. You see, once I get a whiff of this behavior and I realize your deceptive ways, I'm out.
Can I just say the same thing happened to
Shiffer, one question, Shiff. Like, and you don't have to answer it, but honestly speaking, hand on heart, are you still in a relationship right now, Shiff?
I am in a relationship.
Okay.
Okay. I do.
My woman now, because of my experience, of my experiences, I was now more adept to be able to deal with certain situations and understand certain behaviors and nip them in the bud from day one and assert my authority to let this woman know, do you know what? There's certain behaviors that I will not accept in it. If you do X, Y, Z, listen, I'm gone by. There's no argument, there's no talk, there's no discussion in it. Yeah,
Schiffer,
and guess what? She was very receptive to that. Hold on, she was very receptive to that. She was very receptive to that and gave her version of, you know, what she will accept and what she won't accept.
Let me make a quick point, please, brother.
Let's get to Khan and then let's get back to
my point is this, yeah.
One second. Last thing I want to say, last sentence. No accountability. No accountability.
Let me back you up, man. 1 second, Schiffer, bro. I know you're trying to purge your feelings, but 1 second, man. The same thing happened to Reggie. The same thing happened to Reggie. The same thing happened to me. The same thing happened to Schiffer. We can't say that it was from Schiffer's own fault if it's happened to, out of the 5 men on this panel, it's happened to 3 of us.
What happened? What happened?
The exact same thing what Schiffer said.
What is the exact same thing that happened? What is the exact same thing that happened, my brother?
Brother, if you're not listening,
1 second, Reggie. No, I'm listening. I'm listening, but my brother, listen. I'm gonna say this.
Mosh, let me quickly
let me talk, then. Let me talk, bro. I'm gonna say this shit.
No, 1 second, Mosh. He asked you a question. Can you answer it or not?
Yeah, I can answer it.
Please.
All right. Quickly, when you meet people, right, then they're actually in a process of selecting who they want to be with through a group of people. So a woman's dating multiple men before she even decides which one she wants to settle with. But the thing is, when you find out you're the one and you look back and say, but wait a minute, when we met, you was dating 5 other guys. From then on, it's dead. You're never going to fully commit to her.
Is that what keeps on happening to you?
Yeah.
No, that's the society.
No, wait.
That's how dating is going right now.
You lot have had a lot to say, right? So I want to ask this: is this what keeps on happening to you, man?
I'm saying this is how dating.
No, this is what I think happens to young men. Motion, young men.
Right now,
I was a lot younger.
This is how it's going.
I was a lot younger when going through these types of situations. As an elder, well, not elder, but as a more mature man.
We don't need no more. We don't need no explanation. He asked your question.
Can I please ask 2 questions? I just had
Eliza.
1 second. Now, Motion, you're using your microphone time to ask these man questions that have been chatting. I suggest you make a statement, brother, so that Eliza can come in next.
All right, because I'm gonna contend this year.
Yeah.
Like, whilst there's certain parts you man are talking that make sense here, I'm gonna say this, bro. There's very few occasions, and that's on probably the internet world, yeah, where a woman has spotted me and said that she wants to chat to me. And she took it to a very different man, and that's a conversation to have later down the road. I don't understand. Like, I don't know what it is, and I say this to the women that complain about shit men.
Yeah.
And I say it to the men that complain about shit women.
Okay.
You keep going for the same types of shit people.
Right. I would say that it's a symptom of this. This is what you call modern dating. When we was at home watching these programs and people women were talking about going on dates, this is what they meant. They meant getting taken to KFC by John, the cinema by Stephen, the ice rink by Michael, and wherever the beach by Justin, right? And
ain't that like cheating though?
No, because what she's claiming is we're just dating, and I'm letting these men know that I'm just dating. I'm checking out my options. I always said, dating, aka fucking. That's what I believe.
This is why you should let me finish my point though. As well.
Let's go to
gentlemen, before we go there, that's going to trigger everyone else. Can I please ask 2 questions and make a statement? That's all I've been waiting to do.
Sorry, sister. It was hectic, but we got to you now. We got to you.
Oh,
thank you for your patience.
My first question is this. He made a comment, I'm sorry, the gentleman made a comment about, I call everyone a gentleman. They made a comment about their livelihoods as far as what was going on. I agree wholeheartedly about we don't know what was going on in that relationship. So my question to him is, if I ask you a question, will you hold yourself accountable as to what part of the relationship did you cause that ended up in a negative light or that
100.
ended up in failure?
100.
What part did you have to? Now, my question is, and you don't have to speak. I mean, you don't have to give the answer. I would appreciate if you did.
Yeah,
but
I will.
If we're talking about women taking accountability, then I'm going to also ask a man that has been in a failed relationship, how much of that did you contribute to the fall of that relationship?
In what regard? What do you mean contribute to the fall of in what regard?
In any regard, you sat there and you stated that, you were in a relationship. These women had the opportunity to have you as a husband. It did not work. I'm sorry, but maybe I'm a bit biased, but as a woman,
exactly.
It'd be hard for me to believe that it was 100% on the woman's end. So
no
I'm
one said 100%.
Hold on. Now I'm asking that I don't believe it's 100%. It could be 90. Hell, it could be 95 for all I know. I don't know you or your relationship, but I'm asking you, what did you contribute? AKA, what did you do in the relationship?
Why would you ask him that though? Why would
Pause.
Behave yourself, man. Come on, man.
Let her finish, man. Let her finish. Are you
What
finished?
Is that a reasonable question to ask
Are you
someone?
Schiffer's linebacker or something?
Relax, man. Relax, Con.
That was the first question. My second question is, I'm commonly hearing men telling a woman what women do. Now, mind you, I have an understanding. I could be wrong, so please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But a woman knows what women do, and we are the one that are best suited to raise women, correct? A man can't really raise a woman to be a little girl to be a woman because he is.
I'd agree.
Okay, a woman cannot fully raise a young boy to be a man because she is fully uninformed about what it takes to truly be a man, correct? So why is it I keep hearing grown men sit there and tell a woman what a woman does?
Well, this is the thing. When you say what a woman does, it's not for me to tell a woman what a woman does. I'll deal with this part first.
And doing it nonstop. Whenever you've been speaking, you've been sitting there saying,
No. It's not for me to tell a woman what a woman does. It's for me to tell a woman what I would like or what my expectations are. If you don't want to meet my expectations, you have sis. If you don't want to meet my expectations or you don't agree with what I like, you're not into what I like.
Did y'all catch that?
What?
Now, you all have been on this panel a lot longer than me. How often have we heard out of his mouth, and as well as a few other gentlemen, but women do this and women want this and da-da. How are you going to sit there and tell a woman what women want and what women, what women do? I am a woman. I know intimately well. I also know the reasons behind it. I also understand the way that women's brains calculate, which are different than men. I also understand that when women say something and we think we're being direct, men hear things differently.
Con, don't say anything, please, bro. I'll deal with this so quick. I'm going to deal with this so quick. Now, first and foremost, this year, you would qualify my mum as a woman, right?
Sure.
So if my mum said to me that women want a provider, would you say she's wrong?
No.
So therefore, I do know what women want. So I'm not me telling you, it's just me regurgitating, really. It's not telling. And then the next part I want to deal with is the next part. Sorry. The next part I want to deal with. Let me hold on 1 second. Let me deal with the other question.
What women want. You have been stating what
women
have
sis.
done.
I don't need to, sis. I don't listen.
You state what women have done in a way that has been displeasing to you. That is not stating to another woman what women want.
I know, sis. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to do that, sis. I'm not trying to state to women what women want. I'm allowing women to state what women want. And if women get what they want, then I'm saying men should get what they want too. That's what I'm saying. That would be a balanced universe. That would be equality. That's what it looks like. Now, what I'm saying to you is this, unfortunately, when we address the women about certain behaviors, we don't get the accountability. And then what we get is, well, hold on, sis, hold on, let me finish, because you asked me a specific question. Deal with your question right now. We get, what did you do wrong? This is what we get from the women. We get, well, what did you do wrong in your situation? Where was you the cause? Yeah. And what we'll find is,
because you just got done telling me that she was the cause. I'm not sitting there and trying to isolate you.
No, you're not. I know you're not. I'm trying to answer your question.
I'm trying to bring balance that you just got done speaking of. I'm trying to bring the balance.
I know, but sis, you're trying to bring the balance. But sis, if you want to know my story, you say to me, Shifra, share your experience with me.
Sir,
you don't sit here. I know. And you did that. No, sister. You did that respectfully. You said to me, Shifra, share your experience with me. So now I'm trying to share that experience with you. Please allow me to elaborate in it, just to clear your mind of any, to clear your mind of any nuances that you may be creating yourself. All right.
Oh.
Yeah, is that okay? Now let me. I got you, but listen, sister Shani has already created some nuances herself and has not allowed me to speak my story. She's decided to tell it for me. Now you've taken that on board, and this is why we're saying that sometimes, ladies, what you've got to do is you've got to play a tighter hand in this poker game. Like, you gotta know what you're doing with your cards. If you're dropping cards at the poker table and you're saying, well, Shifra, you've got this amount of women and you did this and you did that, and when we're having a conversation about something completely different, as I'm talking about Sister Shani now, this isn't you, sis, by the way, this is Sister Shani, then you've got to be held accountable for that. When I say to you that you're not being accountable for your actions, you're trying to move the blame somewhere else so that you don't have to be held accountable. You also have to then be accountable for, hold on one second, sis. You also have to then be accountable for using your wording to describe my situation when you haven't lived it. You don't even have secondhand information at this point, but you're wording my situation. So unless you're going to allow me to elaborate my story, then this conversation is null and void, isn't it? I'm not going to do whataboutism with you. I'm not going to point fingers at someone else and play a game with you. I'm not going to do that. Like, but sis, do you actually want to answer though? Do you want me to answer that question?
Again, I already stated that you do not have to. It was not honestly a question that needed to be answered. I wanted you to think. Because at the end of the day, I keep hearing that, you know what, guys want balance. But I'm also hearing, just like you've literally shown, that I'm not hearing any accountability being taken on as far as self. You are men. I'm not gonna say all men. Because mine doesn't do that. So I'm definitely not gonna say all men. I'm very team man, okay? Because I love the hell out of mine. But
did I put all of the accountability on the woman? Did I put all of the accountability on the woman? 1 second, Khan. I'll let her answer my question. Did I put all of the accountability on the woman? Is that what you're saying?
You should have listened to yourself back. This the fiction for you.
No,
just
I'm asking
talk.
her a question. You're
no, but
Shani.
wait a second.
You're not her.
But you haven't
Sister
listened
Shani.
to yourself
Sister Shani,
from
please
this
pause.
morning. What you were saying.
What's your name again? Sis?
Morning, what you were saying.
Eliza Havoc. Eliza Havoc. Are you suggesting that I'm putting all of the blame on the women?
What I'm suggesting is that from the time I came here, that's all I have heard. That's all I have heard from you. Now, I'm not. Hold on, I'm not suggesting that because many things could have been said prior to my arrival. But I'm saying that since I have been here and what I can sit there and contest to, all I've heard is you're telling women what to do versus what you've stated yourself again is what women want. And honestly, there is a very, very different opinion in that. And I think it would be wise to ask a woman that she would bit better than a man. Now, I'm not
saying, man, tolerate this kind of thing, man. Like, I don't get it.
Wait, come on, man. What's the matter with you, bro? What?
Bro, she's repeated herself 3 times over now. Nobody's telling women how to be. Nobody's telling women how to be. We're just saying don't treat us badly.
Bro, how many times has Shifra repeated himself today, bro?
Have I
I don't know why you're trying to regulate man for. I don't know why.
No, bro, why I'm trying to regulate you because you got no fucking manners, bro. Behave yourself, man.
Yeah, do let her finish, please, man. Please, Khan, let her finish. Can't just let her finish, please. It will take less time.
Being empowered by triggering men, like it's just weird, like.
Well,
Just
I'm
let her
sorry.
finish. Let her
Honestly,
finish.
I did not mean to trigger men because these are the
I'm not
same
triggered.
questions that
No,
I
no one
asked.
is, but you keep talking about it as if that's what your purpose was, and you feel empowered by it. Like, it's just weird. Like,
Sir, this is makes me feel empowered, but that's okay because you don't know me, so I'll go ahead and accept it. That's absolutely fine. At the end of the day, I do the same thing with women because my main objective is for you all to see the accountability in yourselves. Once you see that, then everything else, you will actually see what keeps alluring the wrong type of female, what keeps alluring the wrong type of male. And the third thing I was going to say is, honestly, if for some reason you keep attracting ain't shit guys and you keep attracting ain't shit women, then maybe there's something about your dick, or maybe there's something about your pussy that's attracting.
Wow, this one really. You lot listen to this woman
Your
for
sister,
3
your
hours.
sister, your
and she
sister.
brings back
Your
what she
sister.
said.
One second. No, brother. Let me just finish my point. I'll be so quick, bro. I swear to you, bro. I'll be super
Sir,
quick.
I'm going to finish mine because you've
when you're
constantly
finished.
interrupted. So I'm going to go ahead and take the floor back because obviously being in feminine energy is not something that obviously, you can sit there and handle because already you're
Did
getting
you say you're effeminate? I'll agree with that.
Oh. Now, with that being said, and understand, I said it for women as well as men. This is why the first thing you need to do is hold yourself accountable. And what is it about you that's attracting these people that you consider that aren't shit? Or what is it about you that is attracted to these same people? Because I guarantee all women in the world that you've dated, there are good ones out here. And honestly, we are thriving beautifully. As far as the women, all the men that you have dated, that ain't shit. There are good ones out here and we are thriving. So at the end of the day, if you keep attracting people that are not a perfect mix for you, that are not a fit for you, instead of pointing the blame at everybody else, I need you guys to look at yourself and see what is going on here. And honestly, the first way to correct an issue is to correct it amongst yourself.
Yourself. Thank you, sis. Sis, listen to what I'm going to say to you now, sis. We already went through all of this conversation earlier, and that's why I said, obviously, you not being here, that's why I'm forgiving of you wanting to repeat this part of the conversation. Khan finds it a bit tedious, but sis, here what I'm going to say to you, when you say holding accountability, I'm going to say this to you. I definitely take accountability for my actions, and if I did anything to lead that woman astray, I held myself 100% accountable. But if someone says, I will say this to you, if someone else's actions, are committed by them, then that person is accountable. For example, sis, I want to ask you 2 questions. If you know a man, you know a woman that's with a man, and that man is going out and cheating on her, would you tell her to stay with him?
No, I wouldn't, but I would definitely tell her what's going on, regardless
now,
of
let me ask you this. Same question. If you knew a woman was cheating on a man, would you tell that man to leave her?
Yes. Or actually, I would tell my husband to tell that man because that way he's more comfortable. But yes.
All right. Yep. Now hear me out, sis. This is the logistics of my situation. So when I said to you, do you know what? A person can have legitimate reasons to not want to be in a relationship no more. I definitely have legitimate reasons. From your own testimony, not from my testimony, from yours. I'm justified in saying, you know what? I'm not being in a situation like that where someone can take advantage of me. Because you see me, sis, I'm a good-hearted person, you know. You see, I didn't go out there and choose no woman. The women that the women that I've been with in my life have chosen to approach me for some reason. And you know what? I choose to give people I choose to treat people at face value at one point in my life and give people the benefit of the doubt. I was a lot younger. I was a lot more naive. As I've grown, I've learned, I've grown, I've chosen not to be so naive and give people the benefit of the doubt, which has worked out better for me. Because I had kids from young. I had multiple kids from young, not from old.
I don't know.
Sorry, guys. 1 second, Shifa, that doesn't make any sense, right? You're saying the women chose you. You clearly chose these women if you laid down with them. Clearly, they might have approached you, but that's not. Wait a second, they might have approached you. That doesn't mean about choosing them. At the end of the day, Shifa,
that is choosing.
You didn't
have
intention. You want this. Listen.
Okay, that's
You didn't want this. You want this society where women are fantastic and good and whatever, but you are not being a part of that society. You're not doing the same things. No, you're not.
You're not being
right?
fair.
Because you're holding. Wait a second.
You're not being fair at all.
Wait a second.
Put your cape away.
This is what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying, Carl, man.
No, Schiffer, you can have the biggest
No
monologue.
accountability.
Schiffer, you can have the biggest monologue and talk and waffle until people get confused. That's what you do.
I'm letting you talk.
And Schiffer, this is the thing. You've been waffling and saying that you said this, and you know what, Eliza? You weren't here for the conversation earlier. But Schiffer, you never said anything that she said earlier on. So why are you pretending now? Why are you pretending now that you agree with what she's saying and that she missed it when you said it? Because you're so against everything that she's saying. You're just waffle.
What about him again? You see?
And Schiffer, on top of that, you're misinterpreting my story completely. But then this is when I was saying to you, why after I'm talking, you're saying, cry me a river? It means because you wasn't listening. You wasn't listening to what other people say. And then when you're trying to relay that story, it's completely out of whack. So Schiffer, listen to what you say, and then the conversation will be flowy, because you always backtrack and backpedal and contradict yourself. You're not even listening to the words that come out of your mouth.
Wow. Schiffer, do you agree?
I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked.
Schiffer, do you agree you made a mistake in, let's say, accepted? So these women chose you, came to you. You then said yes, right? So the fact that you said yes, you're partly to blame. However, if you say you were young and naive, at which point would you say, or which baby mother, the fifth one, the sixth one, would you say you learned and said, you know what, I'm part of the problem because I'm saying yes to women who, let's say you didn't have a criteria to choose women. What baby mother would you say you now had a criteria to choose or say yes to women? To the right woman?
Even this one is not sure.
I wouldn't say sorry, brother. The question wasn't for you,
What's
Reginald.
the relevance of that?
I would say this to you, brother. I'd say this to you, brother. It wasn't necessarily one of my baby mothers that brought me to that realization. I'd say that's a loaded question. And
no, I'm not saying it's them. I'm saying at which one. It don't have to be her.
It doesn't have to be one. Doesn't have to be one of them.
No, listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying having women is different to having baby mothers. So I'm saying if you slept with 100 women, but you've only got 5 baby mothers, I'm saying at which baby mother, because that's where it really makes a difference. Do you get what I'm saying? You're now tied to that woman forever, right? Through the child. So I'm saying at which baby mother, because this is where it becomes serious, isn't it? Where you have children. Yeah? So which one? When have you changed your mentality in regards to your selectivity? When you select a woman now, it's got to be this type of woman, and you said you made mistakes in the past. Yeah? So which one? Which baby mother was it? 5, 6?
All of them, man. Like, I'll be honest, my intentions were good in all scenarios.
In choosing, not your.
What's the relevance of the question?
Brother, can I answer? Because I'm going to get to the part you want to hear, innit? But let me answer in my own way, if that's okay with you, brother. Yeah. Like I said, my intentions were good in every single scenario. There's no woman that I've been with that I didn't have, give 100% to. Yeah. And unfortunately, the women that I've met along the way, baby mother wise, if you're talking specifically baby mother wise, they tended to do things that I couldn't, put up with in my life or have in my life. So I've decided not to put myself in a situation that I can't personally, I can't deal with. I can't tolerate. So ultimately, it wasn't a decision that I made at a particular baby mother. I'd made this decision from day one that, I was just about having a one relationship with one woman. I get you.
No, you're not. Hold on. You're missing the question. I'm saying to you, unless you're saying you still haven't got a criteria to decide what type of woman to have a child with. Are you saying you're still the same?
I would say, this is what I'd say, brother. I'd say when I was younger, I was a lot more naive and a lot less capable of manipulating a situation and using my conversation to ultimately be able to surmise the right information when selecting a female. I would agree with that. My selective process when I was younger was not as good as it would be now. And I'd say my selective process became more advanced when I got to the age of about 25, 26, them kind of ages there. But by the time I was 25, 26, I already had 3 baby mothers.
Okay, so check this. Hold on. hold on, because you got on him when he said manipulate as if that's a bad thing. Because he's already explained.
Say a few words. Say a few words and pass the fucking mic, Issa.
Yeah, I know. I got them on purpose with that.
Yeah.
You explain it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's my thing. Got a few words on that one because manipulate what he said before. That makes sense. So go ahead.
Wait. Oh, go on, sister. Go ahead.
Let her go.
Well, no, I was just gonna sit there and state that, you know, whenever we're sitting here and talking about all the baby mothers and all this other stuff, honestly, the fact that supposedly you have not found what it is that you're looking for, yet you have all these women that somehow come to you, and if that's the problem with them coming to you, you do not turn them away, being that supposedly you are acknowledging that that is where a lot of the issue is coming from, then honestly, you willingly understand where you're going to go or what can happen, what the worst case scenario is.
No, but sis, I have found what I'm looking for. I have found what I'm looking for, though.
Okay.
You said that more than 3-4 times before.
I know I have, so I don't understand where that argument comes from. Maybe you're listening too hard to Shani.
I'm not getting the
and this is what I'm saying, sis. Sister. Do you know what it is, sis? You see, you're a commendable sister, and I respect you in the highest because you see the way you use your intellect to decipher and dissect the conversation. It's commendable on so many levels. You know what? If I was single, you're the type of woman I'd look for. But you see some of these sisters, what they like to do, sis, they like to use diversion, whataboutism. Oh, you did this, so you can't talk on this. Oh, you did that, so what you're saying doesn't make sense. If it makes sense, it just makes sense, sis.
Anyway, get to the point, man. Get to the point.
That was my point.
Blowing
I'm not
smoke
saying
up her
nothing
ass.
else. Listen, I'm waiting for them to come with an actual point, the sisters. Like, this sister's come with
that's what I'm
points.
saying. I don't understand where this pushback comes from. This character assassination of Shifa, this suspicion of his own behavior. Man showing you that he got with a woman who then confessed later or got caught later of cheating on him, and he walks. Like, how is that wrong? How is that anything to do with him?
Mind you, earlier, did I say it was wrong? No, I did not. Not only whenever
you was trying to apportion blame to him.
No, she weren't, Khan. No, she wasn't.
No, she didn't hear about the cheating.
Bro, she didn't know any of this, bro. She's only learned now. Allow that, bro. I'm telling my story now.
You lot, man. You
earlier,
lot
I
too
said
soft.
Can't he only
Why
told
would
her
you
about
be
the
soft
cheating?
when he's just been roasting you for 1 hour?
What?
He only told her about the cheating part after she made her point.
Okay,
though.
Exactly.
So wait, all right, who's got the microphone now? Realistically, Mosh, yeah, come on,
Yeah.
Mosh, you had a point. Do you remember?
Yeah, kind of. But anyway, do you know what? I'm just saying this shit. I'm gonna maintain my same thing. A man said that at 25 he was able to decipher what was different, what he needed, etc., etc. Like, and I'd say at 25, I still don't even think I did. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
I hear you.
And probably not even at fucking 30, bro. Do you feel what I'm saying? So, like, I fail to see the understand, like, and I can say this, innit? I've been married, innit? Yeah, and I have been divorced, innit? Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? And I can say, yeah, part of that reason of my divorce was because my time of incarceration made me miss a lot of shit. And I came out of, you understand me? I came out of prison wanting to see the shit that I'd missed.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? And we worked for a good few years. You understand me? Because we had children and we tried to do it for that. But all this, they chose to leave, so on and so forth. Like, I don't get it, man, sometimes, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, you're saying they chose to leave, but then, hold on, wait, mate. You said they chose to leave, but then you said they cheated. So hold on. So did you ask for them to stay?
No, because Motion, I made my terms clear from day one. If you cheat on me, game over. Goodbye. So if you cheat on me, that's as good as leaving, isn't it? You may as well just leave, pack your stuff. Wherever you go, stay there. Don't come back. That was my. Let me finish. That's always been my mentality. And the reason I would say from the age of 25, the mentality I would say I grew in mentality. I say it grew and I became a stronger person is because you know what? I realized I can't go around sleeping with women and not using protection. And you know, X amount of girls got my utes already. Do you know like that? I don't want 10 more. If I'm going to have a child again, I'm going to make sure I do it in an organized fashion, which is what I did.
Have you been forgiven for cheating before?
No.
Are you suggesting, 1 minute, Mo, are you suggesting that he should forgive cheaters? That's what I don't understand. Where's this
No, I didn't
coming
suggest
from?
nothing, bruv. Nobody suggested anything, bro. Did I say that I'm suggesting that? I said, he said they chose to leave for cheating, whatever. And I said, did you ask them to leave? And you said, no, that's their terms. I'm saying they chose. No, I'm saying they chose to cheat. They chose to hide it.
Yep.
But
and they got found out. They got
are you
found out.
deliberately trying to turn up the man's whole life?
No, he's trying to turn up the man's whole life. Hey, can't. Remember this, yeah? Remember this on this panel. I have a whole different perspective on everything this brother says.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be deliberately trying to be different because that's
Bro, it's not like, what do you mean by different? No, bro, listen, bro, broski. You see when a man makes an argument, I don't need to talk somebody's business, but I can ask a question in it. Yeah. And you see my brother, yeah, if he's gonna be deliberately dishonest to be right, I'm gonna pull you up, bro, because it makes your whole fucking argument flawed, bro.
Which one of my baby mothers did I cheat on?
Allow
Let me
it,
tell
bro.
you. Which one of my baby mothers did I cheat on?
I said, have you ever been forgiven for cheating? I said.
Oh, we're talking about baby mothers, so I thought you were talking about baby mothers.
Why would you? No, I didn't say baby mothers. I said cheating.
We're talking about baby. Okay.
It's not extreme, bro. It's not extreme. It's not extreme because I'm saying if you've ever been forgiven for cheating, yeah, you've gone back and not set again. You've not set the same standard because you've cheated. You've been found out. You didn't walk away.
But why though? And this is the nuance now. I'm going to give you the nuance. So
that's
the only
no,
time,
that's
no, listen. I'm going to give you the nuance. Hold on, listen. I'm going to give the nuance because we have to. Like Motion obviously knows me personally, innit? So he's talking from personal experience. Now, Motion, if I give the nuance, yeah, that ultimately the person who may or may not have forgiven me for cheating, because obviously the relationship doesn't exist today, so maybe they didn't, who knows? But ultimately, the person who may or may not have forgiven me for cheating may have only done it because I may have forgiven them for something.
Did they cheat on you? Wasn't the same?
I'm going to say it's possible, and I'm going to say, do you know what? I may have experimented with life and may have even gone through these situations of saying, do you know what? Let me try forgiving someone and seeing if things change. And you know what? I did that. I lived that life. I forgave the person. I gave them time to change. I gave them 100% again, and they did the same thing. So for me, it doesn't work. That's from my perspective, personally.
All right, cool. You lot know Shifa, his ins and outs, yeah? All right. Let me put my story now and tell me what you think. I met a person, right? I could tell from how she's moving, she's seen other people, right? So I start seeing her. 1 minute, it's going to be very quick. I start seeing her, but not taking it seriously, right? Now, years later, of just seeing her casually, she starts telling me how she wants a relationship, she wants this, and this. I said, so listen, we can't get serious with each other because I know what you've been doing. And she's like, no, I haven't done anything. It's all in your imagination, right? I'm like, all right, cool. But just don't be asking me, moving with me because you live far away from my kids. I can't be doing that, blah, blah, blah. Right? Anyway, cut a long story short, yeah? She had an operation, which was like a near-death experience. Then she confessed, oh, I did this, I did that, I did this. It was all at the beginning of the relationship. I didn't know if we were going to last. I was taking you seriously, right? I said to her, listen, same what Shifa said. You came to me and asked me for a relationship. At that point, I'm not expecting you to be seeing anyone else after that. If you are, that's cheating. I told you from the get-go, I don't tolerate cheating. So from now on, don't even chat to me. You're lucky I'm even having you as a friend.
No, that's a fucking
from now on.
My situation is even deeper than yours. Can't listen. Mine's even deeper than yours.
That is a fucking thing.
That is fuckery, but can't listen. My situation is even deeper than Khan's. When you've been with a person for multiple years, yeah, and then you find out that I was with a person from young. This is young relationship, innit? Like from school days, you know, like that. And you've been with that person. You've grown with that person, and then you find out you get to a certain age, and it's like, hold on. You're both going to college now, your life's changing, you're meeting new people, and then all of a sudden, you're wrapping up with new people and doing things behind my back. There's no way I'm accepting that behavior. And then Motion, if you don't remember, bro, let me just break this story down to you, because you're going to remember when I say this. Do you remember when I broke up with this particular person, came to my house, arrived at my house, like I think it was like the day after. I'm in the house with the man, then we're just chilling, playing computer games and making music and stuff. Next thing, boom, 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 mashing down doors, trying to kick down doors. Next thing, door comes flying off. Boom, she finally gets in. bam, comes up the stairs. I've opened the next door so she don't kick off the next door. Do you know what? She comes in, my whole computer got thrown out of a window. And that's just me breaking up with a female.
Schiffer, you can't say that's worse because my one got me put in a fucking prison cell.
Oh,
so I'd rather have my computer mashed up than get put in a fucking prison cell for grabbing the computer off of her.
Right, listen, people, listen. This
Are
is
we
what I'm trying to say
trying to
to you
like
now,
out?
yeah. Wait, 1 second.
All right, yeah. I forgot you there, Auntie Sarah. Big up yourself. And
Big up, like, I'm so lost.
Yeah, man. Let's like Bosch. I'm not gonna cut you off because you're a well-mannered brother, yeah. But after you, pass the mic to one of the sisters, please. Anyone that wants.
Man.
Yeah,
go
ahead, Mosh. Go ahead.
What I'm saying is those situations that you may talk of the individual are fuckery. I'm saying this, right? And this is where man have to be accountable as well, right? Also, because I can't even speak on your situation, broski, yeah. But I'm gonna say this, yeah. If after a few years your woman still looking elsewhere, yeah, or attracted to something else that she's not seeing, sometimes it's because of friends and what they're seeing is some semblance of a great relationship from their friends and whatever. But also, gentlemen, we must also take in those situations. We must also look at the responsibility we may take within those situations also.
What I do, bro. Now, bro, motion. Hold on, bro. Motion. I definitely do in the sense of motion. Listen, them days there, yeah, like I said, school days. You know me from young, bro. So you know, like, don't get me wrong. I've always worked. I always held down a job. But I was broke, bro. I didn't start off as a hustler or nothing like that, bro. I started off as just a normal guy, doing my normal shit, living my normal life, trying to be normal and trying to be consistent and just trying to, you know, just be nice, just be in general. And ultimately, bro, it got me nowhere. I'm going to be honest with you. So when you say that, I definitely accept what you said and I accept accountability for the fact that, you know what, I just had a normal job. I was broke. And these girls, they like guys that were flashy. They like guys that had new trainers all the time. You know, they was hustlers. They was doing whatever they was doing. And it looked good, innit? Now, when the world pans out and you realize and you look in your peripherals and your rear view and you realize you lost so many good brothers like Schiffer and you know what, you ended up with some idiot that busts you up. Because you got girls out here that make false allegations. They'll say, oh, man brought them up. They ain't got a scratch on them. But the girl that got broke up really got broke up. She really was messed up. Yeah? Like really got fractures and bruises and marks for life. And you know, I think it's a dangerous, treacherous ground to be walking on when you could have had, you know, you could have had this.
All right, so because I look at it like this, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. At what point does the vetting process stop? What point do we sit down there and say,
Mosh, how can you vet?
You never
How can you know if someone's lying?
For real, huh?
Yeah.
How
said
can you
anyone's
know if
lying?
someone's lying to your face? How?
Who said anyone's lying? Bro,
yeah, let the sisters go. Let the sisters.
Bro, just chill a second. Let her speak and I respond, bro.
Sorry, Lady D, you're there as well. I'm trying to wake you up because I see you just there like chilling.
Nah, bro. New rule is not to fight for the mic and let them flow.
Yeah, I respect that. I do. That's why the mic comes and seeks you like now. So between you and Sarah, I want to hear what you lot have got to say. And Reggie, get vocal, bro. You're on camera like trying to look sexy, but you're not saying nothing, brother. What's going on?
Well, you know, it's animated, so I'm similar to Lady G. I'm just waiting for that time.
For it to calm down a bit. Okay, I respect that. All right, so Auntie Sarah, what's good? What are you saying?
Yeah, big up everyone.
Big up,
I was gonna say it's kind of sad what I've been hearing all day. It's just reverse feminism. That's all it is. I think people need to recognize the enemy isn't men and the enemy isn't women. It's a minority group that are coming for the family unit, right? So they're coming for your children. So you guys can stay distracted, all this manosphere, feminism, hate each other. It's the woman's fault. It's the man's fault. At the end of the day, as people, we need to now think of solutions, and the solution is cultivate the next generation. The reason we're in the state we're in, people who aren't qualified to speak on relationships are speaking on relationships and marriages. You're not qualified. You don't have a resume. You haven't been married for 30, 40 years to be speaking on what a good marriage is or what a bad marriage is. There was a time when people were shy to speak on these affairs unless they'd actually demonstrated it. So got people that have no demonstration but got the most to say. It's really weird.
How is someone in a 30-year-old relationship who hasn't experienced a breakup going to tell me about breakups?
Sorry, sister Eliza. Just on a side note, nothing to do with nothing. Exiled one, who was on the panel before, is your husband, correct?
Yes.
All right, cool. That because someone's trying to. We're having a. Anyway, don't worry. Thank you for confirming that.
I'm
Yeah, carry
happily
on, Khan, or whoever.
20 years in, happily married, same
20
guy.
years in, married to a white American dude.
Yes.
Right. Well, there you go. All right, big up yourself.
I don't.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, man. There's nothing wrong with that.
I know there's nothing wrong, but a man looked at her visually and said,
Yeah.
"Oh, she looks like a queen. Oh, and Kat is like moving like a stripper and red. But I know how shallow-minded these men are. So I said, "Oh, she looks like a queen, does she? All right, cool. I guarantee you, if you knew something that I know about her, you would change your mind." He said, "What? You don't think she looks like a queen?" I said, "I do, but I know if I give you the information, you look at her differently, right?" I gave him the information, and sure enough, slowly but surely, you can hear his views are now changing because these men are so like shallow. Their consciousness is so shallow. It's based on
looks only.
it's not just that. It's just based on who you fuck. So depending on who you fuck is how much of a queen you are.
Yeah,
It's
sad. It's sad.
Right, cool, isn't it?
Hold on. If you guys want to go into that, I know my husband.
We don't. Not yet. Well, not.
No, we
just
don't.
Yet.
We really don't. We really
Not
don't.
just yet.
We don't
Because,
need to.
Not just yet, sister. But we can go into it in a minute. But it was a side note. I'm being cheeky. Does anyone want to continue off where they were before I?
Yeah, I thought.
No, I just wanted to just one quick thing. The sister mentioned earlier that women should focus on, I don't know, was it the cultivation of girls, and men should focus on men. What I would say there's a lot of wisdom that men have. They can like put women onto a lot of game to protect themselves and safeguard themselves. And I think that's a duty that a lot of us have kind of neglected. Do you know what I mean? If brothers were putting their sisters onto game here and there and letting them know what to look out for and what to not look out for, a lot of girls would not make the mistakes they made.
Oh, we are, sis. We are.
I think
it's something really, really important. We don't really have that because everybody's working and everybody's being distracted in their own little lanes, which is purposefully created. Other people are raising your kids, and we're raising girls to outman the man and be the fuck boys they hate, and we're raising men to be the emotional bitch boys that women don't like.
Yeah,
so we're becoming the very thing we hate, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but who's doing that? Because if you're in a family unit, right? I'm saying
even friends, bro. It doesn't have to be family.
So let me finish. Let me just say what I'm saying. If you're in a family unit, the dad doesn't necessarily have to tell the daughter game. The dad just tells the mum game, and the mum schools the daughter, right? So they have the conversation. The dad puts a male perspective. Like I do it in my relationship, where my missus tells me about her bridges, and I put my perspective in it, and I tell her the realness. And more than 9 times out of 10, she go back to her friends and say, "You know what? You understand?"
But you're involved somewhere, whether it's directly or indirectly.
But it's so brothers do that. Yeah, I believe brothers do that. For me, I'm saying that the point you made about people shouldn't really talk about a relationship or what's good or bad about a marriage unless they're 30 years deep, 34 years deep, or whatever, so on and so forth. I don't think that necessarily means that it makes you the only qualification, because people can still experience good marriage over 5 years or 10 years. They could just be singular events that occur that could make that people could say, actually, I'm not going beyond that point. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't necessarily say you're not qualified. Do you know what I'm saying? But that's just
I get what you mean, but I'm saying that like you've seen the manosphere, this whole spheres, whatever you want to call them. It's a lot of unqualified people causing confusion, bro. Like, they're just not qualified. They have no wisdom when they speak about these affairs, and it causes people to move reckless.
Yo, Sister Sarah,
Do you know
can I ask you a question? Obviously, people have asked me about my personal experience, but I don't know if you want to share yours. But it is going to be a question about your personal experience, if that's okay.
Married 11 years.
Yeah, obviously you're married 11 years. How are you? Is it Islamic wedding, Christian wedding?
Yeah, we had an Islamic wedding.
Okay, were you betrothed, or did you meet each other outside of your family groups, or how did that happen?
We met just met in a normal way, and then he got to know me. He got to know my family, and we got married.
In a Western society, yeah.
Yeah, my husband's from California.
But you're both Islamic, right?
Yeah.
So obviously, you know, the dynamics of your relationship being Islamic, would kind of what's the word I want to use? It kind of complements the argument that I make, really, in the sense of me saying that it's a societal issue. Yeah, we're in a society where in the modern day, women have just as much a say as men, because women get to vote, men get to vote. Women get the say on what feminism is, what womanhood is, what women should be doing and shouldn't be doing. Women get the say on it. So to some degree, this is why I'm saying it has to be approached in a particular way where it's actually going to deal with the issue. And my issue is that, do you know what? A man having multiple partners is not the same as a woman having multiple partners, because a man's physical body is not the same real estate as a woman's.
I don't really
That's
think a
all
lot
it
of
is.
women push that, though, to be fair.
I get you, but obviously some of them do. You're Islamic in it, so I'm not talking to you. And like I said, there are many traditional people living traditional lives. Yeah, there are many of them, including yourself. Hats off, and I'm glad more of you are turning up, because it was looking bad that, you know what, there was only one sister who could turn up and say, you know what,
No,
I've been
I think the
married, I've been
problem
in
is
one
lack of
consistent
education and
relationship.
people don't have purpose. That's the problem.
That's
Like,
right.
everyone needs to have a purpose that's in line with nature. Once your purpose is in line with nature, you don't have all this chaos.
Yeah, but sis, this is the problem, yeah. You see, if I say to a man, yeah, you see, for a man, if I say to a man, if you're not a provider, yeah, and if you're not doing certain things, yeah, then realistically you're not really a man. And you're gonna be laughed at, frowned upon, whatever in society. You're gonna be shamed because of it. Yeah. Then it should be equally safe to say, if you're a woman and you're not protecting your womanhood, your sexuality, because remember, like the other sister said, womanhood isn't necessarily looking after the house. Womanhood is actually your sexual organs are what make you a woman. Yeah, that's what gives you the real estate. That's what enables you to birth kids.
This is very bizarre. This is very bizarre. I mean,
Shiver
everybody.
again telling us how to be women. Come on, Shiver. Come on.
I'm not, but sis, I got a daughter. Listen, I've got a daughter, and anything I'm saying here is what I told to my daughter. I told my daughter straight. You have the real estate in it. You're a woman in it. No man can't force you into nothing, can it? If anything, you're gonna be more in control of the situation. He's gonna do what you require. But if you don't set those requirements out clear enough, he probably ain't gonna meet them. I told my daughter straight up and down how it is out here. Like, and most of these men are trash. Let's be honest. Most of these men, if you give up the goods now, listen, sis, most of these men are trash. You got with your husband and you married him, and then you decided to have kids.
Men around me aren't
sis, you got with your husband, you got with your husband and got married and decided to have sex and have children. Most people ain't doing that, sis.
But my energy doesn't command trash to be around me. What type of energy do you have to command a level of trash around you?
You only have Islamic around you, innit? Sis, you only have Islamic around you, innit? I didn't grow up Islamic. I never grew up Islamic.
Let's let Reggie in.
I didn't grow up Islamic.
Reggie,
Now I don't understand why Shiver's. He's done this to a number of people. Oh, you're Christian or you're Islamic, even though you should know by now that Sarah's from a Muslim background. But regardless, everybody's got their own principles in marriage. The Muslim community have, the Christian community have. Everybody has their own principles. So there's no like generic way of having.
I know
marriage
atheists that have the same.
No one said there was. No one said there was, Reginald. I don't know what your point is, bro. But anyway,
so you going to ask these people what. You're going to ask these people what background they
ultimately it's cultivation, bro. It's how you're cultivated.
No, Reginald. The reason I'm asking them what background they're from is because what we proposed, what I proposed earlier was that we have a societal issue, and if our society was governed by different principles, i.e., principles like Islam, then we wouldn't have some of these issues. And I also suggested that we might not necessarily even need Islam. It's just the structure of women thinking it's okay to be promiscuous. Is that your reality,
though? Is that mainstream?
This is the reality I live in. Yes, the Western reality. Yes. Listen, in the Western reality, sis, in the Western reality, it is okay for a woman to be promiscuous. It's okay for her to take her clothes off online. It's okay for her to go in porno if she wants. She can do whatever she wants. She can be a damn prostitute if she wants. Now, unfortunately, what this does to the woman is it devalues this real estate that she was born with. And now, me as a man, and I suspect many other men would now devalue that real estate, and marrying you would now become questionable.
Have you limited a woman's womanhood to her? No, hold on. Have you limited a woman's womanhood to her sexual organs?
So we need to
I
stop
wouldn't
directing.
limit it to that. I wouldn't limit it to that completely, but I would say that definitely, my manhood is definitely related to my sexual organs, and your womanhood is definitely related to yours.
No, sexual activity is. I'm not saying it's a good thing. There's other factors, bro. There's so many other factors you look for in a woman.
Really, people, we need to stop directing the question towards Schiffer because he's responding and no one else is getting to speak.
What do you have
You know
to
what I'm
say?
saying? But my thing is, he's throwing a lot of, he's making a lot of sound bites. So everybody's just responding to his sound bites. Oh, all women are trash. All men are trash. Like, really, what kind of a whole?
That includes you. That includes your son.
Westernized.
That includes your daughter. Why would
Westernized.
you have that view on your reality? Like, I don't.
Yeah, westernized though. Westernized. Let's
Insane.
keep it to westernized.
Bizarre and ridiculous statement that is.
I don't get it, Reggie. You're criticizing the man who's brought us 5 hours of content, and you've just said nothing, and now you want to pipe up.
Khan, I don't know why you're caping so hard. I think Schiffer can talk for himself.
Schiffer carries the whole show himself on his show.
I think he's capable. We've seen he's capable to talk for himself. Just fall back.
Reggie, what you say, man?
It's not an achievement to come on here and just be chatting nonsense.
It's an achievement, Reggie. You had your day the other day. You done
well.
well.
Reggie, what you got to say about the subject? What you got to say about the subject?
What am I going to say about the subject? That it's ridiculous that someone will come out and say that all men are trash and all women are trash, including yourself.
This
so
is
you're
a man
coming on
who
here
said that.
you're trash. Like,
All men are trash. Like
he said most,
including what yourself.
He said most in relation to Western.
Spending 5 hours trying to convince one person that what he's saying is rubbish. It's just stupid, really.
No, but he took Reggie back. He said he's saying most. Yeah. If he's saying most,
he's changing it. When people try and dig deep, he then changes it to say that most, and then the next moment he goes back to say that all men are trash or all women are trash. It's ridiculous. You know what I mean?
All right, Reggie, do you disagree that most women are probably not marriageable for the Christian, Muslim, and Jewish values in England and America? Would you agree?
No, I disagree. I'll say that some relationship have challenges, but then you have to understand what is really going on in that relationship that it fell apart.
Well, listen to the question, Reggie. Marriageable, meaning if you come from a background of being a Muslim, Christian, or Hebrew Israelite, for instance, when you're looking for a wife, I'm saying the principles that these women have, and maybe even their previous lifestyle and or their current lifestyle would not be marriageable material, correct?
Now, I'll say from my experience, a lot of them will say that they're one thing, and sometimes you then discover that there's something else, or they're not as
like
much
what?
as.
What's
So
the
they
one?
might-
May
So they
I?
might.
Please.
Sorry, yeah, go on, sister. Go on, sister.
Yeah, he's confused. You see how you confused him, Isa? You muddled
I
him
know,
up.
bro.
Muddled him
Stay
up.
on mute, while the sisters trying to speak. Go on.
Who's the female?
Confused at all. I'll go ahead and answer your question. There are a lot of women out here that say that they are the term that we have in America, girls, or they are. Let me say, highly sexually liberated. First of all, with the liberation that's going on, is more than sexual. But to answer your question, there are a lot of women out there that say these things because they are now looking at themselves and saying, hey, I don't have to depend on somebody else to go ahead and give me value and to give me power. I can go ahead and take it for myself and do as I please. With that being said, hold on, sir.
Yeah, but say what things?
1 second, man.
Mute
I
him.
don't know what she's saying. What
Just
the
ask her when she's finished, though, my brother. Like this,
because she's gonna.
You gotta understand. You gotta understand. You got a constant reason to interrupt and ask questions while the woman's chatting. And if you don't get something she said, just be a bit self-conscious that, yo, I didn't get the last thing she said, or the thing after that, or the thing before that. So maybe I should just fall the fuck back a little bit.
Yeah.
No, but Reggie done the same thing, and she done the same thing, and
I
she's
know,
doing
I know. You are all doing it. I said this from I made a whole big disclaimer an hour ago. You're all doing it because you're all being a bit impatient. And maybe if we just shushed a bit, closed our mouth, and just activated our ears, we would hear more, and we wouldn't be so confused.
No, it didn't happen.
You lot are communicating. Hold on, because you lot are communicating poorly. You could communicate better, more efficiently. Because there's some great points and some scholarly minds here. Great, this is great. But for the content creator, for me to be able to even use this or have faith in someone listening back to this and enjoying it, I don't, because there's too many crossed voices. This is why people prefer to have 6 people or 3 people on a panel rather than 10. But I think I'm a big bad man and we're all adults and we can handle 10. Do you know what I mean? I'm sure we can handle this, man. It's just going to take a little bit of discipline. Just a little bit. I know how frustrating it is. And some people talk for too long and go on too much. I'm trying to work on that without activating and triggering their egos. This is what goes behind moderation. So, yeah, please, Eliza, if you can carry on again, like, if you've lost your point, I understand as well.
Okay. There are a lot of women that state that they want this because of the way things are. And then whenever they get into a relationship with someone who they want to pursue, you would be surprised how fast a woman will change up to be able to please her man because he brings her everything she needs to feel vulnerable and to be in that space. A lot of women will sit there and say that they have to do all of these things because at that point in time in their life, they do. No woman really wants to have to be the one that, you know, works all the time, that has to sit there and be hyper attentive, that has to sit there and try to always peep game or be on alert for safety and all that. No woman really wants to do it. We do it because we must, but no woman really wants to do that. But when a man comes across, understand a lot of the issue that I'm hearing is that a lot of men want to have that role that are not qualified for that role. So whenever there is a man that is qualified, first of all, he never has to ask because it will naturally happen. Okay. A woman will naturally go into her feminine state. A woman would naturally be a loving, supporting person, a partner, the advisor. A woman will naturally go from being a king or a pharaoh to being a queen and letting her man take place if she has the right man.
Honesty, finally.
Wrong.
Excuse me. Not you can say wrong all day, bro.
How long before I can come in though?
You know what? At the end of the day, at the end of the day, a woman would naturally go into that if she finds someone that is worth being her king. You cannot find a king amongst peasants, and that's what we have out here.
Who you calling peasants though?
Pause. Fist. What does that denote? What does king denote?
Hold on, sir. You interrupt her, not me.
No, I just want to say this is the same thing I said to Kat earlier.
Hold on.
My bro. Let me just say one thing.
You're not putting no meat on the bones.
I said the same thing to Kat earlier, yeah? That when a woman says, oh, I will behave myself and stop being a whore when I meet a man who's worthy of me, yeah, ain't cutting it. Because that's just whole, what's it called? You're just soliciting for hoes. You're not soliciting, what's the word? Putting a defense for hoism.
Yeah, so
like,
can I say something?
If you're putting a defense for hoism, you're not really part of the solution here. You're part of the problem.
Hold on.
I'm putting in for hoes, but men. Okay, so whenever it comes to men, that we had I really don't want to use this the person right there because honestly, I'm not trying to attack this man. I don't want him to feel like I'm attacking him. But men have been known to pursue conquest, and honestly, whenever we're looking at the definition of what it is to be a hoe, which is to be, I'm going to be very delicate, sexually liberated, usually amongst the male. Hold on. Usually
men can't be whores.
What are you doing?
Excuse me, sir. Literally, being a whore is somebody that is sexually liberated or sexually advanced.
A woman.
Not of college. No, it's not a woman. See, that's part of the problem.
Men are not whores.
Can you let her finish? Stop on women.
A man will make you into a whore, but a man can't be a whore.
Literally,
listen, you're doing the same thing you did last night.
Hold on, wait. Go back.
Let me please finish. So now, excuse me. So
you know what? Crazy. You lot are actually crazy. You lot are actually lost in the. No, don't say sorry now. You lot are actually nuts. Like the system's trying to talk, yeah, and you keep trying to redirect or force her definition. She's entertaining it and having a back and forth with you, but you need to relinquish the microphone and let her continue. While you see her struggling to finish her point, Black Tillett decides, yeah, I'm gonna jump in, and like this is madness.
Oh, do you know what? I think I've been on
You know
too
what? Just
long.
look
Like,
at
maybe
her
let me
face.
jump off and let someone else jump on.
Nah, I want you to stay. But I'm saying, just look at the sister's face when she's trying to express herself. Watch the frustration on her face when yet another person chimes in, then another, and she doesn't do it to you lot. So this is weird right now. It's looking weird. I don't get what the issue is. And it's like, when she's got the mic, that's when it's the sweetest. Because when she ain't got the mic, you lot ain't as excited to speak. When she's talking, all of a sudden these epiphanies come to your mind that you can't wait for 5 seconds to say. You got to say it right now. Like, chill with that shit, man.
Yeah. Well, I asked you a question, and all of that you said avoided the actual question. It was near to it, but you avoided the words I used, which was the way of the mentality.
You are not my husband. I do not have to use the word you use. That's a power.
It's not the word.
Sir, already you're already showing me that you can't handle a conversation with a woman because you easily get triggered. That means you are very emotional right now. I'm standing here very, very analytical. And you've been very emotional, popping in, popping out, trying to put questions while I'm speaking. If you really wanted the answer to those questions, you would sit there and wait.
I did. I've waited for you to answer a lot of things. And what you do is, it sounds like you're going near to what I say, which was the mentality of women. And then you go on to something else. So it's very simple.
Not saying at all, which is fascinating.
Right. People.
I'm going to try.
I want to make a quick point. Yeah. I want to make a quick point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But whenever men are sitting here and they're being sexually promiscuous, supposedly it's not called being a whore. But whenever a woman is doing, and I actually know male prostitutes, which is a whore. Okay. So when men are doing it, supposedly they get a pass. But when women are doing it, supposedly they're devalued. Top of the fact that men see women as a threat because at one point in time, they're absolutely right. What made a man was how much financial stability he could bring to a situation. Now women are going out here and getting their own money. So now you have to fight harder to sit there and try to either keep up or surpass her. And now literally the failure and the feeling of failure in being a man now goes to you because it's not on us. It's not.
Can I tap in there, sis? Can I tap?
So it's not equal then, sis. Sis, what you just did, you just confirmed that there's no such thing as equality.
I never said anything about being equal.
You confirmed, you confirmed that women, sis, I listened to you. You confirmed that women expect more than what they should out of life because we're supposed to be equal. So you shouldn't expect no more than what I do. And thirdly, what you also exposed is that technically we as men, we're fools for allowing equality in the way that in the state that it is.
Before anyone goes, can I say 1 second, sorry, 1 second, please? Yo, what I'm gonna say this year, both Carl and Shifa, what you've done is you set a standard, right? And you set a standard that you're not unwilling to go beyond, right? Okay, which is fine. That's totally fine. I'm gonna say on the rest of it, bro, I feel like, again, I'm gonna say it, it's about the choices. Yeah, I feel like to say most of anything is kind of bullshit based on what you class as societal norms. Do you know what I'm saying? Because when we start using the mosts, I feel like we fall into the region of when they start talking about most black men are this or most these people are that. And I don't feel like it's good to use that kind of vernacular when speaking on these subjects. There's people with a mindset. That happens, and they happen to believe us into behaving a certain way. The final thing I want to say is in terms of the body count thing, right? And what Shifa mentioned in terms of the putting your things online, so on and so forth, it does devalue a woman, right? In the man's eyes, that sets those kinds of standards.
Right.
Okay. There are men that don't have that standard that will take that, right? And you see men married to porn stars and right? And most of us are sitting there probably saying, "Nah, I ain't marrying no porn star. Don't care who he is," right? So that's the standards that each man will set for themselves that women should also set. Yes. Does doing that in the eyes of a lot of men lower your value? Yes, it does. But in the same way, and let's not forget this, if you flip that script, a man that is known as what you want to class, we'll use your words because you want to use it, whore. A man that is classed as a whore will also be devalued.
Not true.
No, it's not true at all. It's not true at all.
True. He will be
Yeah, man.
distrusted. My brother, he will be distrusted. He will be mistrusted. He will not be taken seriously for a lot of people, a lot of women that want to be taken seriously.
Mosh.
I've got baby mother, have been through bare gal. They reach their 40s and they want to settle down and marry. These women don't care how much women he's slept with in his past. However, he's been ran through by 500 men, right? And he's been through 500 women. Different story. She's going to be
completely different.
He's going to see her. Most women do not care how much
emotionally. Thank you.
That's right.
It's not about emotion. It's not about
I'm telling you, there will be value. I'm telling you,
because a Panani can give birth to a baby and you're still fucking it next month. That's not about what we're talking about. We're talking about the emotional and psychological issues that women who have had more than 5 partners are experiencing in terms of being able to maintain relationships. This is statistically proven. It's got nothing to do with the wear and tear on her palm or the
but to be fair, if their onset
emotions.
Yeah, if their onset, if their onset is this, do you know what? Whole phase and and or experience and go out and be fruitful before you go and settle down and so on and so forth. Listen, if that is what you start off doing, that is going to be difficult to break. And like Shifa says, and he's correct in that sense, it is going to be difficult to fall in line to a relationship, especially when you are in your mid-20s. Yes, when you're in your mid-20s and pushing towards that age, it is a lot more difficult then to conform. You're now thinking in the prime of your life and so on and so forth. And in terms of Shifa, you said something about the women teaching women. Even biblical women have always supposed to be teaching women. The difference is nowadays we have young women teaching children. Before it used to be the older generation.
Exactly.
Do you know what's even worse than that motion? We got young women
and holding each other accountable.
Women.
Motion.
We got 20-year-old whores.
That's the main word. Motion
for 40-year-old whores.
No, but motion, the main word is holding each other to accountability. Because we as men, just like you saw Brother Motion do, I made a statement. He said, but Shifa, have you ever been forgiven? Because he's holding me to accountability, which is not something I'm seeing from the sisters. I'm not seeing this holding each other to accountability.
You sat there and literally
not me. No, sis, not me. I mean sisters holding each other accountable.
This is right.
Women holding each other, not men.
Shifa, you must not listen because we do that all the time on here.
No, you do. No, Sister Sarah. To be fair with you, Sister Sarah. To be fair with you, some of you do. Like I said, not all. Some of you do.
We do that all the time.
While you guys are sleeping together, how many men have caught an STD and been held themselves accountable and told that woman before they decide to sit there and sleep with her?
Huh?
Oh, that's like God.
What I said was, and I'm pretty sure nobody's gonna sit there and speak. Whenever since it's acceptable for all these men to go out and do whatever they want to do, give second grade with their penis. How many of you have sat there and literally caught something, regardless of whether it was curable or incurable, and held yourself to a standard that was high enough for you to go and tell that next person that you wanted to pursue, regardless of whether it was temporary or long-term, you sat there and had a disease?
You're going to have to ask Reggie this. You're going to have to ask. Hold on. Let Reggie answer. Let Reggie answer.
Every man on this panel has only slept with one woman at a time.
Only Reggie and Fax can answer this, because they're the only ones who understand this kind of regard.
No, you lot, don't be childish, man. Sister, let me answer your question.
I wanted to chime in.
Let me answer your question because my brother, it's not ridiculous, man. She's talking about accountability. She's talking about accountability. My brother, just because you don't like my brother, just because you think the question is ridiculous, you don't silence me from talking about it, all right? Can I respond to her, brother?
I hear you. I'm saying you comfortable with.
We answer.
All right, say it again.
It's a really simple answer. If the woman,
so have a go. Let Issa have a go quickly, man.
Brother, stop, man. I'm trying to hear what the brother's fucking saying, man. Say it again, Issa, please.
Right. I'm saying you tried to make women feel, with the first thing that came out your mouth in response to what I said, feel comfortable with the idea that it's the same for men when they sleep around or have bodies, and the same for women. Okay?
I didn't say it's the same. I said they get devalued also.
It's not the same in any way, shape, or form. If
is that what I said, or is that how you took it?
Hold on. And he turns up.
That's how it went to you.
Hold on 1 sec. A lot of women come around men who have women, right? When they see us, So, bruv, we already know this. I don't even know why you're trying to say.
My brother, please, my brother, please listen. Again, you can go around people that are into all different kinds of things, right? I can go around my brethren today, and I know his woman ain't onto me, and and so on and so forth, right? And vice versa, right? It depends, brother. It depends on your standards, right? Brother, listen to what I'm saying to you, brother, please. I'm saying to you this. A man that has certain reputations, bro, a good woman or the woman he's looking for, is difficult for, is less easy for him to attain, bro. I'm telling you that.
Okay, let's define what these mean, because when you say
so he is devalued in some sense. He's devalued because
you said good woman, right? So what I'm saying to you is, a righteous virgin woman, right, comes across a man.
That was my second question. That was my second question.
Hold on. Don't be triggered. A righteous virgin woman. That's fine. A righteous virgin woman, let's say she's 25 or even 29 or something, comes across a man who's 40. He slept with 500 pretty women, right? And he's decided to change his life, to turn it to God in whatever else. How much importance does she place on his backstory of women when he said, you know what, I've been there, done that, and I can't be bothered with all of that. I just want to settle down now and be with the queen and blah, blah. I guarantee you. Hold on. Most women, when they see that, they actually understand that the man thinks logically and a lot of time learns from his lesson. However, the woman is actually damaged psychologically, physiologically, everything, emotionally, via sleeping with them. Because normally when women have
damage,
they're normally damaged for them to do that in the first place. That's the thing.
So
go ahead, bro.
1 second.
Here's my question, guys. Here's my question. So this is to any and all men on the panel, and please answer one at a time, please. Okay, so whenever you're
Liza, sorry, there's a question.
She's asking a question, you donut.
It's fine, man. I can let the sister speak first.
There is a question for you.
Do I align with feminism? I really can't answer that because I align with myself and what works for my family. I don't claim to be feminist. I don't claim to be misogynist. I don't claim any of that because that does not pertain to my family. What my family has is we have a unit that honestly is very, very comfortable. So I really can't sit there and say that I align with feminism or that I align with whatever the opposite is or anything like that. But my second question was this. Okay, so men, whenever you were sitting here and you are with a pretty young thing, as this gentleman said, as far as the example, a PYT, that's what Michael Jackson said. Whenever you are with her, you want someone that does not know anything about what they're doing. You want someone to lie there and take it, or do you want someone to have some type of sexual experience that will be able to get you off?
Someone that can teach. Someone that can teach.
Easy.
Hold on, wait.
Hold on, no.
Both are PYTs now. Both are pretty young things.
So the idea, I'm glad you brought this up. This idea is in a woman's head and certain confused men's head. At the end of the day, we would, for instance, if we could choose, we would like a virgin. Everything we would like.
My husband didn't.
One sec.
Go ahead.
We can choose to teach and experiment, and this idea that a woman has to get all of this experience by getting beat up.
But if she's having sex with 500 guys, how many guys do you think were teaching and experimenting with her?
One sec. I'm saying she can experiment with him. So it's using a penis, right? At the end of the day, it's still a physical body. So the idea is in the feminist mindset, the masculine feminist mindset, which tries to pretend that we are looking for you, in you, what you look for us. You want a man with experience. All of what we want from a woman. Hold on.
I didn't pose the question. I didn't say that that's what women wanted. I posed the question to men. I never said that's what women want. Because women want someone that can be able to be strong, that can go ahead and support us, but can also allow us to be vulnerable. That's what women want.
If you
are able to give her an emotional setting. Yes, some women might like financial stability. But guess what? A lot of women, we like emotional stability. We like to be able to be confident in knowing that if we have a fucking issue, we can go ahead and give it to our guy. He's not going to make us worse about having that emotional issue, and we can actually come to, and guess what, sir, you need to hear this because obviously you need this education, okay? Honestly, sir, if you
come on,
that's why you divert.
You start to give that.
This is what I don't understand, yeah?
No, man.
Why do you need to clap back?
Then you can be broke and you can have the worst dick in the world and you gonna have a woman that will never fucking leave you. You will have a woman who will be submissive. You will have a woman who is honestly gonna be there for you 100% for.
Elijah, can you say that again? Can you say that again for the dudes in the back?
From the top,
say that again for the dudes in the back, please, Eliza.
Elijah, you just proved that statement correct. He emotionally responded, not mentally.
Exactly.
You wouldn't know myself on mute. If you actually listen to what this woman is saying, you might fucking learn something. Stop acting like, well, when a woman speaks, suddenly now your ears are closed.
Tell them. Slow wine and tell them. Slow wine and tell them.
All fucking thinking.
Stand up and tell them. Stand up and tell them. I think you need to stand up and tell them. They're not listening.
Yeah.
Listen.
Stand up and tell us.
I'm going right, man.
And you
this
want to
is
act like,
also why.
Look at me and I can just no, fuck you. Fuck you.
I'll fuck you on that part, man.
This is why there are so many men who are
Eliza, what's got to do with the point, though?
This is why so many men out there are jealous whenever they see Ray Pookie sitting there getting the bad bitch or the beautiful woman that they really want while they're sitting here talking about, oh, girl, he ain't no good. He ain't got no job. He doesn't have what you consider valuable in a man. But he's sitting here giving her everything else she needs. And you're sitting here like, well, why ain't she leaving Pookie? Because he's a bum. He's this. He's that to you, but he's giving her everything she needs. This is one of the reasons why. And so a lot of the manosphere, let's be 100% honest, gentlemen, a lot of these manosphere guys are up here just because they can't get the woman that they want, but they don't want to hold themselves accountable. They want to
giving him everything he needs.
Somebody,
because they can't
obviously, if they're still together, obviously she is.
Well, obviously not if she's not a virgin and that's what he needed.
Well, you know what? Hold on. If that's what he wanted was a virgin, that was the top thing. Go for having a virgin because, honey,
100.
Virgins are honestly just as spoiled and just as deceitful and just as willing to cheat and just willing to lie as you would sit there and consider the hoe down the street. So if you a virgin, if you think that's what makes her valuable, then by all means, go ahead. But when she cheats on you for somebody that got better dick, when she cheats on you with somebody that got better
about bad dick.
You wouldn't know about bad dick. Hold on. When she cheats on you with somebody that can emotionally tend to her whenever she don't feel comfortable enough to coming to you to sit there and tell her what is not working in a relationship, and all of a sudden she then cheats because she walks out. Because she's getting better on the other side, then it's a problem. Then we want to come to a platform and then we want to boohoo and cry. So you just sit there, just got the formula for how to sit there and get a real woman.
No, that's not really how it works. That's not really how it works. Sis. I'm going to tell you how it works. Sis. Sorry, sis. Your sister. I'm sorry, sis. Sorry, sis. You made it.
But at the end of the day, you have sat there and went through how many women, and you're still on the journey.
Fair point.
Y'all gonna tell me what works as a woman who is honestly submissive to my husband 100%.
But you're not though. But you're not. You're not submissive to your husband. You're not. Don't lie. Don't lie. You're not submissive to your husband. You're not submissive to your husband. Do not lie. Do not lie.
It ain't gonna do me no benefit, honey. I suck my man every night.
Do not lie. You're not submissive to your husband. If your husband fucked up, you put him on the doorstep quicker than the fucking trash.
Compared to
you're not staying with your husband. You're not staying with your husband.
There's no comparison. Sit your ass down. You're
You're not staying with your husband. You're not
yourself
submissive.
that we deal with
Your
in
husband
real
cannot
life.
fuck up and get away with it. Right now, you're like, I'm with the man that I want. I'm with the man that
And what you're
fulfills
gonna
my
do
needs.
is go
So
get a
if your
white,
husband didn't fulfill your needs, how long would it be before you
at the
put him out on the
kebab shop,
street?
Carnito, 1 second,
Answer
brother.
that.
Brother, don't.
No, I'm
Brother,
asking.
we're not
Lady, you
simping.
haven't.
Carnito, we're
I'm
not
asking, lady, you
simping.
haven't.
Carnito,
It's all well and good
fall
you
back.
being with your man while he's doing
Carnito,
everything
fall
you
back.
need. But tell us about how you're not happy with your man, but you're
Fall
still
back.
staying with him.
Carnito, fall back.
Come
We
on,
are
brother
not
Car,
simping
man.
over here, bro. Listen, there's no simping here. This woman perceives that she has an element of control, and this is where she's making a massive mistake. Because let me explain something. Sorry, let me explain something to you, sister. Listen. No. Pause.
Men call it control.
I'm talking to the sister that was talking,
The
not you,
element
cat,
of
not you, cat, not you, cat.
But see, whenever it comes to a man,
Elijah. 1 second, I heard you, sis. Let me please reply to you. Now I'm gonna tell you this, sis. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this. Yeah. You see, when it comes to relationships, you see, when it comes to actually having a relationship and being in a relationship, all the power lies in my hands. The ball's now in my court as a man.
That's right.
It's no longer in your court. Now, once you understand that, once you understand that, sis, what you have to understand is the dynamic. One second, let me finish. Understand the dynamics of what I'm saying to you, sis. If a woman wants to live a westernized lifestyle and she thinks it's okay to be promiscuous and have more than one partner in her life, sis, I don't have a problem with women like this. I don't have a problem with them existing in the world, but don't expect marriage in it. Don't expect it. You can look at marriage as a way of the past as far as I'm concerned. Now, if you're not that type of woman, if you're not that type of woman, then I think it's only fair for you to expect marriage. Because guess what? You're only going to be taking one man in your lifetime. You're not going to be taking two. You're not going to be taking three. So if that man don't marry you, now you're in a massive situation, a massive predicament. Whereas the woman who can take up how much different man, it don't matter if I marry you or not. Because guess what? If you broke up, you can take next man anyway. You're promiscuous anyway. Shut up.
Oh, sorry.
Exactly.
Sir.
Come on. Be serious.
Sir, hold on. You were sitting here and trying to say once again that the only value that a woman has is to be able to procreate. So if that's the case, then why is hold on. So if that's the case, then why was it even back then that the roles were cooking, cleaning, sitting there and taking care of home? Because you fucking cat. At the end of the day,
that's so true.
So at the
You're
end of the day,
Schiffer. You could build with a beautiful woman.
No, as far as
Brother,
to
I've
me,
got a woman.
So, sir, give me a moment. Like I said, you should have finished your statement. They cannot accept marriage from you, and I'm pretty sure there are many women that are completely okay with that. But at the end of the day, sir, I'm not looking for marriage from you. I have exactly what I want, and this
I
man.
never said you.
Hold on.
Not talking about
I understand that. I understand that. But like I said, this is me and you were speaking about you. Because honestly, you were not speaking as far as all men. I know men right now that, matter of fact, I have a friend right now that just sat there and married this woman, found the love of his life. And guess what? She wasn't a virgin. But guess what? He is happy as he's ever been. He's not a simp. He's not a simp. Do you even understand what a simp is?
He is an absolute simpleton. Listen, what he did was, what he did was, I'm going to tell you why he's simping. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why.
But then you're mad because you can't get in a healthy relationship.
I'm going to tell you why he's simping.
Are you leading step by step to how to be a simp? Is that what's going on?
I'm going to tell you why he's simping if you allow me.
Let the brother go, bro. Let the brother go.
I'm gonna tell you why he's simping now. So I'm gonna explain this to you like this now, yeah. Now what you're saying is, yeah, these men, you see these men who get with promiscuous women that have had multiple partners and decide to marry them, and decide to marry them. These men are simps for this reason. These men are simps for these reasons. For one, they're breaking the bro code. For two, really and truthfully, I'm not finished. I can't finish.
But you're just mad. Are you really in love with
me?
I'm
not finished.
I'm wondering.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Family, the Colosseum is hotting up. right? But please,
That's hilarious.
same thing, everyone, wait, don't start talking. The same thing I've been saying all afternoon, guys. Please, we on level 10. Can we at least go to 8? Can we bring it down to 8?
No, I'm done with you guys. Bye. And these simp weak men.
All right.
That's lame.
Right.
Can we get some real men up here?
Chat to Reggie. Chat to Reggie. We can't even conduct ourselves in a reasonable manner. With two women on the panel. It's not a good look.
I was in
Reggie,
mid-sentence,
can I
guys.
ask you something, Reggie? I always thought you were East African. You're not?
Oh my God, really? Sis, I was in mid-sentence, you know.
I always thought you. Now
sis.
looking at you, I actually thought you were Sudanese. You're not?
Cat, I was in mid-sentence, you know, sis. Not trying to be rude. It's just that I was in mid-sentence. I was trying to say something to the sister, responding to her.
Yeah, but this is the woman now, drunk off her head, won't whine slowly, doing this speeded up whine instead of slowing it down and interrupting good conversation. This is what we're getting.
No,
this is the
I just
quality.
want to ask Reggie something.
This was left. This was left.
I have a question.
You don't get a virgin.
Sis, let me make my point quickly, sis. Before your question, let me just finish my point. Let me just, we are in the UK, but can I just finish my point quickly, ladies? Come on, ladies. We talked about accountability, ladies, and I weren't finished. Can I please finish my statement?
Sorry, Kat. Can you swallow those nuts on mute, please? Thank you.
Anyway, so like I was saying, yes, sis,
have you
the
ever
men.
been with a woman with children before, ever?
Yeah.
So you're a simp, okay?
No, I'm not a simp. I'm not a simp. No, you're not listening. The men.
You are a simp. You are a simp for that. Just admit you was one for that.
Whatever, man. Anyway,
no,
like I
just
said,
admit.
no,
just admit.
No.
You got with a woman that had kids at that moment in time. You was a simp. You're not anymore because you're not with her. What do you mean?
No, I wouldn't call that simping. Hear what I'm going to say now. Hear me out. Let me finish my point. The point is this. The point is this. No. Let me finish my point. You keep cutting me off. I haven't finished my point. So how can I contradict something I haven't said?
You did contradict yourself about the simping because you was calling man a simp that was happy with a woman.
No, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. No, what I said is man that go in, what I said was man that go straight in and marry women who had multiple partners are simp. I never said being with a woman who's. Yes, I said marriage. I said married. I said marriage. She said marriage. She said her friend is married.
She said her friend. No straight in.
She said listen. She said her friend is married and she had multiple partners. That's what she said.
Yes, but listen. In the past, she's had multiple partners, which you'd imagine. You can see the sister is of age. You'd imagine she keeps adult friends. So if they're getting married in the adult age, you'd expect them, neither of them, to be virgins. What he's saying, what the sister was trying to illustrate was he's happier than he's ever been. You weren't listening because you're too busy trying to.
No, I was.
And what did you respond with? You responded with he's a simp. So now don't try and backtrack and make it seem
I'm not trying to, brother. Let me finish. I didn't get into my statement. And this is why people are misconstruing. Hold on, people are misconstruing my words. And now she's going to start talking again. And then it's like, we're never going to get there. So this is the reason why this is the reason why it would be simping to jump into a relationship with a woman who's had multiple partners and marry her straight away. Sorry. You're still not relaxed. I get it. To jump into a relationship.
You need to finish that
statement. He's trying to bait you into doing the ad-lib so he can make you seem discombobulated. Just chill for a minute. Let him say what he does. Go on, Shipper.
So like I was saying, for a man to jump straight in the immediate sense and marry a woman who he knows has been promiscuous, I would say is reckless and irresponsible of that man. Because at the end of the day, her promiscuity and those traits could come back out at any time. It would be a lot more sensible for that man to say, do you know what? If I'm going to deal with this woman, I'm going to deal with her on a platonic level. But because she's had multiple partners and doesn't practice chastity, there's no necessity for me to marry a woman like that. That's not something she prides herself on, clearly.
Shipper, are you judging other men on your standards because you find it easy to get women and now you're thinking because other men don't behave like you, that's why you're saying what you're saying? Is that a fair assumption to say?
No, I would say that's
It
that's
is.
an absolute opposite. Listen, I'd say it's the absolute opposite for this
Okay,
reason, brother. What I'm saying is, you see me as a
Sir,
man,
you said it 3 times. Can I
me as a
respond?
man, and a lot of men that I know would prefer to have one woman who was a virgin than to have multiple women that have had multiple partners. And what we're
You
gonna
keep
find is
saying
that
we as a man. You were talking about you. She didn't marry you.
sorry. The women, what they like to do is make excuses for their behaviors. They never accept the L. They
She
will
never
always
did.
find another excuse. They'll talk over you. They try and discombobulate your conversation like she's doing now. Now, the fact of the matter is, yeah, most men would prefer that. And once we know that most men would prefer that, but the women don't conform to it, why on earth are we as men conforming to what most women want? If it's fuck me,
We're not,
then it's
Shifa.
fuck
We're
you too.
not. They're
I know.
lying
I'm just
to
saying.
us.
Exactly. I'm not saying we are. I'm
We're
saying
not
we're not
conforming.
going to do that.
They're running
But I'm not
game,
marrying
innit?
no
They're
one.
lying.
Listen, if I marry a woman, listen, she needs to understand first thing first.
Sir, we've
You need to
heard
submit.
nonstop.
You
If
need
you
to
marry a
submit.
woman,
You
she
either
has to
need
be
to
a
submit.
virgin.
All
You
right,
either need to
Chipper.
submit. You either need
We
to submit.
know.
You either need to submit or you need to be a virgin. Simple.
This is what I'm gonna
And
do.
obviously, you can't make him do either. So here's the thing: you constantly are saying that he's supposedly just suddenly jumped. They were in a relationship for about 4 years. There was no settling to it.
He just made it up.
Made it up.
Hold on.
I
what?
did make it up.
What
You're
it
right.
does. It's what it
No,
does.
he just made that part up. He
I
didn't.
did make that part up.
So they were in a relationship for quite a while, which means that he actually got to see her in her best days, her low days, the rain, all seasons of her life. And guess what? She got to see him in all seasons of his life. She knows how he responds whenever he's frustrated. She knows how he responds if there's, some finances that aren't actually, the books aren't correct or something comes up missing. They know how each other responds. And they, even through all of that, have decided that they are still a good fit. So once again, they are as happy as they have ever been. So, sir, no disrespect to you. Matter of fact,
Until her ex walks in the room.
Everyone has them happy phases.
No,
That's not
sir,
nothing.
Till her ex walks in.
Sir, this is not disrespect at all. At the
Till he
end of
finds
the
out what her
day,
ex did with her.
looking for a virgin that you think is going to be willing to commit to you due to love and loyalty and not due to fear. Good luck with that. But let me tell you something about fear. Fear will only work so much on women. And that's also part of this liberation as well. Women are no longer being somewhere that they don't want to be due to fear. And so that's why you have a lot of women that are leaving relationships. They're not cheating. They're just deciding that, you know what, this isn't for me. And they're actually going off and doing what they need to do to become their best selves, the best part of themselves. Now, here's where
Called
a
the
lot
hoe
of problems.
phase. That's the hoe phase.
Excuse me, sir. Here's where the main problem lies. While she's doing the work to elevate herself to become the best version of herself, and there is a man that decides that he wants to be with her, he is at a certain point almost obligated to match what she's doing. So he either has to rise up the same way, and however that may be, or he chooses to sit there and stay down. If he stays down, he understands that at any time she can walk away. So naturally,
Are you talking about your ex right now? Are you talking about your
once
ex?
again, sir, at any time.
Why do you keep interrupting the sister, man? Look, you just said that women are emotional by interrupting.
Exactly. Shut your fucking pussy.
And now you're interrupting the sister. Like, who's the emotional ones right now?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, can't let her finish, please. Go on, sis. Shut up, Khan. Let her finish.
Bitch.
That explains why he knows so much about women. But
pussy envy.
At the end of the day, whenever a woman is becoming the best version of herself, any man that truly wants to pursue her for anything other than fucking around, literally, he ends up having a desire to do the same thing. And so a lot of times they will sit there and do that. We have a lot of men that are comfortable in being in the shenanigans that they are. They're comfortable being where they're at because, whenever they were younger, they got cuddled by mommy. They got cuddled by grandma that sat there and told them that they're okay. And you know what? It didn't matter. Everybody else was bad and they're going to be okay. And they're the good ones. So they got used to that.
Yeah.
So you dumped him and got with a white guy.
So should the man be allowed to know your body count? Should the man be allowed to know your body count, Sister Eliza?
Worry about your own body count.
I asked Sister Eliza, not you. I asked Sister Eliza. I didn't ask you. I asked Sister Eliza.
Why are you so ingrained and worried about a woman's body count?
I asked Sister Eliza. We know your opinion already.
You're worried about how
Let me
much
tell you why.
and
Let me tell you why.
girth
Let me
and
tell you
Can I
why.
answer that question?
What are you worried about?
Let me tell you why. No, you can't, Eliza.
Why?
You can't. Because you ain't a
Can I
man. No, you can't.
I know we
You ain't
ain't
a man.
man.
Let me
'cause
tell
you're
you.
insecure.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Let
Hold
a
on.
man.
The question was posed to me, and I have
what?
another man that does not run this panel trying to tell me that.
She's talking about a different question, Jedi.
No. The body count. I was talking about the body count comment. Sorry, my bad. Was you talking about something else you was going to answer?
Yeah, I said to her, is a man allowed to know a woman's body count? But Kat started talking about something else.
No, I was responding to Kat saying, why are you so invested in a body count? So I was going to answer that.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that wasn't me. That wasn't the question I was going to answer. First of all, whenever a man and a woman are in a relationship to where they can comfortably divulge that to each other, then sure, it is okay. It absolutely
no
is.
problem. An explanation and it's
Pause. Let her go.
Then sure, it is okay amongst a relationship that has already been invested. And honestly, my husband asked me my body count. He did. I sat there and I was completely honest with him. And I also sat there and told him, you know what, these are things, because my body count isn't very high, but these are things, and these are people that I also gave names as well. And I said, you know, these are people that I've dealt with. And I want you to know so that you don't feel uncomfortable. I did that out of love, not out of obligation.
Wait, let me get the mic. I respect that move. Go on.
Sir, give me a second. Give me a second.
I was going somewhere with this, Joe Jedi.
I ever
I had one
finish.
more statement.
I ever finish. This is why I say I'm dealing with adult boys instead of men.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Welcome to our world, sister. Welcome to
Look, this is why I stay. This is one of the reasons I stay married, because honey, I couldn't. I'd be single or I'd be a lesbian. Y'all, these men are playing. But at the end of the day, whenever I decided to give that information, you know what my husband did? He also gave me his body count as well. And he sat there and told me afterwards, you know what? All that happened in the past. Here's our agreement. As long as that past does not come back up in our current, we are good. And as far as I was concerned, that's what it was. As long as none of his ex body count comes up in our current, and I already know my body count isn't going to come up in our current. And honestly, that was one of the things that he asked me out of love and out of respect, and also out of a sense of vulnerability. I sat there and I catered to it. Why? Because I love this man.
No, we appreciate that. I respect it too.
Let me get the mic.
Let Jedi go,
man.
man.
No more You're doing my head in. You lot are all you man that have been talking, you're all doing my fucking head in, man. You lot chat too much. Right. So why is it important? Why is a man interested in a woman's body count? Let's answer this for Kat. My personal viewpoint is that men who care about them, that want to understand the moral fiber and the reasoning and the mindset of their potential partner, i.e. a woman, would like to know how many men she's tried and failed to have a relationship with, or how many men she felt it necessary to sleep with. I think that this is something that a man should know. The reason why it's become ambiguous of whether a man should know or not is because most men are not going to be able to handle the non-traditional, the immodest numbers, right? By immodest, a sister here said my number is low. So that means that women do believe there's such thing as low. That means there must be such thing as high. So I don't want to be shamed from me having my male perspective when I go on to say this. Yeah. Women don't want to share their body count with you lot because they think you're going to judge them because they fuck too much, man. They know it and they know you're going to know it, and they don't want you to know it because they want you to buy the product.
That's not exactly true.
That's whenever what you just said, though, sis.
But that's his opinion. He said his opinion.
Okay.
Sis, you said you only reveal the body count after you feel secure in a relationship. So what he said is perfect. That's exactly what you said.
Well spotted, Shifa.
That's whenever my husband posed the question to me. And
what if he decided to leave because of it? What if he decided, you know what, you could have
And
told me
that
this
would have
from
been
day
his
one?
choice. So can I go ahead and speak now? Because we've had a lot of you and your opinions and your wives and your baby mamas and everything else. Sir, can
I know that one cut though. That one hurt. I know that one hurt. That's why
the
he said
lack of
that.
wives.
Wow, they
Go,
go
go,
personal
go.
with you, Schiffer boy.
But here's the thing. This is my opinion. Now, mind you, I may be right, I may be wrong. But whenever my husband asked me that, he asked me that based off of, and this is how I took it. I could be wrong, but I took it as me to know how many relationships that have either failed. Well, of course they failed because I'm with him, but how they failed. And why
It's a
they
normal
failed.
conversation,
It's
right?
almost like you kind of learning from, the past experiences. He wants to know why they
Yeah.
failed, how they failed, so that he knows what he needs to do to sit there and make sure that he doesn't end up being one of those guys. Okay.
You think he wants to know whether he's a laughing stock?
More importantly, he wants to know whether you are a fuck up, whether you're a liability. He ain't gonna say that, but he wants to know.
Hold on.
And he wants to know. Hold on. Listen, when you buy a bed, and I'm talking
Sir,
a bed.
I'm not a bed, so we're not even going to go into that scenario. Here's
I'm
the
not
thing.
comparing you to a bed.
Sir,
I'm not
I
comparing
was
you to a bed.
speaking.
I said, when
Sir,
a man,
I was speaking.
when any of you want to buy a bed.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and speak because obviously he's not going to stop. I have known my boy. I have known my. I was 14 years old. I went to school with his sisters. I've gone to school with his sisters. He knew me growing up. He knew the way I was growing up. He
How's
knew
he gonna know your body count?
Shut up, man. Let her finish.
He knew my brother was a lot more promiscuous. He knew that I was very much the standoff type. He knew the type of personality that I had. So as far as sitting there and trying to see how many guys I fucked to see that wasn't the case because he already knew. We have been friends since we have grown up and since I was of age to have sex. Okay. So he knew me on a personal level. Now, I'm not saying that's for everybody because a lot of people, whenever they get in relationships, it's usually they meet in adulthood and that's cool. But my husband didn't ask for that reason because he already knew. Why would he ask that question? That makes no sense.
Good excuse, sis. Cool story.
Thank you, sister. So, personally, I don't agree with what you're saying. Yeah, if the man knows you, sorry, sister. I did back down. I did let you finish. I know, I was trying to find a little way in. I hope you don't think I was being rude.
No, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to be rude, right? But what I'm saying is, if he did truly know what you were like, he wouldn't ask your body count. He wants to know whether there's information that is important to him. Now, what I was gonna say is, when you get a bed, you find out the tether, you find out the weight the maximum load it can take, the size, the dimensions. Whether it can fit in your house, wherever. But one important detail you would love to know is how many other people have slept in this before I bought this. You want to know how new your bed is that you're about to love, yeah, and break in and own and maybe have for years. And this is what I'm saying. No, a woman is not a bed, but a man is going to lay in her and find his comfort in her, and he wants to know the history of that thing that he lays in and drops his guard and finds his comfort in, the thing he wants to adore, love, and make his partner. I know a lot of modern men don't care what the sexual history is of their partner. Cool. But I think, personally, it is a wise thing to ask. We've got loads of brothers on this panel, not right now, but in general, they're religious, they're virgin, and for them to have the mindset that it doesn't matter how many people my future partner slept with is ridiculous because they actually are still seeing the value of virginity. Someone else said that virginity is, you said, sister, earlier, that virginity ain't as valuable and whatever. Bullshit. That for men, a virgin is valuable, or a woman that is virginal in what's the word? In character, in modesty. So no, you may have slept with another man. He may have known you since you were 14, and he's seen that there's not going to be a lot of man around you. He knows it's not going to be anything crazy. He just wants the confirmation. Now, if you say something different from what he's already surmised, then yeah, he may make a different decision. But it is definitely important enough, even though he knew you, to ask you. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. I see that viewpoint. I do. I would like to rebuttal a couple of things. As far as for the purity, I know people that literally are shocked whenever they hear that there is an adult woman that is still a virgin, and the first thing they think of is, okay, so what is wrong with you?
What's up with her? Yeah.
The first thing they're thinking is, okay, so why is it that as old as you are, and usually these are women that are over the age of 25, why is it that you couldn't be in a relationship for any type of, substantive amount of time? Now, mind you, I'm also in America, Western civilization, unfortunately. And yes, I said unfortunately. But there are a lot of women. Hold on. There are a lot of women that pride themselves on being pure into a certain time because this could be the way they were brought up, raised, this and that or another. I was one of those that was something that was important to me. I'm not going to go into details. I did not lose my purity until I was an adult. Okay. And that was by choice. So with that being said, but I also had a lot of people look at me as like, what? So what's wrong with you? Why can't you have a relationship? Why can't you do this? And why can't you do that? I've also seen these same types.
No.
Okay. I've also seen that happen with.
That's why you're crazy, Cat, because you've been listening to them crazy bitches like Beyonce. That's why you're nuts and you're 42 and single.
Sir.
Sipping wine on fucking show on the camera.
Can you please hold yourself together?
No, sorry.
This is a lot. Asking you to sit there and honestly have control of yourself.
Come on, Jedi. Don't let her take you.
No.
Don't let her take you there, Jedi. Come on, man.
This is the second time, Cat, you tried to play some copyrighted material on my show as if you're trying to get struck. If you don't appreciate the panel, then just don't come on. But don't play these stupid games. Yeah, we like you drinking and having a little joke, but don't overdo it. Please. Sorry, sister. That had to be said.
Oh, no, you're absolutely fine. I get what you were doing now. I'm sorry. I overstepped. I do apologize. But
anyway, sorry, what was your body count you were telling us?
I wanted to say this, that nothing's guaranteed. So if someone's had a lot of partners, it doesn't mean they're not going to have a lot of partners in the future. So if they're a virgin, it doesn't mean they're going to switch and have a lot of partners. You know what I mean? Like, because they haven't had the experience.
That's right.
And the men are insecure because they can't handle that someone's had a past.
You know, well, that is fact. Swings and roundabouts, mate. Swings.
I remember somebody sat there and said something about, that's what they value in a wife. But how many men also sat there and said that they asked the body count and they have really no intent of making her a wife. This is what they're asking while they smashing and then they dipping. And honestly, that body count can be 1 or 2. And they still sitting here dipping because they just want to make sure, okay, you know what? Boom, I got my thing. She was supposed to be on this high pedestal. I've knocked her off the pedestal. Conquest done. Moving on.
But isn't it for the woman to safeguard herself, though? Like, why are we putting it on men? The fact we couldn't safeguard yourself. You need to be held accountable for your actions. So if you open up your legs to a man who treats you like that, that's your L. You just have to hold that L and learn from the L.
I agree with that.
You know what I mean?
But I'm also looking at it as being a mother of teenagers, how a lot of these little boys are sitting there trying to pursue my kids. Oh, not just little boys. Young people are trying to pursue my son and my daughter. My older ones, at least. They are looking for a conquest, and I'm sorry, but I don't really think that just something in their a man's mind or let me stop saying men, because honestly, this is something that happens with women and men. In young people's mind, that when they get to a certain age, it clicks off. So honestly, the mindset of trying to pursue a conquest, I mean, that's part of it, and I'm not going to sit there and say that. If my daughter, well, no, I'm not gonna sit there and say that because my daughter like that. But let's say there's a young lady and these things are happening. Let's say that this young lady is getting assaulted at home when she's supposed to be secure. Let's say that, there is something else that happens that she did not agree to.
Why more excuses, sis? Why more excuses all the time?
These are anomalies, sis, number one.
Come on, man.
What do you mean an excuse? These are things that happen in home.
Not making excuses for your behaviors and change them then.
Sis, I get what you mean. Traumatic situations can change your view on sex and stuff. I completely get that, but that's a unique.
Does it work both ways?
You can't make it a general rule That's number one. Number two, if you've got daughters, it's upon you to teach her, don't open up your legs to a man you don't want to father your child. Because the best contraception is closing your legs. And
Exactly.
if you've got sons,
And
you
I
need to
have
teach him,
my daughter.
value yourself and value your surname and value the wombs that you all up inside. Bare man have end up breeding up hoes, and now they've got the consequence to live with for the rest of their life. But maybe if someone had put them onto game, they wouldn't have made such mistakes.
Ladies live with those I'm sorry, not
Thank
the
you, Sister Sarah. That's what
Actions
no
have
excuses looks
consequences.
like.
Our actions
Young
have
ladies live with the
consequences.
consequences.
Shut your mouth, man.
They're in a home.
Do you know what I mean?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I cut you off, sweetheart. I would like to rebuttal you
ADD,
too.
you are the number one.
I just wanted to say
put a cock on it.
what we need to
God
teach
damn
is
it.
self-accountability and the fact that every action that we make or we do has a consequence.
Yes.
And don't let the reality of contraceptions and all these Cinderella stories and all this nonsense blur your judgment. The reality is sex is a serious thing. From sex comes children.
It's more serious than that. Actually, it's supposed to be a spiritual, emotional, mental, and a physical.
Right.
Exactly. So people need to date deliberately and intentionally and value their sexual organs. Have value it. You're not going to put your credit card in a house you haven't checked, but you will be all allow random people all up.
Right.
People respect their credit cards more than their pussies. That's the reality. And vice versa.
Yeah, but their
People
pussy's
have to value
public
themselves.
property.
Sorry,
Brother, this is what no excuses sounds like. This is commendable. Big up, Sister Sarah. Big up.
When you hold yourself to a high standard,
no one was giving excuses. I'm sitting here talking about this
giving
man
her
talking about if she's not a virgin, she's not
I'm
worth
not
a
saying you are, sis. I'm not saying you are.
You're getting drawn out. You're getting drawn out again.
Yeah, I'm not saying you are, sis, at all.
She
Sorry,
was
can you
just talking about
confirm?
the reality, Shifra.
Sorry, can you confirm again? Because I don't know. Did you answer when they asked you you're a feminist? Because some of these people got the impression that you're feminist.
She says no, she would not.
No, I'm not a feminist.
Yeah, but a minute ago you said you would have been a lesbian. So what's worse?
Whatever.
Just a figure of speech because of you.
No, there's no such thing
me
as a
angry.
figure of speech.
I said
No
if my
man's going to
husband,
be sitting on
I
here
said
going,
if my
I'd rather
husband were
suck a
to
dick.
pass
No man will
away
say that.
with the rhetoric that is being spewed to these people out here as far as a dating pool, I wouldn't even waste my time because honestly, there's a lot of people that are listening to this and that are believing what you say. And that's honestly going to keep them miserable. And as they're being miserable, all they're going to do is repeat and regurgitate the rhetoric that you've said as well as point the finger because no one wants to hold themselves accountable. That's why I was sitting there and saying, whenever I made the comment that I'd be lesbian, boy, look. And it's not even a matter of being lesbian or not.
I'm just saying I don't rate that kind of talk.
Honestly, has
especially
a higher
if your
standard.
children are hearing you.
And a lot of this stuff that I'm hearing today, because this
Not
is
rating it
BS.
I said she would have been single too.
Excuse
I'm
me,
not rating
please.
that either.
Excuse me, please.
I wouldn't have a problem being single. If anything ever happened to my husband, I would not have a problem being single for the rest of my life. And honestly, I wouldn't care about these men talking about, well, you know what, you're going to be single and you're going to be miserable. I'm miserable because the man that I love died. That's why I'm miserable. I'm not miserable because I'm not catering to
What's up, Reggie?
so-and-so's mommy.
How about you could be miserable for not changing your ways? How about that? How about Sister Sarah made a very excellent point there?
Because obviously
Sister
my
Sarah
ways
made an
have gotten
excellent
me
point there. Hold
married,
on,
and your ways
sis,
to have you
sis,
single trying to
You've
sit
been
there and
talking
decide
for the
what pussy
Sister
longest.
Sarah made an excellent point
So, I
there,
mean,
and what
please
I think
explain
she's
that to
dealing
me.
with, unfortunately for you, is no excuses. If you practice a behavior, you're responsible for it, especially in a world where we have equal rights, equal opportunities.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot of
There's
caping
no
for hoism,
excuse.
man.
You can't cape
And
for
you
none
know
of what you're
what?
saying.
I
You
agree
need to
with
back
that.
down.
I wish you would sit there and take heed to the actions of your
Yeah.
own words.
That's true.
Because you
And
have
me
not
too.
held
Yeah,
yourself
right.
accountable.
You would too, because Shiv was sat
No,
up
but I
here
do.
talking about, one second, Shiv. You sat up here and you was talking about, these women, they've all cheated along the line and blah, blah, blah. They're not for you. And, if you're going to do all of that, you've got to get out of my life. Cool.
That's right.
Did you hold yourself accountable, bro, for choosing these women?
Yeah,
Did you hold
exactly.
yourself accountable for putting these women into your life? But no, you're
That's
up
right.
here.
There wasn't nothing wrong
Yeah.
with them.
Hold on, let me answer her. Let me answer her.
Man, I don't want to hear nothing. Shut up.
Shifra,
Let me
let somebody
answer
else
her.
speak it up, man.
Now let me answer her. Let me
You
answer her.
said
She
these
asked the
people come to
question.
you.
She
You
asked
have
the
to
question,
accept
guys.
them in your
Guys,
life.
come
Just
on.
because these people
Come on,
come to you,
guys.
you
You
didn't
got to
have to let
respect
them come
yourself
in and
enough
walk
to
your
know that
feet.
you wasn't
don't
asked
come
the
with that
question.
bullshit.
You got to
Don't
be able
come
to
with that
respect
bullshit,
yourself
Shifra.
enough to
Bullshit.
know
You've
that
been
you
talking
was
for the
not asked the
longest while,
question.
Shifra.
And if you don't respect
Get
yourself enough
somebody.
to
You
know that you
already
wasn't
answered
asked
that
the question
question.
and that Shipper
You
was asked the
already answered
question,
that
then
question,
that
Shifra.
shows that some people
Move
have
to
a
the
lack
side,
of
man.
respect
What's
for
going
themselves. So,
on?
Lady D, in response to your question, Lady D, yes, I do. Sorry, Lady D, in response to your question, because Uncle Dev is having self-control issues.
No, I'm
In
not.
response
I'm
to your
getting tired of your bullshit.
in response to your
Dave, you're not
question,
helping,
in
man. Shut
response
up.
to your question,
You old
Lady
fart.
D, yes, I do take responsibility for laying down with those women. Hence, my children from
That's
those
not what we
situations,
asked.
my children from those relationships do not go without. They do not have an absent father in their life. They have
She said,
they have
Church.
one that's heavily
You're
involved
deflecting
and
from the
heavily
question,
invested.
Shifra.
My
Argument
G.
done. Argument done. We do.
Don't even entertain this. What's this
Argument
Lady
is
D
done
talking
because he
about
didn't
anyway?
answer the question. She said, "Do
I
you
did.
hold yourself accountable
Yes.
for being able to lay with those women?" She
Yes,
didn't say
all the
shit
money
about
comes out of my
kids.
account.
He's accountable,
Sister,
yeah,
speak,
all
because
the
he's
sir.
money
looking
comes
after
out
the
of my
children,
account.
ain't
I've
he?
spent
See,
hundreds of
part of your
thousands of
problem is that
pounds
you get the triggers that you're not
listen,
hearing.
I've spent
You're not
hundreds of
listening.
thousands of pounds
This is why
on
God
failed
gave you 2 ears
relationships
and
and
1 mouth.
children. That's
You're
what I've
not
done.
listening.
I've spent hundreds of thousands of pounds on failed relationships and
Men
children.
and them
So
have the
yes, I
power.
On
hold
failed
myself
relationships and children.
accountable.
How
My
many of those
account,
failed
listen, my
relationships did you
account,
not
my account,
Women and our
appropriate
money
with?
sister,
power.
my account can testify to everything I say. So
Speak up,
yes, I
Shifra.
Are you
hold
leaving
myself
anything into
100%
the
How
spirit
much
accountable.
lives?
money did
100.
you spend
Why are you talking
on
about this
relationships
finance?
where you did not
What
procreate,
morals and
sir?
values you're teaching them?
Ooh, sis, we're wasting time now. I
Now we're
pay for
wasting time because
everything.
once again
I
someone's
pay
holding
for
you
everything.
accountable. But you're the same
Yes,
person
I
that
am. I
says that
pay for
you hold
everything.
yourself
I'm
accountable.
accountable. I pay for
Whenever
everything.
I'm
What?
also sitting there giving
I
out scenarios, you're the same
no,
guy that
I
sits
pay
and
for
says their
everything.
excuse.
Sis, are you
Yes,
listening? Are you
somehow it's not an
listening?
excuse
Are you
whenever you
listening?
do it.
Are you listening?
So
Are you listening? Are you
do
listening?
as
I
I
pay
do
for
as I
everything.
say, not do as I do. But I want you to hold
Too
yourself.
noisy, man.
How
I
has
know.
this
This is
I
woman
gonna
got
know.
an
be
answer
like
for
this
what
is gonna be
Shifra's
no
saying?
use
How have
after
you
this,
got an
man. It's
answer for a
noisy.
man saying that he's there for his children and he
Yeah,
pays for everything when it comes to his children, but yet you got an answer for that?
but it's not enough.
Because that's not what
But
the
there's
It's
question
no,
never
Fuck
where
are
enough,
is
you
the
bro.
on,
values
man?
and the morals?
is.
Come
Where are
on,
you
man.
from?
They
What
just
are
want
you
to
What
talk in
talking
planet
about?
spectrum,
All
you
right,
bro,
you
from?
because
know
they
what?
think women
Let me
got the
make a
right.
decision. Let me make
Come
a
on,
decision.
man.
Let me hear from my uncle Kai. He chats sense. Yo, Uncle Dev, big up yourself.
Remember the
Yeah,
question.
thanks.
Please take the microphone, please, and
Ay,
say
ay, ay.
to these youngsters.
Thanks.
Deep breath.
Yeah.
Please, man, chat some
I'm
sense to them.
listening. I'm listening. I know, and I'm a man myself, yeah. And women have a lot of ego. There's no doubt about it. And we like to talk about our pockets and how much we spend. But what morals and values are we leaving in those kids? Yeah, we spend this, we spend that. Oh, my bank account is draining. But what are you putting inside that kid for the long run to make that son or that daughter become a young man in
Well,
oh
Uncle
Lord
Dev,
of
in
What
mercy.
answer
kind of
to your
question is
question,
that?
Uncle
I
Dev, sorry, Uncle
didn't
Dev,
ask a
like I said,
question.
Uncle
Hold
Dev,
on,
Uncle
hold
Dev,
on, hold
listen.
on, hold on.
Oh,
He
my
didn't
bad.
ask no
Oh,
question,
sorry,
and I'm not
sorry.
sure
It
you
is a
should really.
little
Just fall back for a minute, shift.
My
You're
bad.
the main speaker, and we appreciate that about this conversation. You are the main speaker. However, take a little break and listen for about 5-10 minutes. Just listen and take it all in, and then forward back again. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Because this conversation is you carrying this convo, but I
100.
want other people to feel so that they get that frustration off their chest. Because then it
Yeah,
turns to
that's right.
shouting when people get frustrated, right? So
Apologies,
go on,
guys.
Dev.
Apologies.
Please say what you're saying.
Accepted. Yeah, I'm just saying because I hear it a lot. Yeah. And I'm speaking from a man perspective. I'm a man. And it's like we speak about a lot of what we do financially and physically, but not about how I empowering my son or my daughter to become a better young man, or a better young woman, or how my daughter can look at me and know what a husband is like, or look at her mother and know what a wife should be like. What are the characteristics of being a husband? What they have to look for. We don't speak about it. We more speak about our pocket and how much we spending and all that foolishness. And no wonder our children grow up and repeat our same behaviors. Because why? We want to give them material things. These things are temporary. It's what you're leaving them is that what matters. That is what they're going to live with for the rest of their life because they're going to grow up, get older, have their own shit, support their own selves. But the values, the foundation that you put in them, that's what they need most and foremost.
100.
Because they'll become a representation of you. What you leave in them become a representation of you in the future.
100.
So I'm saying we talk a lot about money and this thing get me so sick. Because I'm
Uncle
coming
Dev.
from hold on,
Uncle
my
Dev,
brother.
sorry.
I'm going to give it to you. Hold on, just give me a few more minutes. Because I'm coming from a family where I don't know my dad. And it's sick and, hearing men keep talking about their pocket, their pocket, their pocket. What are you instilling inside that child? What the values you give in that child? So that child can be the best that child can be for himself first and foremost.
Reggie.
And then the society and the community on a whole. That is my issue here. Forget about the money. The money is going to come. You're supposed to do that.
Uncle Dev, can I just say one thing to you, Uncle Dev? Yeah, I get where you're going with this.
Schiffer,
man.
You want to rebuttal?
No, I don't want to rebuttal.
That's what you're doing.
Them bang up my rice and peas long time came out. Big up. Anyway, carry on, Schiffer.
Yeah, and I'm sick.
No, I don't want to rebuttal. When you're finished,
that's
bro.
why we have a lot of single mothers nowadays, because they think paying a $2 of this dollar, giving them money every month for the child. Are you being a father? Are you going and seeing that child and spending time teaching that child what it needs to learn?
Are you finished now?
Is that Schiffer? I'm punching your nose,
Boy, you got a bit long, bro. You're going a bit long, fam. Like, come on, man.
But I'm saying,
man.
let someone else go on long for a while. Let them, because we're enjoying you not talking for a bit.
Yeah, I'm listening to his point. I'm listening. I'm just trying to make sure I've heard the whole point before.
If you listen, you would heard it. If you listen, you would hear.
Yeah.
You're on rebuttal mood. That's why you can't hear nothing, because your mind is triggered. Because you want to cut in and cut in and cut in. Listen, digest. Yep, and then you can make an effective response.
Dev, can I ask a question?
Anyway, go ahead.
So in my response, I'd like to say this to you, Uncle Dev. The question that was posed to me is, do I hold myself accountable for my children? The question was not posed to me every single aspect of my involvement in my children's lives. So I don't understand why you've even brought up this trait. Sorry, brother. I'm responding to you. You remember what you said about listening? Remember what you just said about listening.
Yeah, but
so you're just as bad as me. You're just as bad as me. You're just as bad as me. And this is why. This is why. Unfortunately, you can't correct me, Uncle Dev. You cannot correct me, because what you're doing is you're now being a hypocrite. You're now being a hypocrite. Yeah. And what you need to understand is, Dev. Yeah. I was asked. Uncle Dev.
Schiffer, I asked you to fall back for like 10 minutes, let everyone else speak. One person spoke, and you're the next person speaking.
Only because this is what Uncle Dev does. He tries to make these sly little jabs in his comment. But it's cool. I'll wait. I'll write it down. I'll wait.
Yeah, write it down. You ain't got an answer to him, Shiv. I keep trying to you ain't got an answer to every time someone knocks. You don't have to say who is it. You trust me, brother, and then you preserve your shit. Like, yeah, just take a breather for a second, brother.
So, Dave, you didn't know your dad, yeah?
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you want to tell us about being a dad? You want to teach us about how to be a dad? Huh? You never had a dad?
Yeah?
Go on.
Say that again.
Yeah, Dev. So my question, my brother, is this. Is what you're observing mainly because that is what men are being judged upon mainly, which is what they contribute with money, because women are saying they don't need our principles being installed in their household. So they feel independent and want to raise their children with what they say are the values and morals and principles. And all they want from the men is just the money. And therefore men having to respond with, I pay this, I've given this, etc. Just because it's a response. Because what you said is exactly what men find the most important, is to see their children raised with their morals and principles. Do you understand? But I'm saying, if they continuously mention, he ain't giving me this money and he ain't doing this, and then when you try to install your principles in there, you say, nah, keep that, I would install my own. Now what, bro?
Even the money aspect. People always talk about the money. How much are you even paying? You got 3 or 4 baby mothers.
Please let Dev answer, because he's the elder.
The government dictates that.
That's not even important. At the end of the day, he just sat there and said that supposedly that's what men are trickled down to. I'm going to sit there and say this. I've already sat there and expressed that women want more than money. We do.
We're talking about the baby mums that are not with their dads, though.
That's right.
Exactly. That's what I mean about retarded. This is dumb now, man. Come on, man. And Jedi, you're telling me not to speak, but brother, come on, man. This is like blasphemous now, bro. This is slander.
Yeah,
This is slander at its
that's
best.
not strictly true neither, because how many of you baby daddies actually pay for your kids out here?
I do.
I
pay through the teeth.
Right now. They literally sound like clowns, all of them. Like,
I pay through the teeth.
If you have the true qualities,
Pause.
Cat, you're on mute, my dear.
Lady D. You see, when you're on a panel of 10 people, it's not even appropriate to say all of them.
True, you know, Jeds, but you're not even included. You're not even talking. You're not even talking. But the ones that are talking sound like
Dev is
clowns
talking. Dev sound like just be specific. Who
I'm talking to all the men right now, because literally, if we're looking at this in reality,
Reggie?
the facts are that
how are you dissing all men when some men are here defending you? Look, I'm just asking you how you dissing all men. Like you said,
who said anything about all men? I said the men that are speaking on the panel right now sound like clowns.
Reggie
Who
sounds like a clown. Dev sounds like a clown.
Bruv, let me get my point out.
No, you don't generalize all of it. You wouldn't have it if you was a woman and I said these women are like clowns.
Okay, I'm not.
You can get your point out, but like, why can you never just be wrong? Like, yeah, you just labeled all men, but there's a couple men on here that's defending the thing. That's all I'm trying to point out.
Name one man. Name one man on this panel.
You can't. You can't.
Listen, I bottle fed my kids. I changed their nappies when their mum wanted to go back to work. I looked after them for 2 years while she sat on her fat ass. I cooked 3 meals a day. I washed, cooked, and cleaned until my kids were old enough to go to school. Then I went and got a job, and I fucking paid that bitch for 2 kids. So shut up, Lady D.
You sat up here bitching about women this, women that, women do this, women do that, women don't like accountability. I've listened to you go back and forth with the sister for how many hours? And now you want to come and talk about, oh, you're the big old man, you do everything right. Okay, then, Council, why are you up here bitching?
Lady D, you know me for 3-4 years. You know how I am with my kids. Don't even pretend for the sake of an argument. You already know me. You already know me how I am with my kids.
No, sir, I'm listening to you speak. And honestly, if you are willing to speak to a stranger like this, then I can only imagine what you are willing to say in front of your kids and what they are hearing.
I'm just saying, I'm not surprised you're married to a white boy. That's all I'm saying.
It doesn't matter whether my husband was white or black or Korean or that. It seems like you're so hung up on the fact that I actually have a successful relationship.
Manly face woman. Like, everything you own in a box. At
the end of the day, sweetheart, get off of me. I wouldn't want to, honey, I wouldn't even get my worst enemy to go and peck you. Go on, please.
Come on, let's go back to normal. Like, we don't need to attack each other. We're having a convo, innit?
Nah, this is the thing. Hold on. This is the thing, though. Yeah, you took this. This is the problem. You now want us to move to a next frequency. When I was trying to moderate the frequency, I spoke to the leader of the conversation, which was you. And I let you know that this is on you. If you fall back for 10 minutes, the conversation, the pressure will desist and everything. You didn't want to do that.
Accountability.
You want to respond to everybody that had something to say. So we're still in the same energy. We need a break. So you need to just fall back for a second. Uncle Dev was the right person I told to speak. Cool, calm, collected, calming voice. But Schiffer, you wouldn't fucking stop. And that's why we're still here. And now we're cussing each other. This is your fault, bro. The leader. You led us here. Take responsibility.
I was trained in being a hype man. That's all I knew, man. I'm sorry.
This guy's a dickhead.
That's all I knew. That's all I knew, man.
You can tell. That's what you are with your ladies. Go ahead.
Oh, shit. Oh, damn.
Can I just say something real quick before it goes into our whole madness and I don't get a word in again?
I'm not on here 12 hours a day like you, ho.
But yeah, so talking about traditionalism earlier.
Big on, ho.
So we were talking about traditionalism earlier.
Where are your children and your man? And when you're on here, I'm sucking my man's dick and looking up to my children. Yeah. Don't worry about what you're doing, ho. Don't worry about that, ho. About I'm on here doing
what you love?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Worry about what you're doing, bitch. About she's on here 12 hours a fucking day. I do what I do. I come here twice a week at most, ho.
Who you
And
talking
what
to?
between that, I'm sucking my man's dick. Fucking yeah, fucking on that mother.
Okay, honey, what are you doing?
Yes, ho.
Leave her,
You
man.
want to
Leave
show
her.
you because you
We
want
talking
to
the
be
She's
chat.
ripping holes in her
You want to
knickers.
be funny, bitch, and put your camera on, ho. If you want to.
Who? Who you talking to?
That skanky ass bitch and her little comrade. Anytime you want to call me a skank bitch, come on here. And I want to see you, bitch. I want to see you, ho. Come on
Cat,
here. About
Cat, who are you talking
Oh,
to?
she
Who are you
calling
talking
out.
to?
I am.
Oh, she calling
I'm
out.
not talking to you, women on here. I'm talking to that hoe that had
Which
the
one?
audacity to talk shit about me, try and bring up my face, my name. I want that bitch to come here and tell
Honey, that is
Hey,
interrupting what we're
hey,
doing
my
on the panel, baby. That's interrupting what we're doing on the panel, baby. If you need to sit there and go down and sit there and take that to whatever in the chat, baby, please do that. But that's
Yeah.
interrupting what's going on the panel, baby.
Please. I don't know what's happening here.
Some
I think
episode.
Sakina was speaking.
Yeah, so as we were talking, but so traditionalism, Tifa, come on. Right, so if you guys wanted traditionalism so much and wanted to keep it so much, then why the fuck did you lot abuse your power centuries ago and abuse the women, abuse them and everything else and all that? So, yeah.
Come on.
So
We really
you
can't bring that
you
up.
lot had the power. Hang on. You lot had the power. We was submissive to you, and you lot fucked it up. That's why the women had to rise up and get what we deserve.
What
So,
did you
yeah,
deserve? Multiple dicks.
What did you get?
What you
What did you
deserving?
get? What did you
We
get?
got our equal rights, didn't we?
Benefit. You
We
ain't got
don't
no
have to.
fucking
We don't
rights.
have to be
No.
beaten up by these men no more.
What
We
are
don't
you
have to be
talking
raped
about?
by these men no more.
Hold
We
on, let
don't
me
have
tell
to
you
be in a
something.
marriage with someone forcing sex upon them and saying it's okay, you're my wife, when really
Sorry.
and truly that's rape.
All right, sorry, that didn't go on in my country. I'm from Nigeria, so you generalizing about you men and that. Sorry, Nigeria.
Not you men, no, don't mean you, but hasn't Shifa
Yeah,
anyone else been
And this
generalising
is the
women all
important
day?
thing. You don't need to catch yourself.
All day,
Hold on,
literally
hold on.
I've been generalising
Hold on,
women all
hold
day
on.
though. I'm not
Hold on,
saying anyone directly on the panel. When I say you guys, I'm talking about men in general. Like you
Yeah,
guys have
hold
been
on,
talking about
hold
women
on,
in
hold
general.
on. Hold on. Let me say something now. Yeah, I understand that that's what you're doing. What is called generalizing. Yeah, and you are generalizing men. Yeah, which is very lazy. Sorry, sister. Very lazy. It's low IQ. I expect better from you lot. And the reason why I expect better from you lot is every one of you on this panel is a mother to a boy, apart from Kat, who hasn't got children.
Shots fired.
Yeah, every one of you is a mother to a boy. But mine, this is what I tried to pull up Lady D on. Now I'm pulling you up on it. You lot are getting lazy because you got passion, you got emotion, you're getting lazy, and you're falling into a trap. When these guys start retaliating, it's going to be a women versus men.
This is the first thing I said.
No, you got. We're old enough. We're old enough and wise enough. We're old enough and wise. No, Lady D. Sorry, let me finish this. Yeah, we're old enough and wise enough to be precise with our speech. I tried to get you, Lady D, to be more precise. You just be busy getting emotional rather than.
Jedi, are you Muslim? Jedi, are you Muslim, darling?
So yeah, who's talking?
Jedi, a drunk
I
woman's
am.
asking you.
Cat.
Jedi, a drunk woman's asking you about Islam.
Are you a Muslim, Jedi?
Phil, how you doing, honey?
Stop muting me. Are you a Muslim, Jedi?
No, Sister Cat, I'm not.
You're not. All right. Are you a Christian?
No, Sister Cat, I am not.
Are you an Israelite?
By birth, very possibly.
By what?
By birth, very possibly. I'm
By
a young
birth,
ego.
by
I'm a young
nationality,
ego man. Yes,
which
yes. I would
one?
say I'm an Israelite. Yes,
Okay, why?
because I am from an Israelite tribe, from an Israelite lineage,
tribe,
with an Israelite heritage, and I come from an African culture, which is Israelite. Our practices and our customs
Who are those?
is Israelite.
Who are those tribes?
I'm from the Igbo tribe. I said it already, man.
Igbo.
No, I'm not Igbo. I'm not Igbo. I'm not Igbo.
Another one.
I'm not Igbo. Yeah, I'm Igbo. I'm not Igbo.
Israelite. Okay.
Can you
well, then
say
you're
this,
Southern. But then you're Southern, then, yeah.
I'm what?
Southern.
Southern was.
Yeah.
I'm a Southern.
You're Southernese, yeah.
I'm Sudanese.
Oh yeah. Well, then I'm Igbo, bitch.
Yeah, I heard you say that.
Right,
you're
cool. Don't be saying no Igbo
So,
that you're trying to be
okay,
ignorant.
I didn't
Don't
say
play with
anything.
me, man.
I
Shut
didn't
up,
call
cat,
you a
man.
bitch.
Just
I didn't
dance
call
and
you-
dance slowly. Whine and whine slowly.
Just
Shush,
dance.
man. We don't want to
Not
hear
whine.
you.
That's
We
all
just
you're
want
good
to.
for.
We just want to look at you. You're only an object of like.
Yeah.
So you want to mute me?
You got
because
empty. You got
I want to
empty
look at your
brain.
narrow, non-childbearing.
When you came on first, yeah. When you
with
came
no
on first,
knowledge
you
and
made
no
so much
heritage.
sense.
Well,
And then you
hang
started
on.
drinking
Well,
whiskey,
we'll talk about
and now
that.
you want to
How
play
about that,
Beyonce while we're
Jedi?
streaming.
How about that,
and interrupt.
Jedi? Now you want to go there? You want to go there?
You want me to go there
You
now?
want me to go there? You want me to go there? And I will make you feel degenerate.
You won't.
That sister's gone, man.
Spastic. You're a
You won't do
spaz.
anything. I'll
Is
leave you
Elijah
chatting
gone?
on. I'll leave you chatting on there for an hour. I'll just go out. Like I don't care what you got to say, man. Just like I said, if you're gonna whine,
I will,
if you're gonna whine for the
want
man
you.
them.
You don't have to
If
mute
you're gonna
me,
whine for the
I
man
will
them, we're
wipe
up for
you.
it. We are up for it. If you want to whine and slow whine and bust two moves, shake your titties, we up for it. But the talking was, we ain't listening to it. We've done that for days and days and days. We're over it now, man. Come on, man. Sorry, sisters.
You want to mute me? I know, he has to mute me.
This is not right.
Yeah, you
See,
out.
James, what
You
you
out.
can't
You
do
out.
is jump
You
up
out.
here, yeah. Jump into the convo, try and
True.
correct me and Becca, yeah, but all day you've been skipping along all the generalizations coming
No, I
from Shifa
haven't, man.
and Khan.
Shush, man. Shut up. Stop telling me what I do, man. Either you could answer the question I asked you, or you couldn't, and you failed at the time. You made a generalizing
didn't
statement.
fail. I was
tried to point it
asking
out. I said,
to
"What
my
men?" You
point.
couldn't point out the men. Shut up, man. With your little.
I said the
diversion
men on the
tactic.
panel speaking. I literally pointed them out. What's your issue?
But anyway,
all of the naughty step man doing
Right,
that,
so
man.
I did
I'm
point
saying
them
it,
out, right?
Lady
So
D.
I did point them out, right?
Okay.
So what
Stop
I'm saying now,
acting like
bro,
Lady
is,
D.
what I'm
gonna
saying,
say,
bro, is
I'm gonna say this
Shifa
last
has
sentence.
been,
I'm gonna say
Shifa
this last
has
sentence.
been, Shifa has been
I'm gonna
generalizing
say
all
this last
day.
sentence.
So has
I'm gonna
Khan.
say this last
You
sentence. Yeah,
women
big up
don't
to
know
you.
this.
Big
You
up to
women.
you. When it's your time to talk, you don't talk. You stay silent. I'm saying, stop trying to make it seem like I'm shook to tell people what I think and feel. Yeah, that's your little tactic. Yeah. You weren't missing. Now I say what I say. It's time for you to speak up and call out when you say something. I called you out for generalizing men like I called out Sakina. Yeah, stop your fuckery now, man. You're annoying me.
The fact is,
Where's
they're still
Sakina? Where's
generalizing, and they're still going to continue to generalize. And we're going to, when it's done the other way round, now it's an issue. That's the point.
But Lady D, why would you go the other way around? I don't get it. Like, if someone chops up their hand, are you gonna chop off your hand? Don't make sense.
I do what I want to do, sis. The fact of the matter is, if it applies to one, make sure it applies to the other. That's the point.
No,
let's stick to the point. Make sure it applies, innit?
It does apply to both.
You can refute them, sis, but to try to out crazy their crazy doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and you made
do you know what I mean?
You made a very simple standout statement that I could assess. There was a lot of noise going on. You had the microphone, it was quiet. I heard you clearly. There's been a lot said. And then and before I've had a chance to refute it or say, rah, we don't agree, other people have jumped on. Shifa has said some crazy shit about women, and I jumped in immediately and said, yo, Shifa, I've got to say something now, because I was being neutral. The first time I spoke up was to bad up Shifa for saying something stupid. And by bad up, I mean I challenged him. Yeah, just like I challenged you. So it's not no real bad up. I don't want no one's ego getting affected. It's just conversation. But I did step up and come out of my neutral moderator role and started getting involved in the conversation from when Shifa was talking. So you never heard that. You feel victimized. No, sorry, sister. It ain't just you that I will call out. It's everyone. Big up yourself.
And he did call me out because he said to me, I'm generalizing the same way he said to you the same way Jedi said to you that you're generalizing. He said to me earlier that I was generalizing, and I then pointed out that certain sisters were actually separate from what I was saying, and I actually checked myself also. And I pointed out one of the sisters that I called out earlier was Empress Sakina, which is why I was quite surprised that she was the one making the statement. And I said that certain sisters do live traditional lifestyles, and I did point that out, but I said most. And I changed my statement because I realized
she doesn't live a traditional lifestyle. I don't know why you said that.
I know I was being modest, man. And
Where is
obviously,
Sakina? Come back, sis. I have a question. I don't know where she went.
I like Sakina though. I like Sakina. So obviously I wanted to separate her. I like Sarah. I wanted to separate her at one point because I've forgotten about her. And obviously
what about Shani?
she's never
I've
never
come back, Sakina.
Shani as well. I separated her. She gave me her testimony.
These
Come
are
on,
all
man.
married women. Stop liking them. Let's keep it moving.
She gave me
Where's
the
Sakina? Sakina, come back.
no, but I
please.
like their testimony. The testimony they gave.
I wanna
That's what it was.
unpack
You
what
like
you
married
just
woman's
said.
testimony, yeah? You
Yeah,
know
the
what? You know what,
testimony, man.
Sarah? Answer the question from wherever she is, and then hopefully she'll jump with an answer. I want to know
Yeah,
what.
what was I gonna ask? Yeah, how? What was all that? Men raped? What? Something?
Chatting shit. That's what she's
Listen,
doing.
great. Sorry,
Chatting shit.
apologies.
I tell you from now. And why I interrupted was this. This is why because
It came
unbalanced
out of
brothers,
nowhere.
unbalanced brothers encourage unbalanced women.
Facts.
And I feel like some sisters are eager to be unbalanced and just be like, yeah, you men. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean you
That's
men?
what I said earlier, bro.
I
The
ain't feeling
issue
that.
is not a man or woman issue. It's an active spiritual warfare
You smashed
on the
it from
next
beginning.
generation. And until you guys clock, you're gonna be in the same cycle.
They don't get it. They don't understand
They're not clocking
enmity
it, bro.
between man and
They're
woman.
coming
They're
for your
not.
kids. Just get with it.
You don't get why you like having all these dumb conversations and you're allowed to harbor these dumb points of view, and why Kevin Samuels and Pearly Things and the Manosphere and the Red Pill is doing so fucking
Nonsense.
well.
Distractions,
It's
bro.
because it's enmity between man and woman. You lot are just fucking suckers though. Like everyone just likes to walk into it. Like, oh yeah, well, women are all this and men nowadays. Why would you say some unbalanced dumb shit like that? That's LGBT
Like, you know, all the
language.
men or
there.
women in the world.
The
Yeah,
minute
man.
you start labeling all men, I think you're a lesbian. The minute you start labeling all man, I think you're a batty man. Like,
It's
what do you
very
mean?
unjust. It's very unjust.
Yeah, what do you mean? Like, you don't know that there's so many gems out there, so many individual, beautiful fucking people that ain't nothing to do with this nonsense. Yeah, but we're gonna act like, oh, because we've seen a few vlogs and watched a few this and a few videos, we're gonna act like that's everyone. That's not everyone.
And you attract the frequency you're on. So if that's your thought process, that's exactly what you're attracting.
But that's
That's
why
the
I
type
had
of
to
people
clean
you're
up
gonna
my
bump
statement,
into.
Jedi. Because when I said women, I didn't even mean all women. But I realized by saying women, someone could perceive me saying women as meaning all women. So I had to clarify and say, no, I'm not saying all women, because I know there are women who live traditional lifestyles. I know there are very respectable women out there. They're very respectable men. For instance, a sister said earlier, there's a loads of women who's in the mosque who haven't got men and they're not taking man like and getting into promiscuous situations. They're waiting for marriage, innit? And another brother pointed out there's loads of men like that in the church who are doing the same thing, but the women in the church seem to be promiscuous. So maybe those men and women need to find a way of congregating together and they'll produce something fantastic. But the point I was trying to make is that at the end of the day, the society I live in has impregnated our minds with ideas that make us behave a certain way.
Yes. So the thing is, just to respond to that point, I mean, all these, like I said earlier, like even the church and the mosque, they have the right ideals in terms of like what makes a good relationship. But it doesn't.
Did you just say something positive about Islam? Wow.
Am I hearing myself?
You just said something positive.
The fundamentals of it, but for the most part, I would say some of it is controversial, but for the most part, most of the ideas on relationships are quite good and they work generally. But it doesn't mean to say that they don't have issues with relationships within these settings as well. And those ones are, I don't know, Shani was going to go into it, but it's more deeper than what we can even discuss right now. But in general, those institutions, they do have a good recipe for having a successful relationship. But yeah, it's up to the
because
individual.
there's a focus on the collective, the family unit as a whole, rather than your individual desires. You're being taught to chase individual desires, and you just end up lonely with nothing.
Definitely.
Whereas if you put in work at the beginning and sacrifice what you had to sacrifice for the family unit, you're going to eat the fruits of your labor. So those children you created or facilitated an environment where they could grow, and you demonstrated manhood and womanhood in its correct form, they're going to benefit you. You're going to benefit from that. That's the fruits of your labor, seeing your children grow and make good decisions. But if you didn't facilitate that, it is what it is, man. You just set them out to the wolves, and the world will do what the world does with children like that.
But the whole definition of marriage has been redefined. So that's why people coming up here to ask, oh, you're Christian or you're Muslim, or people even within them, sometimes you can't even understand what kind of marriage people are having. You know what I'm saying? So there's no typical Christian marriage and there's no typical Islamic marriage anymore.
It's not even a religious thing; it's a cultural thing as well.
It's
Us
a
as
cultural
African,
thing. That's
I
correct.
was trying to have our own forms of marriage, and it seems almost universal. The idea of marriage, almost. I can't
And a
say
tick
every
box
single
activity.
place
It's a
does
tick
it,
box
but
activity. That's literally.
yeah.
It's turned into a tick box activity.
I was willing to let the whole fucking. I just need to check myself. I was willing to let the whole fucking channel get burnt because I was willing cat to flush a poop.
You're magic.
I was like, fuck it, you know you're gonna just do it, man. Fuck it, just do it, man. Fuck it.
You still got
You know
no
what I mean?
control.
I can see she wants to do it. Just do it. She wants to do it for a
Yeah.
yeah. When she was daggering the dog, yeah. Hands all white.
Oh, she's been drinking since when?
Yeah.
12?
You want to tell me your fiance is in England? Yeah, he's
You
come
see
to
the damn
England
chain,
and he's
man.
there and you love him so much. I'm saying this is why we don't take women seriously. Because we say dumb shit. In real life, they say dumb shit like this. How much they got a fiance? Next thing you know, they're
You're
doing all
humping
this
the door.
stuff.
Next thing you know, you're humping the door.
I know, fam. Maybe like Vic, what's going on?
Yeah, like, what makes you think that just because of the way she behaves, right? It hasn't got. Men will go for all kinds of women, so you can't just.
You can have. She's got a male, but when you got a man, yeah, when a girl's got a man, she ain't doing all this.
Especially at her age.
How about that?
Be with
Yeah,
an
you don't
older
know.
guy.
Who you don't know because you're a male. I said when a woman's got a man, she ain't online winding up herself at
that's
half
mad.
2 in the fucking afternoon,
Drinking alcohol from a mug. Like,
she's engaged and that, and
That's
rare,
mad.
like, in the kitchen winding up a dog. Yeah,
She should be cooking dinner this time. She shouldn't be
Getting
doing all that
towards
shit.
her
She hasn't even eaten, I don't
gyrating,
think. She's
so-
been living off
you
nuts.
get
She be
me?
sitting there
I
cooking a
know
massive
why
pot
you're
of...
caping because she keeps asking you, Reggie, rare. Go on, Reggie.
No, I'm always.
Go on, Reggie.
He was blushing. Reggie was blushing.
Your ego leads you all the time. Like if you was my enemy and I want to get you done, I'm going to send a woman that's going to compliment you because you're a sucker. That's why you ended up walking around Speaker's Corner with Betty on your arm because you're a fucking punk, bro.
Wow.
You're fucking dunce. That's why, bro. I know your kind of brothers. You get me? So when she's like, "Oh, Reggie, have you got a channel?" You're like, "Oh, let me start caping for Kat, who you can see is intoxicating the matchup." Even conscious, always going on about the destruction of the black civilization and what's bringing us down and this type of women. Even he's like, yeah, I'd let Kat come to my yard.
Exactly.
Let's be real.
Cat is perfect, but every other
This is why I
female's
don't
been a
claim.
scat.
Some of you
stripper
claim
so
to
far.
be conscious, and I don't
Yeah,
rate you. Some of you claim to be religious, and I don't rate you for this reason. This is why I stay in my lane because I can say whatever I fucking want to Kat and whatever I want about fucking society, and I'm not being a hypocrite. You see how that works out? When you just
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Anyway, Rich.
I think it's not that she may be engaged. She might not be engaged. I don't know. I don't think like.
Wow.
It's being engaged and maintaining a marriage.
Why didn't you marry a woman that ran off to wherever she went? Where did she go to again? Why didn't you marry that woman?
Troll in the chat. His man got trolls.
Huh?
Why are they doing that? I timed that person up.
Yeah, this weird behavior, man. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Zulu's asking me about my. Anyway, I won't get drawn out.
Why didn't you marry that woman?
Well, I didn't know. I think I answered that before. I think I answered that when you obviously heard when we had that conversation. Yeah, but I'm not gonna let it turn to be about me, so I'm not really gonna go into that right now. But yeah,
Conscious, is that you?
Boy.
Are you available, Reggie?
Oh, it is him. It is him.
He's looking.
Senegal.
It is him.
Are you available, Reggie?
I think today I have to rate Schiffer for like being open
Are
and
you
honest
available?
and
Kay was
explaining
seeking
his
to see if you're available.
situation. I have to rate him for that.
Cat
does
was
look like
seeking to
conscious,
see if you're
doesn't it?
available.
Yeah, but Khan, it's easier to be honest when you don't have to lie, brother. It's always
Brother, do
easier
you know
to
what
do
the
that.
shocking thing is? They were coming back at you with an angle of you knowingly went and bred up a whore. Like that was their argument, and I'm like, do they not realize that women can like lie to your face, make out they're the purest,
How
most
could he lie about kids like
innocent
this?
girls going, right? And then 5 years later, then you start clocking. Oh, wait a minute.
You're taking
Why
us
is her
backwards.
phone? Why is her phone always?
Why is your phone always locked? I've just realised now. Like,
do you know what I want to revise?
I've been with this girl and I just realised. Go on, Jeddah.
I want to revise that section of the conversation where we was talking about virginity. I feel like there was a lot of lying going on around there, right? And a lot
I
of
believe that too.
Yeah, a lot of dishonesty, right? My opinion is, obviously, a woman who has had more than, like, I've never heard a virgin say that body count don't matter. And guess what? Let me tell you something. Yeah, I didn't want to expose him. Yeah,
go on.
One of my sons.
Jeddah, they probably say it mentally.
One of my sons is in his teens, and he's a virgin. From what I know, I think he's that any day now. But he's a virgin, right? And I turned around, I said to him, he's listening to the conversation. I turned around, I said to him, would you prefer a woman to be a virgin? Does virginity matter to you? And he was like, yeah. I was like, would you prefer her to be a virgin? He was like, okay, yeah, maybe not a virgin, but like, I'd prefer to be able to explore and for her to learn with me, right?
Together,
like, cool. I was like, yeah, I respect that. I was like, and do you think do you think girls your age and girls that you like, you think they're out looking for a virgin? And the face he gave me was like, are you dumb?
Yep.
Girls looking for virgins. Like, it was just like, no. Like, no.
Why would I even think?
I was like, why? It's like, because that's not what they're showing me they want. Right? And that's from a virgin guy himself. Very good looking, very capable, loves women. But you know, he's just taking his time, which I'm very, very
applauding it, man.
It's not easy, bro. So I'm telling you guys, it's not easy for us.
But like, yeah, so like for him, he's at a disadvantage in his eyes. He's a virgin, he's at a disadvantage. Now, if a woman's a virgin, she's got the pick of the fuck. The world's
facts, yeah.
Creme of the creme. Yeah.
I think there's not a lot of male virgins to be
Pause,
fair,
Zulu.
How's that pause? We're talking about women, man. Shut up, man.
Creme de la creme, you said.
Go and run in the treadmill, man. Don't tell me about pause.
Whoa. Why are you being so rude, you little Christian runt?
What?
All right, come on, man. Let's stay on the subject. We're talking about this.
Well, I'll nail you to a cross.
All right. Wow.
That's
very deep for you to say, you know.
No.
Is virginity important though? I would say yes. I'd say chastity and virginity are very sacred things. Like, they're very important.
Equally as important in the opposite sex?
No.
Yes.
No, they don't care.
Yes.
No, it's not.
I think because of the bonding thing with that women, like the whole concept of bonding or whatever, it does affect women more than men. Because yeah, it does. The whole experience is going to be different when you haven't been with someone else. I feel like you just bond better because there's nothing to compare it to. There's not that comparison bias.
It's special. Like
it's different. It's different.
Of course.
Most definitely.
Let's hear from the actual virgin.
Why is it that women are not actively looking for a virgin? In fact, if women hear a man's a virgin, it's a bit of a put off for most of them. Be real.
Some of them want to take them as virginity, bro. Like some of them will be like, I see them go, that's cute. A very good point. That's cute. And the next thing you know,
Zulu, what you saying? You're prey out here.
I've been in them situations, man. These women are hungry, man. Yeah. Hungry. Do you want to come to my house? Like, chill, man. I know, you know what I mean? I know my prize, but chill. Relax. Don't be saying this kind of shit and we just come from church. You're like, shut up, man.
So, like, I mean, why is virginity not that important to a woman? Like, as in, why is a man's virginity not that important to a woman?
I don't think men have virginities. How can a man have a virginity?
Yeah, I've debated that before.
It depends on the society you're raised in the society. It's not really.
Men can't be virgins.
Yeah, which cherries getting popped? Because no one ain't popping no cherries on me. I can tell you that much.
I never really thought of that. Okay, but yeah, I'll tell you this for free, yeah. A sexually inactive boy is especially sought after in certain occult rituals, right? And that's because of the energy, the spiritual energy that they possess. So I know that there's a difference between a boy that has had sex and a boy that hasn't.
You mean like a eunuch?
I'm not saying a eunuch. I'm just saying like they like to sacrifice virgin boys, bro. Like,
virgin women as well.
It has a spiritual component to it.
I'm telling you, the virgin boy is the most potent.
Powerful, yeah, it's very powerful.
Because I don't know why. There's the wrong to it. There's something.
Where's this?
You carry the seed. You carry the seed.
Yo, I'm not a virgin anyway, so I'm good, man. I don't know
But
about
he
all that.
carrying the seed.
I
It
ain't
put
no
a lot
virgin.
on him.
I
You
ain't trying to
say
get
you're good for a sacrifice.
Oh, what Zulu? You married?
I ain't no virgin.
What Zulu? You married? Yeah.
I'm married, fam. I got 4 kids, man. Ain't no virgin.
Wow, I never knew that.
Yeah. So I mean, you could go and look it up, but I mean, that sexual energy is a sought after thing. So I'm just saying that's not a spiritual thing. But you lot feel like a man can't be a virgin because a virgin is about being deflowered. I just think a virgin is about whether you've had sex or not with another human being. I think human being matters as well. Yeah. If you've had sex, because if you've masturbated, I think you're still a virgin.
But there's a lot of females that may claim virginity, but partake in other activities.
Can I
Yeah,
make
they'll do anal, they'll do anal,
And
they'll
bare
do all
man
this
get
weird
married
shit.
thinking they, hit a lick with that, but
Right.
That's the
do you know what I
problem.
mean? It is what
Can I
it
make
is.
a quick argument though? Maybe as a man, you're not really a virgin. You're more like a rookie.
It's just interesting that men can't be virgins. That's
No, men can't be
interesting.
virgins, brother, because when you look at the ancient or the etymological thing, it's mainly catered towards women. It's
Because
never
of the
usually,
bonding and because it could
it's
be a
never usually like
liability if she's
virgin boy. It's
bonded with
usually
other men. It's not a
it's more
requirement
important
for
if the
man. It's not
woman's a
going to
virgin.
affect the relationship as much.
Because it's the woman that can get penetrated. The man can't get penetrated.
And
They
she
don't have a
develops
hymen.
bonds, and that could be a
That's not
liability
true.
for him.
That's
But
not
the man
true.
They
virginity is
shouldn't
a
get
Play dumb
penetrated.
games, man. That's not true.
They shouldn't get penetrated.
Yeah, shouldn't is different, but that's not true. You get me?
And they don't have a
if woman-
hymen.
let me ask you a question. If a woman has anal sex but no vaginal sex, is she a virgin?
Yeah.
Oh, she's a sodomite.
She's a sodomite. I was about to say the same
She might be a
thing. Yeah.
sodomite. She might be a sodomite, but is she a
She's a
virgin?
virgin sodomite.
Yeah,
A
she's
virgin.
still a virgin.
Yeah, virgin sodomite.
That's
The cherry
crazy.
had not been popped, so she's
Yeah,
still a
because
virgin.
men don't have a hymen. We can't be virgins
just went
because there's
into a
no way
shit
to
tank.
detect whether a man has had sex or not.
Yeah, but see this hymen thing. I don't think every woman's even got the same thing. It's not
Yeah,
even
it's
like
true,
that
they
for
haven't.
everyone. So I don't know. I don't know.
It's one of those biological indicators that are undeniable. Like you got
It
that thing, it bleeds. Okay, you've had sex. But with men, there's nothing there.
But the thing is, women don't always bleed after
Yeah,
losing
it
virginity,
depends.
right?
Yeah.
But you should ask a woman that
and
question.
some women, and some
They can
women
lose
have
it in other
lost,
ways.
and some women have lost that hymen due to other physical activities.
Horse riding.
Yeah,
So then you're not a virgin no more. Then you rid a horse, you popped your hymen.
Yes.
You're not a virgin then because
No,
virgin is just someone
Jedi,
who has a
you're
hymen.
right. No, Jedi, you're right.
That's
Because remember, I was
a good
dating a
point.
girl
That's a
that
good
was a
point.
virgin, and she used to play netball.
Right.
Yeah. And when me and her about to get into it, I was like, she didn't bleed, nothing, and I was like, and she tell me in the netball, and I was young and foolish at that time. I was like, netball? Nah, man, somebody run up in you. But I didn't understand it. I was pissed. I even break up with her. Because netball.
Wow.
I was
Really?
like, netball? But then as I grow older and I realize and speak to some elderly woman and some other woman, they say that can be possible. Once you play bigger
She's probably
sport.
running game on you, man. You follow your instincts on that. She probably
Nah,
running
nah,
game
nah,
on
nah,
you.
she
man.
was
But you
not.
can also tell by the demeanor, though, whether somebody's
Yes,
being with
the
someone.
behavior. Yes, the
The
behavior.
This is why
behavior,
in
the
the ancient
demeanor,
times
yeah.
they'll get the white cloth.
That's where it gets
They'll bleed
murky.
they would bleed on the
actress
white
of the
cloth.
world. I don't know
They'll
how
show
you
the
take
dad and
That's
say,
where
look,
it gets murky, Sarah. Oh, you can often tell.
Unless you're the best
I
actress, I
don't
don't
know about that, man. That's one thing that what's her name? Eliza, yeah. One thing Eliza was correct on. Just because you're a virgin don't make you a good human being.
True.
100%.
You know what I mean?
It's one of the qualities that are desirable. One of them.
Yeah.
But
I
Jedi, do
swear
you
it
know
was.
a lot of these virgins, they have a lot of sex mentally, yeah?
Of
I
course,
swear it was
yeah,
Cat.
understandable.
Was
And
it Cat that said?
Yeah, because they're curious, they're imagining things.
Of course.
Exactly.
Exactly.
No, because the type of thing she was telling me is like, I wonder if this girl having sex. What the hell? Where she have? Where she get all these things
Yeah, because she
from?
got ideas in her mind. And
Yeah, she's watching
yeah,
porn and she's
exactly.
curious. It's all these things.
Yeah, it's like, where you getting all that from?
Wasn't
Because
it
they're
Cat
eager
that
to
said
try
that
it.
she
The
got
age can
married
make
as
a
a
difference as
virgin?
well, how old she is. Because if you're 40-year-old virgin, and I don't know.
Yeah, that's a bit
4
problematic
years. It's a
still.
long
If you're
time,
past
30
30
years,
and you're a
long
man
time.
and you're still a virgin, it's a bit
Especially with
problematic.
this like social media age where everything is just
Didn't you lot hear what Kat?
soft porn. Huh?
She was
What was
thinking
that?
of other men. So to stop herself cheating, she divorced them and went and slept with other men.
Who did that?
So that's Kat.
She did what?
Kat was saying.
Yeah, but she's wild though. Like
She
what?
saved herself for her marriage, like virginity wise. And when she got married, her plan was to have her children with the guy she saved her virginity for. But yet when she was with him, she was looking at other men. So to stop herself from cheating and being a cheater, she broke it off with him. Now, when we sort of reacted a little bit negatively towards that, she then like looped back and said, well, he done bad things to me as well. That's the reason why I sort of divorced them.
But I respect her for
There
doing
might be
that.
cultural pressure as well. Like you can't be.
I think that is a problem with virgins because once they get that the first one, they're thinking, well, what are the others like?
No, but that's society
but-
pushing that
yeah,
idea of
exactly,
you never
exactly.
experienced this and you never experienced that. It's your job to like block that shit out because what does
Those
that
are
even
just
mean?
temptations, man.
But
Do you
there's
know what I
got to
mean?
be
What does that mean?
curiosity
It's
there.
just
That's
society.
shaitan,
Tell him again,
That's
sis. Tell
shaitan.
him
You
again.
should ignore shaitan.
Let the
when
sister
he's telling
speak,
you
man.
these
Let the
things.
sister speak.
Look at him
She
now.
talks
Look at him
sense.
now. Let the sister speak.
No,
Look
but I was
at
just
him.
saying, yeah, it's definitely a societal thing that you have to do this rite of passage of just getting ran through. Like that's gonna make a difference.
Oh shit!
You know what I mean? When
I didn't hear you say that. Is that what you said?
Come on, man.
And that's coming from a woman.
Is that why 40-year-old women are getting roped into having what's it called?
But now they're focusing more on the older women and teaching them they can have their hoe phases at 50.
Yes.
Nah, Sister
Yeah.
Sarah, you're the
Granny
truth.
used to just chill,
Yes,
watch his
Sarah
football.
is the
Granny's
Getting ready
just
to be
chilling.
You're the
Granny's
truth,
chilling with the
man.
being
grandkids.
hoes. Like,
Sister
These
Sarah's the
grannies are
truth, man.
different. These
I
grannies
know,
are
man.
special.
The granny hoes. Huh?
Yeah, that's what's going on right now.
Older women are wilder than younger girls now.
Yeah,
Yep.
today, yeah.
Yeah, much
Yeah.
wilder.
Sad, man.
It's a sad time, man.
Because of the IVFs and all these options and surrogates and all this weird
Yeah.
stuff.
Remember Will Smith's wife went and did a surgery to get a younger vagina.
Yes, and that as well, the reconstructions.
You say reconstruction?
But the thing is,
Yeah, they
you
can
see,
go and get their stuff reconstructed, cut up and
Yeah.
fixed
What?
up. And
Take up the granny
yeah,
granny
Jada
vagina.
Pinkett got it.
Yeah.
So wait,
They had a whole
Are you telling me
documentary on it.
basically you wouldn't be able to tell that it's been run through? Like,
They would probably like just tie in the stuff, I don't know how, but it's a proper surgical
wow.
procedure.
You see the deception.
It's cosmetic. What's the word? Yeah, cosmetics and stuff. There's proper surgeries out there.
When does it end? It's makeup,
When
it's
does it end?
BBL, it's this, it's that, it's everything. Wigs.
Nothing
It's all
real.
over the place, man.
Nothing
see, the
real,
thing
bro.
is, you see, the thing is, Sister Sarah, yeah. The thing is, Sister Sarah, yeah. I think the problem really lies in a woman's need or necessity to be desired, and I think like for a real woman like yourself, I don't think there's a necessity to be desired all the time. I think there's a necessity to focus on your life, and you and your man have probably got a united front, and it's like I see that situation around myself as well, but I don't see it among people who apply this westernized philosophy to their life. I see it amongst people like yourself.
Yeah, but
I don't know, but
sister could be an example for the younger ladies.
I would say that there is lack of sexual exclusivity. People don't value their sexual energies, and anybody has access, and it's just chaos.
Yep.
True.
The less accessible you
These
are,
are
the
the
more
end
valuable
times.
you are. You can't be
You're
accessible by
blending
everyone
spirits when
and
you
then
do
demand
that.
the high to be valued. Like no,
Yeah, you're blending
everybody's
spirits.
feeling.
It's called sex demons or transmission, whatever.
Yep.
You can
Yep.
transmit
That
spirits.
energy, it's the whole
Yep.
aura. It doesn't even have to be the physical, your body, like your aura.
See, Sister Sarah, you
You
see
know
what
what I
I
mean?
think is the tragedy, yeah? You see, like for me as a man, yeah, I've made what I would call my mistakes because the people I was with in the past weren't people like I worked hard to be with. It wasn't, I don't know, you didn't match really. I didn't really pick very well, I don't think. Now, in the relationship that I'm in now, I'm quite comfortable, quite stable. You know, I think we get along quite well. But the point I want to make is this: at the end of the day, you know, if it's okay for a woman to say, when I got with this woman, or when she got with this man presented himself a certain way. Now, once I realized that this man wasn't who he made himself out to be, she got the right to say, do you know what? I don't want to be with that man. But it seems that if a man makes that decision,
you know, is frowned upon. You know, he's still in a situation anyway, especially if there's kids involved, where he's gonna have to provide anyway. You don't get a say in that. The men who think that it's okay to not provide for your kids, those are the ones that I got a problem with. Because at the end of the day, you know what? Like at the end of the day, that child didn't do nothing to you. They didn't do nothing. All they did was give their love and was born into a world that you play part in bringing them into. So you should be there for that, and you should just, you know, just give your love freely. Do you know, like that? Whatever you got is theirs anyway. Because when you dead, who's it going to? So I think any man that has got that mentality, that's sick. Like, you need to get your head checked. But you see, from when I provide for my kids, and I make sure that my kids got education, I make sure they didn't go without. I made sure that they didn't have no one be able to look down on them, because you know what, they didn't come from somewhere. Do you know, like that? They had flipping iron clothes to go to school, X, Y, Z. Like, once I've provided and I've been there as a dad, you know what? If you wasn't a problem, I turned up. I didn't just sit there from afar and boss it over the phone. Nah, I turned up. I was there in person. I went and spoke to the teacher. I went and sat down with them. In fact, you know, I worked out the problem. In fact, Dad solved it. In fact, now it's got to a point where it's like, you know what? If you got a problem, call Dad. Do you know, like that? Do you know what? If you got a problem, it's all right. We ain't got no problems over here, because who's going to solve the problem? Dad's going to solve the problem.
You know
what,
like that?
It don't matter if you can't pay your rent, because if you can't pay your rent and you lost your job, it's cool. Because who's your fallback plan? And then once I put that all in perspective in my mind, I'm saying to myself, hold on, who's really losing out here? You know, like that. Who really lose? And no one, like, you can't wrong me for not wanting to do more than what you're gonna do. That's not fair.
That's right. Big up Schiffer, man. You know what? I felt a lot better now, Schiffer. Like,
no one interrupted
it's hard
you.
to find people to talk about with these things. Like, you got two choices: come on Trilluminati or phone the Samaritans. You get me? Like,
just tied it to a therapy
big up
session.
Schiffer.
What
And you know what? It really upset me when Lady D come on going, "Oh, the men on this panel, like, fuck off, man." You know, you know us for years. You know what? You know we're about. You know what we're about.
You addressed my name. Now I'm speaking. So now you waked up the beard. Deal with it. For the last fucking week, you've been bitching and crying all over the fucking panels, not allowing a fucking female to speak. You've been told 1,000 a million times in the fucking chats. Shut the fuck up, Khan. You can't do it.
1 minute. Let me correct you there. None of you is big enough to tell me anything about you being told by who.
Let
Who the fuck's telling me anything?
Man. You just have this longest monologue. Let finish.
No, but you've been told in the chat. Told by who? But you think anyone you know is bigger man than me?
Can't. I
know people in the chat know what I'm talking about. I know people in the chat know what the fuck I'm talking about. So don't wait
the chat. Let them come on the panel. Let them come on the panel.
All week I've been allowing you. All weekend I've
been allowing me. You've been allowing me. And what that gives you excuse to cuss a man about how he brings up his children? Where's your baby father? Where's your baby father?
Nah, don't do that. Don't do all of that, man. Don't do that, Khan.
Chatting shit, man.
I can't. Let her speak now. Let her speak freely. Come on now.
Nah, man. I'm not even listening to this. I'm out of here, man. Fuck it.
I relax.
Have your panel, man. Have your panel. Have it all to yourself.
Don't get upset. Don't start crying because you got smoked. Don't start crying because you got smoked. Just relax.
I'm not even crying. I'll be back.
You are crying. Just relax. Relax. Then go on mute for a minute. Go on mute for a minute, bro. Go on mute for a minute.
Why am I running off?
Go on mute for a minute, please.
Dismantle the panel.
Lady D, can you say what you wanted to say?
Done the same shit yesterday, man. Told you present the evidence.
We've just been doing the same thing all weekend. Anytime I've noticed, anytime a female voice opens up their mouth, can't resist. He just can't resist. I can never finish a point. No much times I've tried to instill discipline in myself as a woman, you know. Every time I get talked over, my points get cut off. I don't get to complete. I just say, you know what? Okay, I can't complete my point, and I go on mute. I go on mute and I stay on mute. This bitch will be running, crying, screaming, interrupting every fucking body. We're all saying, you know what? Just let him go.
She ain't talking about you, Shift, but don't worry. She ain't talking about you, Shift. Don't worry.
Now, the one time when he calls my name and I go to respond, you think he will let me respond? No, he'll still be bitching and crying about me. Carry on, though, man. Do your thing. Do your thing. Miss Female.
All right, let me say something. Now. No one ever questioned your ability in terms of motherhood or womanhood. So you took it to a whole nother level. Ain't about being irritated by me and my irritating shit personality, which I've had for the last fucking however many years. Everyone knows me, what I'm like around here.
You just asked her
Yeah?
how
I'm
many
not
baby daddies
changing
you've got. That's a
for
lie.
you. Yeah, but when you're starting questioning people's parenting skills, I find that a piss take. That's all I've got to say in it.
Can
No, but
anyone
you
tell
just
me
asked her how many baby
at
daddies
what
she's got.
point in
That's
time did I
disrespectful.
question your
Yeah, that's in retaliation.
When
Sarah, I don't know why you're caping now.
Stop crying, man. Stop crying. Stop crying, man.
All right,
Enough crying. Enough crying.
Find the
Let me
clip
get back to the
Lady Divine
convo.
respond. Go
Yeah, let her
ahead.
say her
Find the
thing.
clip where I questioned your parenthood. Where did you hear me say that? That's what I'm saying. You're so fucking emotional. You don't hear anybody out. You assume what the fuck they're saying before hearing it because your bitch ass can't keep quiet long enough to hear a conversation. That's what it is. Now, you never heard me mention nothing about your parenting skills at no point in time. So what the fuck are you crying about? What are you really crying about?
Lady D, can you now make the point that you actually
The fact
wanted
is,
to make?
Lady
Because I know
D,
you was interrupted.
we're
No,
talking about a
can't
very
wait. Pull back,
emotional
pull back.
subject right now, and we've been talking for hours. Yeah, I ain't seen no women coming on here to back up me and Shifa for being there for our kids and going through all this shit with all these fucking whores. And these real women or these good women, where are they?
No, but
Where
if you
are they? I don't
no,
see no
we're
good
not doing
women.
that. If you
Apart from, do you know
chose,
what? I've not heard
if you chose
plenty.
a tramp,
Apart from
if you
MJ,
chose a
apart from
tramp, you're
MJ,
gonna hold
I
that
ain't seen
L
no
on your
woman
own.
come
I
on
am not
here
part of that
and
statement.
give man.
Big
It's like Shifa
50-year-old chose
saying,
a
women
tramp. That's your
get
problem.
support, man get kicked in the face for the
A
same
big
thing.
50. If
It's
you,
just
as a
not fair.
50-year-old, chose a tramp, there is nothing me, a 30-year-old, and Lady D can tell you. What
I'm
am I
not
gonna
calling
teach
them
you?
whores. I'm not calling them whores.
I
I'm
don't
just
know why
saying
you're
Picked a
bringing
that they
tramp.
age.
didn't meet my
Sarah,
requirements.
You
I
picked
don't
a
know why you're
tramp.
bringing
You had
age
to
into
keep
it
on a
because
lockdown. You
everyone's
said
got a
she couldn't
different
even go to the
emotional
pub
age
in Ireland.
based on things that they've been through. You can't be saying you're 30. For all I know, you got the emotional intelligence of a 15-year-old, where you ain't really even been through it much in your
That's
life.
a lie. That's my
I'm
life
just
experience
saying. I'm just
indicates
saying.
that's a lie.
Emotional age is a
But
different thing to me.
You look, my son went football and got a yellow card for kicking students. Get in there.
Big up, little man. Big up, big up. Yeah.
Yellow card.
Come on, man.
Make sure you stuck him good next time, mate. Now what he playing. But yeah, no, come on, man. It's part of the game as well. Sometimes you got to know how to take the rough with the smooth and pause. But yeah, you just got to,
you have a tendency to speak about women like you're a professor with a PhD on womanhood, and it's a bit weird, man. Like it's weird.
It is weird, man.
Every time it's like you know more about women than the
Sarah,
women.
you've been with one man your whole life. You've been in one or two relationships.
And you had recycled
max.
pussy. You had recycled pussy. What does that
What you on about?
mean?
Qualified. How are you qualified about anything? How are you qualified, Sarah?
Your L.
She
Don't
said you
try
got
to act
green
like
bin pussy,
my
bro.
man
No,
having
don't
one
have it.
woman and the
Don't
mother
have
of his
it.
children wasn't touched.
She said you got
is some
food
sort
bin
of an
pussy
L.
card.
The
No,
fact your woman's womb was infested with other men's sperms, that's your L.
No.
How do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm not
But
doing
how do you
that.
know out of all the women I've been with, how do you know which one I'm talking
That
about?
as an insult. I don't
How
find
is it
that as
an
an
L?
insult.
If someone's a
I'm quite
whore
proud of myself,
and I'm telling them they're a
actually.
whore, how's
The
that
fact
L
that
on me?
my pussy
How's
wasn't
that L
abused
on
like
me?
your girls. I'm quite
You're an
proud of
idiot,
that.
man. You're an idiot.
I'm proud of that.
You're a
Like you
trumped up
chose
little
recycled
tart.
pussy.
You think you know
My
what the
man
fuck you're
chose
chatting about.
untouched
You're a
pussy.
dimwit.
We're just not in the same
You're a
league, bro.
Dumbo,
We're not
man.
in the same league. Just be quiet.
You're one
You really
callous
thought you
little
were doing
bitch.
something.
You're a
You
callous
really
little
thought you
bitch
were
because you
doing
never
something
had
with
your
that
heart
lie.
broken. You never had no one treat you like shit. You just had
Exactly, because
relationships
I'm
with
Sarah,
girls.
bro. I know how to
Lesbian
look after
girl
myself.
You can't say
relationships
that,
about,
I
bro.
knew
oh,
how
she
to make
said
the
this
right
about me. She
decisions,
said
and
that about
I'm
me.
living.
You've been with one man your whole life and you're trying to
And
chat
I'm
about
living good,
relationships.
bro.
That's a
I'm
good
living
thing. That's
good.
a
What
good
does that
thing,
mean?
you donut. That's a
What
Yeah,
does
but she
that
don't know
mean?
nothing about breakups though.
One
So
second,
what?
What does that mean?
Serious. This is the point I'm trying to make, and I've
We're
not.
on here talking about
Listen,
breakups.
You were just saying
listen.
that's how a woman should be.
Shut
Now
up,
you
man.
want to insult
Shut
me
up,
for the
man.
very thing you
Let
agreed
Lady
with.
D speak. At least she's had a life.
No, she
One
smoked you with the
second,
recycled pussy though.
Carl,
But,
and this is the point I'm trying to make, and I've
That's
noticed
purple
it, and
dustbin
you've done
pussy
it
shit.
all week.
No, man. That's mad.
Whenever me or Mary or Axel, any one of the females, anyone, pick anyone you want. Even one of the ones that are not regular members up here, they will come and they will say a point. Whether you agree with it or not, you will refuse to let somebody say their point. And then once they get frustrated with you and then start telling you to shut the fuck up, then you want to start throwing insults about you only had one man or you got baby fathers or whatever the fuck it is. That's the degeneracy of your
Lady D,
conversation.
I've known
when
you for
you're
years.
not
We've
winning,
never had the fallout. We've never had the fallout. Never said
No, we
anything
haven't. But
wrong
the
to
point
you.
is, you're doing
Never
it
said
now with
anything bad to
Sarah.
you for
You're
years.
doing it
So why are
now
you
with.
saying this now?
Listen, on. You're doing it right now with sis Sarah. She just made a little
Fuck
point and you went
Sarah.
straight to her. No, but Khan, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah. How?
It's ridiculous, Khan.
Give
How
up,
is
Lady
it?
D, man. These hurt men, yeah. These hurt pensioners.
Yeah,
Wanna
we're
come on
hurt.
the
We've been
internet
through shit.
and
Horse
fucking
put us
bleed
through
out all over
shit.
the
And
panel.
we're on here talking about it. Now we've got some little virgin wedding thing, bride, who's been married for 11 years and get the same dick for 11 years. And now you want to chat about relationships like you
So
know
hold
anything.
on. Are you
Come out, man, you fool.
there's a benefit in your woman being recycled? Is that what
No,
you're
I'm saying that emotional intelligence, like breakup,
hold on.
means that we have
The same
information
man who was
that we
saying
can
a
pass on to
woman
other
who's been
people.
with other
That's the whole
men.
point of these fucking
The
panels, you
same man who
idiot.
was just arguing that women who've been with other men don't deserve a high value man is now telling me, Sarah, that I'm
What are you
doing
on
something wrong
about?
for not being with
What are you
other
on
men.
about? You're bare straw manning now. Bare straw manning.
You
That
are
you're
a
running.
hypocrite.
Basically,
You
you're
like the
running
sound
away.
of your own voice,
Basically,
and you
you're running
contradict
now.
yourself.
Okay,
It's
who's
fine.
going where? Who's going where? Who's what? Who's saying what? Who's going first? Who's taking the mic? Who's backing down to let the other person speak between these two? Go on then, Khan.
All right, cool. She's on here talking about who's qualified to talk about what. Yeah, we're talking about breakups, being deceived by girls, these women that are turned out to be hoes, whatever. She's coming on here to speak like she knows about relationships. She don't know nothing. You've been in one relationship for 11 years. God knows. I'm hoping you was a virgin when you got married. I'm assuming you've been with one man your whole life. How are you even qualified to even be on this panel right now?
Do you know what?
I'll tell you how.
That is a good point, though, Sarah. That is a good point. Still, I want to hear how you answer this.
Who's more qualified, the person who lost their money or the person who still has their money? I knew how to protect myself, so I wouldn't be your experience. Like, but I dated for my partner, but I wasn't fucking then because I valued myself and I waited for the right guy to come along. It's called valuing yourself. Developing yourself in a manner
You're giving
and
granny
wait for the right
advice.
person.
My granny can tell me that.
And I don't
Wait for the
interrupt her,
but
brother.
you
Let her
couldn't do
talk,
that
let her
though.
go, man.
You were getting prostitutes when I got married. Like, we're not in the same league, bro.
What do you mean league? In what? In terms of class?
When I got married 18,
Are you
turning
talking
19.
about class now?
You were out there
saying that you're a
catching
classy
prostitutes
lady
at that age. We weren't.
So
We
what?
weren't
I was
moving
doing
the
dirt.
same way.
Your dad was in prison for multiple people. So
Hold on,
what?
let me understand something. Would both of you prefer an argument style, just like a back and forth conversation, or would
No,
you like
I don't think she's even got a response for what I've said in the first place.
But you're kind of talking over her, King.
All right, cool.
And she's answering to you, and then you're going back and forth. So no one's in the wrong, but I'm just, what would you rather, what style of convo do you want to have?
I'm done with it, to be honest.
You're running.
No, I'm still here.
You're a wise man. You're a wise man.
Yeah, he's fleeing. He's
There's
fleeing.
nothing really to say in it. Like, look what her response was.
I'm just saying, innit, I moved deliberately and intentionally. You trialed and errored your life. That's your problem.
Brother, I mean,
That's
sister,
not my
you're on
problem.
here caping for another girl that you don't know and you've never met in your life. Lady D come on here firing shots at me and Shifa, who are two people that are talking about their life experiences, yeah? Now, rather than getting props and a pat on the back and going, do you know what? You lot been through a lot, you know? Nah, you got to put a man down. What did you do? What did you do?
That's
to make
not
these
what I did,
situations
Carl.
happen? No, I'm saying this is all we've been getting all day.
No, correction, Carl. Let me tell you what actually happened. Yes, what happened was the sister was trying to speak, and every time she went to try and speak, she kept getting interrupted. Yeah, people in the chats were even saying she. So I said, hold on them. I kept letting you lot go. I didn't interrupt. I kept going, and you know, going back and forth, She was getting frustrated, then a little bit of insults came, and then Jedi stepped in, moderated again. It went back to peace, right? Then after all of that had happened, Shifa then started to make a statement about Sims. I jumped in then. I said, well, then Shifa, have you ever been with a woman with Sims? He said, yes. And then I went quiet again, Khan. I went quiet again, bro. Facts, 100%. Then
anyway, I thought you would have had our backs, Lady D. You let me down a bit, that's what I'm saying. Whatever.
That's like
but
man
at
saying,
no
you know
point
what?
in time did I dissing your parenting. No point in time did I diss your style. I'm dissing your style of conversation. I'm dissing the fact that you're not letting the sister complete a sentence. I'm dissing the fact that you lot were generalizing, and when we come up and generalize, it's now an issue. But you don't realize when you're doing it constantly, Khan. The sister even said to you, how are you up here talking for women and you're not even a woman? I'm a woman. I understand my point. I know what a woman
Well,
wants.
that's questionable whether she's a woman or not.
Wouldn't even let her
Have you
tell
seen
you
her
what
face?
we
Have you
as
seen
women.
her face?
Wow.
Is that a woman's face?
Now you're trolling. I'm done. You're trolling.
This is what we're doing, Khan, yeah? Is this what we're doing, yeah?
Wow.
You just said that when she was here, though,
I know.
innit?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I told her to her face. I said, you got a man face.
Wow.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
No,
I
but why
did.
did that woman irate you so much? Like, I genuinely want to. What pissed you off about? Like, what was she saying that pissed you off?
She was caping for hoes, innit? She was
Yeah, but we've
caping.
heard this stuff before. I've never seen you that angry. Like, what happened today?
The truth hurts, man.
Everything what Schiffer was saying, like, it was just like heartfelt for me. It was like things that I've been through. And there's no one you can talk to about things like this. Trust me, no one knows.
Can't, but even if you don't agree with her, it does, like, you're just ad-libbing all throughout. Like, you didn't even want to have a conversation with her. You just wanted to, anytime she said something against Schiffer, then you'll speak over her. Like, you didn't even have a conversation with her.
That's what I'm trying to say to you, Khan. I weren't dissing your parenting. I just dissing your style of conversation and how you converse with women.
If you played it better, you could have refuted her way better.
You want to have a conversation about men and women, but yet you struggle to converse with women. To me, that's frustrating. I don't want to hear from you at that point. How do you want to conversate with women about men and women in relationships, but never let a woman complete a sentence? That in itself is telling, bro. It's mad. It's
That's
mad.
a draw right then, isn't it? If you're gonna just like side with women because they're women, and you lot speak a certain way and we speak differently, we like to stick on like logic, innit? Logic and reason.
Wow.
And you lot are just talking like random shit. Like she was telling
No,
us
but
some
like,
key
if you played the
about.
game right, you could have
She's telling us some random shit she was coming out
the
with, bro.
feminist idea.
Brother Khan, how can you attain like? How can you
Like
attain?
even Dev, like Jedi's like, oh,
I'm
let Dev
interested
speak.
in where
Dev
Khan
comes on
does
and
his
starts fucking
recycling. Then, to be fair,
slating Schiffer for sending money to his kids. I was like, rah, how is this man even teaching
He
us
wasn't
about being a
slating him,
father
you know?
when he's admitting he ain't never had a father?
Khan, you have a problem with
Mad.
actually deciphering what people are saying.
just
How can you say he was,
madness.
How can you say he was slating it? Like
He was slating him.
What?
No, he wasn't slating him. He just made.
He
a
was saying
comment.
to him like, "You're talking about your pockets. You're talking about the money that you spent."
No,
Like,
I
it
think
was
he
bang
was
out of
just
order.
saying,
It's
look at
bang
the
out of
bigger
order.
picture. I didn't get that from him.
No doubt, Schiffer slaved his ass off earning money to pay for his
just
kids,
talking.
doing
but
jobs
we
that he didn't
don't
want to
get
do,
yeah, we don't get
doing
brownie
hours he
points for
did
what you
not
should
want to
be
put
doing.
in
Like, I
to
don't
pay
get
for his
what
kids.
you
Yeah,
want brownie
next
points
man
for.
is going to come
no,
on and
I
go,
didn't want to put
you're
in. Don't
talking
say I
about
didn't
your
want to do it.
pockets.
I wanted to do it.
You're talking
I
about
wanted
your
to do
money.
it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's
I wanted to do
you
it.
have to
I
do it.
wanted
You
to
don't
do
have a
it.
choice in these affairs.
Yeah, I want to do it. I enjoy it. I thrive on
Like,
it.
that's his
You know,
duty,
like that.
and he
I
will get
thrive
the
on
fruits
that
of his
shit.
labor when they come, whether it's
Yeah.
today or tomorrow.
The primary point that he's bringing is not just about money. That you need to also
Exactly.
spend time with your children. You need to find time to actually build up your
100.
children
But
spiritually.
Isa
You know what I mean?
answered him on that. He said women
It
are
doesn't matter
deliberately
what. No.
breaking up with
You're
men.
going to, I'm
One
not talking
minute,
about.
man, Reggie.
I'm
You
not talking
raised the
about whether
question. You raised the question that you
I didn't
yourself
raise a
should know
question.
about. Yeah.
I didn't
He
raise
was
a question. You
talking,
don't
Khan.
listen.
Let him
You
finish,
don't listen.
Khan.
At not one point did I raise a question, because I know if I raise a question, you would just go back and forth. So I'm not asking you a question. I'm telling you what happened. And he made the point just to give advice. You know what I'm saying? He didn't slate him. He said that this is what could be done, and this is the outcome if you just focus on money. That if you just focus on money and you're not concentrating on also building up your children, spending time with your children, then obviously it's not really.
That's not true. He was reprimanding us of what he's
He was
hearing all
reprimanding.
the time. He was saying what he's hearing all the time and what men should be focusing on. But I'm saying what exactly we focus on is what they respond to us as and what we're doing or not doing. And therefore we have to respond
What
back
is your
to that.
responsibility?
What? Responsibility?
What is your responsibility for
Because
your
I
child?
said, well, you still didn't answer my question, but I told you. Responsibility, obviously, is to install a culture via which, or a set of cultures via which your children can choose to live by, based upon you as the father who has assessed the type of situation and circumstance they live in and the potential future situation and circumstance they may live in, and
So
provide
why
them
the
with.
mother have all the saying and you don't have any input in it?
Bruv, this is my point. I'm saying in this day and time, when you try to do that, for instance, discipline, they will come along and tell you this to their children. And if you continue to do that, they want social services, they want this, they want. Bruv, maybe. Oh, you don't live in the UK, do you?
No,
Yes.
I don't.
Okay, well, UK system is different, bro. You get me? So yeah, they're
Okay.
like
What do you
for
mean?
men.
What's different?
For men discipline their children, for instance, a lot of women would tell men not to smack their children, not to time, whatever it is, the discipline that a lot of men want to bring in, a lot of women would tell them not to do it.
So
a lot
how's
of
it
women,
different? How is it different from dev systems? Do you think that
in the
they
Caribbean?
don't?
So in the Caribbean,
It's the same British system.
no, bruv. Look, listen, the culture is what I'm talking about. I'm saying in the Caribbean, the women will still be the ones to give them licks. Do you get what I'm saying?
The father do
mother,
the same thing as well.
bruv, you're not getting my point. I'm saying the principles of what you would give someone licks for in the Caribbean are still there in place in the culture.
Yeah, no,
Right?
he
And
gets that.
even
We get
so,
that. We get
for
that.
instance,
We
here's an
get that.
example. Here's an example. If, let's say, a policeman was called and the man said to him, listen, my child done this, or she wanted to go out dressed like that, so me give her some licks. What do you think the policeman's going to say in the Caribbean? You think he's going to tell him calling Child Protective Services? He's just going to walk away and say, what's he going to say? Tell me.
No, I'm agreeing with you. I said no.
All
I'm
right
agreeing
then.
with you.
But over here, you know what they're
Yeah,
going to
he's
do? They're going
agreeing.
to
He's
drag him
agreeing,
out
bro.
of his
He's
own
agreeing.
to the house. Over
Yeah,
here, they're going
brother.
to drag him out of the house and
Yeah,
lock him
but
up.
you have to adapt the way you demonstrate whatever that culture is to your child.
True.
You might have to adapt it, but
you're
I don't
not
know what
getting
you're
it.
you're not going to stop. You're not going to stop demonstrating man.
The adaptation is has made it so far that the man has no say. So the women is experimenting with the children, following a culture of bringing them up how they want to through listening to all kind of garbage on TV, right? Then when the children come back and start cussing them, and even one little boy punches mum in the face, right? When that start happening, now they want to come back and say, "Oh, these children these days and all this crap," because they didn't listen.
Sorry, brother. The thing is, I don't understand. I hear what you.
That's facts, Reggie.
No, I hear what you lot are saying, but in my household, regardless of what they were saying, whether you can beat your child or not, my parents would beat the.
They didn't care.
Of course, I agree with you.
So
I agree with you. What I'm
none
saying,
of us will call the police. Or
Let me tell you something though, yeah, because but Reggie, you're a big man, innit? And I feel like the generation. What?
Dude, the way you say it.
Exactly. Why are you laughing like that? No, I feel like the generations beneath you and I and us on the panel, you gotta be careful, bro, because I think 4 out of 5 parents have experienced their child going to school and saying that they were hit. These kids are dumb, man. Not like dumb, but I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on, but kids are reckless and it's encouraged and it's very, 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 very dangerous. And if you can help it, don't hit your kids, innit? Not just because, physical chastisement might not be the best way of dealing with your child, just for the simple fact of to keep your family together, it might have to be a decision you make. Now, some of us have got, let's just say, a colorful criminal background, right? So it wouldn't be helping if anything was to go down in my house and then my child was to run and say something. That was not going to help me at all, right? Because I've got an extensive criminal history. So some of us, because of the bad choices we made when we were younger, we got to be on even more eggshells. You're not going to say, and then there's in-laws
1,000
and stuff like that,
1,000.
and all sorts of neighbors, random people. Like, you just got to be careful now. So it is a lot difficult to be as how our parents were. Like, fuck it, I don't care. My mum was saying some shit like, you can call the social worker, call the social services. Like, I called them for
all the yellow pages up, man.
My mum was up
Come on.
Point to the section and that. There you go. There's the phone.
Yeah. She was up for the smoke, but it's not the same now, bro. Like, I just
that, Jed, it's not even. And I want to correct Black Telect on this, because in the Caribbean right now, social services is running heavy. Don't get it twisted, bro. It's not. Don't think it's just happening here in the UK and it's all the way. Nah, it's one in the
Lady D. Lady D, can I bring you on the par with Sister Sarah for 1 second?
The women have not been changed like they have over here. Even though the social services have changed over there, I'm saying there's a culture of women that still agree on the disciplinary principles. So it may be that they use this. I'm saying over here, it's been very different. The last 20 years, very different. And these, like I said, they're coming up doing what the hell they want. Now the mothers want to talk about, well, the father wasn't there and this and all this crap. When you didn't allow his principles and discipline to run the house, whether it's licks or not, I'm saying
we all agree this. We all agree this, bro.
No, she didn't, though.
No. Lady D might not agree it, but I was trying to get her on another point to kind of bring her back onto the level where I think that Lady Sarah's at right now, in the sense of Lady D. I just want to ask you this question. Do you think that westernized women need to clean their act up at all?
Oh my God.
I'm gonna say both, Chef. Both Western men and women, not just.
We're not talking about the men, just the women. Let's just focus on the women.
I know
for a
it's not
second,
a question, but I'm gonna say that's why I started it off with. I'm gonna say, yeah.
Sick of your shit, Lady D.
Okay, the microphone's free.
Yeah, roll. Lady D, come on, man. Answer, please.
Bro,
And then when you,
literally, yeah. I'm
Chip,
not gonna.
but I think the
That's
whole of
women.
society is
Yeah.
messed up.
Thank you. And you see, once we've got you on that level, now I can say these ladies on the panel right now, certified. You stood the test of time and in the conversation, and kept your composure. And we're of a general consensus that in the Western hemisphere, the Western environment is tainting us, is making us treacherous. Let's be honest. So we have to, if we want to live better lifestyles as far as our partner choices and sexual choices. We have to try and adhere to something better than what we're living now in this Western society. That's
Saying
what
that though, speaking to these Americans, we can see that although it's bad with us, they're more far gone. They're so far gone. Even the woman's joking about, I wish I was a lesbian. They're on another level. I personally think that their feminism's gone to another level.
I think you're taking it to the next level. That's not. She wasn't entirely committing to being a lesbian as you're trying to insinuate.
You're proper overdoing it on that lesbian thing.
All right then, Angelini. So next time we're joking around, if you turn around and say something like, "I'd rather be gay" or something like that, I'll remind you.
No, me personally, I wouldn't. But innit, like I understand why she said it or what she was getting at when she said it. I don't literally think she meant that's what she turned to, bro. She's just
See the same way how Americans criticize us for being culturally or ethnically very mixed over here.
Yeah.
I think with them over there, they're more mixed with like gender, this gayness, like like not just their celebrities either. It's like even the hip hop artists that you see, homosexuality. I think they don't segregate themselves from it the way we do.
Let me add to that, Khan. Yeah, in my honest opinion, when that sister said that, she meant that, and even if she didn't mean it consciously, subconsciously, she definitely meant that, and I think a lot of women have considered that now as a new avenue, a new option. If what they're in fucks up, they are now considering being with a woman.
Yep.
That's fun.
Yo Jedi.
Oh, agree.
Yo Jedi. Can I say one thing real quickly? You see, if that is the avenue a woman's going to consider, I would say this: if a woman's going to consider the avenue of another woman, her woman places won't be getting populated by another man's.
No, stop.
They'll just do like sperm donors and IVF.
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, the
argument's over. Listen.
Yeah, you're right.
Every time I have a conversation with a lesbian woman, which is quite often because there's lots of lesbian sisters and whatever. I was chatting to one on the weekend, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm expecting I'm expecting no, I just had a daughter. Well, not me. My partner just had a daughter. My partner just gave birth, and we've had a daughter. Very rare. She's a year older. It's like, okay,
mad.
All right. Mad. This is what it is.
It's more accessible, isn't it? It's more accessible, socially more acceptable.
Easy. I'll tell you something that happened the other day. My brethren's, just put it this way: a girl I know turned lesbian. She got a girl, or whatever, a girl who was like this dykey kind of thing, very rare. And they was together for a couple of years, decided to have a kid. Lo and behold, they break up. Right?
Man.
So now you've got one child with a man, and now there's a child with a girl, and guess what? The girls just kept it moving. So now you don't even have contact with you.
I don't even know what to say, man. That's double trauma.
The girl has baby fathered you or whatever. You get me?
Without baby fathering you.
Yeah, turned you into a baby father and bounced. And she was the dyke one.
Mad.
She was the butch one. The butch one baby fathered you.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
That is
so
insane.
Like, a lot of the time, I think sisters in modern day sisters are considering the option of women and not realizing that women can be just as fucked up as men, right? It's not that men are all poison; it's that you pick the wrong man. You go to find a woman, and the woman displays the same traits. Listen, I know a woman. I know we know a woman. Some of us know a woman, that was with a man, had a toxic relationship with him, got slap up and that, whatever, boom, and things happened. Then you start looking at. After you keep trying with different men and they keep mugging you off and whatever, you went for a woman, the woman broke you up. right?
It's true. Don't they have like
Yeah,
more
proper
domestic violence?
brack it up as well. You're right.
Brack
I've
it up,
seen
the
it.
woman
You're
brack
right.
it up, bro.
Yeah, they brack out worse than man, fam.
Worse.
They're not
You're right.
playing,
You're
bro.
right.
A woman brocking up. They
They're
don't
not
care.
playing.
Who you
Remember, a
gonna
woman
tell?
don't really feel no way to put hands on
Yeah,
another
yeah, it's
woman.
true,
You
it's
know?
true, it's true.
Yeah, when it
Brother,
really
I saw
comes
a
down to
lesbian. I saw a lesbian beat up a youth one time. I mean, beat up. I felt bad for him, but I couldn't step in because it's a woman. It's like, bro, I
It's
can't
difficult.
really.
Yeah.
It's your manhood on the line here, isn't it? Like it's like I almost wanted to say to the guy, like, punch back or do something because she beat. I mean, she punched him up and then she pulled the knife out. Once the
Well,
knife
all
come
them
out, he
women,
ran.
some
He
of
was
them
up.
are
He was
men.
smart, but yeah.
Yeah.
What do you lot
But
think?
Yeah, that was mad.
looking
Look
back
at us.
on my relationship that I just ended, I do think she possibly was bisexual. I do seriously think that. Like, even if she never had a sexual relationship with a woman, her and this woman were so close. It's like as if they were saying, "Let's have a relationship, but we'll just then use men for the sex
For the
part."
physical, and we'll
Yeah,
yeah.
What is it?
One time they were
Right,
cutting
right.
outside,
emotionally
Jibs, right?
feeding each
We're coming
other.
in from the car.
Right,
I'm in the
exactly.
house. All I see her kick off the front door, literally chasing my girlfriend into the hallway. I literally had to grab this woman and like hold her down like a quarterback. And all she was saying to my girl was, she goes to her,
What?
"If you was a road girl," she goes, "if you was a road girl, I would have broke you up." And then she goes to her, "If this is what you want," and pointed at me, "just tell me." And I was like, "Bro, this
Oh
sounds like
my
some
god.
lesbian
Oh my
shit.
god.
It proper sounds like some lesbian shit." And
That
I
was
was
a
saying to her,
side
like,
chick, yeah.
"Are you and this woman having an affair? Like, she jealous of us being together?" And she was like, "No, no, no, we're just friends. It's like she just takes things to another level." And I
Do
was
you not
like,
see signs though?
No,
Like,
Khan, you were the side chick in that, bro. Trust me.
what they said.
Man said side chicken, you know.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like when we first met, when we first met, I
There's some
opened her
side
drawer and I
Nando's
found
there.
a double ender. I found a double ender in her drawer, and I goes to her, "Are you lesbian? Like, are you having sex with other women?" She goes, "No." She goes, "That's my exes." I goes, "What do you mean it's your exes?" She goes, He's a bisexual, my ex." I was like, "You're lying. Why is a bisexual man gonna have a double ender?" I goes, "It's yours, man. You're letting me have your
You
sex
live in
with
Camden,
Stay with her
pause,
after
pause,
all.
pause, pause. What's up,
Yo,
These are the girl that you're linking, yeah? These are the girl that you're about to link, yeah?
brother, what have you done to yourself? Khan,
That's what I'm saying, Shifa.
Khan, what
She
have you
told
done?
you that and you
When
stayed,
I
Con.
get
She
to
told
where
you that and you
No,
stayed, Con. Mad.
Looking back on it, Shifa, these were all red flags.
polluted, brother. Red
Yeah,
card,
that
red
was not true.
card,
That was not
pollution.
true, Con.
Red
Get the
card,
fuck out of there.
red
And you stayed.
card,
And you
pollution,
stayed.
brother.
Mad.
Pollution, brother.
I'm
Brother,
telling you, bro. I'm
red
telling you.
card for that,
You're just trying to
brother.
cover for yourself, bro.
Oh,
What
Huh?
really happened is
Hey,
What you
Con,
say?
Con,
someone
just make
else
sure
found
you
that thing in
just make sure
Khan's
you
drawer,
protection,
and he's
Con.
trying to cover for himself. That's why.
I can't
Honestly,
hear. I can't hear. What'd you say?
someone else found that thing in your drawer, and you're trying
What?
to cover for yourself. I hear
Cover
that,
for
bro.
myself how?
I'm saying someone else found that thing in your drawer, and you're trying to
Oh,
explain.
shout, you idiot. What an idiot.
When you
brother,
Come on,
brother.
you tell me all about
He
it.
said,
I didn't hear that.
brother,
He said, did you hear that?
brother. He said the woman's ex was a bisexual, brother. If the woman's ex
Nah,
was a
listen. I
bisexual,
You
caught
should have
her.
brother,
brought it
what
in,
was he
though.
doing?
No,
What was that? That thing that
in.
was going inside her was going in all sorts of places, brother. You need to be careful.
I can't
You
sit
should have
there.
brought.
Yeah,
Why
you
did I
better
tell
be
this?
careful, bro.
Why did I tell
You
this
should have
story?
brought the friend in. Khan.
You're not getting too
Yeah,
excited
you better
about
be
this
Khan,
careful,
you
story.
should
man.
have beat on Finn, and you should have beat her, bro.
You're not getting too
Brother,
excited.
You should have humbled both of them.
brother, you
Khan,
get 5
seriously.
red cards for this, bro. You can't play a match for the rest of the year, bro.
Can't.
Like,
Either way, you
hey,
take the L, bro.
listen.
Yeah. Either way, either it's yours.
Emslini ain't no L.
To the left, to the left. Everything you
She's just
own
some
in
woman
a
that was
box
just.
to the left. In the closet. That's my stuff. Yes, if I bought it. Say.
Can't tell
Hey,
her don't
listen.
touch.
How's it an L? Emslini, how's it an L?
In the closet. That's my stuff.
Oh, shit.
Listen.
Don't touch.
Oh
No,
Lord,
no,
have
listen.
mercy. Oh Lord, oh
You
Lord.
got don't touch it, Con.
No way did he say that.
Put it down,
Either
Con.
way, it's the L. Con.
Mad.
Either way, it's the L. Con. Either way, it's the L.
Emslini,
Will
you can't say that, bro. You
Will you
can't say
taking
that.
your boxes off for?
You can't put it on me. I've done nothing. I'm innocent. I've just turned up
Listen. If
and
any
looked
other
in the
man
drawer
told
to
me,
see if there's any condoms there, and there's like one fucking 12-inch long.
Listen, man. If any other man said that they found that in their a girl that they just met or they started Lincoln's draw, bro, yeah, and then they proceeded to tell a story about how it was their ex-man's, yeah, and you continue to rap with that gal.
Something is up.
1 minute. Do you know what?
God.
Emzalini, do you know what a double? Emzalini, do you know what a double ender is?
No.
It's a dildo, yeah, with two facing in opposite directions that women who fuck each other put inside them while they're fucking. So when she says that's my ex, I said, was your ex a woman? She goes, no, it's a man. I goes, what the fuck's a man gonna do with a double-ended dildo?
Can you walk and talk at the same time?
So did you continue the relationship after that? Like, I'm just lost.
I was just seeing her. Just
So yeah, did you have intercourse with her after that incident?
Yeah, of course. I don't care.
My brother, do you know you fucked up? My brother, do you know you fucked up?
I can't. They're asking, what did it smell like?
I don't know, bro. It was
Did
sticky when I
you know
picked it
you
up, though.
fucked up?
Yo,
It was a little bit sticky.
this just went 0 to 1,000.
Put it in a
What
shitty pool.
My brother, did you know you fucked up? Didn't you know you fucked up? My brother.
That's a brother.
Brother, that's what I'm telling you. It's mad. It's mad.
Spike your drink.
Yeah, but you laid with the
What
woman
the
after
hell?
you found out. What's wrong with you, man?
What do you mean?
How are you gonna lay with the woman after you found out she
Is it?
was with a man that was doing?
That's what I'm
She
saying.
weren't-
used to
What do you
live it
mean?
up.
She weren't. You're not getting the story, bro. You're
She
not
just
getting the
told me
story.
she do plays, man. What is going on?
Yeah,
No.
she had shit dick in her, and then you put it in
No,
after her.
you're missing the whole point. She's
Hold
covering up.
Let Khan explain.
Listen, she's covering up the fact that she's been caught with a lesbian sex toy by blaming it on her ex, the person she hates the most, making him look like he's a fucking gay lord, when the geezer ain't nothing of the sort. He's just some fucking nerd.
That's
She's blaming it on him.
She's bisexual, Khan, yes?
Hold on,
Khan.
That's what I'm saying. She's bisexual. He's not, but she's blaming it on him.
No, hold on. You said you weren't sure.
Story now.
You said you weren't sure.
I'm not
right?
sure. I'm calling her bisexual. Doesn't mean I'm saying. Yeah, I don't know.
Bro, you
So Khan, probably she have it there for you then.
What?
Right?
She probably have it there for you.
I don't know what's happening.
So you're saying I can't hear it properly? What?
Listen, if you caught this woman with something like that, she gave you the excuse of a man thing. It's either she was trying to hint at you that she wanted to play them games with you.
Exactly.
Hold on. But you said you concluded, right? You concluded, and rightfully so, that she's used it with another woman, right?
Wow.
Yeah,
Then
but
you
on
would-
vaginas. On vaginas.
No. I'm saying that would mean he's actually.
Scary fact.
Come on. This is an important
You're not getting the point.
Come on.
That means she is actually bisexual. Do you get it?
I'm saying
This is a very important question.
Why are you still saying it's possible?
Well,
Okay,
I never
forget that.
called
Forget
it
that.
She
did I? I'm
told
just
you what
saying
it
that the
was.
evidence
Like, she's
is
telling
there,
you what it is.
but it's like circumstantial.
You know you don't fucked up, right?
Calm. Is this the starfish girl?
Hold on.
Just for clarification, was this the starfish girl?
No, this is the next
No,
thing.
definitely
What
not.
starfish
Definitely
girl?
not.
What happened with the starfish?
Interesting.
Come on, next time you tell the story, say she was actually bisexual, yeah? Because the only
Brother,
other
I can't accuse somebody. I'm putting the evidence on the table, and I'm letting you lot decide. Like this is my story. This is what I lived through, my experience.
Okay.
Like, if you want to interpret it that she was a bisexual, obviously that's going to make you think that she was, isn't it?
Khan, this is your baby mummy that you're bringing out in the
No,
open.
it's
Like.
not. It's not. Reggie, it's not. It's not my baby mother, idiot.
Khan, I can see why you're better with the woman. I can see why you're better with the woman.
No way.
Fucking.
Yo, brother. Hey, listen.
Someone in the comments said Pegatron. No, they're taking the. Are you not?
Whoa!
You said that in the
Pause. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned by taking part in the conversation.
Shifa was busting
very haram, bro. Very haram. Very haram, brother.
I'm just saying what happened. Like your interpretation, that's your business.
Khan, she's bisexual, and you should have
this is
actually taken
actually something
advantage.
that happened to me in real life. It's happened to me.
Yeah, you should have called her friend in the bed too, bro. What's wrong with you? Why didn't you say, yo, come, stay calm? Have 3 of them. Have 2 of them.
What did they call him, Pegasus? Did they call him Pegasus?
Does this make you rainbow now? Are you rainbow? Are you rainbow now?
Why don't you bury both of them?
What did they say? What did they say?
How can I be homophobic? My bitch is gay.
Pegatron.
There you go.
Pegademon.
Hold on, you know what? I've got a question for the men on the panel. Here's a question for the men on the panel, yeah? If your woman had 100 bodies, never with a man, right? From she's whatever, she had 100 women that she dated and done the scissors and all of that.
Yeah.
Would that no men? She not even never kissed a man, nothing with a man, all women, right? Would any of you lot take her as a virgin and wife her? And
No, hell no.
That's a cheat.
No,
That's still
no.
a cheat. That's cheating.
Because there's something.
No,
No,
it's
she
not
didn't
cheating.
cheat.
It's not cheating.
I'm saying
She
she's been through 100.
she is a liability. You can't.
Because that means you're gonna breathe up a fag and tears.
With 100 women is what
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying.
She's a full
Yeah, the liability, man.
She got dug out.
I'm saying, yeah, unless
Terror.
you're gonna have a whatever, or polygy, whatever
Yeah,
relationship.
you're not relying on that.
And another woman.
What?
You hear what I'm saying?
I thought man would be saying yes.
Y'all have some funny
You know what I'm saying?
explanation for these things.
Listen.
Wow.
Unless you're going to have one of those multifaceted relationships with her, yeah, and another woman, there's obviously the big danger that she has a strong attraction to women. So if you're just going to be the man in her life, who's going to be the woman in her life? I believe you could be the man in her life, but you're going to have to facilitate for this gal fetish that she's got.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, because while you're digging it out, someone's tearing it out. And remember, they're using hands. So I mean, really physically tearing it out. They are tearing up. Hey,
But
careful.
Shifa, taking it back to the first scenario where they're two women that are having an emotional relationship and they're using men just as sex, right? So they're not jealous of each other's lovers, but yet they're close, like their girlfriends or whatever. Even that situation, I won't be with someone like that.
But
I'll have
I'm
to
not
tell
gonna
her,
lie
look,
to you. I'm
it's
not
either
gonna lie
her
to
or
you,
me,
but
innit?
a lot of women are already in that type of.
That's what I'm trying to point out. That was the main point of what
But
I'm
that's not a
saying.
bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. Yeah,
So you don't think he's cheating?
No, listen, it depends on whether it can be controlled or not. I think those type of scenarios, most of the relationships those women get into are doomed to fail, right? Because of that, the bad advice and bad vibration that the women in her life are gonna bring when it comes to counseling her over issues in your relationship.
Big
right?
facts. Big facts.
And then there's a tendency to overshare in those type of relationships.
Yeah.
You tell them things that should just be between you and her, and it's going to make awkward between the friends. Somehow that's going to be an issue, and it's likely that she will take loyalty over loyalty with her emotional ties over you and her emotional / physical, unless you're just dominating, like, you know, unless you're just the shit to her, then yeah, she may fall off her friends, right? But most women, if they're really feeling you emotionally and physically, they tend to fall off their friends, and you have to kind of guide them back towards a situation where they're having a balanced life, because that becomes a problem to you. If you're not a man that is a controlling dude or whatever, a woman that's just kind of on you all the time and ain't got the outlets can become an issue for both of you too. So you want her to have friends and whatever. And some women they do have that emotional bond with their sisterings that they don't have with you. It's not cheating. It's just is what it is. But everything in its right place. She has to have enough regard for you and enough respect for you to know that, yeah, boom, at the end of the day, my loyalty is to my man. If she can't say that, then you always got to worry out for these girls that love their girls more than their man. You gotta watch them, man. You gotta watch them.
To be honest, that's normal though, because men used to have imagine men going out hunting together. They've got each other's back. You get me? They're real brethren. So obviously the women, when they're doing their thing round the fire, hunting wild animals, game, etc. Right? So the women are back doing their thing in the village. Right? This is where they're getting close. They're telling each other's business, and they're giving the youngers advice and blah blah blah. So obviously they're gonna, you know what I mean, have a close bond with each other. So a lot of women are missing that thing from the culture.
Not sure how much of the business is being told though, because I think that's more of a way more modern Western thing where the internals are being spoken about in a gossip fashion. Like usually, if there's a personal issue that can't be rectified in the home, there's advisors in the family and in the community you would go to, and it'd be much like a counseling kind of thing where it'd be private. It's not, you get me? So it's different from the housewives all around the thing and saying, you know, Charles can't get up. Yeah. And fucking snitch it, or you know, Charles, like, whatever. He treats me like this, and then next thing you know, that's spreading around the village. I think that's the modern shit.
Hold on, wait. Do women say things like that? Are they allowed to say things like that?
What's that?
Where you been?
Yeah, of course.
Of course, man. Nah, listen, not being funny.
You never,
yeah,
you
this
never
is
met,
what I
you
mean.
never met,
Nah,
you
nah,
never
I'm
met your friend of, yeah, you never met your woman's friend. And she,
hey, listen, we call them ones evil aunties. I call them ones
no,
evil aunties, man. They're not right in the head, mate. And like women, like you should be standing up when women do things like this and cussing them about it and telling them about themselves, about you sharing people's personal,
women will tell
intricate
another woman,
business.
like, yo, I ain't really
You
trying
get
to hear
me?
all
It
of
should.
that.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
It's true, man. Some
Yeah.
women, not all like obviously, like on the panel, we keep hearing that all women are this, all women are that. Like me personally, maybe in my last 15 years, I've been kind of blessed to meet, maybe apart from one, but blessed to meet a lot of women. Some of them older, who, yeah, man, I just rate them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I actually genuinely rate them, and I think wherever they are and whoever they're with, that man should be lucky. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Really, I can't say all women anyway, because I know the woman I'm with, she's like that anyway. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Very respectful, you know, she keeps herself a certain way. So it's like, it would be a tragedy for me to say all women, that would be dumb. You know what I'm trying to say? But at the same time, I think that women should be addressed on these things. Like my woman, she, you know, she's very personal anyway. She doesn't like talking her personal business. Like she may have been susceptible to getting drawn out in conversations, I believe, before I was with her. And since being with her, you know, I've kind of, I wouldn't say I've molded her, but I've just advised her as to, you know, when people are saying things certain times and they're, you know, sharing their experiences, maybe don't be so free of sharing your experiences all the time, because sometimes they're doing it to pry.
Because it will burn them at one point, just like man them. Yeah, at one point you learn and you think, you know what? Yeah, man. Next time I'm gonna shut my mouth.
Yeah, just allow it.
Like for instance, when you say some shit about the brother and it puts your friends off the brother, and then now you're madly deeply in love, and that hiccup is well in the past, but your friends can't get over it. You know, there's always a bad vibe. You can't mix. You know what I mean? There's always a bad vibe, like a secret little bad vibe. You know, secretly they don't like him, and that pisses you off. But so next time, you ain't gonna say shit. You go deal with it on your own. Deal with it between you and him. You know what I mean?
I got 100.
You're 100. Because that's why sometimes growing up, I felt sabotaged, because I felt like, you know what? If I bring my girlfriend around certain sisters, aunties, or cousins, where they're gonna chat. And you see, once they start chatting and they have a drink, listen, they will say things, and they said certain things that that have been detrimental to certain relationships that could have blossomed even.
You know what though? You know what though, Shifa?
Like, I
got
family. I now become very cautious.
I got family members like that, yeah. And I just, if I like, say for my wife, for example, I'll let her know exactly what they're like. Just prepare her and say, boy, if you can't handle yourself in these scenarios, then you know what I'm saying? Like, you need to be able to hold your own ground, have your own principles and whatever, and even make them change their ways by seeing how you're moving. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you.
Like, that's the kind of woman that
you know how manipulative. You know how manipulative women are.
Yeah, I know, bro. I know.
Oh yeah.
What do you lot think is the most important tool in a successful relationship? You're having a successful relationship.
Communication.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, that's communication.
Of course it's that.
You say that, but I've got good communication, and sometimes I think you just end up talking to yourself sometimes, man.
No,
if
no,
you're
but
dealing with a
Khan,
player,
when we're saying
somebody who's
communication,
tried
it's
to
both
manipulate
people, right?
everything, the
It's
more
both
you
people,
talk,
though, Khan. No, Khan, stop. It's both people have to be good communicators, man. Both people have
yeah,
to
I
be
hear
good
that. But I'm saying
communicators.
is, if you're a very good communicator, sometimes you're setting yourself up because you're being open and honest and communicative. And that person, if they're like a manipulative player, they've got more material to work with.
No. Sorry. First of all, try not to be with a manipulative.
Yeah, you're gone off there.
But whatever. Everyone has the ability to manipulate, right? But what I'm saying, communication doesn't mean that you're some person that's always fucking chatting. And like, oh my God, I just want to tell you that I've acknowledged. No, that's not what I mean. It just means communicating as simple as possible and as effective as possible. And it's not always words. Most of it is through action. That's about body language. You know what
I hear you. Communication.
There's all just communicating, and being a good communicator or communicating is also about receiving information as well as giving it out. So being able to pick up on cues, expressions, vibes.
I would say it's more about that. It's more about being able to pause, to receive information, and that's probably 70% of it, if I'm honest. I know how to chat in it, but really, it is that listening.
Is it not also
I don't think it's. Sorry. I think people are encouraged to chat too much, and then they end up chatting shit. Chat themselves out of a relationship.
Definitely.
Just chat shit.
I was kind of going there in the sense
some of our folks, communication, good communication between people is also that it's effective. So you don't have to do loads of it because you know what I mean. You do it so effectively. You don't have to do lots of it. That means that you can have space and time to do other things as well. It's not
100%, man.
Do you know what I mean? It's not just about constantly fucking talking all the time, messaging me all the fucking time, and then I don't mean that. You know what I mean? Because I don't really like that.
Yo, brother, you see what you're saying, though, brother? Yeah, what you're saying, though, brother? Yeah, does that not kind of line up with knowing the right time to talk as well? Because you see, like certain times, like for instance, I know. If I did say to, like for instance, my girl asked me, she says, could you wash up the dishes or do something, some menial task, whatever it may be, because she's overrun with whatever she's doing at the time. All right, I say I'm gonna do it, and then I don't do it. Now I know she's vexed, so I know certain times, like she might be vexed now. She's gonna shout, she might cuss, she might say what, because she's fiery, she's feisty, man. Like, oh man, she's spicy. But she's gonna do all of that flame on. And now might not be the right time for me to talk. So I might even just keep my mouth shut right now. But I know certain times that flame on thing can be a hindrance. It can be a thing that can affect other people in close vicinity as well. So especially if she did something like that in public, I might wait till later on and say to her, you know what, like obviously I know you're upset and I don't disagree with you being upset, but I'm gonna wait till later on to tell you.
I will never, ever.
Hey,
what's your own damn dishes, man? What is this? Let me say this, and I pass the mic. I will never, ever take bad up from my woman in public. Ever. Never in public. And any woman that attempted to bad me up in public would rue the fucking day. Trust me. Whether right or wrong.
Do you know what?
That doesn't mean I'm gonna react to rare, but trust me, imagine me being out with my girl and then something happens. I might fuck up in somewhere, and then she's like, "Yeah, look, you fucked up." That'll be the last day that she ever saw me in public. It's the last day she ever saw me.
Real talk,
you ain't doing that to me because I ain't doing that to you.
Yeah,
trust me, I'm not badding you up in public, bro.
Well, boy, actually, let me take that. That first part I agree with. The second part, maybe I am guilty of. Do you know what it is? It's not like I try and bad up a girl. It's more. If you're lying in front of me, in front of people, I'm gonna make you can't be doing that, man. I don't like that. I really don't like that. If you're gonna lie and pretend and then maybe implicate me in some foolishness that's your fault, and you can't be honest and bold enough to kind of just be honest in front of whoever it is that we're speaking to, then I might have to just let them know, innit? Right.
Yeah, but MA, I'm talking from the perspective of I've actually done so. I'm in the wrong here, innit? Bottom line, innit? Because if I said I'm gonna do something, or do you know what? Say like we was out and I done something, I made a mistake. I done something stupid that weren't really a mistake. It was just me being irresponsible or whatever. And she's pulled me up on it. She can be quite fiery, and I know sometimes it's about the user as well. It's about understanding the person. Sometimes with a person who's quite fiery like that, it's not always good to confront them at the time, at the place like that. Even if they are right or whatever, sometimes you might have to still sit them down later and say to them, listen, you can't really go off like that though. You could have pulled me to one side.
But I know me, as a fiery person, I don't want to be fiery. That's I get you. Right?
I get you.
So I don't. So obviously, if I'm with someone and she's fiery person, she's got to be thinking to herself, he's fiery too. Right? Or forget whether he's fiery. I might not be a fiery person and she's fiery, but you got to be thinking, what I just did that I don't like. Do you know what? He don't deserve that. Let me try and moderate. As long as they're somebody that's looking to moderate their behavior without even me having to say nothing. The problem is when we take these things as characteristics and we try to live around it and work around it. I ain't doing that because you're not just going to make That's your this is how I am, and you're just gonna
and you know what, Shiv, you're kind of making it sound like that's part of her personality to be doing them type of thing.
You see, when you say that, it's not that it's part of her personality. What it is that, like I said, she can get quite spicy if you piss her off, innit? So if I done something wrong, like for instance, I was supposed to take her somewhere on a particular occasion, like a few years back when we first met each other. You know, I've made this promise, I'm gonna get there on time and all of this. I didn't get out of my bed, innit? So she's then ended up ringing off my phone till I finally got out of my bed, got there, just about got there in time. But the whole way, she's fiery. She was cussing.
What can you do, innit? It's your fault,
obviously,
innit?
I know that's what I mean. I know it's my fault. But still, even after that situation, because there wasn't just me in the car, there was other people in the car, and she's going off. And I said to her afterwards, you know what? I fully appreciate why you was upset. And I didn't say nothing at the time, but I think that you could have dealt with that differently. Like, fair enough, told me about myself, but you didn't have to go on the whole journey.
Shifty, did she run you petrol money?
Nah, she did.
All right, then. We'll simmer down, brother. Wait till I arrive.
I get you.
Can I ask, to avoid confrontation, when she's fiery like that, if you're in the same household, would you like go into the car or something to get away from
Oh, do you know what? Reggie, that was a headshot. That was a kill. Hey, Schiffer, sorry, you're dead, fam. No revival.
I don't even think he meant it to be a headshot.
Johnny flaming them, way too much heat in my cranium. Like a hot boy push up geranium. Make the lava splash like I'm capable. With a block like the sun boy. Jado, I'm not entertaining them. I got.
No. Sorry, Reginald, it don't work like that, bro.
Sort of new gift or something,
you see, Reginald. You see when you're young and inexperienced, brother. Yeah, you might have some of these false perceptions of life, brother. But you
the way Reggie set that up, man.
I
don't even think he meant to set it up like that.
He did, man.
Think so?
Look at him. What you have to understand is this. Of course he did the brother, please. If you gentlemen don't mind, let me address the brother. The brother. I'm gonna explain to you how this. I'm gonna explain to you how it really works, Reg. Because maybe in your mind, obviously you're coming from primary school like days, naughty steps and that, go and sit in the car for a little while. It doesn't. That's not practical. That doesn't work in a real relationship. Now, in a real relationship, brother, relax.
Shit, you're in
brother,
defensive mode, man.
Relax, brothers, relax. I'm gonna explain to him what a healthy timeout is. Now, when you're in a relationship, if you get into an argument with a woman, going and sitting in a car, I don't think it would be practical. I think you make more sense. You make more sense. Brother. This is what will make more sense. Listen, either if you got your own place, you go to your own place. Yeah, that's the first option. That's the first option. Now, obviously, for man that live at their mum's house, when you see your girl, you're probably in her house, so you're not gonna have that option of going to your yard, innit? You're not gonna have that option. Now, obviously, if you go to your mum's yard, she's still going to have access. Yeah. Now, secondly, if the woman's if she's that vexed that you really think she needs a timeout, brother, let me just finish on this point. I'm going to finish on this point. I swear to you, you're not chatting too much. You're chatting too much. Now, brother, if you really think she's at that point where she really needs a timeout, brother, it's probably going to be more constructive for you. Go and stay at a relative's house.
Nothing you're saying right now, Shiv.
Go and stay at a relative's house or something, man. That's what I would advise you to do. If you're genuinely asking for the advice, then that's the advice I'd give you.
If you're Turkish or if you're black, you're going to sit in the whip.
Yeah, when she come and dash hot water on you in your garden shed. Now what? Shut up, whatever, man. Get out of here, man. Brother, de-escalation, brother. That's what it's called.
Shifa, real question. How many times a month do you get in trouble?
When you say get in trouble, I wouldn't say that I get in trouble. I'd say that, there's times where, like I said, my partner might get annoyed by something I did. I could get annoyed by something she did. It works both ways. It don't work one way, innit? But I will say this. As far as getting in trouble, no one in my household, So 1 second, let me answer this question. No one in my But go on,
Go on,
next question.
Axum.
Even the Most High is breaking up your
Axum,
connection, man.
ask your question. Axum, speak.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do you speak this much with your wife like you're doing over here?
No.
Don't
No.
No.
But Axum, that's not unusual. Most people have a double persona. They don't act the same way they do
That's
online.
not true, Reginald. Reginald, you're not in a relationship. Reginald, that's not the truth. Don't speak for me. The truth is this, Axum, yeah? You see, Axum, you see if I'm with my partner, yeah? You see if I'm with my partner, yeah? And I start talking like how we're talking now, and I start going on long rants, and I'm trying to explain stuff and break down information.
You are
She's
trying
not
to
like
explain
you lot.
stuff.
Listen, she ain't like you lot on the panel. She don't listen. She ain't entertaining these kind of conversations. She just wants a quick conversation, you know. Maybe she'll entertain it for a little bit if she's really that involved, if it really close to her heart. But
Emotional damage.
yeah, we're not having these kind of conversations. We don't have these. We don't talk about black and white shit. We don't talk about none of that shit.
If you think back to the first time she lost her temper with you, and you didn't say anything,
what kind of stuff do you talk
are you regretting that you didn't nip it
The
in the
kind
bud
of stuff
from
we
them?
talk about is like what we're gonna have
ignore
for
me, why
dinner,
don't you?
where if we're gonna take a holiday, where we're gonna go. Little man needs something, you know. She wants me to take her somewhere. Do you know what? She had something booked in, or you know.
Do you ever debate? Do you ever debate each other on subjects in it?
100. You see, like this subject here. You see the subject we've been doing today. We have vigorously debated on this, and I always win. I can't lose on this argument. This is why. You see, when Maku came to me. You see, when Maku said to me. When Maku said to me. You see, when listen. Hold on 1 second. You see, when Maku said to me.
Is she arguing against? She's arguing. What?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, you see, when Maku said to me, you can't win an argument with a woman, yeah? What I realized is with my woman, I was able to win this argument. And fortunately for me,
what's the argument?
The argument is this. That my woman can just be a woman. She doesn't have to be what society is trying to prompt her to be. She can just be a woman, a traditional woman, you know, stay at home, look after your child, you know, she does a little bit of work, you know, a little bit part-time or whatever, where she can, where it's not going to interfere with her time of raising her children. And do you know what? Ultimately, I'm going to provide for her, innit? That's where it is. So we do talk about these things, and we do talk about our strategies and the things we're going to put in place to make sure that we don't go without, to make sure that the other kids from other relationships don't have to go without because now she's got so much high demands. It don't work like that. We've got everything balanced. We've worked it all out. And we talk about these things. You know what? We got birthday. I got a birthday tomorrow. That, you know what? I'm not going to tell you how much I'm spending. You know that I got another birthday next week. In fact, on the weekend, Sunday, my sister's birthday. I'm not going to tell you how much I'm spending. I got another birthday. The 2 weeks after that. Then it's my other cousin. Then it's my birthday. Then it's your birthday. All I do is spend. But you see, most of my life is spent on other people. So if I wanna like vent and have a little chat online, I don't see a big problem in that, because when me and my woman talk, we don't have to discuss no debate like this. We don't. Only thing we're debating is life and how we're gonna live it.
Now, Shifa, do you think it's healthy that you sometimes might be asked or forced to not be in the same vicinity as in order to keep the peace? Do you think it's healthy for a relationship?
Well, I think this is what I think, Reginald. I think, especially being on a panel like Trilluminati, where it's so live and bubbly and, you know, bursting with energy, you know, I think sitting in the car becomes now more practical than sitting in a house where there's other people doing other things. Do you know what? I may have visitors. There may be all sorts of things going on in the house at any given time that could be going past, TVs going off. And I'm trying not to have interruptions in the background because I know a man can get a strike on his channel. So I said, you know what? Let me go and sit in my car. Do you know what? I could go and sit in the shed, I suppose, but I don't like sitting in sheds. It's not really my thing. That was my granddad's thing.
That's a big man to have the certain conversations and just to flow freely. It makes sense to find your little space where you can just do your thing. Like I can't even mock that still. Even though man busts his jokes and that, it practically I understand it. You get me?
Yeah. I don't even take it personally.
And that allows you to be a very lively and outspoken character.
Yeah,
and I appreciate that. You get me? Because obviously. I know what it's like. I've seen some man like
when he's in the
sitting
yard
in front of their gal and then saying something completely different to what I think they think, and I'm just like, why are you doing this? So, and if I'm honest with you, Shiv, I will know instantly when you're around your girl.
Yeah,
from how you talk. You get me?
I
And
hear
I'm
you.
like,
Hey, that shit's funny as hell. But even the other day, yeah, when he's in your yard and you're there whispering the replies, bro.
Nah.
Close to the phone, bro.
Yeah, but don't get it twisted. There are people like that because there's other people who are like, oh, what, your girl's gone out, yeah? There's bare people, you know, when they're just talking bossy and that. You hear me? You know when Mosh is talking bossy and them ones, they're like, yeah.
Wait, in certain times, like my nan might be around or someone might be around. See, especially like when my nan's around, like the other day when I couldn't say a certain word, and I was like, certain women sometimes they might be running their mouth, they're saying some really ridiculous things. You were like, "Shut up, bitch," and just like that's why I was there. Come on, you gotta know what you're doing, because you see in front of my nan. Oh Lord, listen, I swore not too long ago. I swore once in front of my nan. I said one swear word. Oh my God, I was told about that swear word for the whole week. I said, nah. Do you know what? Let me behave myself because I can't go through that again. I can't go. Come on, man. It's too much. Too much, man.
Yeah, I used to be more careful in front of my wife, but I don't know why, because she's just in it. She's really...
It depends on who you are and who you're with, but like it might not be your wife that's the person that will.
It's anyone, bro.
It could be someone else. In fact, it probably is someone else. 100%. So there might be someone else there, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm just with some friends. It's just a bit different, isn't it? You know how it is, man.
Bro,
especially when you build your rapport, and you know that someone that's never heard this stream before, hearing it for the first time, and then hearing how you're going in. I've had my brother come around and that, and I'm chatting. They're like, "Yo, what the fuck is this? Who's that, fam?" Like, no. Cool. I told you I live stream, bruv. Like, bro, but who is that though? Like, what?
Yeah.
It happens.
And I don't want people's first interaction, whether it's joke or you just got the wrong time. I just don't want them their first interaction on certain things to be the wrong thing. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right. And I think that's why a lot of people, they come here, they find it on their own, and they don't really share it like how they should, because they don't really want, like for instance, a doctor can come on here and talk grease about the NHS. Yeah, you get me. But obviously, they don't really want their other doctor brethrens really hearing it.
Yeah. You know what I mean? The thing is, Jedi, you see what you said? It makes perfect sense, because remember the other day when M Stacks is there running his mouth. Like my neighbor, he's just across the road. He came to run a little zoo, just like, you see what's going on, because I'm sat outside. He's jumped in the car and he's listening. He's like, who's this guy? It's this Muppet. Like, oh, fucking have him. He's going mad. He's like, hey, listen. So people, like, you're right, people react to it different. So to have it in that social environment where those people ain't directly involved in it, I think sometimes
also context is very easily lost when listening, bro. Even me sometimes, I've just walked in on a conversation and I'm like, huh? What? Then I have to listen for 5. I'm like, oh shit, okay, you say nothing. But if I didn't catch that extra 5 minutes, I would have been like baffled, cuz like, what the fuck?
But you have to be real though. Most people, if where they worked have their opinions that they've put out here, a lot of people would lose their job. Yeah, you'd be fired.
That's facts.
100%.
That's facts. Whether rightly or wrongly. Yeah, because 100%. I think a lot of that would be wrong. Because some of the stuff people are saying is not even really that, like, it's not bad or morally wrong or anything. It's just nowadays we're being handcuffed and bound, and our freedom of speech, so to speak, is being even more and more eradicated. You can't say certain things. Like, for instance, even if as a Christian you were talking about your biblical opinion on a certain lifestyle, if that was to be heard in work, you're out of it. Even if you're just saying, "Oh well, the Bible says, and I'm a Christian, and the Bible says that this is wrong," and
but the world's gone mad, fam.
Yeah, you'd be out. You're out of your job, because you're not allowed to have your own opinion, even if you treat people kindly and lovingly. If you say out loud that this is your opinion, then.
Bro, do you want to know how mad it is? Yeah, a guy got arrested, bro. Yeah? Sorry, Reggie. A guy got arrested the other day, because he repeated what his neighbor said to him, but his neighbor said that it caused him anxiety when he said it back to him. Like, police are standing there saying, like, "Well, he said it anxiety, nicked him." Fam. This is how stupid the fucking world is.
The irony is, you'd lose your job, but you wouldn't face any criminal charges or civil charges from a lot of what we say here. So that's the.
So that's very unlawful then.
Well, it's because a lot of people's contracts will probably have in them to be responsible on social media, and then they'll make it look as if obviously you've been irresponsible and your views contravene with the ambition or the goal of the organization.
Yeah,
So
the
that
mission statement.
kind of
Yeah.
yeah. The irony is, yesterday night when we were on Maku's show, we were talking to IC3, and he was telling us how he lost his job in I think
Oh,
Bad
yeah.
Luck. Yeah, and he was saying that he got caught with a magazine by Nikki Fuller, I think it's called.
Neely
Nikki
Fuller.
Neely Fuller.
Not
there
a
you go.
magazine, a book. A book
A
about
book by Neely Fuller.
racial classification book by Neely Fuller.
Yeah, sorry guys, don't mean to cut you, but I'm gonna have to bounce. Yeah, duty calls and that. But obviously, I may arrive later on or something. We'll see what happens.
With a black eye.
Big up.
Nah, man, come on, black eye.
Yeah.
Is Shipper's missus called Khalees? Is that her name?
He can't argue with missus, so he comes online and argue with all the women that he sees on here. It's mad. You know, save all that energy for the women on here. But yeah, now what's his name? IC3 was talking about it yesterday evening. He was saying that he got dismissed from a job because he was reading something Fuller. What is it again? Emmy, help me.
Neely Fuller.
Neely Fuller. He was reading a book inside the I think it was on his break or something, and because of that they dismissed him. And we were like, well, don't they have to go through a procedure to get rid of you? And he didn't really go into detail, but it was a bit of a fishy story. But it can somewhat happen. They can dismiss you because you're reading a book that talks about white supremacy or talks about something that racism generally. You know what I'm saying? Even if you might not have the intent of doing something harmful, but the fact that you seem to be reading into this ideology, they can get rid of you. But
I personally feel like when you're reading certain material, you don't bring them into certain spaces. So like, because at the end of the day, what you're reading is personal. These people that bring books so that you can read them just to show everyone you're reading, leave your book in your fucking yard or in your bag, man. Relax. Fucking. Oh yeah, I'll bring my book out, and now the boss is seeing what you're reading, don't like it, and now you're at odds. Just be smart. That's like early social media. That was like adding your boss to your fucking Instagram and then posting some stupidness in your story.
Yeah.
Yeah. You keep your private shit private.
Man.
It's harder to do so now.
Yeah, but maybe it was just a slip up, and obviously they saw what they got wind of what kind of thing he's looking into.
But I don't understand why that would be a problem.
I don't know about it. Depends on the content of the book because I haven't read it myself. But it depends on how I can imagine if there was some book here that was that extreme, and they saw someone reading, I could see why they would probably put that person into problems. But
is it a bad book?
IC3 said that he was working for a spy shop in Baker Street, and those places like a military spy shop. There's got a few of them dotted around the place, innit? They used to have one on Park Lane when I used to go to school and that. And he said so obviously he brought the book out there, and the type of people that maybe work there, it could be ex-servicemen, they could be connected to this, that, and the other, and whatever. So I'm not that surprised. Well, I'm surprised, but it makes sense that maybe if you see the book as well, if you type it in, I can't remember the name of the book, but I'll find it. But if you type it in and just look at the cover or the first few pages, it looks like, he could have been plotting something or whatever. I don't know, but and the dismissal.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. Like, how do we know people ain't there in fucking book reviews? How do we know people ain't in book like?
They don't have to care though. They don't have to care.
No, of course, I get that. But this is what I'm saying, which I think is a bit of the stupidity in the law or whatever the fuck it is that they've got. You get me, HR, whatever it is, bro. They don't know what that person's actions are behind reading that book. Has that person expressed any sort of ill will or any sort of off-key mental issue? You get what I'm trying to say? If they ain't done that, then I don't really think that people should be quick to label people as XYZ for reading a fucking book, bro.
Listen, they're trying to do pre-crime. Like,
yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Yeah, man. Just know where to fucking read certain things and know when to speak about certain things as well. But Auntie told me that when I was a youth, like about 11 years old.
Yeah.
Know your fucking surroundings, bro.
Not all the time, innit?
And do you know the analogy she gave me, bruv? She said, don't go into a mosque and talk about Christianity and vice versa, bruv. Yeah, that was the example she gave me, man. You get me? Not to say that you can't have a conversation.
No, of course, a young mind, that makes sense
yeah.
as well.
You know what I mean? So
I understand.
Yeah.
No, but to be fair, I don't know. This is I'll open that up a bit. So say for example, like actually Zelini, you're a big football fan. So say with this football thing, you know about the controversy.
Open it up for Zelini.
You know about the controversy with the Qatar World Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a few people. So what they're saying is like the LGBTQ thing. They don't want people wearing those rainbow bands.
Yeah.
And they don't want people to what else did they say? They don't want people to talk about the human rights activities.
Yeah.
But one thing that people don't really talk about is they don't actually want people to express anything that's non-Islamic, right? They don't want people to like even talk about their religion. I think they say that you can't even you can't proselytize obviously your religion, etc.
Yeah, but sorry, Reggie, to stop you. That's not for Qatar, bro. They've been doing that. Politics has been a thing that's been banned in football unless it's a subject they want you to speak on. There's been previous players for previous countries that have done certain gestures or done wore certain symbols on their kit or whatever to sympathize with certain things that are going on, brother. And they've all got in trouble. Like that's a rule by FIFA and UEFA. It's not just they're singling out Qatar. Don't get it twisted, although it may look like that. And as well, even down to, I saw a journalist, bruv, yeah, and he was getting, they told him they'll smash up his camera if you don't move from round there or whatever. Now, people are saying, oh, well, they shouldn't have been dealing with him like this and X, Y, and Z, bruv. You see, my thing is, when you go to other people's countries, you don't have to fucking act, fam. If I come to your house, bruv, yeah, I better know how to behave in your house, fam, if you've got a certain set of rules. If I can't abide by that, or I have a problem with that, don't fucking come here. Yeah, that's number one. Number two, FIFA should have never awarded them the World Cup in the first place if everyone's going to bitch about it. Yeah, the World Cup is an inclusive fucking competition. Why would you give it to them? Why would you award it to them if that's the case? If everyone's going to bitch about it. And thirdly, all that non-gay shit is bullshit. Because today, on the England game, bruv, when they scored the third goal, there was some Don, yeah, with no fucking top on, doing some mad stuff in the crowd looking super flagrant. So, you get me? I don't really know about all that. You get me? But yeah, bro, I don't really think it's no, you can't speak about this or you can't speak about that. They've got a certain set of rules.
What if tomorrow they say that, oh, we want to ban people wearing the hijab or burqa in Europe? Would you say that,
then that's a whole nother conversation and I will cross that bridge if that bridge ever fucking was, you get me? If that formed, but I don't think it would be, to be quite honest.
Because that's the thing. People say, oh, you need to respect the rules. But if their rules are wrong, if their rules are like controversial, then
sorry, wrong and controversial are not the same thing, bro.
Yeah, mate. Hey, 2 6. I need to pop out 2 6 people. So.
Okay, wrong. What if the rules are wrong?
By whose standard?
By the standard of for example, they say Christians can't go there and proselytize. So you're in an Islamic country. Someone brought up the point that if you're in a mosque, do not proselytize Christianity or don't speak about Christianity. If you're in an Islamic country, you shouldn't talk about Christianity. Some people might argue. So do you agree with that?
It's not about what I think, it's about what they say.
Oh, yeah, that's what they say. But I mean, do you feel that that's right? But
bro, this is what I'm saying. By whose standard? If I say that I disagree with what their position is, what does it matter to them? They've decided what their position is, and now I'm gonna try and fight against. Like I can't. Like it's just it's by whose standard. There's no universal right or wrong, is there? You know what I'm saying? So like Zelini's right. You go to someone's yard. Yeah, you might wish that they had a different way of being, but like you can't really do much about it. Not in that instant, anyway. You know, and this is why I think the West was hoping to open up Qatar to LGBTQ in the first place. That's why they were wearing the bands in it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have even pushed that. So they were trying. You know, they probably tried to bring alcohol there. They probably tried to do all kind of stuff. That's what they do, innit?
Yeah, they tried to. But I think that sometimes that argument that people put forward that it's their law. So it was once upon a time it was the law in this country and a lot of countries to enslave black people. Yeah, yeah. So what would the people have been right to do there in America? Are you saying that they should have just like respected the law and just got on with it?
No, the point is I may disagree with it, yeah, but Listen, them man there was agreed with it so much that they asked for compensation when it was removed. That's how much they believed in this shit. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't really know what the argument is. I mean, it is what it is, isn't it? People have rules, regulations, laws, and statutes, and policies, and whatever, and cultural. Do you know what I'm saying? Like someone else will say that you not supporting homosexuality is wrong. Yeah, and that would be your word against theirs. Yeah, but I know if they come to your house, there's certain things that they can't do in your house, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's that simple, man.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a controversial one. That's all I know. It's not really. At the same time, you want to respect that they don't want to do certain things. You might agree with certain things, but then other things you're like, is there such thing as having an Islamic country, for example, or Christian country in this day and age? Like, do we just accept that some countries are Christian, therefore Muslims can't do certain things because it's really, you know what I'm saying? But everybody seems
It doesn't exist though, Reggie. It doesn't
Say that-
exist, right? It doesn't
What does-
exist, right?
what doesn't
And
exist.
Islamic country or Christian country, really?
Well, that's the expression that people use. That it's an Islamic country, so that people should know better than to try and do it. Was that like the
basically, Reggie? What that means?
How about that? It's like go to India, yeah, but don't eat a beef burger in public because they got certain cultures,
Exactly.
Yeah.
certain ways. So that's when you say Islamic country, you understand that the predominant customs are of an Islamic nature. So act accordingly.
That's all it is, brother. You get me?
Okay,
so you cannot trouble a cow in India. You're dead.
Yeah, of course. Don't listen. You're leaving India.
So hang on, when we come here and then white people express that this is a white country, therefore you lot should expect that white people should have some sort of privilege, for example, or should be favored or whatever because it's a white country. Would you lot just be ready to accept that?
No, we're citizens.
I already
If we're
accept
not-
that. That's the way it is. I already accept that.
But we're not if we're visitors, yeah, then there's even those who do want to argue, yeah. Jedi saying he accepts that, but those who do want to argue, if they're visitors, they don't have no grounds to argue, and it's what we're talking about. Qatar, them man are visiting Qatar, isn't it? Like they're
You're
not
there for 3 weeks. You're there for 3 weeks. That's it, bro. Yeah, you ain't staying there. You ain't got no property there. You don't pay no fucking taxes. You don't help their economy. You do obviously you're helping the economy through the World Cup. Other than that, like you're just there to enjoy yourself. And this is the thing. And European people,
and you don't have to go.
Yeah, exactly. That. You don't have to go.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, bro, do you know the fuss these people have kicked up simply because they can't have an alcoholic beverage in the stadium?
Mad thing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if you've been kind of like campaigned and they've agreed to put the beverage out there, and then I think 3 days before
they agreed to put no beverage in the stadium. They agreed to have fan zones, which they do at most fucking major tournaments, where fans can drink and enjoy themselves. That's it. And
Reggie's saying that they've at least bent their like it worked basically is what Reggie's saying. Like the pressure.
They bent it and then they did a U-turn 2 or 3 days before the tournament and said, we're not going to accept it to that degree anyway, because apparently they're still doing it, but not to the same degree.
No,
so
but
that's mad though. That's mad that they
actually it was always going to be them fan zones where people could drink. It was just the stadium that was an issue. That's it.
And the irony is that a lot of people will come, white supremacy rules over everything, and here you see in Qatar, these people are able to make rules and put their foot down. Like people will act like, white supremacy is able to like override everything.
I wouldn't say white supremacy in this sense. I would say globalization and capitalism.
Bro. Hey Reggie, I don't know if you've watched any like previous World Cups or like anything like that or seen them, but bro, the way that this World Cup has been covered through the media, has been fucking stigmatized. They've basically tried to do anything they can, bro, to make this fucking World Cup look bad, bro. You get me? Yeah, anything they can. So it's not we can do anything we want because, bro, you don't try to pull some super stunts, bro, they'll shut you down. Yeah, but at the same time, you are going to respect the laws of our fucking land. It's simple. I don't understand what people have such a big problem with that.
What are we saying though, Zellini? Are we saying that like, are we saying Qatar wasn't that serious about being an Islamic state to be allowing alcohol even into the, or are we saying that they already had alcohol in there and they were just being fussy?
I don't. Boy,
They did have alcohol, but not. They've kind of like they've allowed it in more areas than previously. But they did have alcohol, but in very designated areas or designated businesses.
I mean, in like their hotels and that, like, are man them having, like, is it possible for me to go to Qatar and drink?
Yeah, in some designated hotels they did allow it. They did.
Yeah,
They do.
I think it's very specific areas. Like, I don't know the ins and outs, but I'm sure it's specific areas simply because of the type of country it is. Do you get me? So they're not into.
Qatar and Dubai, definitely Qatar and Dubai both have areas where Westerners can go.
Yeah, it's just designated areas.
So I'm saying capitalism over everything, man.
And also,
they're not meant to have none of that.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
They're drinking themselves, so they choose.
Oh, I already listen. For someone who's such a advocate for fucking justice and so hard on crime and X, Y, and Z, bro. These are countries, bro, that literally their crime rate is so minuscule, bro. Yeah, like it's not even worth fucking talking about. Yeah, now some may say they used unjustified means to do certain things to their civilians or their citizens, X, Y, and Z. But guess what, bro? People act a fucking certain way in them sort of countries. Yeah,
but
you don't see people getting mugged. You don't see people fucking shooting up drugs. You don't see people doing a whole load of fuckery, bro.
Zelini, it's a crime for you to smoke probably weed in public there. Yeah. It's a crime. It's a crime for you to go out and drink alcohol.
I didn't say I agree with all of the laws, fam.
Yeah. So I'm saying that yeah, all these things you're saying that they don't get much crime there, but sometimes it's the fact that they got such strict rules and the way that they penalize people, it's excessive. You get what I'm saying? And another thing to bear in mind is that what am I gonna say?
Like what?
They have a low crime rate, but you have to remember that. Look, example for the human rights thing. These people are getting paid like what the equivalent of £1 or £2.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing, though, Reggie. You see when people want to start doing this human rights thing, yeah,
that would be considered a crime.
Yeah, bro, we hear all that still, but you see when people want to start doing this human rights thing, yeah, people need to look at yard for they look abroad, bro. Because if we want to really get into that, bro, yeah, a bunch of fucking companies that are sponsoring, bro, and corporately involved in the World Cup, bro, nothing to do with Qatar itself, have more fucking human rights violations than any fucking Middle Eastern country, bro. Yeah. So again, it's like where people want to look and where people choose to focus their attention, bro. Yeah, because when you really want to look at it, bro, you get me. Most of these companies, fucking clothing companies, X, Y, and Z, bro. Who's fucking making their clothes? What countries are fucking making their clothes? What factories are making their clothes?
Yeah, they send them to Qatar because
human rights violations, bro. You can't start picking and choosing. Oh, we're gonna look at Reggie's human rights violation, but we're gonna allow Lady Divines and allow MAs. Like, no, it don't work like that. Human rights violation is a human rights violation, bro. It's just that simple.
Reggie.
Select. What's up?
Are you saying, bro, that that the reason why there's hardly any crime is because of the extreme strict laws?
No, the reason why there's no crime, or it's not that there's no crime, that there's little crime, right?
Less crime.
Is less crime is because some of the things that they define as a crime, as not being a crime, are different, right? So, for example, we said about the migrant rights. When someone dies here, like on a scaffolding or whatever, the investigation usually there's a strong case to say that the employer is liable. But in Qatar, it's kind of like swept under the carpet. So there are allegations of a certain amount of people dying, which they've denied. You know what I'm saying? So these are crimes that are not being actually reported.
Hold on. We got country, America and England, yeah? Robbery, murder, rape, etc., yeah? And you go to what? Somebody falling off a scaffold. Is that what you went to?
Brother, some of the... Reggie. For me, it's an infringement on my human rights to go to a place and not be able to practice my religion. That for me is a crime. You get what I'm saying? It's an infringement on my.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. Whichever group we're talking about, yeah, the most fundamental things are, first and foremost, let's say murder, right? Then you might have grape, right, as they call it, yeah. Then you might have thievery, right? So these are most basic things yeah, and violence, etc., that when you're talking about crime, that's what you look at first. So what I'm saying to you is, one of the reasons why there probably isn't that much theft is because they might be quite a lot more fairer, for instance, when dealing with the way that money is distributed and how you make money.
But they do have, you know full well, brother. There's been controversy about some of the theft within the governance of Dubai and Qatar. I don't know about so much about Qatar, but I know Dubai had a case of people defrauding or having to. They had to lock all their rollers away because they were doing fraud or something. And that's Saudi. Yeah, that was Saudi Arabia. So I don't know specifically about.
This is what I'm saying. We're not talking about big ballers, because basically the big ballers are normally into crime. Yeah, all of these millionaires or whatever else, most of them got their hands in crime somewhere, right? What I'm saying is, most of the crime rates in the UK. What do you think the prison's full of? Millionaires or poor people? In America and England, what's it full of? Millionaires? No. Is it more millionaires, or in fact, what's the majority? Poor people or millionaires?
Poor people.
Okay. So why don't you deal with the crimes that poor people generally are committing and have to face for whatever reason?
Sorry, say that again.
Why don't you deal with, rather than addressing, well, the government and the people were doing this and whatever, why don't you address the crimes that the majority of people might face? For instance, things stolen out of their car. People in London walking down the street, a moped man want to thief their mobile phone and their freaking handbag, right? These are crimes. Stabbing, shooting, drugs, robbery, etc. So these are things which they outlaw over there, but they also provide a moral code in which there is something that allows you to not want that anyway, namely the tightness of the family. You understand? Focus on that.
No, I think it's about stiff penalty. That's what it is. So a lot of the people, 10%, I think, of the population, or is it actually Qatar? I think the majority of the population are foreigners, right? So foreigners in Qatar don't have citizenship like what you have in UK or in a lot of the European or American countries. I think they barely even. I'm not sure if they don't at all, or they rarely do give citizenship to foreigners. So it's very easy. It's very easy for them to just take away your visa and say that you need to go back home because you've committed a crime. So people, yes, there's a stiffer penalty. So
all right, Reggie, but how much? But how much cases of that is there?
Cases of what? Sorry.
How much cases of what you just said has there been?
People. So we know about people's passports getting taken when they're, when the employer is not happy with them in the Middle East. Do you know much about that?
No, I don't.
Yeah. So if you get like some sort of people apply from like India, etc., they go to America, they go to Qatar or Dubai. Part of their contract might be that the employer has to be satisfied with your level of work. If you fall out with your employer, like some people might fall out their employers here, then they will take away your passport and they'll say, okay, you have to keep on working until that you work off the debt, or you have to keep working until I'm satisfied with the work that you're doing, and they can't go back home. They're stuck in. That's what they call some sort of modern day slavery or something that is quite prevalent.
They do that here too. They do that in England too.
Your passport or visa.
Yeah, bruv, I'm telling you. I know people personally who this has happened to, and certain people I know personally who was asking about, can we find them a place? Because they're being made. 6 o'clock in the morning, the guy that we knew doing driving work, for caring, right? So he's the driver for the other women in the house to have to drive A to B, and he's working from 5 in the morning, sometimes not finishing till 4. And this is 7 days a week. He tried to sleep in between and all this stuff, but he's still paying off the fare ticket and the apparent rent and bills, apparently. So he wasn't even making that much money to take home. But he just couldn't take the fact he had to work. So that happens over here as well, my brother. So the point I'm making is they've been warned. They were warned in the Caribbean and they've been warned in India about the people that do this stuff. But they try to keep it tight because they've got some way of telling the government, we hold on to their passports for whatever reason. So I don't know, maybe so that they can't go from here to another country. Like some people use another country as a stepping stone. For whatever reason, there is, as far as I know, nothing illegal about keeping your passports. But why you keep jumping to these other issues rather than the most blatant thing that our crime is based on the immoral teachings, where they do not focus on the family being strong. right? They come down and bust down the family. Women start, mainly talking about marriage is just a bit of paper. Why don't you focus on that? Are you just trying to blame all the time? Well, there's stricter punishment, which is indirect against Islam as usual.
No, are you trying to say that the reason why Qatar's laws are strong is because of the family values?
I'm saying the reason why there's less crime, as in you can have strong laws. For instance, in America, you get life and you get the execution basically, right? Has that stopped murder in America? Look at the murder rate in America. How has that changed with all the harsh punishments they get? And not just that, just think of the types of prisons. It's not all of them, but they know if they go to prison, it's likely certain things are going to happen to them in the male prison, which is probably worse than the rest of any kind of prison sentence or even death penalty anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? Exactly. So you would have thought that was the biggest deterrent, innit? If you heard you're going to go somewhere and there's a bunch of men going to do something to you, blah, blah, in the showers and whatnot, wouldn't you just stay straight and narrow? You live on the street if you have to, yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. So therefore, it's more to do with the influence of the culture and how you see each other, how you see your values, your morals, etc. Simple as that, Reg. Come on. Give compliments where it's due, bruv.
I'm trying to dig up evidence for because Sarah's come to say that they don't confiscate people's passports.
Anyway, yeah, big up Qatar, man.
big up Qatar. They've got Africans and Indians working on pennies and building up their country.
So the fucking English people. The fuck, bro.
What about is
what point are you trying to make here, bro? You keep doing this. I keep telling you, look a yard before you want to look abroad, fam. Yeah?
What about them?
You get me?
They don't allow us to practice. They don't allow anybody to practice their faith apart from Muslims. So no, man, it's a very controversial place. But yeah, I'll look into what she's saying.
Boy, what's his name? IC3 was trying to practice his faith, and look what happened to him.
He's spreading the mischief in the land. King Kel, jump on, man. My brother.
So let's get this right, Reggie. He's reading up on how crimes are committed against black people in a subtle manner, and he's causing mischief on the land. Is that what you're saying?
No, he was generally his ideology, exactly the way that he expresses his ideology is not very. It's quite controversial. Have you not heard his story?
He was reading
like his full story, right?
Sorry, he was reading a book, bro.
No, Reggie. He was reading a book that is detailing how. This is the book that details how anti-black white supremacy racism works against black people on a more subtle level. So therefore, he's showing you the various ways and means where they don't blatantly come looking for you down the street with baseball bats and chains and all of that and get out of the country. They do it in other ways, right? You're saying by him, there you go, covert and intricate tactics, right? So he's saying by him studying the way people commit crimes is an act of crime or is something wrong. Would be like you trying to research how someone's hacking your computer or your bank details, and then they want to lock you up for it or arrest you or sack you for it. Does that make sense, bro? Mr. Reggie?
Oh, did you hear him yesterday when he was talking? Was you there?
I heard some bits, but then I'm seeing comments about him apparently changing his story about something today. I asked about it, but I don't know. Something else went on.
It was a half story, so I can't really commit to say that, he deserved to be, you know what I mean? Like, I personally, I thought there was a procedure in place, therefore it will be more difficult to dismiss someone. So I can't really believe so much about how easy it was for him to be dismissed. He said he was working for 1 year, and that was enough to dismiss him, which is controversial in itself. But he was going to elaborate on why. But generally,
it's more than likely he said something, because to be honest, most people wouldn't even know what the hell that book's saying. So it might be that he tried to make arguments from that book as well as.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. Because trust me, even black people, the way that book looks, you wouldn't think from the outside.
It's not unbelievable to imagine that a private company or private retailer decides to dismiss someone without going through due process, right? the question is really about why he didn't kind of push back against that dismissal, right? So there shouldn't be anything weird about a private organization or company trying to dismiss someone in a efficient fashion. Get out, don't come back, them kind of thing there. You know what I mean? Especially if you're involved in, I don't know, maybe they were like upper echelon-ish type cats. You know what I mean? I don't know. I mean, he said the shop that he was in Baker Street, and he said the other branch to that shop is on Park Lane. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not looking for that type of mentality, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, especially with the way he talks as well. Like you could imagine him.
I can imagine the whole thing, brother Issa. The whole story made complete sense to me. Do you know what I mean? When I'm hearing it.
Boy, that's scenario. I would have loved to watch that still. It would have been funny.
I'm telling you, it's like a TV show, man.
What to say to him? Like, yeah, but your ICU on this and the police. And,
Yeah, that'd have been hilarious to watch. Hilarious.
Nah, he's. I'll tell you what, though, I love him because he's dedicated, bro.
Yeah.
Are you still? Oh.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You know what?
Surprise, motherfucker. Surprise.
Wet dog, man.
Where's Catty? Whatever her name is.
You look like you just been swimming, man. Why are you all like drenched
I
in
swear
sweat
I
and
didn't hear
fucking alcohol,
anything. I
man?
was like, where are they? I swear I didn't hear anything. And I was
Oh.
like, where have you all gone? And I just thought, let me get in the lake.
Have you been swimming, Cat?
Swimming in your cum, bitch. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, she's a
Do you see Reggie's face? Do you see Reggie looked over the...
What did he do? What did he do? What did he do?
Hey, Reggie looked.
You're not taping that really, no?
Hey, Reggie looked.
I made his
Reggie,
day.
stop hiding, man. Yeah,
Reggie, where are you, baby? Let me give you.
Yeah, I know, bro. I know, Reggie. I'm with you, bro.
What do you want for you, Reggie? This is for Reggie.
This is the one time I agree with Reggie.
Oh,
man.
shit. Hey, Reggie. Yo, I relax.
Oh, my God. No, cat.
Woo! No, put it on the big screen. This is for you.
No. Full back
This is for the intellectuals. What do you mean? No, I want to give it to him. No.
No.
What? Oh.
No, we don't want that.
That's not
Do it.
Why you got Reggie?
That's how I thought he shook.
I'm traumatized.
What? Jedi, can you stop it? Baby, that's all for you in the back chat. You know how it rolls.
Oh, God.
Don't play with these guys. He gets the goodies. He already knows. Okay, you guys just get the leftovers. Don't get mad.
Is it? Oh, wow.
Give intimidation, fight on a mason. Mama dash a petrol bomb at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in birth of a nation. You're not in my gang if you're working with Satan. It's boom by for conversing with bacon. With no hesitation. The man I go bed but my sleep is amazing.
Oh.
I know, man.
Where's all this coming from? You seem very. You seem very.
Boy.
Yeah, big up Snipes, man.
Person. I just want you Reggie knows I'm nice. Shadow knows I'm nice.
I wanted to see some stuff.
I mean, I wanted to see some stuff. Oh my God! Like, what's that? What am I missing?
You know she don't regret it in the morning, but it's all right.
No, she ain't. Are you mad?
He ain't.
Nah.
Cat.
He really wants to pull her titty out of the dinner table. You let her
Cat, are you okay?
Cat, you're crazy.
Are you okay?
Reggie,
are you right?
Can I clarify this with Reggie? I always thought you were East African, brother. You know?
I'm from Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that. I really thought you were Sudanese for some reason. You look like a lot like one of my uncles, but
Uncle Reggie.
You are. You say you're Sudanese, Reggie. Go down there, bro.
Well, he was he was Sudanese. I really did. I'm surprised that you're Nigerian. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm originally from.
Not really, because I have a lot of Nigerian, lineage too. So
Penis. I was gonna what? I was wondering.
Is that what you call it? Yeah? Is that the polite term? I like Nigerian. That's a good one too.
That old line's not gonna work. You got any Nigerian in you? No? Would you like some?
I do. I do have actually Nigerian.
Right now.
Yeah, I wish. Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Kat, how many have you had to drink today?
Wait, how many Nigerians?
Oh gosh.
How many bottles of wine?
Where do you think the queue
with this Nigerian thing, man?
So, it's really how much drinks she had, Reggie.
Sorry?
So, it's rude to ask the lady how much drinks she's had.
No, I'm the Nigerians I've had today.
What color eyes are those? Is that contacts or something?
That's what I was thinking.
Nigerian.
Well, milky eye, yeah.
3.
3 bottles.
3? What? Oh.
What
Three
my
eyes.
eyes are? What do you think my eyes are? Look into my eyes.
Jaundice.
Huh?
Oh.
Jaundice.
Oi, you look like there's something
I have
in.
brown eyes. I have brown eyes.
Brown?
They're brown. What do you think?
Greenish.
I don't know about that.
Brown eyes.
It wasn't that color earlier on.
Oh my days.
I have brown.
Okay, Reggie, you enjoying the show, yeah?
I have brown eyes.
Reggie, can I ask you a question?
Right.
Reggie, can I ask you a question, yeah? What, if Jesus was on this live stream, what would he do right now? When she's doing
Reggie.
We'll try
Oh,
to save us,
man.
brother. I don't know. I'm trying to reason with her, but it's not easy.
Listen, who are you? How I look like Reggie? I'm gonna put that on my life. He looks just like Reggie.
Your uncle.
No, Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Oh, that guy, that Hebrew.
Yeah.
Is that the Hebrew?
You, you, sir. Yeah, you. I think he looks just like you.
Oh,
I
really?
think, yeah.
I hope he's good looking, whoever he is.
You are good looking. So
Thank you.
you're good looking. All of you are good looking guys. I don't think I've seen anyone on here that's like you're you're ugly.
So when's your marriage?
Hopefully next
Hey, I was talking.
Nah.
Straight in there, boy.
When you come back, Jedi,
Hey,
when
brother.
you come back,
Why you see what I mean? Why you trying to get in? You wanna be my next husband? What's going on?
Mucha. I'll give you the muta thing, Reg.
Right.
Plow it, man. Go on, Reg. Reg, she's sending for you, bro.
No,
he can't send for me. There's no sending.
She wants you to take her to church on Saturday, Reg.
No, Reggie is actually. You know what, Jedi? Can I just say this? I want to big up to all the people that you have on your channel. Like, I didn't know up until
Intimidation, fight on a mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station.
of what I was.
He's on fire.
Are you gonna kick return once? Can I speak now? Are you sure? Okay. And I just want to. Do you know what? Fuck off. I don't say shit. Fuck you, bitch. I'll tell you in the back chat. Fucking hoe. I ain't telling you shit. You guys ain't shit. I was gonna say something, but I'm not. Why are you using what that motherfucker's name is? Candyman Sniper. Go on,
Cartoon, are you alright?
I'm getting drunk listening to you motherfuckers because you guys are taking the piss.
Leona Lewis? No, not really.
No, I was earlier. I was doing well. What do you want to?
Look at the cup. It's not even straight. Hold the cup straight, man. Yeah, that's
Nothing in it.
Yeah.
What are you using? Your phone or a laptop?
Hold this straight.
Brother.
Yo.
Yeah.
That's gonna make Snap
Hey,
even more
that's
angry.
strange for a piece of change. Hey, listen.
Yeah, don't let me do it. What do you mean? Am I straight about what?
It's crazy, man.
Straight about you guys? I'm not straight about you. I don't
How long
need...
have you been wearing that cat suit? Cat?
Oh Lord.
No,
I'm
not gonna do anything. Listen, it's not cat.
Bro, you got hepatitis.
It's
Ooh, yo, what?
This is 2-piece.
No.
I don't wear nothing.
You say hepatitis?
2-piece.
Yeah.
Oh, liberties.
Listen,
Liberties.
2 years old. I don't wear 2-piece. I don't wear no corset. I do what I do. Okay, don't ever tell
Your
me.
bum. That ain't no bum.
I don't have a bum, but I'm working on it.
Oh yeah, it's a bit soggy.
Which way? Sideways, yeah?
You want to see the side? Yeah, that's it.
Soggy.
No, I said yo.
You
can see that. I can't see anything on the screen. What do you see?
It looks a bit
I can
PS2-ish.
see.
You can see. What can I see? What you're seeing?
What?
See what you're seeing.
Not everybody can see
So
that.
this is me, 42 years old, 2 babies. What's up?
Right.
Okay?
What's it saying, you lot?
And I need to build up my.
You're right, but there's bare River Nile stretch marks.
No.
Tributaries and that, yeah?
Hey, what is that? A bullet wound, Snipes? No, that's crazy. What's going on?
What? What?
Looking like a.
no. I know, bro. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that.
Where? All right.
What?
You probably have more stretch marks than me, bitch.
Nice.
Yeah, Mr.
And
Big
you got a little
Buff
bit of a
Boy.
stomach.
Let me see it. Yeah, let me see it. I bet
Yeah.
you have more stretch marks than I
Beer
have.
belly, man. How come you got beer belly?
I have more belly than you. I've had 2 children. What have you had?
Yeah,
Nothing.
but then that means you haven't been doing
Constipation.
your
Fucking shit. All right.
Where was your
I've been
pelvic floor
have
exercise?
2 children, ho. All you've done is spunk. What have you bought? Okay, show me your belly. Show me your belly,
Oh
bitch.
no.
Let's
Send me
go.
your belly.
No hits, you know.
Show me
It's
your
a belly
bitch.
wars, you know.
All right,
No
belly
hit.
wall. I don't wear
Yeah.
nothing on my shit.
Oh
I don't wear.
dear.
Yeah,
I
man.
It looks like me, man.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
That was
Hey, how
Show me your shit.
I said, Tootsie Roll.
I've had 2 children. Where?
Right.
What? I don't wear nothing on
No,
my
you're
How's
good.
your belly button so big?
Nothing.
You look
No
good,
way.
Kat.
Nothing.
Why is your belly button like a cave?
You look good.
Because
Now, what are you trying to say, can't you? Be taking hood in her belly button. Is that
Hey.
what
Show
you're
me
saying?
your belly button. Let's compare.
Nah, you know
When
what? You know what,
tight.
Cat? Sit down,
Small.
Cat. Sit down.
Yeah, anything can happen, man.
Yeah.
Yo,
Oh,
Cat,
she's gonna break her
man.
neck.
Yeah.
Sit down, man.
Did you have a human being come out of your fucking bumhole, bitch? Don't compare yourself to me.
Don't talk about my
we're
bumhole.
not. Trust me,
All
man.
right, until you
Sit
have
down,
all
Cat.
human come out of your bumhole, bitch.
Are you lot? Wait a
Then
minute.
talk now, because I'm a
Wait a
woman.
minute,
I've not even had
Yo, Cat, sit down, man. Chill.
I'm a woman. I haven't heard that.
Yo, you lot, chill out for a second,
Oh,
please.
who is that? Who is that?
You lot, chill out. I beg you, don't say nothing, please. Let her calm down for a minute. Yo, Cat, I beg you, sit down, please. Sit down and relax, man. It's cool.
Sit down for what? Why?
Just sit down in it so we can chat.
Oh, I won't.
Relax. Come, man. This is too much hype, man. It's cool, man.
Okay, so when these motherfuckers want to talk about us women, want to put us down, talk about our bodies, I want any of these motherfuckers to come. Show me. Come on.
None of them's gonna go on camera. Only Reggie. Only Reggie's brave enough to go on camera.
No, I want Reggie. Reggie. Yeah, Reggie. I know Reggie's fine.
Look like he was wanking.
Yeah, Reggie. I already know the six packs. I already know it's lying around. But
beating one off in sweet.
Yeah, I already know Reggie.
What's good?
I didn't do it. Can
What's
you pull up your top, please?
I don't do them kind of things online, you know. But anyway, yeah, Kat, this is very, very centric.
Typing may be all right.
They wanted me to do it, so I.
You don't have to do what they want you to do. Come on, Kat. I know that you got a mind of your own.
Okay, Reggie, how old are you, Reggie?
I'm in my I'm 30 something, the right side of 30.
Okay, so I'm 42, so I'm gonna sit down and not do that. How about that?
Yeah. Big up, Kat. See?
I'm 40 years old. Why am I competing with 30-something-year-olds and 20-something-year-old jealous bitches?
No, I think I'm possibly one of the.
Listen, you can do that. Yeah, you can do that. That's fine.
Lady Cat.
But I'm wondering why these 20-something-year-olds.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. A lot of the men.
And these 30-something-year-olds are jealous and worried about what I'm doing. That's kind of crazy. I'm in my 40s, bitch. I'm old enough to be your mother. Oh,
Lord.
Are you looking up who the fuck I'm fucking? Where I've been? Like, listen. If I wanted to violate you, bitch, keep carrying on. And it's not going to end pretty for you. But go on, carry on. Carry on. I just sit back and be like, listen.
Okay, Kat, so what kind of profession are you in?
Yes. I'm 42. Yeah. 42. Yeah. I'm 42. I have 2 children.
Yeah.
I have a man.
How many men you got?
That fucks me.
Is that in the metaverse?
Okay.
Because she's smiling about it, so
Yeah. Gives it Jesus English shit. Yeah? Okay.
Man, it's shook out here, bro.
Yeah, not
Trigger finger.
Yeah. Hang on. All the guys that want to talk shit about, I would love you to bring your women on here. Show their face. Yeah. Tell you how they're gonna come in my mouth, bitch, tonight. Right? I bet your women don't want to do that. You see what I mean?
You're a trash card, man.
Yeah. Trash bag for my man. That's my man. And you're jealous. You're jealous that you can't get it. You're mad that there's not a woman that comes on here and says, baby, come in my fucking throat. Yeah.
You can hear it in your voice.
Yes,
when she's smiling.
baby, I would love it.
Reggie, you look stressed out, man.
And guess what? And you will never have a woman that will ever want to do that for you. Yeah.
Oh no,
Don. And guess what? Whether he says it in real life or not, he's going to do it.
Say this stuff to Don Osman and see what happens. Don.
Yeah.
What's that?
Done.
What was that hand action? What was that hand action?
And your women want to sit in the,
that sounds getting mad. If you're doing like a gag reflexing or something like that, what's that?
Eunice, you've not even come in your life, let alone. Alright, okay.
No.
I'm talking about men.
What? Pardon?
How you feeling right now, Rich?
Rich,
how you feeling right now? Reggie, how you feeling right now, bro?
Reggie,
keep both your hands above waist height, please, Reggie.
Excellent, yes.
Reggie, what's the left hand?
What would Christ do? What would Christ do, Reggie?
Reggie, I'm getting a bit worried, man. Where's the left hand?
Man refuses to show his left hand, you know.
Why am I trying to wipe it on his jumper, man?
Listen, you lot are hilarious, man.
Reggie, look into my eyes, babe.
Oh
no, here we go.
Stop doing that, Reggie. Stop.
My eyes, are you
Touch your face with the same hand, Reggie. No, you're mad.
Wait. Shush.
yeah. Don't worry about him. Eunice.
Split screen them.
Go on, me and Reggie.
Yeah, go on.
I think we make it good.
I reckon.
Oh my.
Oh my. Go on,
What's going on
Reggie.
here? Oh.
No, I want to see
Oh
me and
my
Reggie.
god. Oh, I see what they want. Oh, hello, cat. Yes,
Hi.
it's not even like.
No, it's not like that, but they want us to you know.
To form a bond.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I heard you're Nigeria, so it just went out the window. I thought actually you were East African. I really thought you were Sudanese.
Oh
You look
no.
exactly like one of my uncles. I was like, he's Nigerian. I was like, oh wow.
Is Nigeria a problem? Is Nigeria got a bad reputation?
I have Nigerian cousins all the way through me. So
You got Nigerian cousins?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
how does that work?
my auntie was married to a Nigerian, and she had Nigerian children.
Oh, okay.
So not, secondary. So
Okay. Was your husband Sudanese? Your ex-husband, was he Sudanese?
no.
Was your current fiance Sudanese?
My current fiance is American.
Oh, okay. All right.
My ex was Yemenis.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm a Nigerian through and through.
I would never thought you were Nigerian. I swear to God, I would never look at you and be like, but lookership is probably something we shouldn't do.
But then some people look at you and say, "Oh, you're not fully African," or you're not.
I get it all the time. Yeah.
And what?
No, I wouldn't take you out of Africa, but I would say I wouldn't assume that you were West African. I would say more so that you were East African.
Oh,
just the way that you look. For me, I get East African all the time, or I get you're not African.
So why are you?
I get a lot of different shit, but that's extreme. I would never take you out of Africa. Do you know what I mean? I would say you're East African, but for me, I found a lot of the time people say, "Oh, you're not African," or
Oh, well, and that offends you, I guess, from the last few experiences.
Yeah, it does. It offends me a lot. That's why I don't fuck with a lot of people. Yeah.
Tell me, how long have you been like drinking regularly and consistently like this? I'm gonna give you a lecture now.
Drinking?
Yeah, like
I would say only time I drink is when I come online.
Why?
Mm.
Am I spoiling your fun now?
No, it's more fun.
Is it?
Yeah, when I drink, it just allows me to be a lot more free with what I say. You know, I don't have any, probably someone saying, "Oh, don't say that," or in my head saying, you know, I just say what I want to say.
Now, you know what? You said that you're married. You said you're engaged. You said that you got children.
Married, yeah. I'm engaged to be married.
You got children. You got a job.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, don't you worry about whether this content that you're, or this expression that you're expressing
Why
might
would
look.
I? Do you worry about that for yourself?
Of course. That's why
No. For me, when I come on here, people, like I said on, I think Jedi stream the last time I was on, I said I hope people understand that the way I behave on here is not who I am. People like you would never, ever in your life notice me. Okay?
Oh.
You would never know who I was.
Fair enough. What kind of
never Sniper, Mary, they would never know who I was.
So what is the real cat then? Is this the real cat
The
or
real cat? You will never know the real cat. The real cat, you will never know. This is why I said to them, the real cat is for me, my man, my family.
right?
You think you know it's a real cat. People are like, oh, cat is like a bitch. She wants to argue. She's like, you know, whatever you heard about me, right? That's not me. They wouldn't even know me. If they saw me, they'd be like, yo, cat. You'd be looking at me like, no. Like how I was today, very kind of calmish, but not. You're like, is that cat? Is that really cat? Do you know? But in real, I live in Northwest London. Come and talk to me. You would never realize.
North Wheezy. You're from the same area as Maku and Lady D.
Yeah, Lady D. Yeah.
The neighbors. You know, you might have to link up with Lady D one day and have a couple of.
Beat her ass when I see her.
Yeah. You share a lot in common. You know what I mean? You share a lot more in common than you think. North Wheezy.
Yeah. But that's how we are. That's how we are in London, and Africans in general. We just know how to, we fuck with each other like that. It's never that serious, it's just you guys perceive it to be something else. It's really not that deep. Who is that? Candyman. Oh my god. Why are you guys doing so much? Oh, you want to do all that? Okay. All right. I'm going to do all that. Now they want to put up the memes. Okay. I'm going to put up the real shit. Yeah.
Nah. All right. Reggie, you never asked no good questions, so you're rubbish.
That was some game, blood. Weak.
Rubbish, Reggie.
What question did you want to know, lady?
I think Cat intimidates him. He was scared.
It was like a job interview, man.
You start talking about other man and other girl. It doesn't make sense.
Do you think the teacher's gonna be jealous?
No, I'm always on code, brother. I have to stay on code. But the thing is, like, I didn't want to obviously make her feel a certain way. You know what I'm saying, like some people.
She was already feeling a certain way, bro.
How would you feel any kind of way about what?
Chatting about spunk and all this shit, bro. What could you do to her to make it?
Well, well, I get more spunk than you.
I mean, as a heterosexual man, like.
Did you see how small her bum was? No, it's much.
Yeah.
Sorry, is that multiple men spunk? Yeah.
Slender being, boy.
Or is it just only one man?
You said, look out. All right. Listen.
That's a hepatitis.
Imagine the screen protector's Reggie.
Okay. Yeah. A sniper.
What?
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this?
Get me.
I want you guys to no. However they want to take it is how I'm gonna give it. Okay. All right.
Is that
No.
all your own
Oh
hair?
no.
That all your own hair?
I beg you don't put my picture up there while this is going on.
Do I get man in trouble in that?
You get me?
Right. Hang on.
Man,
In trouble of what? I don't have any arse. I don't have any tears, right? Okay.
I know what. No one's a hostage here, you know. Yeah. Let me state that on the live stream, yeah?
Now I'll
Get
show you.
me?
Khan,
You want to jump off?
Khan.
Join Enterprise, yeah?
Khan, I'm coming up to where are you? Leeds, Leicester? Where are you at?
Who, Khan? Khan, where are you?
I'm talking to Khan, you. I'm talking to you, Khan, baby.
I thought you were, I thought you.
Are
had
you there?
Or have a
Khan
fiance.
is ready. Gladiators ready. You're ready, innit, Khan?
Let's, baby. I want to ask you, are you ready for some African? Put it on you. Like, are you ready for that?
Khan's been quiet for a while, man. He's been quiet for a while.
He's giving him a heart attack. He's coughing.
I'm looking.
Bruh, spat out his drink. Choked to the sausage. Pause.
I don't know what Khan was doing.
He crawled to the mute button. Fuck yeah. Whoa, Khan, what was you doing, bro?
In it, he was quiet for time and then he just choked.
What happened?
I did in the suit and I tried to spice it up.
But it went wrong. You know what? Sniper. But why is it that you guys, I think Lady D would do it. I think Mary, I think if you put it in the sense, it's like, it's just casual. It's just, no one cares.
What are you talking about sex?
No, I'm talking about like being who we are, like putting our image up. Like, who cares how we look? I've come up here looking like shit. I've not, but the other women, I want the other women to do that too. Like, just fuck with each other like that. I want you guys to fuck with each other. I think M Stacks, who have I seen? I've seen Sniper. I'm pretty sure I've seen Sniper. I have seen Trilluminati. Yeah. The first time I ever saw him. Yeah.
Kat. Remember, Kat, you are an ambassador for Sudan. Yeah. So
I'm not.
You are an ambassador. You're an ambassador for you were born there, you were raised there. Well, you said you were raised there. So you got to uphold, the customs and the behaviors and the mannerisms of someone that has come from.
Okay. Well, I would like you to know, Reggie, I've never portrayed myself as an ambassador of Sudan.
Imagine that was the ambassador.
They will kick my ass like to the curb. They were like, "Fuck you, bitch." No, okay. I don't have any affiliations with Sudanese, with their religion.
All right. Can I ask you a question, Kat?
Yeah, I get that you would wash your hands of maybe the religion, but you've come on here many times and said that you're Sudanese. You get what I'm saying?
Like, she don't even wash her hands.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I can't. Sorry, Eunice. I can't give up the fact that I was born in a specific place, and I identify as a certain. But for me, you have to understand me. I'm a very contentious.
Hold on a minute, yo, Eunice.
I don't. Number one.
I was going to say to Kat, I was going to ask Kat, how much do you drink?
Intimidation, fight up on a mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station. I fear the create.
How much?
Intimidation, fight.
Kat, how much do you drink?
Intimidation.
How much do you drink?
Yeah, move along, darling.
Yeah.
Well
done, man.
Like I told you,
Get you next time.
the last time we spoke, don't worry about the amount of alcohol that I partake in.
Drink some water though. Make sure you drink water too. Are you drinking water too? Drink some water, man.
You, baby.
Drink some water. Drink some water. Yeah.
Are you
Hydrate.
sure? Okay.
Excuse me?
I said.
Yeah, you need to drink water, because you're going to dehydrate.
You don't want me to be
dehydrate. If you drink so much caffeine or consume so much alcohol,
I'm only just drinking tonight, baby. Jedi, I'm not even drank that much. What the fuck?
Are you not worried about your liver? Your liver, your kidney and your liver, my dear.
She fall down.
You.
Fell off.
Fucking told you.
Reggie with the chat up line.
I need a replay of that, man.
How are you going to chat up a drunk lady? What are you talking about?
Like she didn't die, fam. Wow.
Off her head.
What did you do? Drop on the floor?
Yeah.
Didn't you see it? You missed it, Snow?
Don't worry, she landed safely, so don't worry.
Fell off the seat.
Oh, no. I think
Landed on her forehead.
I think she landed on her forehead, you know?
Yeah, that's
That was spiritual karma, man.
Did you hurt your forehead?
Did you hurt the floor?
No, I hurt my booty. Can you fix it for me?
Fix it, you know.
Oh, hang on. Yeah.
Your bum's flat though, cat, man.
Oh, now you don't want to show it. Now I'm like,
It's flat though.
Oh,
shit.
That's dead.
baby, that's why I
Black
need
tits
that.
are dead.
I need that black chick up there.
Yeah, you need a batty tuck. Something.
I need that.
A batty tuck.
Well,
Just stop doing that, man.
What's left?
Yeah, you should have been doing that.
You've been feeding the needy. There's nothing left.
Mad.
Mad. It's mad. It's mad.
That ass needs
It's mad.
It's not nice, yeah.
It's mad, you know.
It's mad.
Your butt is under construction.
Inside.
Roadworks, man.
Well,
Roadworks. A40 roadworks. North Circular Road.
And that's
Under construction.
I'll build on a national heritage site, man.
Kat, is that your natural hair like that?
Yeah. Your bottom's flatter than Lalibela.
Yeah, but look at my ass though. Don't worry. Yeah, my ass. Look at that.
There's nothing going on, man.
See it.
God.
Nothing going on but the rent.
Oh.
Oh, come on, man. Folks don't want to see it. Okay.
Nah, it's not enough. It's not
Even
enough.
the dog's like, right, where is it? Man.
The dog ate it, man.
Eunice, are you looking away, yeah?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
you're gay.
I need
Eunice,
Mashallah, Eunice. You're going to get rewards for that.
You know what I mean?
You get rewards.
Too human.
Know your gaze.
I'm
How are
going
you
to
looking away?
What are you doing, man? Sit down, man.
What is it?
I don't know what goes on in that kitchen, man. Don't ever eat out of Cat's kitchen. Whoever you are.
Pause.
Cat's kitchen, yeah?
What's she doing?
What are you doing? Drop him, man. Come on now, Cat. Chill out, man.
Fucking break her own neck, man.
Enough is enough.
Smacking her own ass.
Enough is enough, Cat. Go chill out, man. Chill out for a bit.
Yeah,
Go
no,
and play with your toys, man. Go and play with your toys.
Nah, man. She did.
Cat will be funny at a party, though.
She needs to drink some funny. Is that the word you're using for it?
I was running around with
Funny.
HIP, you know? Maxi.
Running around with what?
HIP.
HIP negative. Never got it.
Wow.
I'm trying to rinse my bars, man. And you're not dropping it right.
No, this is a real case. You know, in most cases, you can argue. This was a real case. Hepatitis, everything. All rolled into one.
Crazy. Hipidipidation.
Lady D.
Fire upon a Sudanese Arab, and it doesn't really work.
Who's like the male, like in terms of the levels of embarrassment, like our male equivalent to this girl on the chat, on the panels?
Oh,
we've had a few, man.
Trilluminati.
We've had a few. People do
Oh
mad things.
shit.
Trust me, man. There's a stream where man's camera come on, man was doing things with foil and that, bro. All sorts.
Who is that?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
You know the man them don't have no cameras.
What you say? What, House of Flying Dragons? Yeah, House of Dragons.
More like chasing there.
That was so much jokes. Oh my god, so much jokes. Now, Kat, listen, I'm gonna have to make an executive decision and make you chill out for a bit because you're doing too much, Kat. And to be honest, I don't like. If it was in private, we could entertain and have some laughs and whatever. Like, but it's a public stream, and I don't know, man. You might end up doing something you regret and something that I regret, something I don't really want. So
that's what I said. She's gonna do something.
You need to chill out a little bit. And that's why I keep telling you, sit down, like, relax. It's cool. You don't have to do all of that. Like, we got a little laugh, rare, but you're doing stuff. You're stumbling over. If you knock your head over or something, and you're just live on the live stream. What are we supposed to do?
MA, our clinical.
Do you know what she needs?
Would you say that this sister is undergoing some sort of mental?
Oh shit! You want to do that? I pause. Hey,
that's what I was talking to her. That's what you hear. What I was saying to her. I was talking to her. She's in the side bit or whatever, the waiting room. But anyway, man, let's just whatever. This is the thing, man. When you kick off the mad gal and that, you lot go all quiet and that. Fucking fascinating. What did you come on there to do, Don? You little perv. What did you come on there for?
Not look at the gal. Not look.
Come to take a ticket, did you?
Reggie was looking in it. Like, Reggie was looking, yeah.
Reggie, yeah, Black Christian. Didn't leave the quagmire. He loves it, man.
No, I was having a conversation. I wasn't lustful.
Giggity giggity.
No,
I wasn't lustful, but
giggity giggity. I'll go on.
Hello. So hang on.
Right, keep your camera off, yeah.
Speak for you, Reggie.
Why?
Nah, just keep
Why,
your camera
baby?
off. Cool.
Why, baby?
Because this is an audio thing right now. We're just doing.
Why, baby? Why?
What about your fiance? How is he going to feel about it?
No, I don't have a fiance. Jedi is my fiance.
No.
Oh my god, you're disowning him now. Your fiance.
Yeah, he is. So what?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's no sorry.
So did it end? Did the relationship end recently?
Hang on. What?
Did it end recently? The relationship?
What relationship?
You know, your fiance, the one you talk about, the YouTuber.
It's so funny that these virgins want to ask me about my relationship. Bitch, when you get your dick wet, then question.
Shut.
All I'm saying is, like, you know, you said you had a fiance.
I do. Okay, you come up, darling. Do you have a woman?
No. Turn your camera off.
I don't know why she keeps doing this shit, man.
Yeah, man. Like, you know what? Why she act like a stripper for anyway?
Hey, she's done for the night, man. No.
What did she do? Did she punch the camera just then? Did you see that?
No, she tried to, you know,
you saw her about to try and show some. You get me? About to try and show her windows quickly.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie though, it's not even an impressive cat, to be honest. Though.
Ooh.
I saw better ones anyway.
So better
you
ones.
ain't seen shit.
On the internet. I saw better ones yesterday on the internet.
Fucking liar.
Nah, he's got a whole hard drive full of them, innit?
I've seen better ones.
Oh gosh.
The horn got to take this L though, man. Big.
Yeah, Khan's still away, boy. Don't know what he's doing.
He said something about some soup people, or I don't know.
It was that cold word, bro. I don't know. What the fuck?
I didn't get what he meant.
You get me? I don't think anyone did.
I had something for Sarah, who was trying to say that they don't confiscate the passports, and she put that thing up.
Who confiscated passports?
One second, I'll get it up because
Crutella.
it's all about the TRILL, bro.
Well, go on.
Oh, fuck.
It was funny still.
Hi,
Well,
Crutella.
bro. That guy was funny, blood.
The girl was funny, bro.
Yo, too funny, blood. You know what? Yeah, hello. See the Don guy. When you said something to her, she just turned around and said to you, "Are you blood?" What, go on.
Big up.
Oh, let me 1 minute. And then you kicked her out. But it's good that you kicked her out because she's kind of moving wild, blood.
What's KO, man?
Yo.
This is serious method acting. When the method actors are in town, no one wants to speak. Excuse me, bro.
Why's everyone quiet, man? What's the new topic, man?
You're under arrest.
I got something for what's her name, Sarah, because she was trying to
Don't dread the girl out when she's not here.
say that what I was saying nonsense.
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, I reckon it was probably better. Yeah, that you'd speak to her if she was on the panel.
Yeah.
Sure.
Don't diss her when she's not here.
Speak to who? Speak to who?
That girl you want to diss?
I'm not dissing her.
Okay.
I'm just
say
saying what she said.
call her and say, yo.
I'm not dissing her. I don't know what you're talking about. But Sarah.
Yeah, you want to talk about a girl that's not here? That's what we're saying.
Who's breaking up? Is it me or him? You sound like you're breaking up, or is it me? Is he breaking up?
I'm billing a spliff. I just joined the panel.
So apparently, Sarah said, okay, passports are the property of the country that handed it out, and the owner must always keep it with them.
Here we go. Can you see this? This is a Islamic.
Which she wants.
This is an Islamic popular press website. Yeah. That obviously Sarah must be very familiar with. Al Jazeera. So you can't say it's an Islamophobe or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
That's a Kuwait. That's a Qatar. What do you call it? News media company, innit?
Yeah. So here we go. It says in this paragraph, results came from the Associated Press, published an investigation based on interviews with more than 24 expo workers about their grievances, including the payment of illegal recruitment fees, employers confiscation of passports, and inadequate food. So there you go. There, it's talking about a confiscation of passports, just like I said. But Sarah will tell you that she's got a business, therefore she seems to know everything about it. So, you know what I'm saying? That's the deal.
Reggie, that's not an
She ain't
Islamic.
here right now, though. You can't argue with someone that's not here.
It's not an argument.
If you're bringing up someone that's not in the building, then you're just
Sorry?
talking to yourself now. She ain't here. Is she here? This
Yeah,
woman
she's
is-
not present to actually, you know.
Yeah,
defend
like,
it.
let me defend
Sorry,
that.
Zelina, what did you say?
No point. Bring up a new topic, man. But some joke.
Defend what?
One sec.
We were talking about, we spoke about it earlier, and she said that she's got property in Dubai, and that's not the case. I just thought I'd show the deal. That was it.
Like, unless you're on delay, your brain is on delay. She's not here, bro. Like that's the point.
Or you're trying to
Alright.
bring her up here because you don't know how to, debate with her. Innit? That's why. Innit?
I don't know how to debate with her.
Because you want to get your first jab in it.
A cup of tea and chill out. You get me? All of a sudden he pipes up. That's mad. Allow it, man. Delayed reaction and that.
Am I delayed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
In your
wow.
debate, in your discussion, in life, you
In
delayed.
your mindset. Mentally delayed, bro.
Am I delayed? Am I delayed?
You just realized.
Nah, man, you're
just
fine.
delayed
You're
it.
fine.
Yeah.
Light bulb moment.
It's like a Chinese movie to you. You get me? Out of sync and that.
Okay.
Quickly, before we get to the game, Reggie, did you come to a conclusion last night whether you think like the Black Excellence thing that you're doing up is actually really popping up white supremacy, or did you like discard that and say nah, they're not one and the same, they're two complete different things?
How would it be propping up white supremacy? Oh, by being successful in a white country. Is that propping up? Is that what you mean?
No, because remember, IC3 was questioning you on how the Black Excellence could be tied and linked directly to white supremacy. So I was asking, did you come to a conclusion on what your stance was?
He didn't convince me that it's propping up white supremacy in a way. I get like he's I think he's trying to bring up the fact that even if you're successful, but you're still in this prison whereby white supremacy is global and it's the overall governing system, then you're still like, you're just helping the system. But still, like I say, you got one life to live, so you got to make the most of your time on the earth, and you got to realize that no matter, even if you're unsuccessful, how does that benefit the black community? If you're not excellent, how does that benefit the black community?
I mean, it's a very defeated mindset. If someone says, "Well, I'm in the white supremacist system, therefore, if I try anything, then there's something's holding me back and all that." I don't even have that type of mentality, you know, because that's mentality that's going to eventually take toll.
But only people of wealth and you know have obtained that level of comfortability can do these things and say these things. They're behind all of these organizations. So you hear this brother talking about white supremacy when he was immersed in it for major and a lot of his life, fully immersed. So only people in it, you know what I mean, can talk about it. Yeah, you know what? I've got a thing. The system is this and the system is that. Hold on. Let me get my cappuccino from my cappuccino machine. Blah, blah, blah. Like, bro, you've got a whole room dedicated to his thought process. Who could afford to do that?
Well, to be fair, I can't recall IC3's argument, but he is someone that is actually he's directly sorry.
Sorry to cut you. Yeah, just to give you a little jogging memory a bit. He was talking. Remember he was comparing it to the prison analogy. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And he was saying, like, if you're in the prison, what you're basically doing is making yourself comfortable within the prison. Do you remember? That's what he's saying. So think of white supremacy in prison. White supremacy.
Well, we established that black betterment and thing are the same thing, basically. They're just comfortable things within the system.
Right, that's IC3's point, but Reggie said he doesn't see the correlation.
No, because when we were talking to IC3, it seemed like all roads lead back to racism. So his life, everything around his life, the midpoint is racism. So anything you do, it has to evolve around racism. For the rest of us, I'm talking, so I don't know why you're interrupting. You do this all the time. Like, you can wait.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
For the rest of us, obviously, if we don't see life as some sort of prison whereby you can't be happy or whereby you can't be affluent, because someone else is doing something wrong somewhere else, or you're being governed by people that are wrong, then that's your own delusion. You know what I'm saying? For the rest of us, we celebrate excellence. You get what I'm saying? We celebrate our successes. We celebrate when we're able to maneuver and make progress in life. And that's what excellence is working towards. It's about excelling past the misdemeanors. And this is someone, by the way, IC3 is someone, by the way, who's very, very much ingrained within the system, because he said that he's receiving benefits, which comes from the same white supremacist system. And he said that he's also the recipient of a council property. You get what I'm saying? So these are all tools of white
supremacy. Reggie?
Oh, that's what he said before. That's what he said.
Anyway. On the assumption that he was a homeowner.
Yeah.
This is what happened yesterday, and I notice it's happening again right now. We are talking about a situation, but Reggie's now using a man's personal business to use a weapon to try and make an argument, and that's disgusting, Reggie. I literally sat quiet last night and watched you try and tear IC3 apart, and you know the severity behind his condition. Like, this is mental health. You don't ramp with that, innit?
Right.
And the thing is, Reggie, he's actually been like held by the government. So when he's talking to him, it is serious. Yeah, I mean, you're joking about it and clowning to make your point relevant.
I can't agree, Lady D. Lady D, last night, I think him and Reggie had a decent conversation. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Nah, Reggie was mocking him.
No, Reggie was mocking, and if you don't want to be honest, bro, I suggest you say you. Reggie was mocking.
I'm just giving my point of view, and I'm saying from my point of view, I didn't see him mocking, man. And if some of those statements came up because I said them, right, I made the point.
Yeah, no one's saying you weren't mocking him as well.
No, it's not a mocking thing. if a man said it already. Everything I'm saying, I said he said.
He said it. He's comfortable with saying it. He's
But
not.
Math, he said it first.
But
Right,
Reggie,
but
like
hold on,
you use the information you obtain to fight your point.
madam.
But Mac, I'm not even talking to you, bro.
Have known about it if it was not 2 weeks ago on my stream that it all came out, right?
Yeah.
Mac, I don't know what you're talking about because Mac, listen, brother, stop right there. IC3's already revealed this all a year and a half ago on the Belly show and
I'm
on
not on
the
there.
show.
I'm not on there. I'm talking about my shit. I'm talking about my shit the other day. So you're talking about last year. I'm talking about the other day. You understand? The other week, like less than a fortnight ago, we was having this conversation, deep and things, solutions, blah blah blah. We was talking about one thing. I'm saying, bro, uncle, you're a bit tweaky and da. Then boom, tells us the whole story.
He's quite open and honest about what he's going through.
Wife and his first house and selling his house and then getting this new place and buying it outright and then living and whatever up to the present time. So I don't know what you're doing. Yeah,
I'm talking to Reggie what I'm doing, and bro, you're interrupting our conversation.
Hold on. That's how you have a conversation. When you have a conversation with man, yeah, sometimes you base it on things they say.
Which is what I was doing until you interjected. Can somebody help me out here? Was I not talking to Reggie? Who interjected into me and Reggie's conversation talking about that's not true? You, Maku. I'm talking to
but
Reggie.
I'm saying what you're saying that Reggie mocking was not true. And even what
in your opinion.
Well, the thing is,
hold on. Sorry. It was just based on the conversation. That's why he wasn't upset or anything. Yeah. If anything, he was more dissuasive about giving the answer again. Do you get it? Because people made up such a no, you can't say that. Well, answer.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. MA was there. Mary J was there. We were continuing the conversation.
IC3.
And he wasn't.
Don't make me seem like I'm saying things that you never said. I wouldn't do that. So if I'm not doing that, Reggie's not doing that, and Reggie started to break it down and they had a decent conversation, right? So I'm not gonna have man was mocking IC3.
All right, but let don't get involved. Let Lady D have a conversation with.
No, it's all good. Maku's got this, man. That way.
Well, I'm just saying, it wasn't a mocking thing, but you can go on still. That's the only thing I disagree with. Especially,
I don't feel I was mocking. I don't feel I was mocking.
I didn't think he was mocking him either.
Oh, gosh.
And you're usually taking the piss. I know when Reggie's taking the piss, and he wasn't taking the piss.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? It was genuine.
And Khan is a very false
medication. We didn't even get to the medication.
Lady D, man, come off mute, man. Don't come. Let me hear what you're saying, man.
Sorry, Reggie.
Talk to us.
Who's that?
I'm good, bro. I'm good. Go, Reggie. Tell your thing. You're saying about
Reggie's mocking. You know Reggie's mocking. Break it down.
No, I know he's mocking, but Maku said he's not. But Reggie, you said about IC3.
What Maku said. Why are you worried about that? Just say what you
no, I want Reggie to continue.
Everyone's got their own opinion, man.
Their own point of view, man. Yeah,
exactly.
That's his line, right?
And I was in the middle of mine until I was interrupted yet again. But Reggie, continue. You were saying about IC3.
Yeah. I was just asking him questions because I feel like his story is quite intriguing, and obviously some people. I think it was either this on Jedi show or maybe Maku's some weeks, maybe a month or so ago, where I first heard it. Because obviously you said it happened years ago. He's disclosed it. Maybe to some people here it's not new, but when he disclosed it to us, I found it intriguing. And of course, some people were disputing whether they feel like it was a correct diagnosis. Now, Lady Divine, by the way you're talking, it sounds like you're very much convinced that the guy does have mental health issues. But for me, from speaking to him recently, he's not convinced. He feels like the whole thing was a sham, that he's been wrongfully done. And so I'm kind of in between. I'm not trying. Why would I mock him? He's kind of like, he even when you speak to him, he's not as aggrieved as Khan and you seem to be. It's almost like he feels as if there's something wrong with us.
Passive is Reggie. Do you know what passive aggressive is?
Yeah.
Right, so if you play back this show last night, you claim you weren't mocking, and you got cheerleaders claiming you weren't mocking. Could you clearly hear when IC3 was saying it's all right, Carol continue to mock me? Do you hear him say that a countless amount of times throughout the conversation?
No, to be fair, Lady D,
that means he did feel some type of way then, right?
To be fair, there might have been a point where I might have missed, but we continued the conversation, even to the point where the show got locked off and we were still talking. So if he was really agreed, he would have, you know, made it a bit more clear. He would have continued the conversation because we were carrying on talking about it. That's very unusual for someone who's being mocked. So we were even MA is in the chat. We don't agree on much. He would tell you the same thing. MJ as well. You know that I'll go back and forth with MJ. She would tell you the same thing.
MJ
You know what I'm saying?
stopped you a few times herself. I stayed on mute the whole time. The whole, even when Jen came on the panel, that I stayed on mute and then I came off, right? I listened to the whole way the conversation was going. MJ said to you, but Reggie, that's not fair. You can't be doing. MJ pulled you up a few times. Even MA jumped on and pulled you up and said, but Reggie, I don't know what you're trying to do here. That is the exact words MA used. But I'm the only one seeing it though, yeah? Cool.
Yeah, Waterford, that's back. You don't even know.
MJ's in the chat. I don't know what she's gonna say. Maybe she's gonna be a bit in between, but no, I think we have to move past it. Maybe we'll just agree to disagree.
There's a distinct lack of self-consciousness going on here.
I felt it was a good line of questioning, and it's very rare for Reggie to even thing. But it was like, I could say the mocking bit was like at first, right? Because when he brought the subject, he didn't go direct at him. He just said, "Oh yeah, so is this why they gave you certain diagnosis?" All of a sudden, there's voices, other voices, and I think that's what gas up the situation and would make a man feel away. All the other voices saying, "Oh yeah, no, you can't say that about IC3." IC3 saying, "No, it's cool. Why? Because we discussed this already."
What's
now
really horrible?
Other
What's
people
really
are
horrible about Reggie is when he's
about
talking, even in a
medication.
serious situation, you can hear him laughing, and he shouldn't get involved in serious situations if he's going to laugh. And
No,
he
I
don't
thought
do it
that's
on
what you
purpose.
were
It's
doing.
just how he speaks, like he's embarrassed or whatever it is. But you can hear him laughing.
Bro,
You can hear it.
You can't hear laughter, like, bro.
You can't hear laughter.
And smiling or thing, because he wasn't laughing. He's having a conversation. So in that way, you're saying he's sniggering or he's, you know what I mean? He's got a smile on his face while he's talking to IC3. I don't know how you can see
The
that.
irony is, I actually one thing about my conversation with him, is that I was quite straight with him. Like I won't outright call someone crazy or mad because that's just offensive. But I would say that I told him as well that I think the diagnosis is probably accurate, and we just agreed to disagree. That's not me mocking him or insulting him. That's just my opinion, and he receives it in a good way. You get what I'm saying? And if anybody was to say likewise to me on something, I'll just agree to disagree. But
you know what I found interesting, the way that it went from that, and then we kind of more went into the medication, right?
Yeah.
Picking up the medication,
It was an interesting subject.
For me, which I didn't know before, was
he gets injections.
He is on medication.
Yeah.
I did not know.
So he's on. He said it before.
He obviously lets them medicate him.
He mentioned it before.
Right. And that conversation was interesting as well.
Of course it was
people,
interesting.
especially MA, was like, no. Like, bro, you shouldn't be taking this, and you know what I'm saying? And you make them do this to you and blah, blah, blah. And then it went to the job thing and how he got fired and, you know?
He brought up some interesting things that are gonna, like, some people will learn a lot from it because some people are in denial. But apart from, he's definitely not
in denial of what? What's
an element of denial? But at the same time, he's able to speak openly, which is a positive thing. Because some people here don't even speak positively about something.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he mentioned his medication. It was very interesting, and this is why I asked him certain questions. Interesting that he doesn't even know what his medication is for. So when we looked it up, it said it's for things like schizophrenia, paranoia.
Yeah, but paranoia comes under schizophrenia. Paranoia comes under schizophrenia.
No, it's different from paranoia, schizophrenia.
I know it's different, but the branch
really
of illnesses that we're talking about.
So you have to interrupt me to say that.
This is what I want to point out when I'm observing. This is what I want
Compared
to
to
point
what
out.
he was diagnosed with, I mean, did that medication warrant that? You know what I mean? What he was prescribed with, or what they said he had.
Yeah.
Does that go together?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, but how do we know? Yeah, it could be.
He's got paranoid delusions.
I'm saying
schizophrenia.
What I was saying, it was like,
hold on. When you're talking about somebody with mental health, and if the symptoms of mental health could be maybe distortions in perceptions of reality and things like that.
Yeah,
when they're
augmented
recounting
reality.
their story, the size of the pinch of salt you got to put with this without access to medical records or even being there, whatever, is phenomenal. Yeah, because you ain't gonna know which little detail might be something that might not be completely as it seems, right? So in terms of when he's talking about what got him even put in, that's from his perspective. From the outside perspective, we might have been all saying, "Wow, my man's nuts."
No, not
and he's
not
thinking,
us.
"Oh, it's just to do with the book or something."
No.
Do you know what I'm gonna say?
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
we don't know what awareness, self-awareness he has. He like on reflection, because from his perspective, there's absolutely nothing wrong with him.
yes, and I believe so as
Right?
well.
And
Can I say this, Jed?
yeah, but I hear you.
No,
But
I
the
want to say,
level of
I actually want to say
medication
something
and
in full thought,
supervision,
though.
the level of medication and supervision and intervention and all of that that he supposedly had and gone through
Is a lot.
is not very likely that he doesn't have some serious
Yeah.
whether it's being
Yeah.
dealt with in the right way is different, but he must be displaying some shit, something. And if it's to do with this racism, and we know that's all he really talks about, imagine without the medication.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
So to be honest, bro, if that's my uncle getting up in all that outfit and all that rare, there's something's not like. I'll be real with you. I used to think
You'd be worried.
He's a nuts man, not like nuts like
Dangerous,
completely psycho or whatever. But yeah, I definitely go down to the park, and he's one of them characters where you just think, yeah, you know, he's probably not got much going on. He's a bit fucking loose. Do you know what I mean? But harmless, whatever.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. That's how I know him to be. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, can I say something now?
I do.
Yeah, go on, Lady D.
No, I can't.
Go on, Lady D.
Thank you. So what I was going to say is I taught you to notice exactly what has happened. I came on and I asked Reggie, I asked him, did he come to a conclusion of his conversation last night? Immediately, without Reggie even getting to the actual question at hand, what was your conclusion about supremacy, white supremacy, and black excellence? He immediately comes back and talks about IC3, and that's the piss take I'm talking about. Because rather than fight your own argument about black supremacy, white supremacy and black excellence, you want to throw IC3 under the bucket and then use him as your talking point. Now you've got the whole bloody panel discussing IC3's mental health. Like I don't see your bullshit. And then when I call it out, people gonna stand up here and tell me that, oh, it's not an issue. It is an issue because Reggie does this consistently. And I just want everyone to recognize what I'm pointing out here. Go on, Reggie.
As that being one of the points that he used it as a distraction, then I can agree with that, definitely.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I was trying to highlight, the mocking thing that he does, and he does it deliberately. Go on,
Reg. I wasn't mocking, but yeah, if you're going to ask me about whether I feel, I think I answered that though, about the white supremacy. I feel like you still have an option, basically. You can either be very unsuccessful and just complain about things, or you can be very successful and excel within whatever system you want to call it. You get what I'm saying? Because some people don't identify as white supremacy. Some people say it's just a spiritual warfare that we're facing out there and things are challenging. But whatever system you want to call it, you can still be successful and you'll be classed as excellent. You get what I'm saying? It's just as simple as that.
Reggie, can it be both? Can it be white supremacy and spiritual warfare?
Yeah, for me, like all these white supremacy come under the bandana of a demonic system. You get what I'm saying? It's not even like
brilliant. So therefore, as a black man, hold on, as a black man, would you not agree it's your religious, spiritual duty to fight against the evil spirits of white supremacy, psychologically, emotionally, politically, etc.?
Yeah, of course.
Brilliant. So you agree with IC3? And that's actually. No, is that black excellence? Hold on, is that black excellence to be fighting against it? Is that a way towards
No. Black excellence is not to do with you're fighting against white supremacy. It's about how it's celebrating your own excellence in particular fields, particular areas, how you excel in particular industries. You get what I'm saying? It's not about you're fighting or you're campaigning against white supremacy.
So you can be an excellent. You can be an excellent participant in the white supremacist system. Are you saying that as well, Reggie?
Yes.
You can be an excellent participant. What do you mean?
No, let's put it in your spiritual terms. So you're saying in the pits of hell on this earth, so to speak, where the demonic forces reign and control everything, you're saying you can still have spiritual black excellence by being comfortable and conforming to the demons and whatever else of white supremacy, yeah?
Of course.
By conforming. It's not. This is why I give example. You're acting as if it's only people that make it that conform, or people that, you know what I'm saying, that people that don't make it I'm not making it because they don't conform. It's ridiculous. Like, it's nothing to do with conformality. It's about making yourself successful in a, like the rose from the concrete. That's what someone says. You get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Pace is hard, but you're still able to like reach the sun. You're still able to grow.
Okay, Reggie. What I'm saying is this. Reggie, what I'm saying is this. It's all nice to say that now, that the people who are looking at black excellence as intertwined with collective black freedom and collective black justice. Now you can talk about, well, we can be millionaires and billionaires now. We can do this business and that business. Only because certain other people fought and sacrificed and focused on black freedom as a whole and as a collective. Do you understand?
Were they not excellent as well? Was Malcolm X not excellent? Was he not a very learned man?
Exactly. This is my point is the thing that made his success black excellence was because it was never separated from the pro-black freedom ideology and movement.
So only those people that are pro-black are black excellence. The ones that don't even bother with politics, they're basically out of the fold of black excellence. There's only people that are freedom fighters.
And of course, because if you're saying, let's put it back in your spiritual realms, if you're saying white supremacy represents the demonic forces of the devil and evil, right? So the only alternative is black excellence would be the fight for freedom within the demonic world to try and make sure there is no demonic world.
My brother, we don't just fight against white supremacy. We fight against the spirit of lust. We fight against the spirit of theft. We fight against the spirit of deception.
That is,
you know what I'm saying? There's so many different demonic spirits. It's not just white supremacy.
Hold on, bruv. That is supported by the ethos of the white supremacy system. It's not.
No, it's not. It's not only just down to white supremacy. Like you always talk about Sonny Savage Monkey Beast. What's that got to do with white supremacy?
That was years ago, man. Forget that, man.
Don't try. You're a real diverter. You're not drawing me with that, right? As I was saying,
brother, you have been wrestling in Speaker's Corner. You are well famed. You have been well known for fighting against
diversion,
brother.
We're talking about your spiritual system that you just described. You agreed white supremacy. You agreed white supremacy. You agree white supremacy.
Bro, you know I haven't heard that in ages. You know.
I haven't heard that as well. I'm not gonna lie there.
Man, calling card.
Reggie, don't try, right? We're saying that it's disrespect to the people of the past that fought for our freedom and justice, right? And especially when you put it in the clothes of spirituality and demonic systems versus, pure spirit or good spirit, angelic, whatever you want to call it. So therefore, if the tentacles of these demonic forces spread everywhere. So for instance, if this system makes it lawful, encourages in every media avenue for you to do things that are demonic, and that is inseparable from the white power system and structure, then it's inseparable from white supremacy. Do you understand that? Reggie, do you understand that?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I just think that...
Man, go on, say it. Black excellence is a arm of white supremacy.
Oh, Lord.
It's comfortability.
Reggie's version of it.
Hold on, in the white supremacist regime. Yes, because everybody they brought for the Black Excellence video, from Stormzy, big up Stormzy, is a person who has kind of sold their soul for
establishment.
So
Stormzy's video is come after the movement of Black Excellence, and it's even when you type into Google, the video doesn't come up. This is a movement.
You're caping for the other side of Black excellence. The people who are going about their day to day, they've made their money, they're doing what they're doing, they've got their plans to send money back home and do all of these type of stuff. Red, black, and green. If they
squeeze that devil out.
You get it? So I'm saying there's two sides to the Black excellence thing.
Shaitan is in my nose.
With the mockery, man. He's always mocking. That bar was cold, man. That was cold.
You probably got it from that dirty dog. That what do you call it? What terrier was that? Nah,
that's Doberman.
Oh fuck.
Doberman.
A brown-nosed Doberman,
Brown Doberman.
Oh no.
Nah, bullshit.
No. This belief.
Anyway.
You can still have black excellent people within a system of white supremacy.
But
It's
listen
just
to what you said. Black excellent people. You're saying that there's excellent people who just happen to be black. Like their blackness is the defining feature underneath a white supremacist agenda. You're not seeming to realize that. Like if you agree that your defining feature is your skin color, then that means you're fine with white supremacy. You're fine with it.
who said that you have to be? Who said no one says that they're fine with white supremacy. People are saying that okay, the Nigerians that they showed in the video, for example, came from Nigeria. They had a very tough life in Nigeria. They decided that they were going to move there with their qualifications. They asked for 1% of the population that they want to pick from, who are excellent and who have like some sort of good financial resources, to move to America and come and study. And when they studied there, they started to do better than a lot of the other foreigners, or they started to do better than some of the people that even somewhat generationally been there for longer. And they're saying that these people are excelling. They're excelling. They're doing well.
I think Reggie's being very
and they're performing. And when they perform, instead of black or African people to be aspiring to be like these people, aspiring to be able to like work towards what these people are doing, because that is what the freedom fighters and a lot of these revolutionaries that Black Telek is talking about work towards. They work so that we could have opportunities in the top jobs, because we weren't being given that, and that's why they protested. And now we've been given opportunities to do it, and people are actually fitting the criteria because they're working hard to fit the criteria. And they're
Reggie, why do you never Reggie when you're giving
playing down their achievements and saying no?
Sorry, Reggie. When you're telling us about black excellence, Reggie, when you're telling us about black excellence, why do you never use a so-called freedom fighter as your example ever?
Freedom fighter. Why I'm not? You see what you know why I don't use them as an example? Because I'm more interested in current affairs. I'm not interested in 50 years ago Malcolm X said this. Or
no, there are people that are fighting today. People are fighting today. People are fighting today. People are fighting today.
Who?
Yeah. What do you mean who? You're just not looking for them, bro.
Should I use you as an example? Should I use
you
MA?
You can use Kemi Seba, for example.
Are they Pan-Africans?
Kemi Seba's a Pan-Africanist, yeah. Didn't IC3 get sacked for having a book?
I don't know. Who's this Kemi? What is Kemi Seba fighting for? What has she done for me?
It's a he, first of all.
Okay, Kemi.
I would Kemi. Pan-Africanism alone.
Kemi Seba, yeah.
I wouldn't
Kemi,
have a look.
K-E-M-I.
Is it he? Yes, man. I'm saying it's a guy. That's not his real name, innit? It's not his original name. He changed his name. The point of the matter is, right?
Sorry, you do know that in Nigeria, K-E-M-I is.
I know, man.
Shut your mouth, man. Shut your mouth. We're having an African topic conversation. You're coming to interrupt again.
He done this last night too. He did
this is nonsense, because he'll go and send for Jupiter in the other breath as well. So whatever.
The hypocrisy of Reggie just keeps on playing out. But go on.
I know. Anyway, the point is, I was gonna ask you, what does white excellence look like in your opinion?
I've not really looked at white excellence. I mean, maybe you could answer that for me, but I don't.
No, you. Cause I don't adhere to that label.
I'm a black man, and I look for black people to do better than the position they are. And that's.
Are you just saying? Is it just?
Let me land. That's what a lot of our freedom fighters in the past that you look like to refer to all the time have been looking for. And now when we see
by whose standard, Reggie? Who's got the medals and the trophies?
The non-African demon is speaking again.
Who's the one giving out the medals that you're fighting for?
Now we see a lot of black people doing well. We have black people saying, "Oh, what is this? You're not even achieving anything. You're just."
It's just simple. Hold on, Reggie. Here's the point. Reggie. Sorry, Reggie. This is the point. Yeah, this is the point. I understand now. Yeah, that in one sense, you're just thinking about the ability to excel expectations, right? I think that there's a part of what you're saying black excellence is, which just is defined by that, the ability to excel expectations, or the allotted whatever, the cards you were dealt, or what have you, right? Within whatever system. But then I would say that there are freedom fighters and people in other walks of life that are not don't end up wealthy, but they excel in their scenarios too. But you're not looking for those people. Do you understand? You're not really checking for anything outside of material wealth as a measure of someone excelling.
all these people that you're going to bring up.
But is that accurate? But is that just tell me?
Of
Is
course,
that
it's not accurate,
or not?
brother. Because all these people you.
Okay, so where are all the examples of people that are excelling that are not don't have material wealth as their measure of success? Where are they in your examples,
brother? If you type in black excellence, and I'm not going to do it this
where
time.
are they in your example?
Usually, my brother, and just maybe there's something wrong. You keep interrupting me. Usually, I would go and screen share it. But if you just type in black excellence, you'll see a number of articles, and you'll see lists of black people, non-famous, that will come up that are not famous, but obviously you're not interested in these people. So all you think of is Stormzy. Oh, this person that was a musician. Oh, Jay-Z.
Bro, you've never shown me anything. You've never shown me.
If you can't be bothered to do your research and find
no, stop with the you lot business. Stop with the you lot business. I told you that. I told you to stop doing that the other day. Don't do the you lot thing. I'm talking to you though, Reggie.
Let's show some good African decorum, brother.
Listen, forget that. I'm talking to you.
Let's show some good African.
Stop doing the you lot thing. You've never shown me anything other than material acquisitions. People that have acquired material wealth and all this type of stuff. You've never shown me anything other than
that.
Where is that in your examples?
I barely even show you anybody, to be honest. I've never come on here
Michael Jordan.
Reggie, we know what it is, isn't it? Even when you look, forget about anyone else. What about yourself? When you were showing black excellence, I told you this before. What did you do? You showed me your fucking trainer collection and your fucking shirts and shit and whatever. Like, where is that? Can you not? What do you excel in other than that?
What do I excel in?
Yeah,
I excel in my profession, my brother. I excel as well in my.
So you're a leader in your field, yeah?
I'm a leader in my field. I'm a leader Sorry?
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you
I'm a
excelling?
leader in my field. I'm a leader in my field, my brother.
That's bullshit, man.
I am very much a leader.
No. You don't have to say it's bullshit. Just you can get him to prove it, innit? You don't have to say it's bullshit.
We'd know him, innit? We'd know who he is already. Like we know who Michael Jordan is.
And I'm part of a unified organization that is very much excelling in what it's doing. So yeah, my brother.
Okay, let's look at the reality here.
My thing is that you can't bring up these people like Kemi, whatever you said the person's name is, and just because they did a campaign for
who said that I didn't even tell you nothing about what they do.
My brother, calm down.
Stop mocking the guy, bro. I'm not gonna calm down. Yeah, you and your little sophistry, little pussy old self.
Calm down, brother.
No, forget that. No one. Hold on. What did I tell you? What he did or what he does? Did I tell you?
No, but brother, you're
okay. Did I tell you what he did? Yes or no?
No, you didn't.
Right. So then, why are you trying to insert something that wasn't said?
No, but you insinuated.
What campaign did he do? Sorry, what campaign did he do? Sorry, what campaign did he do, Reggie?
I don't know nothing about him, brother.
Well, then shut your mouth then.
I don't know anything about him, but I'm saying
that
you can't bring up these names, yeah, of random people that I don't know. Nobody else really know. And even if we did,
you asked me.
You can't expect us.
You asked me. You're a donut, man. You asked me for a name, and I gave you a name, innit?
But brother, you can't expect us to like.
No, I don't expect you to know. You asked me for a name, and I gave you a name because you can't give me none.
Yeah, exactly. I can't.
You can't give me anybody else. Yeah, outside of someone that has acquired material wealth, you can't give me no one, bro.
Of course I can, but you wouldn't know who they are.
Give me someone now.
Sorry, can we make a broader conversation of this? Because
of course,
I'm thinking like, are freedom fighters a good example of black excellence or anything like that? Is that?
Well, first of all, Sniper, that definition is, as far as I'm aware, the definition lies with Reggie.
No,
I'm trying to understand what he means by black excellence.
It doesn't lie with me. Yesterday I brought up the black excellence definition, and you lot didn't really look at it. But
there's two words here: black and excellent, right? Now either you're talking about excellent people who happen to be black, or you're talking about black ideology or black mentality leading people to excel, right? So if you're excelling because you're black, that's very different from excelling and you just happen to be black. Now, I'm not black and I'm not excellent, but I can tell the difference between black excellence, what Reggie is saying, and black excellence, what Shakara would say.
You haven't heard Shakara's opinion on black excellence.
Brother,
you do this all the time, brother. Stop trying to
listen to what I'm saying to you. Do you believe that black as an ideology can lead you to excel?
You're a demon, brother. You're a demon. You come on here and you start talking.
You excel in your blackness.
You're a demon. You're coming in and speaking for
people. I'm saying to you. Did the words that's coming out my mouth resonate in your cerebellum?
You're coming on here. You're speaking for Shakira. Shakira's not even here, and you don't know what Shakira would say. So just
Blood,
leave
you
it.
just spoke for
All right,
Lady D then. Forget
I spoke
Shakira.
for
Lady
Shakira.
D. Lady D's here right now.
She can speak for herself, my brother.
I'm sure she knows the difference between excellence that happens to be within black people that live in America, who just happen to be black. Their blackness is what? Skin color. Or when we're talking about blackness as in people's ideology, their belief system, their self-belief, their roots in their African heritage as blackness, leading them to excel in that field. That's a completely different
Do you
issue.
understand that, Reggie? What Khan's saying? Yes or no?
But he's talking. I understand what he's saying. Yes, yes, I understand what he's saying. But it's rubbish.
So okay, no. Whether it's rubbish or not, you understand it, right? So
Yeah.
the question is, which one fits into your definition of black excellence?
None of them.
Predictable answer. Okay, you know what? I don't want to hear your explanation. Yeah.
If it's predictable, I don't know why you not do that. You ask me a question and then you want a particular answer, and if you don't get a particular
No, we're
answer,
hoping that you're going to be genuine sophistry and that.
yeah, but I don't agree with his. I don't agree with his boxing. Okay, then you have to.
Brother, there's only two words in the equation.
Yeah.
Either you put one in front of the other, or you put the other one in front of the other.
So,
It's either gonna be one way or the other.
It's true. It's true, Reggie. You can't really escape that.
What that? Sorry, say the first one. Say the first one again.
No.
Okay, don't say the first
I'm not
one.
even
Fine.
speaking for your benefit. I'm speaking
Sorry?
for MA and Sniper and Lady D.
Okay, fine. That's all right. We'll move on.
Okay, Reggie, what does the black in black excellence mean? You know, it sounds like a stupid question, but what does it mean?
The black is symbolic of the person, right? The person of African heritage, generally.
Okay. All right. And what does the excellent in excellence mean?
Excellence is. I'm looking at the definition now. Maybe I'll put it on. I'll put it on the screen. I can put it on the screen.
Man said he's looking at the
man's whole ideology. He now needs to revise it and
I'm looking for a definition that will be palatable for most people.
No, it doesn't need to be palatable. It needs to be what you believe in, bro. What do you believe? What is when you're saying excellence? What is it?
I've described excellence many times, and you don't seem to understand it.
I haven't heard it. Sorry, I haven't heard it.
I don't recall, Reggie, brother. Can you do it again? One more time.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. We're listening.
Here we go. Let's go to one of our most eloquent black brothers or sisters.
Man's religious doctrine now. Yeah, okay.
Religious. This is not religious. This is from your Pan-Africanist people, brother. Can you not see the fist thing?
That's not me, mate. That's not me. That's not my thing.
These are your Pan-Africanist, brother. See, I'm not going into the mainstream people that you don't hate, like going to the celebrities and these people that make money. I'm going to Pan-Africanists.
Sorry, Reggie. The question was about the word excellence. Yeah, you're going to give me a broad. You're going to give me. Sorry. You're going to give me a broad interpretation of this term, black excellence, and I'm trying to pin down the details.
I think I'm going to give you a broad interpretation
because this thing is not going to tell me what it means by black or excellent.
No, I'm trying. Brother, you're trying to break the word down into
brother, you're lost. Just to answer the question, and it's easier.
I think you're the one who's lost, brother. You want to know what black excellence is, and there's
I want to know what. No, we already established what black is in your interpretation. Yeah, you said it's someone of African descent. No problem. Yeah. So now I'm asking you, what is excellence? You had to go and draw. Why couldn't you answer it the same way you answered black?
No, because I think it's simpler if we get a clear definition than me to give you a definition. Then you say, "Oh, but you said this, but you said that." No,
definition though, it's clear.
I'm an educated man, my brother. I'm an educated man. So what I do is I get you a clear definition rather than you guys.
You're an educated man, so you're gonna go and get someone else's words. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Why not?
Defined it. You know that, Reggie, right? Every person's got different definition for certain aspects.
Sorry.
Of things. Every
Can
person.
I ask you a question? Reggie, are you a Pan-African?
No, I'm not Pan-African. No.
So, is there a reason you're using Pan-African sources?
Yeah, because despite this, or number one, because obviously this.
And when a man just asks you about what excellence means, in the term black excellence that you subscribe to, and you aspire to, he asks you what black means. You describe that. He's asking you what excellence means, and you've gone to a Pan-African site and you want to pull up some. I'm confused, Reggie. Come on, bro.
No, I actually bought, Brother Jedi. I bought this definition up yesterday when they asked the same question, and obviously MA was there, but he chose not to let it sink in. And now I brought up the same definition again today, and hopefully it will stick in this time. So,
So
that they're
why,
asking us.
if you're not Pan-African, why are you using Pan-African sources?
Because
Ideology.
because this specific point of black excellence is not one that's just a lot of Pan-Africanists do agree with it. Obviously, there are Pan-Africans like MA that don't agree with it, but I think it's very good because MA brought up a good point, and he said, "Oh, all I do is point to these kind of musicians as or material people, but this is a Pan-Africanist, and his definition aligns with my definition. You get what I'm saying? So I think he can relate to it. At least he won't dismiss this. You get what I'm saying? Because if I was to bring up, a Jay-Z or something, and his description of it, the next thing you hear is, "Oh, you see, you're just material. You see, you're only getting it from these."
Yeah. I would think that Pan-Africanists would probably want to be like African excellence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you would assume so, but let's see.
But the thing is about Reggie, is why would you need a definition for black excellence? I mean, you could easily define it by yourself.
Especially when Reggie actually comes on the panel and tells us that he is the definition of black excellence. You're struggling, bro.
A person can have a different definition of
Right, one at a time.
I've given my definition many times. I don't think it's
one punch at a time.
Theories of how defining such aspects, right? In regards, let's just say management. How do people define management? Every single person defines it differently, right? Okay.
Yeah, you're right, Willis.
The thing is, you're defining somebody's definition of black excellence. You haven't came up with your own definition of it.
I've got my own definition, but it doesn't seem to sink in whenever I tell people my definition. So they've already asked me it in this conversation that we've had already, but they come again to ask me again. You get what I'm saying?
Sorry, you didn't answer, Reggie.
So it's not helping when I give my own understanding.
No, Reggie, that's a lie. You didn't answer.
Oh my god!
You answered the first part.
I didn't touch on black excellence.
Answered the first part. No, you didn't.
Or
I wasn't.
Earlier on in the conversation, I did.
To me. Well, I wasn't there, so I'm asking you. Yeah, you should be able to repeat it. You repeat your name, don't you? If I say what's your name, you're not going to struggle to tell me your name's Reggie. So what do you mean by excellence?
Excellence is excelling within the system, or with even if whatever system it is that you're living under on earth, excelling above your condition.
Let the prison analogy.
Did you hear? Sorry, you lot. No, give me 1 second. Sorry, please, 1 second. 1 second. He said, yeah. Do you remember I said about 5 minutes ago? Do you mean someone that is given a set of cards and they go beyond what is expected of them? And he said no. Reggie, you're telling me what I told you about 10 minutes ago. Do you accept?
It is more than what I just said, of course.
But you just said what I just told you about 10, 15 minutes ago, Reggie.
Yeah, so is that your point, or with making me re-describe what I described?
No, the point is I'm asking you is your name Reggie? You're telling me no, and then 10 minutes later you're telling me your name's Reggie.
My brother, I'm not even like you're almost saying, "Oh, I told you that you said this earlier." And
but why would you? This is what my wife does, fam. We're having a conversation, and it's a simple yes or no answer or a black and white answer, and you don't want to give me the answer because you don't want man to know what you're defining or know how you're defining your thing. Yeah, you're trying to escape being caught out, or you think you're going to be caught out based on a really simple question. It might even just be a simple question, bro. But you want to go around the houses to prove that no one kind of is on your level or whatever the fuck it is. You could have just said, yes, that's exactly what I think excellence is. And then we would have moved on.
You could describe it as, so you could describe it your way as well. I would say that.
Reg, can I just highlight something to you quickly, yeah? Remember in the top of the conversation, I asked you, Reggie, have you come to a conclusion yet? Black excellence is in line with white supremacy or not, right? And he's like, no, you don't think so.
No, it's not aligned with it because it
right. Plus now you said within the system, right?
No, because I don't believe
white supremacy.
I don't believe
it's aligned with it, man. Just say yes, man, and sure.
No, there are this system, white supremacy, for you lot, maybe because you're.
Hold on. You admitted to two halves of it. So if there's people who are getting to successful without the aid of these. The other side or these other people higher ups or whatever you want to call them, right? And then there are ones who are definitely immersed in that. And because of their associations with these various organizations, Illuminati, you name it, right? They are successful. So like what how is it not true? What
Not every successful person is part of Illuminati or any
right.
other
You
dark
said
cult.
not every. Sorry. So when it comes to black excellence, half, I said, half of them are going to be on it, and that's how they got there, and that's why they're in the limelight, and that's why they're, yes, that's the
Maybe
fact.
the half you're talking about are Pan-Africanists, because I don't hear any of them speaking up when you're saying half of our black people
but
are successful.
as I said,
No.
they got their own problems, because anyone bringing up a freedom fighter as a form of black excellence, I think that's going down the wrong angle. We don't need none of that, because they're just as immersed in the side of the wrongdoers, and we can't really say it's unbeknownst to them. You get me? They definitely know what I
I think you lot are focused too much on the fact that you don't feel black people can achieve because of the system we're in. But unfortunately,
Do you hear the language? Achieve. You're using very arbitrary language, bro.
That is not true. Whether the system is white supremacy, blue supremacy, black supremacy, there are some people that are determined to make the most of their life and the opportunity that they have and to excel.
You see all this but hold on, wait. You see all this language? This language is so ambiguous. Yeah, I don't see how you can argue against the idea. I don't see how you can argue against the idea that someone can be can excel in whatever arena they're in, whether it is a freedom fighter or a journalist or a humanitarian or someone that runs a food bank and doesn't get paid for it and is poor, or someone and the point I'm making is that should be the case, judging by what your definition has brought to the table, right? But the problem is you don't highlight anything else other than those who are materially successful.
Actually, I don't really highlight anybody, to be fair. You know what
No,
I'm saying?
you do.
No, I
you
don't.
do.
No, I don't.
You
I don't
do.
comment.
No, you do. No, you do. You do. You do. You do. You do.
The fact of the matter is, brother, if you want to highlight, I don't know, there's something, you don't have your own definition, but what you lot, some people, not you lot actually, because I won't use that this time. But
well done.
Some people tend to do is just basically you're coming to tell me that, oh, my definition is this, maybe you don't have a definition yourself. Maybe
no,
you're
because
not.
we don't use that. No, because I don't use that terminology to define anything or anybody.
Yeah,
that's your thing, right?
So
and I haven't told you what you think. I've asked you what you think, and you've told us, and now we're using what you think to make an analysis, right?
Yeah, and I've given you a definition, and I'm giving you a universal definition that a lot of people prescribe to, and both of them, you come and say that, oh no, you can't be, because you're under this earth that is full up with white supremacy, that is governed by white supremacy. Therefore, no black person can be successful. No black person can be truly successful. No black person can be truly empowered. No black person can be truly be excellent. You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean?
No one's ever said that.
Remember, we're using your definition, so I don't even care about your definition.
Other than you, Reggie, no one's ever said that. Still,
well, then you need to make your mind up. Is this white supremacy basically mean that we all have to just be wilted and die, and to live a life of regret and a life
you're not getting it. You're not getting it.
I don't
understand
understand.
it too. You're not getting it, bro.
This is why I tried to explain it to you, Reggie, as what you're doing, what you're calling black excellence, is only black betterment, because it's betterment within the system that you live in, right? Or the environment that you live in. So it depends on your environment. You live in England. Okay, how can I do the best for myself in England? You do the best you can do. That's black betterment. Yeah. And then when you get to a certain stage of it where you're comfortable and you've got your nice and you're that's black excellence.
Has Reggie ever criticized the Ravens thing, by the way? Out of curiosity.
I don't even know.
What do you mean Ravens ting? What is Ravens ting?
Black betterment.
Come on, man.
No, I don't think I'll criticize it, because I'm for black betterment. I'm not so
right, exactly. And if you're for black betterment, yeah, that's where your black excellence can come into it. Yeah, because the rest of us, yeah, is just excellent. Yeah, we trying to live our best life. That's it. You get what I'm saying?
To be fair, for black people to be better, we need people that are excellent. You get what I'm saying? And that's what
we in better. Perhaps I just don't know about this we business. Yeah, I'm saying I do the best I can do. You do the best you can do. Other people do the best they can do. and that's how it goes. You can say it's a whole, you can say it's a community, you can say I tend to disagree with that whole concept, because there's no one putting money in for all of us, like us in the diaspora, putting the money in a pot and saying this is for our black betterment.
Well, they keep telling us that we are under white, we are under white supremacy. So therefore, you as an individual, whatever you achieve, it doesn't mean anything basically, because we
No
are.
one said that though, Reggie, man.
That's
You
the
made
silly-
up that narrative. Yeah, no one's saying that, because I'm saying personally, black betterment is done by every single person on this panel every day, because it's how we survive. If we didn't pay our bills and we won't be on our computers and all of this and have internet and have electricity and all of these type of things. Like, we have to be successful in certain type of way to get up and be able to do these things. Some level of comfort or some level of, you know what I mean? People sorting out something and so they can be comfortable to sit down and do certain things, even though they still try and get on with their life while they're doing it. Remember, a lot of people are listening to the stream when they're at work.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. During working hours, they got it in their ears and they're chuckling, giggling to themselves. Dave on the other side of the office is looking at them strange and all of that. Yeah. But it is what it is, man. Yeah. So as I said, the black betterment, the black excellence, yeah, is nothing more than people just trying to survive in the environment that they're in. You can put labels on it, but that's how I see it.
Yeah, I think
half of those people are going to be definitely, and most of them, yeah, are benefiting from the system in a certain type of way. Do you know what I'm saying? They got nice house, car, they work for their money, blah blah blah. You know, I don't think they can take it off them that easy. You know what I'm saying? At this present moment. But you know, things can change. They can freeze everyone's bank account and say, yeah, your money's gone. Say something.
I hope it's clearer for Lady D. Like, this finds it controversial that you'd want that people can be excel or be better in a system that is so apparently white supremacy. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's cooning though, isn't it?
Confusing for me. It was never a confusion for me. It was a question that was aimed at you, that you're still struggling now to even let us know where you really stand. Remember, Reggie, we're the ones that come on this panel and claim we're black excellence. None of us ever make these claims. You keep coming up here talking about, yes, you're the black excellence, you're representing black excellence, we're all degenerates. So now when we question you and your intelligence on black excellence, bro, you sound dumb.
No, I didn't say that you're all degenerates. I say that some people.
Reggie, be honest, yeah. Did your black excellence thing start with Stormzy?
No.
So before Stormzy, what was your profile picture?
I'm pretty sure I had black excellence. It was almost like it wasn't long before.
I disagree.
No, it wasn't. It didn't start with Stormzy.
It's like you saw the video before we saw it. Yeah.
No, I didn't. I didn't see the video before.
You was on a Kanye thing.
Oh, and the White Lives Matter thing. No.
Right.
No, that was a joke. What?
I saw the subtle switch, yeah, to this black excellence. Just, it's not even been that long.
I mean, that's
even a month.
The latest switch go. Who's recognized the latest switch? Now he's trying to take Kel's what's it called? Political, what's it?
Science.
Yeah, political. Now he's trying to implement that. But I want you to really look
comedian boy.
Deep it, man. Just deep as you.
Now he's got the locks. Now he's got the locks as well. Like, he's doing all of it, man.
We have to grow, my sister. At the end of the day, we have to grow and adapt to our environments. You get what I'm saying? You talk about, I'm going to Africa. You're not in Africa at the moment. You're in the West. And while you're in the West, it's incumbent on you, for the sake of your children.
Incumbent.
Well,
Not incumbent.
You see, the thing is with me, I didn't have like. Yeah, I said incompetent, but I take to being corrected by people that are better students of the English language than myself. That's one of the greatest gifts that the colonizer gave some people. The fact is, I get corrected a lot on my English. I don't know what it is. Maybe I haven't been colonized well enough.
It's only like 5 or some odd years in education level between you and these people, and you were born here as well.
I was indeed, and I've come across you know, English masters and people with different levels of English, and they all correct me.
So are you saying your vocabulary is not excellent then? Is that what you're saying?
Bro.
I'm not excellent at everything, my brother. Some things are sometimes I am not without fault.
What else are you not? What else are you not excellent in? What else are you not excellent in?
That doesn't even make sense.
No, that does make sense. I'm just not always excellent in my maybe my use of vocabulary.
Well, what else, Reggie? What else are you not excellent in?
I'm not excellent at rap, I suppose. I'm not excellent at
Why do you say rap?
sometimes identifying these fringe movements like, you know,
why you said rap?
it's just one thing that came to my mind, brother.
Anything pro-black, you're not excellent in, yeah?
Pro-black is not really my ideology. That's you lot's thing. You get what I'm saying? So,
but it's black excellence. It's just a maze of nonsense, man.
No, Pan-Africanism is a maze of nonsense. The fact is, we demonstrated it, brother. We demonstrated in the video that we showed yesterday that Nigerians that are not Pan-Africanists, not hypocritical, deceiving Pan-Africanists, are going to Nigeria and they're performing black excellence and they're managing to get successful and they're displaying black excellence. So their image within the other non-African community is very much intact, and they know what
That's right, Reggie.
They don't know what
Reggie. How did they manage to get there and be that way? Because do you agree if they got there in the time of Malcolm X?
Not because of you, my brother.
Hold on, wait. Do you agree if they got there, let's say before Malcolm X had influence, that they wouldn't be so demonstrating such black excellence? Do you agree, bro?
Why are you always pointing? Why can't you point to yourselves, my brother? Like, what have you done? The fact is, my brother. We don't need to. We keep hearing about Malcolm X and these other people.
Stop. You pointed to other people, and I pointed to the same people and said, well, if they got to the same place, America, etc., right? You were boasting, I think, yesterday or whatever. If they had got to America or wherever, would they have done and shone the same way with the black excellence without the black freedom fighters? Yes,
brother. We've spoken about the black freedom fighters, but we have to acknowledge. We have to acknowledge, my brother, that they are here there on merit. They are there because they are black excellence. They are there because Nigerians are the number one in terms of performance of foreign groups that are important. I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to. That is why they're there. That is why they're there. They are there. That is why there are many Nigerians.
That's fine, Reggie. We know what you're trying to do, bro. Is it him breaking up or who's breaking up?
There.
It's him.
It's him, yeah?
Yeah, it's him.
Reggie.
When you were telling lies, yeah? The white demon force, this is what I'm saying. This is black power fighting against white supremacy coming through devil Reggie, man. See? Have you noticed whenever the jinn are coming up, bro, it's always electricity that's getting interfered with, bro? Reggie, fix up, man. Shahada, Reggie. Come on.
Welcome, brother conscious. What have you come to fight for Reggie's fight today?
Defend Reggie.
Yeah. Okay. So before you start, brother, pause. Before you start, Reggie, would take the floor. Reggie, tell him what you said about him the other day on this panel. Right?
What did he say?
We're all gonna mute.
Hold on, let me bust him up first. Let me finish him off, bro.
Why has he got a dictator's finger? What's he doing?
Pause. Intellect.
Yeah. And
you're breaking up, Reggie.
Reggie's got the Idi Amin finger.
Nah, his thing is moving mad.
Reggie, your thing ain't working, bro.
Yeah, Mobutu finger.
This is what happens when you buy black internet.
I thought you say this is what happens in a Western society.
You only buy that black internet, like new black internet.
Black people did internet.
By IC3.
Oh man, nah, sponsored by Acorn, man.
Nah, that's
Acorn.
That's BT in that, man. They fuck up all the time.
Internet and it don't work.
Acorn is black excellence. Yeah, you probably say something like that, Ricky.
I call it Sky Broadband.
Does Reggie think we can hear him?
I don't know what he's. I don't know.
What he's frozen, like literally.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, is there two Reggies? Hold up.
Man's moving. Like, what are you doing? Like teleportation, bruv.
Two Reggies. Conscious got so excited.
Bruv, you're doing some demonic.
There's two Reggies.
How many times you met some demons today, bruv? Man's teleporting across the screen. Are you gonna do an apparition in my room?
Now, yeah, those freedom fighters that you're alluding to, my brother, and this is the problem with some of you people from your community. Yeah, sometimes you get disillusioned. You think that they just fought for us to be out of chains, or they just fought for reparations. They fought for us to be given the opportunity to be able to have somewhat
He's
equality.
got the Tony Blair hand. Look how he's
Hang on,
talking.
my brother. Somewhat
I
have
agree
the
with you.
opportunities to get the top jobs, to be paid
I
a
agree.
fair wage, my brother. And when they gave us these
Where did
opportunities,
you learn them
when
hand
they gave
signs,
us
bro?
these opportunities, my brother, when they fought for these opportunities for us to have the opportunity to be considered for the top jobs, then we needed to make sure that the people, our people in my community especially, are educated enough. And that's why you heard such an emphasis on education. We had to make sure that we have the skills requirement to be able to be acceptable applicants. And that is part of what Black Excellence is. It's about
Agreed.
building the network, my brother.
Agreed.
When
Hold
you
on,
see
hold on.
in the Nigerian community that we
hold
are
on, bro.
excelling and we're churning up degree holders,
Beautiful.
and
And I'm happy for any
very
Black
strong
community.
STEM skills, my brother.
I agree.
These are excellent skills, my brother, and these are what.
Bro.
This
Hold
is
on.
why-
I know what you're trying to
this is
do.
why
You
you're
want to draw
seeing
me
them in
into a
America.
Nigeria versus Caribbean argument. But anyway, let me help you out, bro. I totally agree that we can excel by moving up and getting big jobs, lawyer, etc., in politics, whatever it is. What I'm saying is, so long as we're still seeking to empower pro-blackness with that job, that's my point. For instance, would you, Reggie, consider somebody who's making millions off of encouraging young people to stab and shoot each other, to sell drugs to each other, and abuse their women and use them? Would you consider that Black excellence because they're a millionaire?
Well, you see, this is the thing. Some of these questions, my anyway, let me just give you a straight question because you haven't done it. But no, I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? I've been
cool.
very vocal about black degeneracy.
Okay,
my brother.
I think we might be on a similar page. I think I get your point. And they did fight so that they could have a better life in society where they were prevented from moving up. I get your point. What I am saying though is you can't really talk about Black excellence in the real sense within the framework and context of the global white supremacy, the anti-Black genocide which they're dealing with, right? So their goal, as far as I'm concerned, is to reduce our population. So you lot getting these jobs is all fine. You lot having all of these different high positions is fine. Hold on, wait. But I'm saying they're not going to make any damn difference when it gets a few years down the line and you haven't got your chess pieces in the right place because you didn't think about their chess pieces and their movements. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand, my brother. You use these buzzwords, yeah, and they're quite inflammatory, brother. Like genocide. Nigeria, sorry, not even just Nigeria, Africa is one of the fastest growing populations in the world. That is just completely the opposite and completely falsified information that you would say that we're being genocided, my brother. At the end of the day, we've got a growing population, we've got a very young population, and we've got a population of excellent Black people that are especially coming from Nigeria.
Yeah, but it's not sorry, unfortunately, what you don't understand is, all right, do you think that all right, here we go. Do you think that the infanticide and the low mortality rate of children, the low birth rate in Africa, do you think that is a result of random causality of the way the world just works, or is there any conspiracy behind that? Is there any culpability behind the low birth rates, the high death rates, low mortality rates of both men and women, the lowest in the world? Do you think that's just because that's just the cards that Africans were dealt by nature, or do you feel like anybody is responsible for that? Outside of Africa,
I would dispute that there's a low birth rate in Africa.
Why would you dispute that?
I would dispute that because
not low birth rate, low you know what I call it, infant mortality rate, a high infant mortality rate.
Yeah. So you're talking about women that could die from birth and all that.
Yeah. All of that, every statistic to do with that, it's high.
So even if I could concede, that there's a high rate, I don't know why that is. I could concede that whatever reasons you lot would want to give, it doesn't.
Whatever reasons.
Yeah, I haven't got. I wouldn't say.
Where would you categorize deliberate weakening of infrastructure of a country, deliberately holding back, impeding the growth and the progress of a country.
And badging them up.
I would say that is an element of greed. That's a focus on making yourselves better.
Okay, that's white supremacy doing that, though. I'm letting you know. That's white supremacy doing that. Now, brother, if you are inoculating people with substances that are not what they're being told, if you are sterilizing people, if you are infecting them with different types of viruses and diseases that kill them or stop them from having children, this is genocide, chemical genocide. You see the act of sowing see the act of sowing salt into the earth and turning it barren, and meaning that no one can plant any food
in fertilizing the ground.
Yeah. That causes famine. Yeah, deliberate famine. That's genocide. Starvation of people, disrupting people's infrastructure, arming rebels.
Yeah.
So that people are being killed. These are all things that the Western governments are guilty of, and these are on record. They're not things that we need to argue about. The coups of these people are well documented, right? And people are just called what's the word? Collateral damage. You know what I mean? Freedom fighters are called insurgents or whatever, rebels, and they're just killed and tossed and fucked about. If you looked at what happened in Libya, the amount of Nigerians and Ghanaians that were murdered and killed and strewn across the streets, paving all the way to the presidential building, it was strewn with Africans. Then they go into the jails and they've thrown Nigerians and Ghanaians in jail for life. Yeah, they've just been in there, rotting, no charges, can't get out. And I'm saying these all contribute to what I would say are different forms of sophisticated genocide. Yeah. So these are the reasons why the even though we do maybe have a high birth rate, it's against the odds. Yeah, celebrate the tenacity, celebrate the durability of the people, but let's concentrate on the fact that they shouldn't be in these positions. It's not natural selection that's making it this way. This is a concerted effort by human beings that, like you said, through greed, want to dominate others, and you're totally blind to that. And that's amazing. I don't see how you can be blind to that. Yeah. Do you know what they did in Congo? You know about King Leopold?
Yes.
Yeah, so then there's no documentation of us doing that to any nations outside of Africa, right? And the repercussions of these type of activities are immense. Do you even figure in like the psychological turmoil, the repercussions, the reverberations of these massacres that happen in the land?
Continue to happen.
And then the brutality people see, they play out and they act it out. And then others get labeled that they're savages or they're barbaric and that, and all these things set back generations of people from progressing and knowing the type of quality of life that you are enjoying. Like, so from your position of privilege, from our position of privilege, it behooves us to be aware of what's going on around us. And you just like on some ignorance, you're black excellence, but you don't know fuck all about what's going on for black people, right? You just say like, yeah, I made it because I made it out of. What are you making it out of? Do you even have an awareness of what it is that you are making it out of?
Right.
Now you've got the spare time. Maybe look at what the system is.
The system in itself, even if you're going to say that, oh, it's not even about making it out. I don't even know what you mean by making it out. I mean,
yeah, no, because you said the definition of the excellence and how you defined it was basically making it against the odds, right? No,
yeah, it's making it out.
Yeah,
making
well,
it out.
then, man. You don't know what making
yeah,
it
well,
out.
it's not.
That's the thing. You don't even know what odds you're making it out against.
Exactly.
Shit.
Exactly. I was going to say the same thing. Exactly.
What do you mean? Like at the end of the day,
Don't worry about it, man.
You're making it sound as if because you're under white supremacy, because the world is full of so much grievances. Therefore, you can never you don't have your own personal situation. Therefore, regardless,
I'm not gonna lie. Everybody is under the same kind of thing. I'm just highlighting the specific because you choose to go under the banner of black excellence. Yeah, you're not just excellent, you're black excellence. But the black aspect is a bit fuzzy for you. like in terms of what that means, what that entails, and why that even has to be a thing. Why do you have to be black and excellent? Why is it not good enough just to be excellent? The reason why you didn't black excellent is supposed to be denoted is because I suppose there's been a lack of light shone on black excellent people. Not that they never existed, but through the racist paradigms of society, a lot of black excellence was either copied, suppressed, ignored, ridiculed. Do you know what I mean? And then imitated. Because there's always been black excellence, as you know. If you look into history, black history is excellent. Simple. But you're standing under a banner, but it's more politicized than I think you recognize. And I don't know, man.
If we could have black excellence in the past, we can have black excellence in the present. And even if the system or the
Who said there's not black excellence in the now? Who said there's not? Who argued the fact?
No,
who argued that there was none. So it's like saying, it's like wearing a t-shirt saying I'm not a rapist. Who accused you of being a rapist?
I think maybe I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you wasn't here, but some brothers here declined to accept the term. The term is appropriate.
Because there was no need for the term. Don't you get what I'm saying to you?
Right, you said that.
What's the need of the term? What do you need
the need of the term?
Yeah, go on.
You're the only person that needs the term, bro.
He's being dumb. How is
Why do you need the term? Why do you need the term?
Reiterate what I said.
What's the necessity for wielding this title?
There is there's no necessity. There's no life.
What do you hope to achieve by adopting this title, this title to your name or to your movement, to your being, to your philosophy? What for what?
So for my personal ambition with this particular term is to uplift people out of black degeneracy and show them that there is a better way, which is in black excellence, even within the system, because there's few options. Like you say, you could either concede black degeneracy and just be hopeless and decide that, we're under white supremacy anyway, so regardless of how we decide, how much ambition, how much drive we decide to show, we can never really be successful, or we can never really be prosper.
Let me tell you something,
or
brother.
you can decide that, I'm going to do different, go into different industries and excel in those industries.
All right, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this, King. Yeah. Imagine that society was a big plantation, right? And white supremacy was the nasty racist slave master and his cohorts. Yeah. And we, the black people, unfortunately, surprise, surprise, we're part of let's call them the workforce, right? Imagine picture this in your mind. Some people just want to sit, on the plantation and work and just be what they're designed to be. And that would make them field workers, right? You, on the other hand, you got lofty, big ambitions, right? Where do you think that your black excellence would fit in this paradigm, in this metaphor? If the degenerates were the field workers, what would you be? What do you think your position would be?
Can I say it?
No.
I would say that I very much would love to go back and go out and leave the field and go to my own particular field.
How would you earn that? By doing what?
For me, the easiest way to earn it is very much to be successful and to be able to acquire the means to be able to go back. Otherwise, if I don't have the means and I decide to just be degenerate, I'm going to be in master's house for the rest of my life.
But bearing in mind, the degenerates might be the runaways and that, and the rebellious.
I'll give you a statistic.
Bearing in mind, the rebellious, the degenerates would be getting whipped, and the ones that want to become successful and excellent within the system, which is the plantation, they're going to do their very best, because you're not thinking about leaving a plantation. Remember, we said black excellence is within the system. It's not about freedom fighting. It's not about breaking or dismantling the system or overturning it. It's simply about getting. We've already discussed this 1,000,000 times. You just don't like the paradigm it's being fit into, because I'm expanding your mind, because you're not seeing it like this.
No.
But this white supremacy system that you'd rather be successful in is the plantation.
No, actually, Jeddah, if you obviously I'll give you wasn't there, you didn't watch the video, but a lot of the people on the panel did watch the video. And what you'll find is that a lot of the black excellent people that were portrayed in the video were adding more to the Nigerian economy. They were sending about £9 million back home. About 9 billion or 9 million, I can't remember. But anyway, they sent a lot of money back home. And the people that were restless.
Who are they sending the money back to?
Restless field Negroes that keep them banging on the door.
Who are they sending the money back to?
Who are they sending the money back to?
Yeah.
They were sending money back to people in Nigeria, specifically.
Who?
The black excellent people that they were talking about in the video. The groups.
Who were these blacks? Like, give me an idea of who we talking about. We talking about a Nigerian Freemason that came over here, studied, got some keys.
And then
got wealthy. What are we talking about? Who are we talking about?
Freemasonry never came in.
A South London boy that grew up, made £1 million with his own brand of bubblegum and started a chain, and now is a multi-billionaire and now sends money back to Lagos. What are we talking about?
So the video was talking
about went eaten. The
professor. The video was brought in by Lady Divine, and it was talking about black excellence, and it was talking about the Nigerian community that has left Nigeria and immigrated to the United States, and how they have been the most successful immigrant community, especially of modern times. Yeah. And it was
let me ask you something though.
Honest with your answer like I said, Jed, he's not being honest with you, because what he's forgot to when you asked him who were these Nigerians, he's not going to tell you that it's not the average poor Nigerian these people are hand selecting. He's not going to tell you that part. He's going to skip that part.
They're asking for people that have certain skills.
Hello, Lady D. The rich and the wealthy, as I told you yesterday.
Thank you, bro. But he's being disingenuous now. He's talking to Jed. But carry on, Jed. You're doing well.
I understand. I understand his science. I understand what he tries to do. Because if you could tell without watching the video, I've already envisioned and I've given him the options of the type of rag to riches story we're dealing with, or we're just dealing with aristocracy, which we know exists.
The people that leave to America are not just aristocracy.
I know people that, hold on, Snaps. I know that people that leave to America are not all aristocracy, but I'm saying these stories of the excellent ones, are they not all from a middle class or whatever wealthy background, prestigious in Nigeria already?
Yeah, they
exactly.
are.
So
that's what I said to him.
You know what we call this? This is black excellence again. And like I said, this is the buffer class. No disrespect, but there is a buffer class. There is a group of people that have inherited wealth and earned wealth and been allowed to, as long as they remain like gatekeepers. You know how Nigeria is. You know about the handshakes and the occult and the fraternities and the groups, and you know, the corruption more than anything. Forget all the spooky level of corruption. So a lot of the time, these big bucks and big mega bucks, it's not translating onto the ground of Nigeria where it's being spent building the infrastructure for everyday people. There's a lot of shiny places in Nigeria and whatever, and then there's a whole fucking land filled with garbage in our capital. So we gotta put the perspective and be real. We've seen this a million times where the super rich get even richer, but like the class mobility is zilch. You know what class mobility is, right? Upward mobility, right? You understand that, right, Rich?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. And you know, like that's like the gap is getting smaller and smaller, or the gulf is getting wider and wider, should I say, between the haves and the have-nots. So the rich get richer and the poor are getting poorer, bro. It's not tough times. I know they give us glamorous images and that, but let's be real, Reggie. Is all of this equating to the freedom of the people? And why don't you have an interest for the people to be free? Why are you comfortable being excellent within the system?
So again, the problem is that you guys seem to take exception with people that make it within the black community. It seems to upset people. Now these people, they've gone to America, they've acquired wealth, they've send their money back, and the video actually illustrated that a lot of them send a lot of money back. Meanwhile, a lot of people here don't even send money to Africa, but they complain and complain, and they benefit from the system. A lot of
people here
benefit from the system. So
these people, I can't with manners and respect. you've made a statement. I'd like you to clarify it, if you don't mind. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, and you got the right to carry on if you want to dismiss my my complaint. But you said a lot of people here don't send money back to Africa. So first and foremost, would you like to handpick who on the panel you think doesn't send money back to Africa or to their home country, should I say?
You want me to start naming names so that we can go into another diversion?
No, but you said a lot of people. That's a sweeping.
There's a lot of people that come onto the panels that don't even send money back home.
And when you do that, Reggie, you include yourself as well, yeah?
Eunice, do you send money back home?
Well, UK's my home, innit?
Eunice is a student. He doesn't even make money.
So there we go.
UK's my home. Big up Eunice.
There you go. There you go. So that's enough.
But he doesn't complain. But he doesn't. He's not one of the people you're talking about because he doesn't come on here complaining and that. So what are you doing?
Well, he's one of the people I'm talking about. I said there are people here that don't even send money back home.
Yeah, but you also said that the people that come here and complain, and they don't even send money back home. He's not part of these conversations.
The point that I was making,
don't add him like this is who you were talking about. Anyway, carry on.
These people, they illustrated how much money they're sending back to the African economy. If money is not sent back into the African economy, just sitting here and complaining and saying that I am a freedom fighter, I am against white supremacy, I am against oppression, I am coming to walk around the street and complain, I am going to campaign. You know, it's not enough. It's not enough. We need people to actually build the infrastructure. We need people to invest in Africa. We need people to actually do stuff in Africa. You get what I'm saying?
Reggie, can I remind you though, brother, that your interest is still. I tried to give you the analogy to show you that what level there's like a glass ceiling, where it's everything you're talking about is within the system, right? So for Africa, for you to be sending back money into Africa, and within the paradigm of this system, you're essentially not trying to fund the liberation of Africa. Like, so all that money you're sending back is pointless if the country or the continent or the individuals or the states or whatever are not liberated from the system of white supremacy, which should be your first and foremost goal in your head is freedom. Forget the state of the freedom, the comfortability of the freedom nonetheless. Right?
If you're gonna wait,
would you agree?
To become free to give yourself compliments or to say that you are an excellent individual or you are doing excellent within your profession, you are never going to ever be able to tell yourself that you are doing well.
That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. What it is, Reggie.
No, I'm saying if that criteria is that we have to be free.
No, Reggie, that's not it. For instance, that's not the examples we gave, Reggie. Reggie, for instance, if a man successfully set up, let's say, a shipping business, right, and he managed to start shipping stuff which is needed, let's say in the Caribbean, Nigeria, etc., and that would help the poor people. For instance, let's say things which we throw away over here, which over there people could use, Caribbean, Nigeria, etc. That would be black excellence, wouldn't it? He set up a shipping company. He's got his own, so he's earning big money, and our people are benefiting. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Would that not be a sign of black excellence?
Yeah, it would be.
So the poor and the rich, everyone can benefit collectively. Correct?
Yeah,
exactly. What I'm saying is, if it's just making money and it's feeding a certain class of people, especially not the masses, right? And it's also not making them independent. In other words, every step of which they gain wealth is a step towards them being independent from China and any other friggin' thieves that want to come there. That's what black excellence looks like, correct?
My brother, what people don't realize, and I asked Kat this when she came on, I said your image is important. So if we have an image of people that just come here and commit knife crime, for example, and you know why they give us these images, right? To make us look as if we're violent, to make us look as if we don't know how to use our brain. But if that's the image and the impression that people, non-Africans especially, have of you, you know, we heard this guy the other day saying that, black communities have the most crime. Khan, for example, yesterday said that. You know what I mean? And you have people talking like that. But then you have people that flip it on his head, that illustrate that, we got the best doctors and they come from Nigeria. We got the best mathematicians and they come from Nigeria. We got the best scientists and they come from Nigeria. Then that flips it on its head, my brother. That's demonstrating the image of our country is changing. That makes people want to do
change,
business with.
that's what it's always been, though. It's always been that. Name a time where blacks weren't at the head of maths or the head of in medical fucking the fields and every field you can think of. Excellent minds, always there. So what the fuck are you talking about? You're acting like it's some new shit, like black people just becoming doctors. What are you talking about, Mo? People's grandparents came over here to work in professions. What are we chatting about? Why are we acting like it's a new thing?
We're not saying it's a new thing, but
but it's like you've got to start a campaign to prove that we're good at shit. Like, what are you talking about, man?
No, the spate still.
You're now saying black excellence is now basically a reverse propaganda tool. Simply that. But I'm saying, cool. We understand that. But really, it's mainly about material wealth, right? Cool. That's what black excellence is. All the examples
you gave material wealth.
It is about material wealth. The only fucking excellent thing about being a doctor is the amount of money you fucking make, man. Ain't about like, oh my god.
No, they don't even earn that much money. They don't even earn that much money compared to a lot of other things that you spend 10 years on.
They do. Doctors earn enough, bro. That's why it's a prestigious thing. You think people want to be doctors just to be overworked and just be stressed out? You think that's the reason why they want to be doctors? No, man. It's a field that earns them money, man. They work their way up and they make big peas, bro.
It depends what you call big money, but anyway, that is
enough
subjective.
money to be seen as black excellence. if doctors earned a minimum wage, you wouldn't put them on the black excellence list.
No, it's not. No,
yeah, exactly. Shut your mouth, man.
It's not. But you're claiming that they earn excellent money.
If they earn minimum wage, would they be on your black excellence list? No, shush them.
No, it's not. It's about the level of which they've acquired their education, the level of which they've acquired their education, the extent to which they benefit society, and the fact that they earn a secure job. Yes, you get what I'm saying. So it's not just they earn.
Why are we lying like this? Ain't about how high flying you can be, how high up you can be seen in Massa's system. The biggest badges you can get within Massa's fucking scout club. Like, come on, man, that's what it is. This is what black excellence is. So you can wear your penguin suit and rare, or even if you're in the traditional clothes, you can ride around in your Rolls Royce and be all shiny and prance around and, you know, take the wealth of Satan's world. Embroil yourself in the world and pat yourself on the back with the arrogance of the fucking the godless, because that's really all it is about, man.
It's not. That's why even what
that's what it really is about, man. It's a bragging thing. If you're not if the black excellence ain't freedom fighters, yeah, and rebels and fucking social fucking warriors, then it's just a bunch of bullshit.
Well, it
just ends up being toffee about trying to become a toffee nose, yeah, and get shiny things and shiny trinkets. But this spiritually is dead food when it comes to working. It is spiritually is dead food. None of these people that you describe are people that are actually going to change shit for the better for my children.
Yes, they are.
While you non-breeder sit there and criticize everyone. You want everyone to be shiny. Oh, yeah, look at us, flossy. And these times they even got no fucking use. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand against no letter gang. You ain't gonna stand up for no rights. You get me? Did you get jabbed, bro? Did you get the badge?
You're coming for a place of envy.
Did you get the badge? Envy? Why would I be envious? You act like I ain't got nice things. What's wrong with you, man?
This is coming from a very, very bad.
No, man, I come from a place of honesty. You see it as envy because that's the only way you can process a black man not being materialistic. Yeah. So you see it as envy. Come on, brother. I got more opportunity than you to fucking sell out and be fucking flossing and smashing it, bro. Trust me, bro.
Sell out? I mean, how do you... this is a self-gratification. You're giving yourself props based on some...
What's the props?
You're saying that other people have sold out. Like, how do people sell out?
Props, though? Where is the props in me making a statement?
The props is in the sense that you're like dismissing everybody else's achievements and making it out as if you're somehow.
I'm not. I'm just saying
more enlightened than the rest of us.
I'm just challenging.
Realistic. That's all.
I'm just challenging the mindset that thinks that the pinnacle of their child's life is graduating, right? Or becoming a doctor is the nah, because there's bare depressed shit people doctors that fucking fuck up people's lives. You being a doctor don't mean that you're the best human being or the shining example of what to be as a person. So man, at first let's deal with the principles that we're installing in children and that. Did you get jabbed, bro?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what I'm saying. You're the type of person that I don't want, not respectfully, bro, with all your trinkets, your nice house, nice clothes, your Jordans, everything, bro, and your aspirations. You're a very intelligent man. I'm sure you're gonna do well in this system. You have to understand, as a father, there's bigger fish on my plate to fry. We worrying about forced inoculations. We worried about certain agendas that's going on in the schools with the curriculum, homeschooling. These are the things that we're worried about. So yeah, back in the days it was, oh, be a doctor, be a lawyer. Yeah, that's great. Build up this fucking system, be another puppet and another zombie. But right now it's more important that we are people that can have critical thought, think for ourselves, yeah, and not get swayed and pressured and bullied by the system to put nonsense into our veins under false pretenses. So people like you, I get you. I know you're going to be jabbed. How did I know it? How do I know you're going to be jabbed? Because your rhetoric, you work with the system.
Well,
and this is what I mean. You're part of the buffer class. In America, they call you like the boule. These are the sororities. These are the Masons, the Prince-Hall. These are the type of people that actually are steering the narrative of what it is to be excellent. At one point, it was excellent to be fucking free. Yeah? It was excellent to be Nat Turner. That's fucking excellent.
You're going on
a tirade. Now we want to be Dr. Huxtable with the polo neck and rare and talk shit and be spiritually void and not have a rebellious bone in our body against the system. Yeah,
Jedi,
that's a house nigga.
Jedi, you said a
glorified house nigga. Drive around your nice car, do your nice little job, rare, and make no impact in changing the world for the better for the children. Nah, man.
Jedi, you've gone on this vicious tirade. I don't know what
vicious. It's factual.
This is why I say. This is why I say, Lady D. If always you respect,
go on, Lady D.
I should respond. I should get to respond.
It's not going to take me long. You can go back to your back and forth in a minute.
Yeah.
Jed, did you watch the video that was played last night on Maku's show? By any chance?
No, unfortunately, I didn't see it. No.
Do you know the funny thing is, everything you said just there was literally in the video. I don't know if you know this.
Okay, no, because
it started off with the trinkets and what they've done, and then it went into how much is owned and then how much is sent back. It literally, you broke it all down, but in a simpler thing. But that was literally the video in itself.
Well, it's not saying everything that Jedi is saying at all.
Well, it was saying everything. They're saying that they're the most affluent, they're up and coming, they're the growing numbers of immigrants. It said all of this.
No, yeah, it was glorifying the fact that there is a black community that are actually doing well. And obviously, I know already. I said it to you the other day as well. There are. If you go to Wadamaya as well, you know Wadamaya is trying. He said the same thing. When African people are successful, there is a class of Africans that just hate it. You know what I'm saying? And
no
they
one,
envy it.
Reggie, how much what you get to, I said pick up the Nigerians that are doing well.
And what you tend to find, you said you let me respond to Jedi.
Yeah, but Reggie, I said I'm going to correct you because no one's hating, bro. In fact, the number of times I said last night to you on that panel, big up the Nigerians that are doing well. No hate. I literally said those words. Then I went on to say, but are they keeping up the system, propping up the system, or are they helping the better cause of Africans worldwide or Africans on the continent? We literally discussed every point Jedi made. So I don't understand why you're trying to act like
the fact of the matter is, sister, you've got a brother here who has a platform, right? And it has to conform to Western media, right? YouTube, which is probably owned by the Jews, right? So even within him, because he wants to be monetized, he has to conform to the certain principles and regulations of YouTube to earn his wage.
Same in the plantation.
They go to work and they conform to earn their wage, but they do it in a different way. And instead of being happy for those brothers and sisters that take that way and work within the system and become successful, he's now shitting all over them. It don't make sense, my sister. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense at all.
Reggie.
Yep, I'm with you.
Do you think that this system moving forward and the plans in their future what do you think their intentions are for black people and black people's lands in the next 50 years?
Sorry, say that again.
What do you think the white supremacy system, so the white governments of England, of America, Australia, etc., of influence, what are their plans for black people and black people's lands for the next 50 years?
We can only speculate or second guess.
Yeah, what's your speculation?
So they obviously, well, we can clearly see there's a globalist agenda, right? So it's not like before. You get what I'm saying? Before, you wouldn't have black people, so many black people quite wealthy in the system. So let's at least acknowledge that. You get what I'm saying? We can deny as much as we want, but there's loads of black people now that have quite a wealthy, quite a good amount of wealth. So whatever their ambition is, it's more than what it was before. You get what I'm saying?
No. Listen. I know you're confused by the question, right? So you instead of you talking about what I asked you, which was what were the plans for black people, you were telling me about black people being successful. So, for instance, would they be planning to take over the land and buy it up more individually? So, for instance, there's actors buying up parts of the islands in the Caribbean or beaches. So they've already got islands, but some of them are buying beaches. Yeah, where they personally own a beach.
Yeah.
In Jamaica or parts of Jamaica and parts of other Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
Do you understand? They literally own a beach.
Yeah.
And it's their personal beach.
Yeah.
So the people that live on that island are not allowed to go there.
Right.
Right. So I'm saying when it comes to Africa now, which is a bigger landmass, the black people and the land, what do you think their plans are then? So, for instance, one of the things, the same way how you said, well, it's good for there to be imagery of successful black people, right? Being doctors, etc. That would be the pie in the sky and the dangling of the carrot, would it not? For the other Nigerians, the other Ghanaians, etc., to not see the further plans, the agenda ahead. So they, instead of them thinking, how do we get our infrastructure based upon any defense that may be coming in, i.e. to take over their land, to buy up their land, they're now looking to copy what you're talking about, the type of black excellence you're talking about, which means go on.
The trouble I have with a lot of these pro-blacks or pan-Africanists or whatever, you have a very good way of dissecting a diagnosis or prognosis, but you're very bad at surgery. So when people say that, oh, surgically, the only way that we're going to be able to resolve this issue that's going on with us, we are going to have people that are successful and then able to build on our infrastructure.
Reggie, I've asked you a question.
You guys come and tell us that we have so much problems that within white supremacy, we can't. You know what I'm saying?
Reggie, I asked you a question, and you mentioned about speculation. Then you come back and start talking about black people. So I've given you an example. Now that you know what my example looks like. So, for instance, if I said that's how I see it, that they're going to continue to seek to buy up our land privately, etc. So we don't really own nothing. So therefore, we're literally going to be back into slavery, where we literally have, for our own, anything good in our own land will be owned by everyone who's not from that land, right? So people will not have any interest in be owned by Chinese, by this, by that. Everyone who's not African will be owning land in Africa, majority, or anything important.
Whose fault is that if they end up acquiring all this land? You're right. You're actually right. You're precisely right, because it's the same thing. Sorry?
What I'm saying to you is, do you agree that's their agenda, number one? And number two, how do you think that can be countered?
I don't know whether it's white supremacist agenda. I know that well, my missus, she went to Senegal and she came back and she said there's a lot of Chinese people there as well. And it's the same as they say in Jamaica, it's the same they say in Gambia. They're going there. I don't know whether it's the white supremacists that told the Chinese to go there, or they just go there for their own selfish agenda. They're going there. They got the same opportunity as you lot to buy land. And then when we see our wealthy or middle class people, they call them, going abroad, acquiring wealth, and then investing back, buying land back, people are saying, "Oh, they're just under the system." Let's just sit here and start complaining and let the Chinese go and invest in Africa. Chinese take over Africa, and we just sit here and complain.
But that's the bit I don't disagree with Reggie. I agree. I said to you, I agree.
It's actually a fuss. What do you think you're going to be able to do if you're not successful in Africa?
I said to you, I agree. If they have the mindset to build up their own people, so I agree. Become doctors, do this, have a business, whatever it is. But I'm saying, so long as it's there to empower what's going on in the country. Do you understand?
I think you watched the video yesterday. You were there.
No, I didn't see the video.
Okay, Lady D was there, but for some reason she missed that point where they were saying that they send loads of money back to Africa, back to Nigeria. You know what I'm saying?
The problem with the mentality, though, Reggie. This is what I'm saying. If they go in there with the same mentality as the white supremacists, it's just they have a black face, then not much is going to change. So if they look down on their own, if they have that class system in which the poorer blacks don't mean anything, then it's not really going to be in the interest of the people anyway, is it? So it's literally going to be no different than the plantation, which had black coons, and so on. So what's the difference, bro?
Who said that this is a presumption that they look down on their other black people? That's not what they do. They encourage other. That's why they said in the video that the Nigerian community, and even Maku alluded to it as well, that we tend to G each other up, encourage each other to get educated. Obviously, Jed's of a different mindset, but we encourage each other to get more educated, to aspire towards education. It was Maku that talked about his daughter, how he was happy for her to be qualified and to graduate.
I got no problem with learning. I got no problem with learning. What I'm saying is, in the day and age, we live in a times where a graduation is such a milestone, even though like this degree usually ends up being worthless. We celebrate these mini things, and there's like, I think we just do it out of a cultural regurgitation of tradition, right? And we're just like, okay, this is just the thing, because the mum just wants to have that graduation picture up. Remember, majority of degrees end up worthless. Statistically, we know this to be a fact. Majority of people take a degree, end up in debt, and don't actually end up working on that degree or finding any actual benefit from the degree that they took. This is a fact. But yeah, it's like one of the milestones that we are pushed towards. And I feel like for too long, the children have been raised to become worker bees, to uphold an already racist, institutionally racist system. The infrastructure is riddled with racism, as they declare themselves every time that they fuck up and have to do a independent review or whatever, let's call it an auditing. They always have to put their hands up and say, yeah, you caught us out. Yeah, it's true. We are racist institutionally. Let's recruit more Black and Asians to try and mask over the fact that the system itself is inherently designed to favor adversely the white or European populace. And we see this system repeated around the world. This is what we call white supremacy. And I'm saying if we continue to become worker bees and worker bees that get higher and higher in the system to eventually we're running the factory, it's still no closer to freedom or liberation, my friend. And these are things that as a Black nation or as an African nation, we actually should be keeping our eyes on. I'm sure even Brother Kel would agree. There's no use just becoming lofty and great within the system if it's not leading to liberation, because that's always been the aim of the human, to be free and to be autonomous and sovereign.
Right.
That's true power. That's true excellence.
I could tell you one thing for sure: we're not going to be free unless we acquire the skills and the knowledge, which, mind you, most people argue that will come through education. So having certain skills, having doctors in your country in abundance, being able to look after these children that you've already said, Jedi, earlier, are dying or being killed through genocide, right? Having doctors that can actually look after these people, having people that are creative and able to build machinery that can actually look after those people.
But none of that is needed.
Having people that can actually create,
build TVs that are wireless with no education. That's a folly.
To be able to
the
actually
brainwashing of the system, tries to get you to think in a certain way. But most of these people that make the great innovations, the great inventions, and the biggest philanthropists are not educated classically to that level. So let's stop fronting that that's where excellence comes from. Excellence doesn't come from education, like in terms of amongst your peers. The most excellent minds are not educated. They're not university graduates.
We're not talking about the most. You're talking like
is that true? Let's look at all the philanthropists. How many of them went to Harvard? Bill Gates.
Yeah, Bill
what's
Gates
his
was
name?
well educated. Bill Gates is well
What's his name?
educated.
Richard Branson.
No, he's not.
Okay.
Although they're old school. You're going old school. Why don't you go to the modern ones? Why don't you go to the up to date ones?
Like who?
What's the example
Elon
that-
Musk.
The Facebook
Like Musk. Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. So you want to ask, is Elon Musk educated?
I don't
Or
know. I don't know about him still, I'll be
He's
honest.
educated. He went to Penn State, I think.
So I don't know which one
Do
you're talking about.
do you think he's actually excellent though? Because I don't really know nothing about him. Is he an excellent man because of the money he has?
Well, he's
Is
obviously
he
made
a
a lot.
genius?
He's obviously made a lot of correct business decisions, so he must be quite. He's excelling, and yeah, he's trillionaire. Like
I heard he's a workaholic.
but people think that you just get lucky and that's it. Like what do people think?
I don't believe you get lucky. I'm saying the opposite of that. I'm saying it's all by design, and it's a controlled thing. And a free man with a free heart, a man that wouldn't take the badge, for instance. I don't.
There are
I
a
think
lot
his
of
path is going to be a little bit different. The way you see the world works for you and opens certain doors. Some would argue that it's a bit houseish. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to say that you are that or not, and I respect you enough not to disrespect you. But in the analogy that I gave with the plantation, it's definitely the house option. Unless you get into the house with a mind to get free. Now, I shouldn't just say house, yeah, because that's like the connotation that everyone in the house isn't just biding their time until they can break free. If that's what you're on, then please correct me.
There are people in the field, yeah, that are just in the field, and they are complaining that master is just in the house, and look at his big house, and we can't get free, and that's what they're going to be talking about for the rest of their life. And then there are people in the house that are enjoying life and saying that when I acquire enough money, I'm going to buy myself a ship.
People in the house that are enjoying life, yeah, and when I acquire enough money, I'm going to do what?
I'm going to buy a ship, because without that ship, I cannot cross the ocean.
And what are you going to do with that ship when you get the money?
But the ones that are inside,
what are you going to do with the ship when you get the money?
When you get
that analogy,
when you get the money and you got the ship, then you say, I'm going to go to Africa, and this is what I'm going to do when I get to Africa, because I've learned something through education. I'm going to be able to equip myself with enough to defend myself, so that what they did to me back before to put me in this rotten mess, they can't do to me again.
That's right.
Obviously, but you're not gonna go and seek revenge on those slavers that enslaved you and free the people on the plantation that you left. You're just gonna live it up in the yard, get free, get enough peas, and fuck off to Africa, right?
Revenge is not. I don't think I could ever be able to get a revenge.
Yeah,
like,
and this is the thing. So it's essentially, do you get what I'm saying? I said you're not part of the solution.
Now, revenge is not.
Do you see that though? Do you see that? In that analogy of slavery, you just want to work your ticket and get out. You don't want to be part of the solution to stop slavery. You want to defend yourself from being embroiled in slavery, but you're not going to do anything to help people that are already captured. You're not going to free them. You're not going to challenge the slave masters.
No, some people will tell me that they're on the field, and if they jump on the boat with me, then they don't want to pay. For example, they don't want to pay to get on the boat, and they just rather stay there and wait for some sort of a fight with master, and which they will lose, by the way, because they're not equipped to fight. You get what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right.
I say to them, look, my brother, you have to work hard and acquire money.
Nah, look at this brother.
And
That's
then
right.
you use the equipment to get out there.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Because if you just decide that you want to run and go, if you want to make a run for it, master's going to meet you back there and capture you again, because you got nothing to defend yourself.
No nuclear weapons, none of that.
Nothing. You don't even know how to build it, because all you know how to do is just talk about things and complain about things. You don't actually have knowledge or
so causing a revolution, that's like sacrificing yourself and your own people, because you don't have the military like compared to them. That's just like logics. It's a psychological war. It's more psychological. They're controlling you psychologically. So it's like education the black people need, man.
You said I don't care about generations. Like, this is the problem that you don't look at other models. Like, if you look at other models, they're going to Qatar and Dubai, one of the richest places in the world. Before 50 years ago, it was just sand and desert. What they did, is they acquired people from a lot of Europe, right? And people might not be happy with using Europeans, but they acquired a lot of people from Europe, and they designed a lot of their infrastructure to the point now that they can say yes or no. We don't want to do this, and we're going to do a thing. You know, they have space to maneuver. Yes, they're not completely liberated, but we can't just be waiting here till we're completely liberated. You get what I'm saying? This is just ridiculous that we only recognize us that we're achieving something once we're completely liberated. It's nonsense.
Right.
None of you are going to see it in your lifetime. And then they talk about conformality like there's no code here. Like we could just say whatever we want here. Like we don't have to abide by certain rules and regulations when we come onto platforms. Like even here, you know what I'm saying? This is a workspace. It's a workspace. If you say certain things, you'll be locked off. You know what I mean? You still have to conform. So you're not free, or you're not liberated, or whatever you want to call it, even within your own so-called space. Man, like,
hey Reggie, could you elaborate on the solution though? Would you say it's more finance?
Well, it's not just finance, it's definitely acquiring intelligence. So when I'm celebrating these excellent people, I've never mentioned these rappers, like these people like to try and insinuate. The people
Like
that
Little
they
Dirt, come on man, you ain't
you were
mentioned
in
Little
this,
Dirt.
you saw the video, right? As well, Conscious, yesterday.
Right.
Yeah, you saw the video. They're talking about people that are like quite academic. They're talking about people that have learned skills, and they're skills that can be transferred to different environments. They're skills that you can use here, in America, or you can use back home in Africa. And there's
Right, like
those
trades,
skills,
right?
yeah, like trades, like medical doctors, for example. Like they're talking about people dying in Africa. People are not just dying because the white man is killing them. They're also dying because they have a lack of infrastructure. They have a lack of hospitals. They have a lack of doctors with the right equipment to be able to
We
look
have a
after
lot
these
of doctors because the brain draining going on in Africa to the Americas might be a cause to the problem, Reg.
But can I just say something in regards to the infrastructure in Africa?
Go on, Don.
The one thing I've noticed here is that when when it comes to, I do recall seeing journals saying that when it comes to climate change and all that, first world countries, they tend to invest it effectively and efficiently because they have the structure, as well as they got a structure, as well as got the economic structure as well. They got stability in that. But when you look at Africa and all that, they don't have economic stability. Now, the reason why I think they don't have economic stability or lack of structure and all that is because there's a large amount of corruption that happens.
We've got loads of people like this. We've got loads of what equivalent of.
Let's just say, let me just finish. If all the countries in the world decide to give money to less developed countries and all that pertaining to climate change, it's not going to efficiently affect them because they don't have the infrastructure in place. You see.
But that's what we need to do outside of Africa. The ones that's in the UK and America, we need to take our trades, our skills, what we know, our intelligence to Africa and build it up ourselves.
Well,
we can't be complaining about the white man, and we're letting the white man go into Africa and we're not even building it up.
The white man is going to Africa. The white man is
going. We're our own problem.
Brother Conscious, again, I don't know if you heard me last night, but again, if that's the case, and I pointed this out to the whole panel. I said, okay, if the arguments always seems to be, and I mentioned you as well, like, the brothers will talk about, people are not going back and people are not helping out Africa. People are, Africa needs this, Africa needs that. Then why is everyone leaving to go to America and England? If we know Africa needs this, why are we not staying there making sure Africa gets this?
Lady Divine,
what I'm saying to you as a collective, Lady D, as a collective, we all need to come together and understand, we need to go back to Africa and rebuild. But the minds are everywhere.
Conscious, let me show you something. What happens, is you're seeing a lot of Chinese people. The reason why the Chinese people are often invited into Africa is because we have people that are qualified to work within the railway industry, for example, but we do not know how to implement or run our own railways within Africa. So that's why they invite the Chinese people to build our infrastructure, because they have those expertise. They have that
and they know how to run it.
They know how to run it. They know how to build that infrastructure. They have a skill that is very much in demand. The same with Qatar. That's the reason why they, when they're making a project for a stadium, for example, because they know that the Europeans have been very successful in making stadiums, they call the European man and say, we've got a World Cup coming in 10 years. We need you lot to help us build it. What do they do when it comes to the African man? They don't really call us unless they need individuals with high skills. Now, those individuals with high skill, once they go abroad and then they manage to be successful and be in an affluent position, a lot of them, as was demonstrated by the video, decide to send money back home to support people back home and to try and help the infrastructure. Unfortunately, their hands are tied. Now, we've got plenty of people that are roadmen, that are ready to rip up the whole country. Whenever Africa has any problems, you'll see an abundance of them. Civil war, etc. People that are ready to take up arms and to kill their own brothers in the name of so-called liberation.
Sorry.
Black people are more interested in actually fighting themselves in the UK and America.
I beg you, please.
I'm gonna say this,
Brother, 1 second. Sorry, brother. After brother MA, I beg you go, but I beg you one at a time. Conscious, we're gonna keep it on this level, yeah. Work with me, bro. Come on, let's go.
Come on, sis.
Yeah, sorry, you're talking about Reggie. You're talking about roadmen, yeah, in Africa. What is the rate of what are the literacy rates in Africa with regards to under 18s? Do you know what the literacy rates are?
Yeah, man, you'd always do this. You always ask me a question like, how do you expect me off the top of my head to know some statistic like that? Like,
okay, so you don't know, no problem. What is the average income per day on average across Africa?
What is this university challenge, brother?
If you don't know, just say you don't know, innit?
I don't know.
Okay. Right. Hold on, wait, shush, man. Wait. Right, so you don't know. Because this is a problem. Hold on, wait. Hold on. This is a problem-solving exercise. It's not just 4 and 5. Chat.
Yeah, but you gonna tell us?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you, innit?
Okay.
Like clearly, like this is what I always do to you. I fucking give you a scenario. You can't really solve it, so I tell you, right? So if this is a problem-solving exercise and you're identifying, so your problem is you're identifying the symptom, not the problem, right? The symptom, you identified is that quote-unquote so-called roadmen, I don't know what you mean by roadmen in Africa, right? But so-called roadmen are ready to go and mash up the country, but they're not ready to do what? They're not ready to build, right? What do they need to build? You've already stated that a lack of education, a lack of skills and aptitudes in certain areas mean that when jobs do come about or work does come about, these people are not equipped to actually do the work, right? In order to do that, in order to change that, you need infrastructure. The infrastructure is a vicious cycle that we're seeing in Africa, actually, whereby the school systems, right, are inadequate, right? The amount of schools are inadequate. The distance of the schools from the villages are inadequate, are problematic. The roads are inadequate. The debts that these nations are in means that, and also the conditions of lending dictated by the IMF and World Bank mean that they can never really get out of the financial black hole that they're in. The same applies to other parts of the world, especially the Caribbean. You can go and find this stuff out if you go and read 2 books. One, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and a new book called How Europe Underdeveloped the West Indies, right? And so this vicious cycle is stopped how exactly? Because number one, I'll tell you, the amount of people that are going, African diasporans that are going abroad, studying, and then giving back to the continent is by my measure very minimal, and certainly, if not just minimal, then definitely not enough to reverse the trend of unemployment, lack of literacy, no education, and just downright poverty. And the numbers, by the way, in terms of poverty, is under $1.90 a day, right? And in some parts of West Africa, £30 a month is like the maximum wage that someone that works in a chemist can earn, for example. So let's look for solutions rather than trying to highlight the problems, because sometimes highlighting the problems is just an exercise in separating yourself from responsibility. Those people over there are dumb. Those people over there don't have no education. Those people over there, rather than finding solutions. Right. So what are your solutions? Because Conscious did ask you a minute ago. And you don't really have much tangible solutions other than blaming.
No, I did respond to Concha. I don't know if he's still around, but I responded to him. Sorry.
Me and Reggie on the same side. We good, man.
Yeah, I gave an example. I mean, we spoke about the Chinese, how they have come, and I think actually, if I remember quite correctly, they're government funded, ain't they? So they kind of like the movement is largely pushed by the government to get them into different countries.
So there's already finance. So there's already finance there. There's already central finance that is. So China are already in a position, right, whereby people even outside of government have enough money to emigrate, to set up industry, and then gain even more profit from those industries, right? So we're not in the same position as China. So you can't expect Africans to do the same thing Chinese are doing en masse. Individually, yes, you can, right? You can get a Dangote, you can get a whoever, yeah, but generally speaking, Africans are not really investing. Do you know what I'm saying? What did Putin say? What did Putin say? That the rich Africans, they come to Africa to die. They don't come to
Africa
Africa
is a graveyard.
Yeah, that's the one. Africa's a graveyard, right? And you can see that. You can see that a lot of people that leave, a lot of the diasporans that leave, they don't fucking come back. Yeah, they might come and visit and that, but they're not really trying to come back like that. Do you know what I'm saying? Some are,
because they've generally tasted the life there, and they say that no, this is they get frustrated.
Exactly. So it's a vicious cycle. So how do you stop that from happening?
But that's what I'm saying. You can only stop it by having a sort of movement akin to like what the Chinese are doing, or people that are like not really.